Palestine, a 4,000-year history near Masalha. Contents. Introduction. 1. The Philistines and Philistia as a distinct geopolitical entity, Late Bronze Age to 500 BC. 2. The conception of Palestine in classical antiquity and during the Hellenistic empires, 500–135 BC. 3. From Philistia to Provincia Syria Palestina, 135 AD 390 AD the administrative province of Roman Palestine. 4. The 3-in-1, Provincia Palestina, the three administrative provinces of Byzantine Palestine, 4th early 7th centuries AD. 5. Arab Christian Palestine, the pre-Islamic Arab kings, bishops, and poets and tribes of Provincia Palestina, 3rd early 7th centuries AD. 6. The Arab province of Jund Philastin, 638–1099 AD continuities, adaptation, and transformation of Palestine under Islam. 7. Between Egypt and Al-Sham, Palestine during the Ayyubid, Mamluk and early Ottoman periods. 8. Palestinian statehood in the 18th century, early modernities and practical sovereignty in Palestine. 9. Being Palestine, becoming Palestine. Rediscovery and new representations of modern Palestine and their impact on Palestinian national identity. 10. Settler colonialism and disinheriting the Palestinians, the appropriation of Palestinian place names by the Israeli state. Introduction. Palestine as a name commonly used throughout ancient history. First documented in the Late Bronze Age, about 3,200 years ago, the name Palestine, Greek, pi alpha lambda alpha iota sigma tau nu eta, Arabic, Philastin, is the conventional name used between 450 BC and 1948 AD to describe a geographic region between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River and various adjoining lands. This work explores the evolution of the concept, histories, identity, languages, and cultures of Palestine from the Late Bronze Age to the modern era. Moreover, Palestine history is often taught in the West as a history of a land, not as Palestinian history or a history of a people. This book challenges colonial approach to Palestine and the pernicious myth of a land without a people, Masalha 1992–1997, and argues for reading the history of Palestine with the eyes of the indigenous people of Palestine. The Palestinians are the indigenous people of Palestine, their local roots are deeply embedded in the soil of Palestine and their autochthonous identity and historical heritage long preceded the emergence of a local Palestinian nascent national movement in the late Ottoman period and the advent of Zionist settler colonialism before the First World War. Friedrich Nietzsche argued that history is always written from and with a particular perspective and the past looks different from different perspectives, although some perspectives are empirically more truthful or less distorting than others. This work is not aimed at creating a grand narrative or a meta-narrative for Palestine, as a way of mirroring or mimicking the foundational myths of Zionism. However, considering alternative and critical perspectives and looking for proof and empirical evidence are also central to critical historical writing. Using a wide range of contemporary evidence, testimony, and sources, this book applies a multiple perspective approach to the history of Palestine across time, while always keeping in mind the realities of the country and its indigenous people. It further argues that multilinear evolution of the conceptual experience of Palestine, with its unanticipated twists and turns over time and space, center on the general and concrete ideas which represent the historical and fundamental characteristics and lived experiences of Palestine and its indigenous people. The geopolitical unit and contextualized representations, and indigenous framing, of Palestine are deeply rooted in the collective consciousness and empirical experiences of the indigenous people of Palestine and the multicultural and shared ancient past. The name Palestine is the most commonly used from the Late Bronze Age, from 1300 BC, onwards. The name is evident in countless histories, abbasid inscriptions from the province of Jund Philastin, Elad 1992, Islamic numismatic evidence maps, including world maps beginning with classical antiquity, and Philistin coins from the Iron Age and Antiquity, vast quantities of Umayyad and Abbasid Palestine coins bearing the mint name of Philastin. As we shall see below, the manuscripts of medieval Al-Fustat, Old Cairo, Janiza also referred to the Arab Muslim province of Palestine, Gill 1996, 28-29. From the Late Bronze Age onwards, the names used for the region, such as Jahi, Retanu, and Canaan, all gave way to the name Palestine. Throughout classical and late antiquity, a term used by historians to describe a period between the 3rd and 8th centuries AD, a transitional period from classical antiquity to the Middle Ages in the Mediterranean world, Europe, and the Near East, the name Palestine remained the most common. Furthermore, in the course of the Roman, Byzantine and Islamic periods, the conception and political geography of Palestine acquired official administrative status. This work sets out to explain and contextualize the multiple beginnings and evolution of the concept of Palestine, geographically, culturally, politically and administratively. It also seeks to demonstrate how the name Palestine was most commonly and formally used in ancient history. It argues that the legend of the Israelites' conquest of Canaan and other master narratives of the Old Testament, or Hebrew Bible, a library of books built up across several centuries, are myth narratives designed to underpin false consciousness, not evidence-based history which promotes truth and understanding. It further argues that academic and school history curricula should be based on contextualized historical facts, empirical evidence, archaeological and scientific discoveries, not on conventional opinions or the fictional narratives of the Old Testament and religio-political dogmas repeatedly reproduced in the interest of powerful elites. The celebrated English historian and Enlightenment author Edward Gibbon, writing in 1776, noted that Phoenicia and Palestine will forever live in the collective memory of mankind. Gibbon also astutely observed that the Romans, Persians, and Arabs wanted Palestine for the extraordinary fertility of its soil, the opulence and beauty of its cities and purity of its air. Gibbon 1838, Volume 1, 40, 1840, Volume 5, 173. Today the idea of a country is often conflated with the modern concept of nation-state, but this was not always the case and countries existed long before nationalism or the creation of meta-narratives for the nation-state. The conception of Palestine as a geopolitical unit and a country, Arabic, Bilad or Qadr, with evolving boundaries, has developed historically and continues to do so. The identity and cultures of Palestine are living organisms, they change, evolve, and develop. This work explores the representation of Palestine over time as a mixture of the perceived and conceived and the lived realities of the country. The evolving idea of Palestine is framed here within 5 basic assumptions which also center on the principles of human agency, context, and lived experiences. Palestine is the individual and collective bilad, country, in modern terms, watan, or mawtan, homeland, of the Palestinian people, the indigenous people of historic Palestine, Filastin al-Tarakiya, and the indigenous immigrants in Palestine. The Palestinian people, individually and collectively, have a multi-faith and multicultural heritage and a multi-layered identity deeply rooted in the ancient past. Farsound 1997. Palestinian history is a house of many mansions, to echo an expression coined by the late Lebanese historian Kamal Salebi in connection with the modern history of Lebanon. The cultural pluralism of Palestine and the multi-tier identity of the Palestinians, as individual and collective agencies, must be situated within their evolving social, cultural, and political context and actual historical circumstances. The multicultural dimensions of Palestinianness and the textured polity of Palestine are grounded here in the living history and living experiences of the indigenous people of Palestine and the Palestinist immigrants in the country. Of particular interest here are the urbanization processes, the emergence of early city-states and state formation in Palestine. Contrary to the claims about the tribal organs of the state in the Arab Middle East, this book argues that early state formation in Palestine and the wider Near East was a product of urbanization processes. These processes began in the early Bronze Age at around 3200 BC and were associated with the emergence of great urban centers in Palestine, stratified urban social spaces in comparison with the somewhat smaller and more egalitarian Chalcolithic localities in the country, 4000–3200 BC. In the course of the early Bronze Age urbanization in the great urban centers in the country, each about 100–400 dunams in size, was accompanied with the appearance of the Semitic alphabet, stratified society, public buildings, palaces, temples, towers and fortification systems. Some of urban centers which emerged in early Bronze Age Palestine were represented in Jericho, Gaza, Tel al-Ajil, Tel al-Sakin, Tel al-Tel, Jerusalem, Tel Dothan, Tel Tanakh and Tel al-Mutasalim, the latter being the archaeological site of the powerful city-state of Megiddo which emerged during the Bronze Age, Taha 2017, 611, Devox 1966. The work will also explore the interaction of Palestinian cities across history with their surrounding rural life and the wider regional context. In this respect, Henry Lefebvre's three constituents of the social production of urban spaces, perceived, conceived, and lived experiences, Lefebvre 2011, are relevant to the way multicultural urban Palestine, Caesarea Palestina, also known as Caesarea Maritima, Arabic, Caesarea, Gaza, Gaza, Ascalon, Ascalon, Nablus, Al-Ramla, Jerusalem, Acre, Arabic Akka, Greek, Ptolemy, Nazareth, Jaffa, Tiberias, Bison, Safed, evolved historically. Greek, Roman, and Byzantine urbanization processes and urban planning were maintained under Islam in the Middle Ages, and this urban planning is still visible today in the Arab Islamic medieval Old City of Jerusalem, a city whose urban planning and architecture are among the best surviving medieval cities in the world. Some Arab writers and artists promoting the political and national cause of Palestine or Pan-Arabism create meta-narratives to depict Palestinian national identity or Arab nationalism as being more ancient than they actually are. Moreover, until the advent of anachronistic European political Zionism at the turn of the 20th century, the people of Palestine, Arabic, Shabi Filastin, included Arab Muslims, Arab Christians, and Arab Jews. Being a rendering of the Israeli Zionist/Palestinian conflict, historically speaking, the binary of Arab versus Jew in Palestine is deeply misleading. The Palestinian people experience their country of Palestine individually and collectively. Although Zionist settler colonialism violated their indigenous right to self-determination in their historical homeland, and they live either under settler colonial occupation or exiled and rarely allowed to speak for themselves, they continue to speak of Biladuna 1 Filastin, our country, Palestine, 2 vernacularly, Bladna Filastin, or Filastinana, our Palestine 3. Even Palestinian citizens of Israel often speak of Al-Blad or Bladna, our country, as a patriotic way of mentally or representationally avoiding the term Israel and connecting with historic Palestine and the Palestinian people as a whole. The terms Bilad or Biladuna are medieval Arabic terms which have been in common use for many centuries and are deeply rooted in people's daily lives. In the second half of the 19th century, the medieval Arabic term watan, homeland, was impacted by the European term patria, and watan became more closely associated with the rise of modern forms of patriotic homeland nationalism, wataniyya, in Palestine and throughout the Arab world. Palestine as an official administrative entity. The British occupied Jerusalem in December 1917, and historians often argue that Palestine did not exist as an official administrative unit until the creation of Mandatory Palestine by the British in 1918. In fact, as we shall see below, Palestine existed as a distinct administrative unit and a formal province for over a millennium. This was first as the joint Roman province of Syria-Palestina, 135–390 AD, and subsequently, as a province separate from Syria, in the form of the three administrative provinces of Byzantine Palestine, Palestina Prima, or Palestina I, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Salutaris or Palestina Tertia. Moreover, these three provinces were effectively governed politically, militarily, and religiously from Palestina Prima as a three-in-one polity from the 4th century until the early 7th century. And once again Palestine existed as a separate administrative entity in the form of the administrative Arab Muslim province of Jund Filastin. This administrative province of Jund Filastin, Arabic, existed for nearly 4.5 centuries from the Muslim conquest of Palestine in 637-638 until the Latin Crusader invasion of 1099 AD. Distinction between Philastin, Al-Sham, Bilad al-Sham and present-day Syria, Palestine as an administrative Muslim province, Al-Sham as an Islamic geographic region. For nearly half a millennium from the 630s until the Crusader invasion of Palestine in 1099, and the creation of the First Crusader Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, 1099-1187, the official Arab Islamic administrative province of Jund Philastin existed within the wider geographic region of Al-Sham. In Muslim geography and cartography, Al-Sham, the north, was a geographic region, Iqlim, Al-Maqdisi 2002, 135-162, a vast region which included the territories of present-day Syria, Palestine/Israel, Lebanon, Jordan, and South Turkey. For several centuries, Al-Sham consisted of several administrative Muslim provinces, Palestine included. In 1890 Guy L. E. Strange, 1854-1933, a scholar of Arabic and Persian at Cambridge University, published an important work entitled, Palestine under the Muslims, a description of Syria and the Holy Land from AD 650 to 1500, published in London by the Committee of the Palestine Exploration Fund. Translating extensively from the works of the medieval Arab geographers, L. E. Strange conveniently and mistakenly rendered all geographic Arabic references to Al-Sham into Syria. Subsequently further confusion was added to this automatic conflation of the Al-Sham region with modern Syria by some historians of the modern Middle East and by the fact that the city of Damascus, the capital of present-day Syria, was also historically called Al-Sham. This historic city of Al-Sham became synonymous with the capital city of the Muslim province of Damascus, in the Middle Ages. Yet today anyone who is familiar with the works of medieval Muslim geographers and Arab historians knows that the region of Al-Sham consisted of a vast geographic region, from southern Turkey in the north to Palestine in the south, and several provinces, Al-Maqdisi 2002, 137-138. Al-Sham, in medieval Islamic geography and history works, was not synonymous with present-day Syria. This vast northern region became the basis of the medieval Islamic term for the geographic area of Bilad al-Sham, which often referred to the two Muslim provinces of Damascus and Aleppo. Under Arab Islam the Greek and Latin forms of the name, Palestine and Palestina, were rendered in Arabic into Philastin, and the Arab Islamic province of Jund Philastin existed for nearly half a millennium from the 630s to the late 11th century. Before Islam the Al-Sham region was partly populated by Monophysite Arabs and Miaphysite Christians, including Ghassanid Arabs and Aramaic-speaking Christians. While Palestine became an administrative province under Islam, Al-Sham was never a single administrative province. The Muslim province of Damascus, in the Middle Ages was only one of the 5 provinces of the Al-Sham region, one of which extended deep into present-day southern Turkey. In any case Philastin and Al-Sham were neither synonymous nor mutually exclusive. The province of Philastin was part of wider region of Al-Sham, Al-Maqdisi 2002, 165-162. However, of all the neighboring countries, Palestine's historic links with Al-Sham under Islam were the closest and most enduring, Al-Maqdisi 2002, 165-162. However, it would wrong to argue that the Arab Islamic term Al-Sham made the perception of Palestine anachronistic under both the Mamluks and Ottomans. As we shall see below, the two geopolitical terms coexisted throughout the Middle Ages and modern period, and the term Philastin was viewed as a component of the wider region of Al-Sham. And Palestine's strategic and geographic location between Egypt and Al-Sham, countries of the north, had a lasting impact on its history, arts, and culture as well as identity as a geopolitical and administrative unit. Being Palestine, becoming Palestine, reimagining Palestinian territorial identity, from regional to national. The history of Palestine, unlike the myth narratives of the Old Testament, has multiple beginnings, and the idea of Palestine has evolved over time from these multiple beginnings into a geopolitical concept and a distinct territorial polity. The concept of Palestine is often approached in an abstract or a historical way, rather than as a contextualized representation of an entity whose physical, administrative, territorial, and cultural boundaries have evolved and changed across 3 millennia. But there are no pure ideas or an ideal concept of Palestine per se. Empirical evidence and human experience are fundamental to the formation of ideas and knowledge about Palestine. Crucially, we do not know Palestine only from without through perceptions and generalizations but also from within through embodied experiences and affections. The classical Greek scholars, who were among the first to popularize the concept of Palestine, conceived of time in 2 distinct ways: chronos, the way human beings measure time quantitatively and chronologically, days, months, years, centuries, and kairos, the way human beings experience and remember particular moments or events from and with a particular perspective. Following this distinction between the 2 different notions of time, this work explores the multilinear evolution of the conception of Palestine and the experiences of Palestine through time and across time. While putting the highest value on synchronic, contemporary, evidence and testimony, this work analyzes the conception of Palestine across time both synchronically and diachronically. Although there are multiple beginnings and multiple meanings to the idea of Palestine, the important question is not so much about the origin of the idea of Palestine, or where the idea came from, but how the identity of Palestine evolved and experienced through and across time. Also, to borrow from Martin Heidegger's notions of being and time, 2010, and temporality, past, present and future, and the way human beings experience the world through time, ideas, terms, and discourses on Palestine should be explored synchronically and diachronically as well as the human experiences of Palestine time. Furthermore, terms and concepts evolve multilinearly and discursively and are experienced differently by different people. To borrow from Ludwig Wittgenstein's 2001 Discourse on Family Resemblance and Multiple Meanings. From Al-Philastin to Shabby Philastin, from indigenous to modern national collective consciousness. In Palestine, the indigenous collective consciousness of, an Arabic terminology for, the people of Palestine, Al-Philastin, Abna Philastin, or Abna al-Balad, long preceded, but also followed, the modern Arabic nationalist terms Shabby Philastin, the people of Palestine, or Al-Shabi al-Philastini, the Palestinian people. Of course, the actual connotations of terms and representations of social and collective identities have evolved and changed historically, and the evolution of the multicultural identity for the people of Palestine is no exception. The Islamic reference to the Arabic term Shabi, people or nation, is enshrined in the Quran, and the term is described positively and pluralistically: O mankind, we created you, and made you into nations Pl-Shub and tribes Kabale, that ye may know each other. Thus, social pluralism became fundamental to the way collective identities were framed throughout Islamic history. Of particular relevance to the evolution of the indigenous concept of Palestine are the self-representation of the people of Palestine in indigenous Palestinian Arabic writings between the 15th and 20th centuries. These representations are framed as follows: the Arabic terms Al-Philastin and Ard-Philastin, people of Palestine and land of Palestine, were repeatedly used by indigenous Palestinian Arab writers in the 10th-18th centuries, long before the emergence of a nascent Palestinian national movement in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. In the second half of the 19th century, the Arabic term Al-Philastin evolved into Abna Philastin and Abna al-Balad, the indigenous sons and daughters of Palestine and the sons and daughters of the country respectively, and these terms evolved into Shabi Philastin, the nation or people of Palestine, in the early 20th century, and again into Al-Shabi al-Philastini and Al-Kiyan al-Philastini, the Palestinian people/nation and the Palestinian entity, in the second half of the 20th century. All these terms, Shabi Philastin, Al-Shabi al-Philastini, and Al-Kiyan al-Philastini, refer to the articulation and consolidation of the collective identity of the Palestinian nation under the impact of modern Palestinian territorial nationalism, but, read flexibly and not literally, These collective terms are also deeply rooted in a pre-modern indigenous collective consciousness centered around al-Filastin, Ard-Filastin, and Abna al-Balad. The ancient term Palestine, country, Balad or Bilad, and modern Palestinian nationality are not identical or synonymous. The latter has existed for millennia while the former has come into a modern use and was the product of the emergence of modern Palestinian nationalism. This critical distinction between Palestine as a country and Palestinian nationality should also be kept in mind when reflecting on the fact that some historians of modern Palestinian nationalism have overlooked the links between land and country, and Palestine-based territorial consciousness, which was evident in the works of Palestinian Muslim scholars and writers such al-Maqdisi, Shams al-Din Abd Allah Muhammad ibn Ahmed al-Muqaddasi, 1866, 1994, 2002, Majr al-Din al-Ulami, c. 1495, Khair al-Din al-Ramli, 1585-1671, and Salah ibn Ahmed al-Tumurtashi in the 10th-17th centuries and the reimagining of Palestine in modern Palestinian territorial nationalism. As we shall see below, these Muslim writers of the 10th-17th centuries displayed a sense of, and pride in, Palestinian regional territorial identity, though of course within the context of the multiple identities Palestinians at the time possessed, religious and local identities included. Reading the history of Palestine through the eyes of the indigenous people, this work argues that the reimagined modern Palestinian people as a national community, Palestinian-framed nationalism, along the lines suggested by Benedict Anderson, 1991, should also take into account the literature and social memory of historic Palestine bequeathed to us by indigenous Palestinian authors between the 10th and late 17th centuries, al-Maqdisi, al-Ramli, Majr al-Din and al-Tumurtashi. All these writers produced a rich literature with extensive description of the medieval territorial and administrative Arab province of Filastin. Late 19th century Palestine saw a cultural and educational renaissance coupled with incipient local nationalism. An important distinction made in this work is between this nascent Palestinian national identity or local Palestinian nationalism of the late Ottoman period, under the impact of modernity and through the literary works and journalism of Palestinian writers such as Khalil Baidaz, Ruai al-Khalidi, Yusuf al-Issa, Issa al-Issa, Khalil al-Sakakani and Tawfiq Kanaan, and Palestinian territorially based regional consciousness of historic Filastin. Although regional consciousness is found in the writings of Josephus in 1st century AD Roman Palestine and the works of the celebrated authors Procopius, and Eusebius of Provincia Palestina in the 4th and 6th centuries, by the 19th century Palestine had for centuries been an Arab country with Arabic and the symbols of Islam being key markers, and signifiers, of its identity. In fact, territorially based consciousness of Filastin as a distinct Arab region/country, Bilad, with Arabic and Islam being key markers of identity, is also evident in the works of al-Maqdisi, Majr al-Din al-Ulami, Khair al-Din al-Ramli and Salah ibn Ahmed al-Tumurtashi in the period between the 10th and late 17th centuries. The territorially based multifaceted regional identity articulated by Palestinian Muslim authors was partly derived from the cultural and religious heritage of the Arab Islamic province of Filastin, an administrative province which existed for several centuries. This work makes a third distinction between historic Palestine, late Bronze Age to 1917, and Mandatory Palestine, 1917-1948. Palestinian territorial nationalism has evolved since the late Ottoman period and, like all modern nationalisms, it continues to renew itself. However, historians, who tend to focus on the boundaries of British Mandatory Palestine, have overlooked the evolution of Palestinian territorial nationalism from the late Ottoman period into the British Mandatory period, 1917-1948. While Palestinian nationalists of the late Ottoman period draw inspiration from historic Palestine, including Greater Palestina under the Byzantines and the Arab province of Filastin under Islam, Palestinian nationalism has since 1918 been fixated symbolically on the territorial map of Mandatory Palestine as a key marker of territorial nationalism. The political and cultural geography of Palestinian nationalism has had a major impact on the evolution of the modern geopolitical concept of Palestine. For instance, traditionally different styles of embroidery by and for women were a signifier of regional identities within Palestine. Today embroidery, as well as necklaces, and many other forms of artwork produced in Palestine, repeatedly reproduces the territorial map of Mandatory Palestine, with the names of its historic Arab cities, as a powerful symbol of Palestinian national identity. Of course, the issue of historic Palestine and the rise of modern Palestinian nationalism is a complex one. However, a discussion about the histories and shared memories of Palestine has to address the emergence and becoming of the Palestinian national identity which has emerged since the late 19th early 20th centuries. The evolution of this modern national identity, which will be explored in Chapter 9, will be addressed within the conceptual and methodological framework of Being Palestine, Becoming Palestine proposed by, among others, Mahmoud Darwish. For Darwish, in particular, being and becoming is a lifelong process of learning, development, self-discovery and the opening up of possibilities, something which is central to the pluralist social traditions of Palestine. These pluralist, multi-faith, and shared traditions were woven into the fabric of modern Palestinian national identity as conceived by the Palestinian national poet. Darwish's conceptualization of being Palestine, becoming Palestine, of formation and transformation of Palestinian identity, was not a binary or two-tier conception, it is rather in line with the multidimensional and textured identity of Palestine and the Palestinians. Moreover, the modern national conception of Palestine did not totally displace or completely replace older conceptions of Palestine. On the contrary, the nationalist idea did not come out of the blue and was, as I argue here, deeply rooted in the ancient past. In fact, the new nationalist idea of the nation-state simply added further modern overarching layers to the already multi-layered identity and histories of the country. The current debate about the one-state or two-state solutions in Palestine is beyond the scope of this work. However, it will explore the conceptual experiences of Palestine both from within and from without. It will make a clear distinction between Palestine as a country and regional territorially based consciousness of Palestine, on the one hand, and Palestinian nationality and national, territorially based consciousness of Palestine, on the other. Palestinian nationalism and nationality, like all other nationalisms and nationalities, are a modern phenomenon. The emergence of modern Palestinian national identity along the lines of reimagined communities, to paraphrase Benedict Anderson 1991, has been explored by Rashid Khalidi, 1997, 171-190, 1998, Muhammad Masalha, 1989, 1991, and others. Yet Palestine as a country, with its shifting boundaries, has existed across more than 3 millennia, and this historical reality was bound to produce forms of territorially based consciousness. Evidence of this regional territorially based consciousness of Palestine as a country under Muslim rule can be found from within Palestine. As we shall see below, the shared memories of territorially based consciousness of a distinct Arab region called Palestine, with clear boundaries extending to Rafah in the south to the district town of Al-Lajoun, in Marj ibn Amr, in the north, is shown clearly in the works of 4 Palestinian Muslim scholars and writers, al-Maqdisi, Majr al-Din al-Ulaimi and Khair al-Din al-Ramli and Salah ibn Ahmad al-Tumurtashi in the 10th-17th centuries, as well as in the records of the Islamic Sharia court, Sijilat al-Ma'ama al-Shari'iyah, of Jerusalem in the 18th-19th centuries. In the 17th century both al-Ramli, of al-Ramla, and al-Tumurtashi, of Gaza, called the country where they were living Palestine and unquestionably assumed that their readers would do likewise. What is even more remarkable is al-Ramli's use of the term the country and even our country, Biladuna, which is exactly how Palestinians today describe Palestine. Of course, there are multiple ideas, and representations, of being Palestine and being Palestinian, ancient, medieval, modern, nationalist. The nationalist framing of Palestinian identity have been dealt with by many scholars: Khalidi, R. 1997, 171-190, 1998, Suleiman 2016, Masalha 2012, Masalha 1989, 1991, Kimmerling and Migdal 1993, said 1980. As Rashid Khalidi, 1998, and Muhammad Masalha, 1989, 1991, have shown, a distinct Palestinian national identity anchored in the land of Palestine emerged in the late 19th early 20th century. However, much of Palestinian national identity is derived from attachment to the past and to Palestine as a country. Moreover, throughout the world countries existed long before the emergence of modern nationalism, the nation-state or modern national identities, and the existence of Palestine for over 3 millennia is no exception. The idea that Palestinian national identity emerged out of the blue, or was created ex nihilo, in the late 19th early 20th century is completely untenable. Viewed from the perspective of this work, and of the multi-layered identity of historic Palestine, the impact of the features and historic heritage of the country, which has evolved across millennia, on modern Palestinian national identity construction can hardly be overstated. However, there are 3 ways of juxtaposing the old notions of Palestine with the emergence of modern Palestinian national identity. These ways can be explored through a. Essentializing, b. Nominalizing, or c. Conceptualizing strategies. A. All these evolving ideas of Palestine are essentially the same, they only differ in appearances, manifestations, attributes. B. Although nominally the same, and despite the similarities in appearance, all these perceptions of Palestine are fundamentally different. C. The conceptualizing strategy applied in this work is related to Wittgenstein's 2001 idea of family resemblance. Although sharing many features of old Palestine, modern Palestinian national identity is distinct. Furthermore, much of the millennia of history of Palestine as a country, narrated in a tapestry of stories which explored the evolving multi-textured, embroidered identity of the country, has nothing whatsoever to do with the Palestinian-Zionist conflict, which in historical terms is a relatively recent development of late 19th early 20th century. Furthermore, the conception and historic identity of Palestine should not be confounded or automatically conflated with the reframing and reconfiguration of modern Palestinian national identity, although clearly the latter would have a major impact on the perception, representational experiences, and evolution of modern Palestine from the late Ottoman period onwards. The themes of imported modernities, nationalism, ethnicity, and the nation-state are some of the key preoccupations of historians of the modern Middle East. But historians often reproduce their own preoccupation with identity politics and imported nationalism and modernities, and the millennia of Palestinian history cannot just be treated as a footnote to modern nationalism or the idea of a modern nation-state in Palestine. Moreover, the millennia of Palestinian history cannot be an appendage to the Israel-Palestine conflict or subsidiary to the debates on identity politics in Palestine-Israel. It is impossible to talk about Palestine intelligently without having a concept of the real Palestine, in the same way as we cannot talk about Britain or China without having a concept of these two countries. Concepts are better understood not in the abstract or nebulously, but from the ground up, from the real, concrete, and historical to the representational, from the observations and experiences to the concept, from the particular to the general. However, Israeli historians often seek to belittle Palestine and minimize the fact that the conceptual experiences of Palestine are deeply rooted in the ancient past. In her Introduction to Islamic Art and Archaeology in Palestine, Miriam Rosenayelon, 2006, 15, Meyer Professor of Islamic Art and Archaeology at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, argues, as a geographical entity, the concept of Palestine is relatively modern and it is somewhat difficult to find references to it in historical sources. She then goes on to contradict herself by referring to some of the historical sources, the Muslim conquerors translated the Roman terms Palestina Prima and Palestina Secunda as Jund Filastin and Jund al-Urdun to designate the two parallel strips of land that divided the country from north to south. They made Ramla the capital of Jund Filastin to replace Caesarea, and Tiberias the capital of Jund al-Urdun to replace Bisan. The division adopted later by the Ottomans was more or less identical. Rosanayelon 2006, 15, see also Abna 2014, 41. The conventional wisdom that the conception of Palestine is a modern, artificial construct is not confined to Israeli academics or opinion formers in the West, it is also shared by some influential Palestinian intellectuals. In fact, it is not just Israeli authors who continue to propagate the myth of the recent provenance of the idea of Palestine. Palestinian and pan-Arab intellectual Azmi Bishara has also repeated the claim in interviews in the Israeli Hebrew media that the idea of Palestine and Palestinian nationality are colonial inventions. For instance, Bishara had this to say long before he was forced to leave Palestine for exile in Qatar in 2007, "I don't think there is a Palestinian nation at all, no, I think there is an Arab nation Arabiya. And I always thought like that. I didn't change my opinion. I don't think there is a Palestinian nation, I think Palestinian nation is a colonial invention. When were any Palestinians? When was this? Despite my strong struggle against the occupation, I'm not a Palestinian nationalist, never. I think Palestine until the late 19th century was Greater Southern Syria. 4. In fact, contrary to the claims made by Bishara, not only did colonialism not create Palestine or Palestinian nationalism, British colonialism and Zionist settler colonialist nationalism gave birth to the Israeli state and brought about the destruction of much of Palestine and expulsion of the Palestinians from their homeland in 1948, Masalha 1992, 2012, Pap 2006. Furthermore, while the term, Arabiya, is just over 100 years old, the term Palestine is more than 3 millennia old. Working from a particular type of collective memory, and forgetfulness, and pan-Arab nationalist identity construction, rather than the actual histories of Palestine and the region, Bishara failed to acknowledge that all nationalisms, French, Arab, Indian, Egyptian, Palestinian, Turkish, Iranian, Jewish, Scottish, are invented traditions and that the idea of an Arab nation, Arabiya, was also a late 19th century form of reimagining. The concept was reconfigured by Nada. Reawakening, intellectuals as a form of secularization of the religio-medieval representations of the Islamic Islamiyya. Some pan-Arab intellectuals have failed to come to terms with the emergence of Wataniyya, or a two-tier homeland nationalism, over the last century. This two-tier nationalism which has emerged in Palestine, Iraq, Syria, and other Arab countries in the course of the last century was in part the outcome of the influence of European nationalist ideas and the colonial legacy. In large measure, it was the product of the multi-layered Arab Islamic identity which is deeply rooted in the cultural history and political geography of this region. Moreover, as we shall show, contrary to Bishara's ahistoricism and Rosanayelon's self-contradiction, the conception of Palestine as a country and a geopolitical unit is deeply rooted in the political history, cultural geography, and heritage of the country from the late Bronze Age onwards. Furthermore, in fact it was the Christian Byzantines, not the pagan Romans, who in late antiquity created the administrative provinces of Palestina Prima and Palestina Secunda, and the Arab Islamic provinces of Jund Filastin and Jund al-Urdun to the northeast were no parallel or equal strips. In fact, the province of Jund Filastin encompassed both Byzantine Palestina Prima and Palestina Salutaris, the third Palestine province, in the south and southeast. Moreover, geographically the Arab province of Jund Filastin, which was 4 to 5 times the size of Jund al-Urdun, effectively encapsulated the core of Byzantine Palestina. Also, if the Muslim conquerors came from Arabia to the south and southeast of Palestine, why would they want to divide Palestine from north to south, rather than from south to north, Jund Filastin and Jund al-Urdun respectively? Crucially, as we shall see below, the perception of Palestine is deeply embedded in the ancient past and extensively grounded in ancient, medieval, and early modern historical sources. The evolution across time of the country of Palestine as a distinct political geography, with its own distinct and diverse traditions and a melange of styles, is deeply rooted in the local psyche and consciousness. The toponym, place name, of Palestine is deeply rooted in the ancient past from the late Bronze Age onwards. The name is found in numerous and diverse sources for the ancient Near East throughout the last 3,300 years. The name Palestine was used by the ancient Egyptians and Assyrians, classical Greek writers, Romans, Christian Byzantines, and medieval Arabs. The toponym Palestine is also evident in countless inscriptions, histories, world maps, ecclesiastical histories, chronicles, letters, coins and encyclopedias from classical and late antiquity, medieval and modern Palestine. For a millennium and a half of classical antiquity and Byzantine Christianity as well as under Islam in the Middle Ages, the term Palestine also acquired official administrative status. This book sets out to chart and explain the historical beginnings and ancient roots of the name Palestine within the multi-faith and shared settings of the country. It also presents a list of major ancient and medieval sources for and references to the name Palestine and to its cognates and manifestations in various Semitic and European languages, such as Peliset, Palashto, Pilastu, Pi Alpha Lambda Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Nu Eta, Palestine, Palestina, Philistia, Philastin / Plishtim, throughout the ancient, medieval, and modern history of the region. Different Assyrian spellings are Pilashti, Pilasht, Palashto, Pilashto, Pilastu, Pilasti, Pilastin, and Greek and Latin Roman forms are Palestin and Palaestia. The silver coinage of Philistia, Gaza, Ascalon, Ashdod, of late 600 and 500-400 BC, see below, shows that the process of peaceful and gradual Hellenization of Palestinian place names, which also became closely associated with cosmopolitanism, started long before the conquests of Alexander the Great in 332 BC. These processes were revived under and after Alexander, accelerated in late antiquity and lasted for 1,000 years. The English name Palestine comes from the Old French name Philistin, which comes from the classical Latin Philistinus, Palestina, which in turn comes from the late classical Greek-speaking Philistinoi. Interestingly, the pronunciation of the medieval/modern Arabic toponyms Philastin, Standard Arabic, and Philastin, vernacular Palestinian Arabic, are close to the Old French pronunciation, Philistin, and the classical Greek term Philistinoi. The work also seeks to demonstrate how the name Palestine, rather than the term Canaan, was most commonly and formally used in ancient history, in a wide range of sources including material evidence, toponymy, maps, coins produced in Palestine, famous texts and inscriptions from the Levant and the wider Mediterranean region. The book further argues that academic and school history curricula should be based on historical facts/empirical evidence/archaeological discoveries and evidence-based historical research, not on religious belief or Old Testament sacred narratives and religio-ideological myth narratives, e.g. Israelites' conquest of Canaan, Numbers 13, 1:16, Joshua 1:1, 18, 2:1, 5:15, 2:1, 24, 3:1, 17, 4:1, 5:1, 6:1, 12:24, 9:1, 27, 10:1, 43, 11:1, 23. From Palestine-focused biblical Orientalism to the new histories of Israel. No need to hear your voice when I can talk about you better than you can speak about yourself. No need to hear your voice. Only tell me about your pain. I want to know your story. And then I will tell it back to you in a new way. Tell it back to you in such a way that it has become mine, my own. Rewriting you, I write myself anew. I am still author, authority. I am still colonizer, the speaking subject, and you are now at the center of my talk. Books 1990, 243. History and collective memory are often a tapestry of stories woven by social elites, with disregard for the voices of ordinary people and self-representation of the oppressed, colonist, indigenous and marginalist. Much of the histories of Palestine are written by powerful elites and those who are in the service of conquerors and colonizers. However, today there are three types of writings on Palestine influenced by three distinct traditions: 1. Scriptural geography and Israeli settler colonialist writings; 2. The discourses of the new histories of Israel, in which the millennia-long history of Palestine is treated as a mere appendix to modern Israel; and 3. Indigenous and decolonization scholarship informed by a people's history of Palestine, history from below, subaltern studies, indigenous self-representation and the classical writings of Edward Said and Franz Fanon on the colonizer and colonist. This work comes under the third category of writings. It prioritizes giving Palestine and the Palestinians a voice and allowing Palestine to speak for itself. The other two discourses are challenged in this book. Orientalist, biblicist, and colonialist writings. This literature of history/collective memory has been largely produced and circulated by Western or Israeli Zionist biblical geography on behalf of powerful social elites, with little regard for the autochthonous Palestinian agency and voices. Furthermore, obscuring the history of the country, historical approaches to Palestine are often constructed through the chronologies of empires and through imperial conquest or dynastic chronologies, Roman, Ottoman, British, and so forth, and from without. There is very little appetite among historians, often dependent on funding by powerful elites, to record the voice of Palestine from within, independent of biblical myth narratives or imperial possession, or as having its own agency and shaping its own destiny. The new histories of Israel, the Zionist liberal colonizer has often sought to combine settler colonization with democracy, two contradictory projects, and this tendency has in recent decades contributed to the emergence of the new histories of Israel. These new histories have also been backed by the generously funded peace process industry, an industry which has spawned new academic elites, drawn for the most part from the same powerful social classes, and repackaged discourses which have sought to subsume Palestine and obscure its millennia-long history of the country under the rubric of Israel-Palestine. One of the most revealing aspects of this new peace industry of Israel-Palestine is found in the much hyphenated Israel-Palestine, with Israel constructed as a core, primary, political entity and Palestine as a secondary, marginalist, subordinate, appendage to Israel. These new histories of Israel are designed to micromanage, rather than challenge, the impact of ongoing settler colonialism in Palestine. This anachronism is deployed even when the entire work focuses on Ottoman Palestine, 1516–1917, or mandatory Palestine before the State of Israel came into existence. Israel itself was created in 1948 by ethnic cleansing the indigenous people of Palestine and founded on the ruins of a country. Works published on the history of Ottoman or mandatory Palestine are often now packaged as new histories or new perspectives on Israel, without the liberal colonizers of these new histories of Israel bothering to explain why a new state, Israel, which was created in 1948, should come before the name of a country, Palestine, which has existed for millennia. The Zionist new histories of Israel often claim to speak for and represent everyone, while ignoring that the asymmetry of power and experiences of colonist, Palestine, are fundamentally different from the experiences of the colonizer, Israel. In a famous 1998 article in Alarum Online, entitled, New History, Old Ideas 5, the late Edward Said challenged the Zionist new histories of Israel, which seek to create artificial symmetry between Israel and Palestine and, on the face of it, bridge the narrative gap between the colonizer, Israel, and colonist, Palestine. In effect, however, the new histories of Israel seek to represent Palestine and speak for the Palestinians, rather than allowing the indigenous people of Palestine to speak for themselves. In his seminal work The Invention of Ancient Israel, The Silencing of Palestinian History, Keith Witt Elam, 1996, shows how the term Ancient Israel was invented as a historical religious dogma. He links the problems of the modern biblical discipline to the Palestine question and examines the political implications of the terminology of biblical scholarship chosen to represent this area. Whit-Elam shows how the naming of the land implied control and possession, how the religious term the Land of Israel, a late religio-literary fiction that does not relate to any particular period in the actual history of the land, has been invested with secular political meaning in both Western and Israeli scholarship. He also argues that in Western and Israeli biblical scholarship the term Palestine has no intrinsic meaning of its own, no history of its own, but provides a background for the history of Israel. Commensurate with this lack of history is also the absence of the indigenous Palestinian inhabitants of the land. The history of Palestine and its inhabitants in general is subsumed and silenced by the concern with, and the search for, ancient Israel. Whit-Elam 1996, 40-45. Inspired by the works of Edward Said, Orientalism, 1978, and The Question of Palestine, 1980, Whit-Elam argues powerfully that specific Palestine-focused biblical Orientalism have been part of and an extension of the hegemonic Orientalist discourse and representation in the West, which has been written without any Oriental subject in view. For both Said and Whit-Elam, in this Orientalist biblical discourse the local cultures of Palestine and Palestinians were presented as incapable of unified action or collective memory. Whit-Elam develops Said's arguments further, showing that the history of ancient Palestine has been ignored and silenced by the discourse of biblical studies, which has its own agenda. Western scholarship has invented ancient Israel and silenced Palestinian history. Whit-Elam 1996, 1, 3. Ancient Palestine, Whit-Elam insists, has a history of its own, and needs to be freed from the grasp of romantic biblical Orientalism and scriptural geography. The problem of Palestinian history has remained unspoken within biblical studies, silenced by the invention of ancient Israel in the image of the European nation-state. Only after we have exposed the implications of this invention will Palestinian history be freed from the constraints of biblical studies and the discourse that has shaped it. Whit-Elam 1996, 36. As we shall see below, modern Romantic Biblical Orientalism and Protestant Restorationism were two of the ideological catalysts for supporting Zionism in the West and for backing the creation of the Israeli state. Specific Palestine-focused Biblical Orientalism also led to the concoction of the pernicious myth that Palestine was a land without people for a people without land, and the long development of Christian Zionism laid the foundation for a concept of Palestine without Palestinians. Camel 2014, 115, 2015, Masalha 1997. In the modern period, European writers adopted the terran alias concept for territorial and colonial conquests. Variants on the theme of Palestine being terran alias were popularized in Zionist Jewish settler culture. Wolf 2006, 391, Masalha 1992, 1997. Collective religious memory versus evidence-based history, polytheistic Palestine, pluralism, and the archaeological evidence. In Palestine, multi-faith and polytheism went hand in hand, and for millennia the country was a multi-faith/polytheistic polity. The multitude of religions and cultures in Palestine is one of its most striking and characteristic features. This multitude of faiths in the country and the role of Palestine, and Arabia, as the birthplace of the three monotheistic traditions is a major topic of this work, which argues that religious pluralism has always been at the heart of the pluralist identity of Palestine, well before monotheism. Writing in the 5th century BC, Herodotus was the first historian to describe vividly a multi-faith country located naturally, geographically, between Phoenicia and Egypt, and to denote a geographical region he called Palestine, pi alpha lambda alpha iota sigma tau nu eta, which was larger than ancient Philistia. He also reported that Palestine was deeply polytheistic. Today the findings of archaeology, including recent archaeological excavations in Philistia, which are central to the ways in which the ancient history and heritage of Palestine are understood and taught in Western universities and schools, confirm Herodotus' account of polytheistic Palestine and contradict the grand narratives of the Old Testament. In fact, monotheism evolved gradually, not in a revolutionary fashion, through a centering strategy of representation from polytheism, many pagan gods, to monolatrism 6 and from monopolytheism, pagan god of gods, to strict monotheism, focusing on one god and one authority, under Islam in the early Middle Ages. The terms Holy Bible and Biblical as signifiers meant different things to different people across the centuries. Today it is widely recognized that the Bible is not a single book, it is a library of books. While Christianity distinguishes between two traditions, Old Testament and New Testament, the Quran identifies three distinct traditions, or holy books, associated with the Bible: the Torah, or Torah, attributed to Moses; the Injil, the Arabic name for what Muslims believe to have been the original Gospel of Jesus; and Zabur, or the Book of Psalms, attributed to David. The diversity of traditions and sources associated with the evolution of the Bible is central to any scholarly understanding of the evolution of biblical narratives. Furthermore, the biblical narratives are literary imagination, adaptation, theology, and officially sanctioned memory, not history. Its stories and narratives were derived from conventional wisdom, which was produced and circulated by educated elites and opinion formers of the time, which may or may not contain facts. Much of the new research on the Old Testament focuses on its Babylonian conventional wisdom and recreated Babylonian social memory, Masalha 2007, but also evidently recreated Greek religious memory, and Hellenistic imagination and representations are adapted in the stories of the Old Testament, Jelm and Thompson 2016. The adaptation and reimagining of Hellenistic representations are also evident in the monopolytheism of the Old Testament. The impact of Hellenization on the literary imagination and representations of the Old Testament and the representation of the divine in the post-Alexander era should not be underestimated. Hellenistic allegorist representations had constructed a hierarchical pantheon of king of gods, a supreme absolute deity, Zeus, at the head of 12 Olympian deities. This pagan Greek monopolytheism was represented by Zeus as god of gods, representation of representations. The Greek term theos was later conflated with deos, to the gods, although etymologically the word is not related to Latin deus, which comes from a different root. However, in spite of these etymological differences, in Latin deus and theos became inescapably linked. In the Christological debates and controversies of late antiquity, which hugely affected Palestine and the Near East, the predominantly Greek-speaking Orthodox Christianity adapted and reconceptualized that Hellenistic ideas about essence and existence as well as allegorist and analogous representations of divinity. These adaptations and representations were reflected in the Trinity, three individual persons in one nature, and in Christology of the God-man, one person in two natures, and of Jesus born from a human mother. The Greek forerunner of this latter idea was Dionysus, son of Zeus. These complex Christian representations of divinity brought Aristotelian Maimonides, 1138–1204, to contrast sharply with the purity and simplicity of monotheism in Islam in the Middle Ages. Under impact of the strict oneness and unity of God in the Holy Quran, Maimonides came to believe that the doctrine of Trinity, three persons in one nature, undermined true monotheism. Interestingly, in modern times, under the impact of Quranic monotheism, Scottish Orientalist and scholar of Islam William Montgomery Watt came to interpret radically the three-in-one idea of Trinity. Like the 99 names/attributes of God in the Quran, Montgomery Watt believed the three-in-one were not three individual persons on one nature, but three attributes, faces, or personas of one God. 7. Race and ethnicity are problematic terms. They were both invented and constructed in modern times on the basis of myths, whether physical or national myths. There is no race without racism, while the myth of common ancestry is fundamental to the conception of ethnicity. Being Arab-Jewish himself, Maimonides' conception of Judaism had nothing to do with the modern conception of race or ethnicity. His conception of Jewish identity is highly relevant to the multicultural notion of identity in historic Palestine and the analytical framework of this book. For Maimonides, Judaism was rooted in and based on faith, it had nothing to do with modern ideological constructs of race or ethnicity. Originally, being Jewish was one of the many regional identities within Palestine. It simply meant an inhabitant of Judea. The latter derives from the name Judah, which dates from the 8th century BC and refers to the region of the southern highlands, foothills, and adjacent steppelands at some stage in the course of the early 6th century BC. The inhabitants of Judea became associated with what subsequently became known as the Israelites, who, as a group, appeared in Assyrian inscriptions at one point in Iron Age II in the 9th-8th centuries BC. For Maimonides, however, the ancient Israelites were not a race or an ethnicity, but a community of faith. And in post-exilic Judaism, and for many centuries before and after Maimonides, being Jewish meant belonging to a community of faith, the Jewish faith. Things began to change ideologically and radically in the 19th century under the impact of European racial theories and social Darwinism, when being Jewish was reinvented into a racial identity. This racial framing of Jews persisted until the Nazi Holocaust. In the post-Holocaust era, and following the horrors of Nazism, being Jewish was reinvented again into a single ethnicity. Today the Arab Jews of Iraq, Morocco, and the Yemen, together with the Amharic-speaking Falasha Jews of Ethiopia and the Russian, German, and Polish Jews are all treated as having a single ethnicity, if not a single race, by the Israeli Zionist regime. In fact, until the advent of European Zionism, members of the Arabic-speaking Jewish minority of Palestine, known locally and fondly as the Jew sons of the Arabs, al-Yahida Wald al-Arab, were an integral part of the Palestinian people and their Arabic language, culture, and heritage, all of which are related to the heritage of Maimonides, and were also destroyed by the European Zionist settler elite. The double reinvention of the Jewish people in the modern era is often overlooked by critical scholars. Shlomo Sand, 2009, included, Masalha 2007. The relatively more recent ethnicization of the Jewish people, often by Israeli and Zionist Jewish academics, is designed to homogenize multicultural and multi-ethnic Jewish identities, recasting it in a softer and more palatable, yet no less misleading, notion of historic Judaism than the racial theories of the 19th century, Masalha 2007. However, within the wider analytical framework of this work, being a Palestinian Jew, whether Aramaic or Arabic speaking, simply means being a member of the Jewish faith community in Palestine. Furthermore, historically, holy mountains played a key role in the sacred histories of diverse religious traditions as well as in the meganarratives of Greek and biblical divinities. Creative biblical social memory, conventional wisdom, reimagined traditions, and recreated Hellenic representations also found their way into the collective religious memory of Palestine. Mount Olympus was notably known in Greek religion as the home of the Greek gods. This reimagined and reconfigured social memory is found in the imaginative Exodus story of the Ten Commandments and Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai, Quran, Tur-Sina, is referred to in the Quran in several surahs, but the Quran does not assert its exact location. In the religio-social terminology of officially Greek-speaking Palestine of the 4th century AD Idibarayim, Mount Tabor, the name based on Psalm 89:12, in Lower Galilee became the fixed site of the Transfiguration of Jesus tradition, a key story of the New Testament. However, for many centuries Idibarayim has been designated by the local Palestinian Muslims and Christians as Jabal al-Tur, and this indigenous social toponymic memory is similar to the Quranic designation of Tur-Sina, Mount Sinai. As we shall see below, during the Byzantine era the region of Mount Sinai was part of the Byzantine province of Palestina Salutaris, late 4th century to early 7th century. In indigenous toponymic social memory, al-Tur, Mount in Aramaic and Arabic, is a common designation of holy mountains in Palestine, and the Quranic designation of Tur-Sina was probably aimed at differentiating this holy mountain from other holy mountains in Palestine. Jabal al-Tur is also a name used by Palestinians to refer to Mount Gerizim near Nablus. Al-Tur is also a Palestinian neighborhood on the Mount of Olives, which is holy for Christians. in East Jerusalem located on a hill about 150 meters from the Old City. Religio-social memory and the Christological debates and controversies of late antiquity deeply affected Palestine and the whole Near East. These debates emerged from Christian Neoplatonism, an influential Hellenistic tradition of philosophy that arose in the 3rd century AD, which was greatly influenced by Plato, and the attempt to synthesis Neoplatonism with biblical, Old and New Testament, ideas. Founded by Plotinus, c. 204/5, 270, Hellenistic Neoplatonism conceived the derivation of the whole of reality from a single principle, the One, hence the Christological doctrines of Jesus being two in one and the Trinity doctrine of three in one. Synthesizing Platonic and Aristotelian notions, Neoplatonism remained hugely influential throughout the Middle Ages, and many of its ideas were integrated into the philosophical and theological traditions of some of the most important medieval Muslim, Jewish and Christian thinkers. With the evolution of strict monotheism in the Middle Ages, the rationalist Muslim philosophers, in particular, adhered to the principle of the reality of many deriving from the single monotheistic principle of the Almighty, eternal, absolute, one, or one in one. Interestingly, however, the Septuagint, the first translation of some of the Old Testament stories, was made in the 3rd century BC in Koine Greek, the common dialect, a prevalent language in Palestine and Egypt throughout this time. This translation survived in fragments. Koine Greek was a dominant language which was spoken and written during Hellenistic and Roman antiquity and the Byzantine era of late antiquity. It had evolved from the spread of Greek following the conquests of Alexander the Great in the 4th century BC and had served as the lingua franca of much of the Mediterranean region and the Near East in the course of the following centuries. The Septuagint was aimed at Greek-speaking audiences. In it the term Elohim, plural for gods, in the Old Testament was rendered into Greek theos, theta epsilon, the supreme God at the top of the divine hierarchy. Elohim can be read in both monolatrist and Hellenistic monopolytheistic, representation of representations, terms. The allegorist Greek deity of 12 Olympian deities headed by Zeus, 12 of one or 12 in one, were adapted and synthetized with Near Eastern legends and allegorist in the form of the stories of Genesis, including the 12 sons of Jacob and 12 tribes of Israel. Read in these evolutionary terms, representations of deity from polytheism to monopolytheism, God of gods, to austere monotheism evolved out of the local cultures of ancient Palestine and the surrounding Near East, News 1997, but also under the impact of forms of Hellenization in the regions. Adaptations of monopolytheistic representation of deity continued to evolve in Palestine and the Near East many centuries after Herodotus had visited deeply polytheistic Palestine in the 5th century BC. As we shall see below, many aspects of polytheism and pagan temples can still be found in late antiquity Palestine, for instance, in Gaza in the early 5th century, a millennium after Herodotus had visited the country. The Genesis story of Moses leading the Israelite tribes from Egypt to Canaan is a late literary construct that does not necessarily relate to any historical period or actual, evidence-based history, but it is also central to the myth narrative, and meganarratives, of the Samaritan Pentateuch and the Old Testament. There is also a distinct story of Moses, Arabic, Musa, in Egypt in the Quran, Surah 19, Maryam, Ayat 51-53. Medieval Islam admired the people of the book, Al-Kitab, adapted the classical traditions and developed its own strong and distinct tradition of bibliophilia, of book writing, book translation, calligraphy and libraries of knowledge. Its medievalist view of religious pluralism brought it to recognize formally the religious and social autonomy of four monotheistic religious traditions, Majusiyat, Zoroastrianism, or Magus, Greek, Magos, practitioners of Zoroastrianism, Sabaeanism, Christianity, and Judaism, and accorded them the status of autonomous and protected communities, dhimmis. Samaritanism in Palestine was treated as a type of Judaism and given the same status as an autonomous, protected community, al-Maqdisi. 2002, 40. However, generally speaking, the Abrahamic traditions, Islam, Christianity, Samaritanism, and Judaism have shared traditions as well as distinct narratives. Crucially, the empirical archaeological and diverse historical evidence is different from elite sacred texts or elite sacred collective memory, which produces one story from many and allows a prosopography, group narrative, of power elites to emerge. In the last 2 centuries, ancient Egypt has been scientifically and systematically excavated, perhaps more than any other country on earth, and no empirical or archaeological evidence was uncovered to substantiate or validate this Old Testament story of Egypt. This does not mean that there was no Moses, it simply means there is no empirical historical evidence or facts to corroborate positively the Old Testament Exodus text. Moreover, these elite narratives are interpreted today by theologians and biblical scholars using a variety of methods, and the texts are read more as theology than as accurate history. Therefore, the collective sacred literature is more likely to be taught today in academic departments or programs of theology and biblical studies. Also, crucially, after more than 150 years and thousands of biblical excavations carried out in and around the Old City of Jerusalem, there is still no material history or archaeological or empirical evidence for the Kingdom of David from 1000 BC. The reason for the lack of any material or empirical evidence for the United Kingdom of David and Solomon and other meganarratives of the Old Testament is simple: these are invented traditions. Masalha 2007, 2013. The Kingdom of David as a large and influential polity was probably based on a small tribal leader in Judea. The latter is a name which appears in the Assyrian sources in the course of 8th early 6th century BC. This lack of material or empirical evidence for a united kingdom of David and Solomon is almost universally recognized by archaeologists in the West and also by some leading Israeli archaeologists. Broadly speaking, the collapse of the historicity of the events described in the Old Testament about the united kingdom of David and Solomon, Iron Age II, around 1000 BC, over the last 4 decades has been the result of 2 interrelated factors: empirical archaeological evidence, and critical textual and literary criticism. Masalha 2007, Sturgis 2001, Thompson 1992, 1999, 2003. Material histories and the archaeological revolution, or paradigm shift, of recent decades centers on the ancient history of Palestine. Masalha 2007, 241-262, and the new ways in which this history should be read independent of Old Testament stories by scholars and history students alike. Zeev Herzog, professor of archaeology at Tel Aviv University, and the director of its Institute of Archaeology from 2005 to 2010, in an article in the weekly magazine Haaretz entitled "Deconstructing the Walls of Jericho," wrote, "Following 70 years of intensive excavations in the land of Israel, archaeologists have found out, the patriarchs' acts are legendary. The Israelites did not sojourn in Egypt or make an exodus, they did not conquer the land. Neither is there any mention of the empire of David and Solomon, nor of the source of belief in the God of Israel. These facts have been known for years, but Israel is a stubborn people and nobody wants to hear about it." Herzog 1999, 6-8. Herzog went on to explain that the empirical and critical archaeology of modern Palestine has shown that the Old Testament narratives of Exodus and Joshua's conquest of Canaan could not have happened. This is what archaeologists have learned from their excavations in the land of Israel. The Israelites were never in Egypt, did not wander in the desert, did not conquer the land in a military campaign, and did not pass it on to the 12 tribes of Israel. Perhaps even harder to swallow is the fact that the united monarchy of David and Solomon, which is described by the Bible Old Testament as a regional power, was at most a small tribal kingdom. And it will come as an unpleasant shock to many that the God of Israel, Jehovah Yahweh, had a female consort. See below, and that the early Israelite religion adopted monotheism only in the waning period of the monarchy and not at Mount Sinai. Most of those who are engaged in scientific work in the interlocking spheres of the Bible, archaeology, and the history of the Jewish people, and who once went into the field looking for proof to corroborate the Bible story, now agree that the historic events relating to the stages of the Jewish people's emergence are radically different from what that story tells. Herzog 1999, 6-8, see also Sturgis 2001. The Old Testament is not actual history but imaginative fiction, theology, sacred literature, ethics, and wisdom. The Jewish contribution to the multi-faith, pluralist heritage and long history of Palestine is undeniable. But the genres of fiction and storytelling of the Old Testament may or may not contain some historical facts. Herzog argues that the archaeology of Palestine has completed a process that amounts to a scientific revolution in its field, archaeology, which has become an independent professional discipline with its own conclusions and its own observations, presents us with a picture of a reality of ancient Palestine completely different from the one which is described in the Old Testament. Palestine archaeology is no longer using the Old Testament as a reference point or a historical source. The biblical archaeology is no longer the ruling paradigm in Palestine archaeology. For the critical archaeologists, the Bible is read as literature which may or may not contain some historical information. Herzog 1999, 6-8, 2001, 7293. Although academic departments of theology will continue to teach and explore these distinct narratives of Solomon and David in the Old Testament and the Quran, today, as a result of more than 150 years of critical biblical scholarship and critical archaeological excavations, there are very few archaeologists or historians in the West who treats these stories literally or as actual historical facts. Masalha 2007, 2013. Interestingly, the diverse Abrahamic prophetic traditions of the Old Testament, New Testament, and the Quran all argue that the ideology of kingship, malchut in Old Testament Hebrew, malakut, from the verb malik to own in Quranic Arabic, belongs to the one Almighty God. The claim by mainstream biblical scholars that absolute kingship was in theocratic form in Israel under Saul, David, Solomon, and their successors is ahistorical and completely unfounded. The Old Testament stories of Saul, David, and Solomon are imagined traditions, fiction, literary invention, and theology, not proven historical facts. The primary aim of these post-exilic literary invention and fictional stories, about the kingdom of Saul, David, and Solomon, was to construct ideo-political and theocratic justification and legitimization for the, originally Persian Sahansa, king of kings, or emperor, idea of absolute kingship. Interestingly, the Gospel of John's hierarchical Hellenistic representation of this theopolitical doctrine of absolute kingship is to argue that Jesus of Nazareth is King of Kings, the Son of God and King of the Judeans, John 19, 3. The Quranic representation of this debate is to reject the Trinitarian notion that Jesus is divine or the literal Son of God, Quran 4, 171-172. The Quran furthermore narrates that Jesus was backed by Ruh al-Quds, the sacred spirit, and was a human prophet. Kingship, malakut, belongs exclusively to the one Almighty God, not to humans. The Islamic Caliphate, therefore, began as a non-monarchical tradition, but often developed into a hereditary form of government. It rejected absolute monarchy and vested political legitimacy in the Jama'ah, group or people, in principle a form of Islamic social and political pluralism. The strict monotheistic theology of the Quran further teaches that the one Almighty, maximum absolute, God has sent messengers and prophets to humanity, at different times and places, to communicate his message. There are 25 prophets and messengers, all men, mentioned by name in the Quran. All, in essence, are equal and all taught the message that the Quran communicated to Prophet Muhammad, known to Muslims as the Holy Prophet and the last prophet sent by God to mankind. The Quran and Islamic traditions link Prophet Muhammad and several prophets, messengers, Ibrahim, Abraham, Musa, Moses, Daud, David, Suleiman, Solomon, Jesus, Isa, directly and indirectly to Palestine and to Al-Quds, Elia Capitolina/Ilia/ Beit al-Maqdis/ Jerusalem, in particular. The Quran and the theological traditions of Islam offered an inclusive, multi-religious representation of the shared heritage of Jerusalem. While many evangelical Christian fundamentalists, mostly in the US and some in Europe, and Zionists, both Christians and Jews, continue to read these biblical stories literally, today mainstream academics who teach Old Testament and biblical studies in the West tend to treat these stories metaphorically and allegorically or as sacred literature or sacred texts, while historians and archaeologists treat them as literature and social memory which evolved across many centuries, rather than as actual accurate history. Evidence-based history, unlike officially sanctioned sacred literature, requires a scientific approach, critical thinking, empirical and material evidence and accurate facts. Scholarly approaches to history require proven evidence, facts, or refutation. Scholarly historical research should not be conflated or equated automatically with sacred literature or with specific religious beliefs and traditions. Religious traditions often evolved from social memory and across many generations. The Old Testament meganarratives, in particular, were often derived from the evolving oral traditions and from the repackaging of Near Eastern epics and legends such as Gilgamesh rather than being accurate historical events of the past. While the beliefs and religious sensitivities of Muslims, Christians, and Jews should be respected and people are entitled to their beliefs and religious traditions, critical scholarship and academic and school history curricula and textbooks should be grounded in scientific research, critical methodology, historical facts, and evidence-based historical and archaeological research on ancient Palestine, not on meta-narratives or religious ideological orientations. Furthermore, it can be shown empirically and based on material and documentary evidence that the name Palestine is continuously and uninterruptedly found in ancient, medieval, and modern histories and historical sources, including a. Ancient Egyptian and Assyrian inscriptions and texts, Assyrian, Palashto, Pilastu, Palastu, Palayastaaa, b. Classical Greek texts and literature, Pi alpha lambda alpha iota sigma tau nu eta, c. Roman and Byzantine administrative divisions of the region and sources, Palestina, d. Medieval Arabic and Islamic Arabic sources on Palestine, e. Modern Hebrew, Palestina, f. and all modern European languages and sources. The ancient history and heritage of Palestine are the study of the past in the region of Palestine, generally defined as a geographic region in Western Asia between the Mediterranean Sea, the Jordan River and the Red Sea. Palestine is the name most commonly used from the Late Bronze Age, from 1300 BC onwards, to the modern period to describe this distinct geographic region between the Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea and the Jordan River and various adjoining lands. The region of Palestine was among the earliest in the world to see human habitation, agricultural communities, material civilization, and eventually sophisticated urbanization in the early Bronze Age. With the beginning of the Middle Stone Age, Mesolithic period, in about 12,000 BC humans in Palestine began to raise animals and farm the land. The Neolithic period consolidated agricultural practices in Palestine, in Jericho, circa 11,000 to 8,800 BC. The modern Palestinian city of Jericho is believed to be one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world, with archaeological evidence of settlement dating back to 9000 BC, providing important information about early human habitation in the Middle East. It is widely recognized by historians and archaeologists that Palestine had a remarkably stable population from the end of the Neolithic period, some 6,000 years ago, when the Mediterranean economy was first established in the region. In the 1980s, biblical scholars Thomas Thompson, Copenhagen University, Francolino Goncalves, and Jean-Marie Van Kang, 1988, completed a pilot toponymic project on two regions in Palestine, the Plain of Acre, and the Jerusalem Corridor, which was published in 1988 in a monograph entitled Toponymy Palestinienne. This study brought out the many names of hills, wadis, springs, and wells, but only those on maps. However, this project was limited in its scope and has not directly worked with the oral tradition. Thomas Thompson's works Bronze Age Settlements of Sinai and the Negev, 1975, and the Bronze Age Settlements of Palestine, 1979, have a very useful list of antiquity sites with the corresponding modern Arabic names, see also Ra'ad 2010. Furthermore, the Tübingen Bible Atlas, 2001, based on the Tübingen Atlas of the Near East, TAVO, documents the ancient historical and cultural geography of Palestine in a unique way in 29 high-quality maps and extensive indices. Although the question of the Arab-Muslim heritage of Palestine in the toponymic memory of the region is one which the Tübingen Bible Atlas project never took up directly, many maps of Palestine in the Tübingen Bible Atlas and TAVO archives are important historical and geographical sources on ancient Palestine. More recently, Salman Abu Sitta's Atlas of Palestine 1917-1966, 2010, also provides useful maps and indices on the modern Palestinian Arabic place names of the region. On the theme of the charting of maps and the production and dissemination of knowledge on Palestine in the medieval and ancient periods, Robert North's A History of Biblical Map Making, 1979, is an important source. North's volume on early historical maps of Palestine had its basic foundation in the archives of the Vatican Library, Rome. In addition, there are some cartographic materials on Palestine in the libraries of Istanbul. There are three kinds of maps. Maps such as the Cartjacketon, the British Mandate Map 1:20.000, the Map of Israel 1:10.000, although many sheets are classified secret by the Israeli military, and 1:50.000, this entire map, including Sinai, has been declassified. Scholarly geographically and historically analytical maps, such as those in the Atlas of Israel 1967 and other atlas studies such as Salman Abu Sitta's Atlas of Palestine 1917-1966, 2010. The TAVO maps, both the A and B series. Political autonomy, independence, and statehood in Palestine over the last 3 millennia. Conventional wisdoms are often articulated by powerful elites. They are not always based on facts. The conventional wisdom is that Palestine never in its history experienced self-government, political or cultural autonomy, not to mention practical sovereignty and actual statehood. Nothing is further from the truth. As we shall amply demonstrate in this work, over 3 millennia from the Late Bronze Age and until the establishment of the Israeli state in 1948, Palestine enjoyed a great deal of social, political, and economic autonomy and also experienced statehood through 6 distinct, though not mutually exclusive, ways which had a profound impact on the evolution of the ideas of Palestine across the millennia. Autonomous economic and monetary systems and the issuing of Palestinian currency, the institution of independent monetary policies and the minting of distinct Palestinian currency were evident in the cases of the coinage of Philistia or Philisto-Arabian in the 6th-4th centuries BC, discussed in Chapter 1, and the minting of Arab currency in Philistin throughout early Islam, discussed in Chapter 6. Imperial patron-protégé systems, the construction of patron-client systems and the rise of local and autonomous regional and urban elites in Palestine, as was in the case of the urban notables of Ottoman Palestine. But ultimately, as we shall see in Chapter 8, these Ottoman urban elites in Palestine were rule-takers, not rule-makers and rule-breakers. Administrative, provincial, and military autonomy, this is evident throughout the Roman and Byzantine periods in what became widely known as Provincia Palestina or the Dux Palestini, the military commander of Palestine, discussed in Chapter 4, Mutawali Harb Philistin, military governor of Palestine, discussed in Chapter 6, and in late Ottoman period Palestine with the creation of the autonomous administrative Mutasarrifate of Jerusalem as the key province of Palestine. Discussed in Chapter 9. Palestinian client states, the emergence and creation of several Palestinian client states, partly based on the same patron-client relationships. Although the types of client states in Palestine and the degree of their subordination to imperial or powerful states varied significantly, the kings of Philistia throughout much of the Iron Age, the client king Herod the Great under the Romans in the 1st century AD, discussed in Chapter 4, the Ghassanid tribal Arab Federate kings, supreme philarches, of Palestina Secunda, Palestina Prima and Palestina Tertia in the 6th and early 7th centuries, discussed in Chapter 5, and to a lesser extent the autonomous regime of Ahmed Pasha al-Jazar in the 18th century were cases in point. Palestinian practical sovereignty and statehood. This was achieved by Deir al-Umar following his successful rebellion against Ottoman rule in the middle of the 18th century, discussed in Chapter 8. Ecclesiastical independence and autocephaly. This was achieved by the Church of Aelia Capitolina and Provincia Palestina from the mid-5th century following the Council of Chalcedon, discussed in Chapter 4. In addition to all the above arguments and distinctions already made, 17 points are central to the argumentation of this work on the evolution of the conception of Palestine across time. 1. Before the Late Bronze Period, before 1300 BC, we have names of towns, but none for the particular, Palestine, region as a whole, although the name Canaan, K-N-A-N-A, Kinahu, does occur earlier, in the Late Bronze Age in New Kingdom inscriptions, 1400s BC, and in the cuneiform tablets known as the Amarna letters. The latter primarily consisted of diplomatic correspondence spanning 30 years between the Egyptian administration and its representatives in Canaan and Amurru, northwestern Syria and North Lebanon, during the New Kingdom of Egypt. 2. 1350s-1330s BC, in the inscriptions of this period the name Canaan refers primarily to the northern coastal regions of Lebanon, much as it is used in 5th century Greek texts and later. In the Late Bronze Age, the normal name for the region of Palestine in Egyptian texts is not Canaan, but Jahi, which is used to designate the southern part of the greater region of Tihanu. 3. It is true that the name Peliset first occurs in the 13th century BC and is not witnessed in any earlier historical source. So it would be historically inaccurate to use the name Palestine for the region before the 13th century. However, to be historically accurate one should point out that the name of the region of Palestine prior to the Late Bronze Age is simply unknown. 4. From the Late Bronze Age onwards, the names used for the region of the southern Levant, such as Jahi and Retanu or Canaan, all gave way to the name Palestine, the name which thereafter is the most commonly used throughout ancient history and classical antiquity 9 as well as in the period of Byzantine Christianity. 5. No other early toponym from the Late Bronze Age, such as a. Retanu, 1500s-1200s BC, b. Jahi, 1500s-1200s BC, or c. Canaan, 1400s-1300s, is used as the name of the region in the Iron Age I, c. 1200-1000 BC, and later. One or other form of the name Palestine is used from the 12th century BC through the Roman period. This is also the most common name for this region from the end of the 18th century AD to the present, which includes the British Mandate period, when Palestine was the internationally recognized name of the country. No other historically known toponym is used. One perhaps should also point out the official administrative toponym of Provincia Palestina, which was consolidated in classical and late antiquity and revived officially in the modern period. 6. The toponymic use of the name Judah dates from the 8th century and refers to the region of the southern highlands, foothills, and adjacent steppe lands only at some stage in the course of 8th early 6th century BC. Similarly, the name Israel exists first in the 9th century BC and is used until the 4th quarter of the 8th century BC, when this name gives way to the name of the Assyrian province of Samarina. 7. The modern conception of Palestine as a geopolitical unit and a distinct country is deeply rooted in the ancient history, culture, and material and intellectual heritage of the land. Already in the course of the Iron Age, 1200 to the Assyrian conquest of 712 BC, Philistia evolved not only into a distinct political geography but also as a separate geopolitical entity. This fact would have a long-term impact on the evolution of the ancient, medieval, and modern representations of Palestine. Palestine as a country, Balad or Bilad, with a distinct history, physical and cultural geography, evolving boundaries, shifting capital cities, Al-Quds/Aelia Capitolina/Ilia/Jerusalem, Caesarea Palestina, Al-Ramla Philastin, regional capitals, Gaza, Tiberias, Scythopolis/Bison, Safed, Acre, Nablus, existed for millennia. A country may or may not be a sovereign state. Palestine as a country, like Scotland, Wales, Catalonia, Andalus/Andalusia, Kurdistan, the Basque region, Chechnya or Kashmir, should not be automatically conflated or equated with modern Palestinian nationalism or any modern national representations of the nation-state of Palestine. 8. Archaeological evidence shows that urbanization and most of the Palestine towns and cities that are known in historic times existed throughout the early Bronze Age in the 3rd millennium. 10. Moreover, while ancient literature and the physical remains of cities in late antiquity attest to the power that urban cultures held over the lives of their inhabitants as well as over the rural communities in which the majority of people lived, archaeological excavations demonstrate the continuing interdependence of urban centers and rural contexts. 9. Historical evidence indicates that the toponymically Hellenist Palestinian cities of the Byzantine era, Caesarea Maritima, Arabic, Caesarea, Aelia Capitolina, Jerusalem, Arabic, Lya, Al-Quds, Lydda, Greek, Diospolis/Georgiopolis, Bison, Greek, Scythopolis, Gaza, Tiberias, Nablus, Greek, Neapolis, Jaffa, Arsuv, Greek, Apollonia, Amwas, Emuus, Rapha, Beit Jibrin, Greek, Eleutheropolis, Acre, Greek, Ptolemy, Ascalon, Arabic, Ascalon, Elas, Arabic, Ala modern-day Aqaba, continued to function as major urban centers under Islam and some kept their ancient place names. Andrew Peterson's The Towns of Palestine Under Muslim Rule, AD 600-1600, 2005, which focuses on urban sites from Byzantine to early Ottoman times, provides important archaeological evidence about the continuities and recycling of material objects and art forms in urban regeneration and development. Peterson's study also includes a detailed investigation of Al-Ramla, which was founded by the Umayyads within the 1st century of Muslim rule, and cites the archaeological discovery of Byzantine-style mosaics and motifs in the city. Interesting also are the architectural forms of early urban Islamic Palestine. In Jerusalem, Jericho Hisham Palace, Khirbet al-Mafyar, Al-Ramla and Khirbet al-Minyar, near Tiberias, all exhibit continuities and an exquisite melange of Islamic and Greco/Roman/Byzantine styles and modes of organization. The adaptation of ideas and art forms from late antiquity Palestina continued under Islam throughout the Middle Ages, and this was combined with new Islamic architectural forms, thus creating a mix of Islamic and Greco/Roman/Byzantine styles. The recycling of ideas, material objects, and art forms of ancient Palestine persisted into the modern period. For instance, some of the building materials, marble and granite components, for the spectacular White Mosque of Acre, famously known as Al-Jazar Mosque, constructed in 1781, with a complex which included an Islamic theological academy with student lodging, an Islamic court and a public library, were taken from the ancient ruins of medieval Acre, Caesarea Palestina of late antiquity and Castello Pellegrino, Atlat Fortress, to the south of Haifa, one of the largest fortresses built in Palestine by the Latin Crusaders in 1218 and one of the best examples of Crusader military architecture. Modeled on the great mosques of Istanbul, the Al-Jazar Mosque, also known as the White Mosque, is a wonderful example of the mixture of styles, Ottoman, Byzantine, Palestinian and Persian, incorporating and recycling the extraordinarily rich martial and cultural heritage of Palestine. 10. Until the modern era and the conception of Mandatory Palestine, 1918-1948, the perception of what constituted Palestine's eastern boundaries was shifting, although in the course of the Classical Age and under Islam the boundaries of Palestine often extended to areas lying east of the Jordan River. 11. The classical, post-classical, medieval, Arab Islamic, and modern conceptions of Palestine all went far beyond the original land of the Peliset, Pilistee, or Pilistu, from Gaza to Tantur, of the Late Bronze Age and Iron Age. 12 seafaring and international trade routes in Palestine and the highly sophisticated urban coastal centers of Philistia, which included Gaza, Ascalon, Ashdod, and Jaffa, combined to develop geopolitically as an integrated south in the course of Iron Age II, c. 1600 BC, and Philistia was the first to develop political autonomy and an autonomous monetary system in Palestine in the form of silver coins, issued in the late 6th, 5th, and 4th centuries BC. This local Palestinian currency, known as the coinage of Philistia, was circulated widely in the Philisto-Arabian region and became known as Philisto-Arabian coins. 13. The official conversion of the Eastern Roman Empire to Christianity in the 4th century and the massive spread of Christianity in the Near East and Roman Provincia Arabia brought about religious, social, intellectual, and cultural transformation of the country and the creation of Greater Palestine, Provincia Palestina. At its greatest extent in late antiquity, Greater Palestine under the Byzantines, from the 4th to the early 7th centuries, was divided into 3 provinces, Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Salutaris. But as we shall see below, these were not seen as 3 totally separate provinces. Politically, militarily, culturally, and ecclesiastically they were conceived and continued to evolve under the Byzantines as 3-in-1 Palestine provinces. With time the 1-in-3 provincial Palestina under the Byzantines was seen and, indeed, consciously constructed, militarily, strategically, politically, and religiously, as a core province, Palestina Prima, surrounded to the east and south by 2 frontier provinces, Palestina Secunda and Palestina Tertia, Palestina Salutaris. A frontier province, Palestina Salutaris, was created in the southern Transjordan in the late 4th century and from the 5th century also became known as Palestina Tertia. The names Palestina Tertia and Palestina Salutaris became interchanged and some documents refer to Petra as the metropolis of Third Palestine Salutaris, Ward 2008, 93. The Third Palestine also encompassed the former Roman Provincia Arabia. The 3 Palestine provinces included the Neqab, Negev, Beersheba, Bersabi, Nabatea, and its capital Petra, and major parts of Sinai. This Greater Palestine also included large parts of Transjordan in the east and the Golan Plateau in the north. This was a period of great prosperity and urban expansion, with Palestinian cities such as Aelia Capitolina, Jerusalem, Gaza, Neapolis, Nablus, Caesarea Palestina, also known as Caesarea Maritima, Caesarea, a thriving seaport and the imperial capital of the province of Palestina Prima, being built. Palestinian social and religious urban centers acquired a great deal of political and religious autonomy and projected classicizing cultural influences throughout the Mediterranean region. Scythopolis, later Arab Bison, the capital of Palestina Secunda, and Eleutheropolis, Beit Jibrin, reached their peak in population in the course of late antiquity, and the diverse population of the 3 Palestines may have reached as many as 1.5 million. 14. Greater Palestine, the 3 provinces of Byzantine Palestina, of the 4th early 7th centuries AD became a major center of cultural and intellectual renaissance and classicizing in late antiquity. The 2 most famous symbols of classicizing Palestina were the rhetorical school of Gaza and the library of Caesarea Maritima, the most extensive ecclesiastical library of late antiquity. Caesarea Maritima and Gaza were the 2 most important cities of Palestina Prima, which was effectively the dominant political and cultural center of Greater Palestine. As we shall see below, the 3 Palestine provinces had a great deal of religious and cultural autonomy, and the All-Palestine Church of Aelia Capitolina, Jerusalem, achieved independence from both churches of Antioch and Constantinople. It was not only one of the most economically prosperous countries in the Mediterranean region, but also, with the highly influential Mediterranean schools of Gaza and Caesarea Palestina and the architectural and urban planning work of Julian of Ascalon, one of the most important centers of learning and intellectual activity in late antiquity. In effect, Caesarea Palestina and Gaza superseded and replaced both Athens and Alexandria as the premier centers of learning for the whole Mediterranean region. 15 In the 3rd early 7th centuries AD large parts of the three Palestines were settled by the Ghassanid Arab population that immigrated from Arabia. The Palestine ecclesia integrated these Ghassanid Arabs and large parts of these provinces were gradually transformed in the 5th-6th centuries into Ghassanid Arab phylarchates, or frontier kingdoms, under Byzantine patronage and indirect imperial control. Ghassanid influence on Provincia Palestina lasted for centuries, and their Christian Arab kings, supreme philarchas, reigned until the Islamic conquest of Palestine in the 7th century. 16 Unlike the six regional and neighboring countries, Egypt, Syria, Iraq, Arabia, Turkey, and Iran, throughout its history Palestine never produced empires or mighty imperial cities, although its history was hugely shaped by powerful empires. Its patriarchs in late antiquity became part of the Pentarchy, the five major patriarchs governing the churches of the Byzantine Empire, largely due to the unique status of the Holy City of Jerusalem. As a Mediterranean country, strategically located between Asia, Africa, and Europe, and between the Mediterranean Sea and Red Sea, Palestine managed to flourish culturally and economically and achieve a degree of autonomy by relying largely on its soft power, its holy places, academies, and libraries. Famous examples are the Rhetorical School of Gaza and the Library of Caesarea Palestina. Its ability to accommodate and integrate multiple social and cultural groups and its successful synthesis of diverse traditions and a variety of styles became central to its identity. 17 In contrast with the European Zionist settler colonial project, which is based on old legends and new social Darwinism, of iron walls and survival of the fittest, of the appropriation and erasure of indigenous heritage of the country, see Chapter 10, Palestine and its local heritage have survived across more than 3 millennia through adaptation, fluidity, and transformation. The continuities, ruptures, adaptation, readaptation, and metamorphosis of Palestine, from Philistia to Palestina to Philastin, are also exhibited in the medieval Arabic name Philistin, Philastin, which preserved the Latin Philistina or Philistinus, deriving from ancient Philistia, which gave rise to the Roman administrative name of Provincia Palestina, in turn based on the ancient name preserved in a variety of ancient languages, the Akkadian, Babylonian, Palastu and Egyptian Perusata/Peliset. From the geopolitical term Palestine to the concept of Palestine, cartography, place names, and social memory. For practical reasons, the historical evolution of terms and place names often precedes and follows the evolutions of concepts. Although the geopolitical term Palestine can be traced to the Late Bronze Age and the indigenous Philistines, the consolidation of the concept of Palestine can be traced to Herodotus and other Greek historians, ethnographers, and geographers of classical antiquity. This study intends to link Bronze Age Palestine and Classical Antiquity Palestine with modern times and explore the etymology of Palestine toponyms. The term derives from the Greek words topos, place, and onyma, name, and their changes through and across time. Modern Palestinian collective memory and place names have evolved from the Neolithic age into the modern period by embracing multiple traditions and preserving the shared and multi-layered heritage of the land. In a largely peasant society with one of the most fertile lands in the Fertile Crescent, many Palestinian Arab toponyms were based on plant foods, such as varieties of beans, lentils, fruit trees, olive, fig, vine, and natural geographical sites, hills, meadows, springs, streams, wadis, valleys, and mountains. By and large the names of Palestinian villages and towns were very stable, but names of provinces and districts were evolving. Palestine is found on the earliest known world maps beginning with late antiquity and the famous word map of Claudius Ptolemy, 100, c. 170 AD. Of course, cartography is a practical science, and since Ptolemy produced a map of the world known to Hellenistic society in the 2nd century, cartography has never been about objective representation of reality. In the Middle Ages, cartography was developed by Muslim geographers such as Al-Khwarizmi and deployed in the service of the Abbasid state and for practical purposes such as international Muslim trade, navigation, and pilgrimage. In modern times, cartography and renaming were also central to expanding European trade and empire building. Bassett 1994, 316-335. Place names, including human settlements such as villages, towns, cities, streets, and countries, and natural places such as mountains, hills, valleys, rivers, springs and wadis, are meant to provide clues as to the historical and cultural heritage of places and regions. Kearns and Berg 2002, 284. Yet in reality, place names are not just spatial references, they are rooted in power relations and struggles over land and resources and the identities of the people that inhabit these places. Kearns and Berg 2002. Struggles over land, toponyms, naming and renaming between indigenous peoples and settler colonists are common. Examples include Zimbabwe, Rhodesia, Islas Malvinas, the Falkland Islands, Istanbul, Constantinople, Northern Ireland, Ulster, the Six Counties, Azania, South Africa, Aotearoa, New Zealand, Palestine, Israel, Al-Quds, Jerusalem, Masalha 2007, 2012, 2013, Benvenisti 2002, Zerubbabel 1995, 1996, Yacobi 2009, Gen 1981, Nyangoni 1978, Abu el-Hajj 2001, Rayad 2010, Berg and Kearns 1996, Berg and Vueltinhaho 2009, Nash 1999, Housel 2009, Cadman 2004. In modern times, the drive to rename geographical sites is also about staking claims to a country. This focus on place names in the context of nationalism shows how hegemonic political elites and state authorities use the toponymic process as a way of constructing a new collective memory and inventing traditions, Hobsbawm and Ranger 1996, and as a tactic of land grabbing as well as an ideological reversion to a supposedly ancient or mythical golden age. State authorities deploy renaming strategies to erase earlier political, social, and cultural realities and to construct new notions of national identity. Guillot and Seethal 2007, Nash 1999, Azaryahu and Kook 2002, Azaryahu 1996, 1997. In view of the Zionist ethnic cleansing of most of Palestine in 1948 and the current reality of colonizer/colonist in the country, the liberal Zionist slogan that the history of modern Palestine centers on the idea of one land, two peoples rings hollow. The asymmetry of power in Palestine informs the works of nearly all Israeli new historians. This work, by contrast, challenges this Zionist nationalism-based perspective and argues for decolonizing methodologies. This work argues that the nationalism perspective serves to camouflage the heart of the conflict in Palestine. It argues further that at the heart of the question of Palestine is the vastly asymmetrical conflict between an eliminationist European settler colonialist movement, backed by major Western powers, first Britain and now the US, and the indigenous people of Palestine. Furthermore, place naming cartography and state-sponsored explorations were central to the modern European conquest of the earth, empire building and settler colonization projects, the Zionist enterprise included. Scholars often assume that place names provide clues to the historical and shared heritage of places and regions. This work uses social memory theory to analyze the cultural politics of place naming in Israel. Drawing on Maurice Halbwach's study of the construction of social memory by the Latin Crusaders and Christian medieval pilgrims, the work shows Zionists' toponymic strategies in Palestine. Their superimposition of Old Testament and Talmudic toponyms was designed to erase the local Palestinian and Arab Islamic heritage of the country. In the pre-Nakba period, Zionist toponymic schemes utilized 19th-century Western explorations of Old Testament names and places and appropriated Palestinian toponyms. Following the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948 and the ruptures of the Nakba, the Israeli state, now in control of 78% of the land, accelerated its toponymic project and pursued methods whose main features were memoricide. Continuing into the post-1967 occupation, these colonial methods continue to threaten the destruction of the diverse cultural and historic heritage of the land. The toponyms of historic Palestine derive from a wide range of sources, including Phoenician, Philistine, Aramaic, Greek, Hebrew and Arabic, toponyms which are representative of the multi-layered cultural identity of Palestine. The social and cultural importance of toponymic memory and geographical rendering of sites and terms in historical writing is evident in many histories from antiquity, medieval and modern Palestine. One classical example is the listing of the name of ancient Palestine in histories, or the History, 1987, by Herodotus, written from the 450s to the 420s BC. Herodotus is believed to have visited Palestine in the 5th decade of the 5th century BC. Like the classical tradition of Greek and Roman historiography, Herodotus' work put the greatest value on oral testimony for contemporary history. Robinson, c. 2003, 26. Herodotus was the first historian to denote a geographical region he called Palestine, pi alpha lambda alpha iota sigma tau nu eta, which was far wider than ancient Philistia. He refers to Palestine or Syria, or simply Palestine, 5 times, meaning an area encompassing the distinct region between Phoenicia and Egypt. Rainey 2001, Jacobson 1999. Herodotus also mentions the city of Ascalon, Akkadion, Iskalana, Greek, Ascalon, Arabic, Ascalon, Latin, Ascalonia, Hebrew, Ashkelon, a great ancient seaport city which dates back to the Neolithic Age. At the time of Herodotus, Palestine was deeply polytheistic, and consequently, in contrast to the myth narratives of the Bible, Herodotus does not mention Jews or monotheism but describes Ascalon as having a temple for Aphrodite and its polytheistic tradition. Although Herodotus' Histories is now considered a founding work of history in Western literature, and serves as a key record of the ancient traditions, politics, geography, and clashes of various powers that were known in Greece, Western Asia and North Africa, when it comes to Palestine and toponymic memory, Western Christian writing relies not on Herodotus' histories but on the myth narratives of the Bible. Interestingly, however, the Greek toponym for Palestine and Ascalon were preserved in indigenous Palestinian Arab tradition and by medieval Arab historians, geographers, and travelers, and Ascalon became known to the Palestinian Arabs from the 7th century as Ascalon. The emphasis of this work is on the indigenous, individual and collective, agency and the ability of the peoples of Palestine to borrow, adapt, shape and transform outside influences and their own environment. Consequently, the superficial use of the term Hellenization in Palestine is problematic. This uncritical use marginalizes the indigenous agency and overemphasizes the Hellenistic side of the relationship as the primary source of power and legitimacy. However, aspects of the toponymical Hellenization of Palestinian urban place names are evident. Toponymical Hellenization of urban Palestine, which began with the conquest by Alexander the Great in the late 330s BC and developed over several centuries, was markedly accompanied by extensive economic growth and development that included urban planning and the establishment of well-built fortified cities. Distance and regional trade and gradual cultural Hellenization had some impact on Palestine, and this was felt in the urban centers and major cities. In addition to the impact of Hellenization on the historic cities of Gaza, Ascalon, Jerusalem, and Jaffa, ongoing Hellenization of place names and renaming of Palestinian cities affected Scythopolis, Bison, Ptolemy, Acre, Diospolis, Lydda, Eleutheropolis, Beit Jibrin, Sepphoris, Diocaesarea/Saphuria, Nicopolis, Emmaus, Petra, Greek, Rock, Aramaic, Rakmua, Arabic, Albutra, Philadelphia, Amman, Antipatris, Sirti-Font/Biner Bashi, Flavianopolis, Nablus, and Sebastos. Sebastia. Sebastia, Greek, Sebasti, is today a large Palestinian village, located some 12 kilometers northwest of the city of Nablus. Rebuilt in 63 BC, its name derives from Sebastos, Venerable, the Greek equivalent of the Latin Augustus, a name chosen in honor of Emperor Augustus. For many centuries, the town was the seat of a bishop, first in Palestina Prima under the Byzantine Empire, then in the province of Jund Philastin under Islam, and again a Latin bishop in the Frankish kingdom of Jerusalem. The original Palestine Orthodox tradition of Sebastia was restored after the defeat of the Latin Crusaders and continued under Islam into the modern era. Since 2005, a leading Palestinian Arab public figure, Adila Hanna, Theodosios, with a strong commitment to Palestinian Arab national identity, has been the Archbishop Sebastia in the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem, a religious title which embodies the continuities and the deeply rooted toponymic social memories of historic Palestine. As for the name of the Palestinian city Nablus, it derives from Greco-Roman name Flavia Neapolis, Nu Epsilon Pi Omicron Lambda Iota, the new city of the Emperor Flavius, which was given to it by the Roman Emperor Vespasian in 72 AD. Thus Nablus shares its name with the Italian city of Naples. Flavia Neapolis had been founded near Tel Balata, the site of the remains of an ancient Palestinian city Shechmua, traditionally identified with the Samaritan city of Shechem. The site of Balata is one of the most ancient localities in Palestine, and archaeologists estimate that the towers and buildings at the site date back 4,000 years to the Chalcolithic and Bronze Ages. Today Tel Balata is listed by UNESCO as part of the inventory of cultural and natural heritage sites of potential outstanding universal value in Palestine. Ancient and modern Palestinian cities are closely related not only in terms of toponymic memories. Archaeological evidence shows the historical continuities, interruptions, revival, and continuous transformation of the urban centers of Palestine from the early Bronze Age to the modern period. Archaeological data take us beneath and beyond such recitation of military battles to gain a glimpse of what life was actually like in Hellenistic Palestine. A presentation of the period's architectural remains, changes in its settlement patterns, and the variety of its material cultures helps us understand how the inhabitants of various parts of the country lived and how their lives changed during the course of these momentous centuries. Peaceful and increasingly wealthy and cosmopolitan lifestyles emerge from the obscuring dust of the historian's preoccupation with battles. Berlin 1997, Abstract. Palestine's educated urban elites and thriving urban spaces played an important part in shaping the early idea of Palestine. Both Latin and Koine Greek were the dominant languages of the Byzantine Empire until the 6th century. Latin remained the official language of the government in the 6th century, whereas the prevalent language of merchants, farmers, seamen and ordinary citizens in Palestine was Greek. Also, Aramaic, closely related to Arabic, was a prevalent language among the, predominantly Christian, Palestinian peasantry which constituted the majority of population in the country. In practice, Greek and Latin were the prevalent languages of the educated urban elites of Byzantine Palestine, affecting education, trade, administration, official documents, art and architecture and key place names throughout Palestine and the eastern Mediterranean. Greek, however, became the lingua franca of late Byzantine Palestine, shortly before the advent of Islam. Consequently, the Hellenicization of Palestinian toponyms was not uncommon in late antiquity. A well-known example of Hellenicization from late antiquity is the work of the 1st-century Romano-Jewish historian and translator Josephus, Titus Flavius Josephus 37 c. 100 AD, who spoke Aramaic and Greek and who became a Roman citizen. Both he and Greco-Roman Jewish writer Philo of Alexandria used the toponym Palestine. Robinson, E. 1865, 15. Josephus believed in the compatibility of Judaism and Greco-Roman thought, often referred to as Hellenistic Judaism. 11 He listed local Palestinian toponyms and rendered them familiar to Greco-Roman audiences. In his works The Jewish War, 1981, and The Antiquities of the Jews, 2004, which include material about individuals, groups, customs, and place names, Josephus almost never refers to Torah authority Jewish scribes as scribes, instead he refers to them as sophists and elders. Similarly, Josephus refers to Jewish sects, a loaded term, as philosophies or schools. The term he used to refer to Transjordan, Perea, the country beyond, is not found in the Bible. Modern Amman is referred to by its Greek name, Philadelphia. Medieval Muslims and modern Palestinians preserved Greco-Roman toponyms such Nablus, Greek, Neapolis, Nu Epsilon Pi Omicron Lambda Iota, Palestine, Caesarea 12, Caesarea, Greek, Kappa Alpha Iota Sigma Rho Epsilon Iota Alpha, but not Philadelphia. Eusebius' 4th century work on Palestinian topography, Onomasticon, on the place names in Divine Scripture, Notley and Safre 2004, Eusebius 1971, refers to Ammon, this is now Philadelphia. In addition to the Hellenicization of many Palestinian toponyms by the Jewish writer Josephus, the founding fathers of Christianity introduced religio-political dimensions to Palestinian place names. The role of this religio-social memory in influencing the geographical mapping and toponymic memory of Palestine was widely recognized in the 4th century AD in two famous works, St. Jerome's Vulgate translation into Latin and the subsequent work on Palestinian topography, Onomasticon, on the place names in Divine Scripture by Eusebius of Caesarea, Eusebius Caesarensis, 260-265-339-340 AD, a historian of Greek descent, a topographer and an exegete and one of the founding fathers who became the Bishop of Caesarea about AD 314. Eusebius' work, Onomasticon, Notley and Safre 2004, Eusebius 1971, the first comprehensive attempt to construct and locate these places and names from the biblical narratives, was partly based on Jerome's religio-imperial enterprise, which was driven by the fact that Christianity had become an official religion of empire. It was these two works by two of the founding fathers of Christianity, Jerome and Eusebius, rather than Herodotus' actual history of Palestine, which formed the basis of Western religio-social toponymic memory and the reimagining of Palestine as a Christian Holy Land, Sivan 2008, 57. Eusebius, in Onomasticon, provides a list of place names of Provincia Palestina, with additional geographical, historical, and religious commentary partly based on biblical stories. His topography of Palestine was later translated into Latin. Saint Jerome relocated physically to Judea in Provincia Palestina while working on the Vulgate translation. Jerome, a founding father of Christianity and a major contributor to its seminal religious memory, was the first person to go back and translate the Old Testament from Hebrew rather than from the Septuagint, or Greek Old Testament. The evolving multi-layered identity and conception of Palestine since the Late Bronze Age has geopolitical, secular, administrative, and legal connotations. The Byzantine era also added a religious layer to the geopolitical, secular conception of Palestine, in the form of the Holy Land. The religio-sacred representations of Palestine, the Holy Land, the land of the Gospel as religious memory and an imagined sacred territory have been embraced and celebrated by the indigenous people of Palestine, Muslims, from the Quranic traditions, Samaritans, based on the Samaritan Pentateuch, Jews, from the traditions of the Old Testament, and Christians, from the traditions of the Old and New Testaments. This multi-faith identity of Palestine is universally recognized. Furthermore, the medieval Western Christian religious memory of, and pilgrimage to, the Terre Sancti had a major influence on the modern social memory theory of French sociologist Maurice Halbwachs, 1877-1945, whose seminal writings on the sociology of knowledge and the social construction of memory was entitled Memoire Collective, 1980. In his work Halbwachs contrasted structured, evolving social memory with actual history and thus established collective memory both as a concept and as a distinct research field. The term collective memory itself is traceable to the founder of modern sociology, Émile Durkheim, 1858-1917, who wrote extensively in Les Formes élémentaires de la vie religieuse, 2003, about organized religion, collective memory, remembering and commemorative rituals. Halbwachs, a student of Durkheim and a positivist sociologist, contrasts history with evolving social memory and argues that an individual's memories and understanding of the past are closely related to group memberships, collective memory and group consciousness. According to Halbwachs, 1992, This production of social memory is dependent upon a religious or political cadre as well as the framework within which a group is situated within a society. Hal Bwach's work on the social framing of collective memory and the construction, and reproduction, of social memory began with his landmark study on Les cadres sociaux de la mémoire, 1925-1992, and La topographie légendaire des Évangiles en Terre Sainte, Étude de mémoire collective, 1941-1992. Hal Bwach was preoccupied with religious and nationalist social memory. His work La topographie légendaire des Évangiles en Terre Sainte focuses on publicly available commemorative symbols, rituals, and representations. It also examines the religio-social memory of successive generations of medieval Christian pilgrims and Latin crusaders in the Terrae Sanctae and their geographical subdivision of Palestine, Syria, and Arabia, and how these groups found and then found again, reproduced, particular place names from the Gospel narratives. This work will show how the collective, religio-social, memory of Western scriptural scholars such as Edward Robinson and Victor Guerin, like the medieval crusaders and pilgrims, found again and reconstructed, in the 19th century particular place names in Palestine from the biblical narrative, place names which formed the basis of Zionist replacement toponymic projects. Place names, geographical sites, and landscape are also, to borrow French historian Pierre Nora's term, les lieux de mémoire, 1996, 1997, 1998, sites of memory around which social groups consciously construct and cultivate social and cultural memory and individual and collective identities. Underpinned by the social memory theory of Hal Bwach, Nora, and others, this book also draws on other approaches, the exploration of Israeli archival historical documents, Palestinian oral history and memory accounts, map-making and the cultural production of maps in Palestine, Israel. In the modern period, and especially during the British Mandate of Palestine, 1918-1948, the term Palestinian was used to refer to all people residing in Palestine, regardless of religion or ethnicity, including those European Jewish settlers granted citizenship by the British mandatory authorities. Earlier, in the second half of the 19th century, the British had set up the Palestine Exploration Fund, PEF, as an imperial project. It was founded in London in 1865 under the patronage of Queen Victoria and coined the terms Western Palestine and Eastern Palestine, the Survey of Western Palestine and Survey of Eastern Palestine, and mounted geographical map-making expeditions in Palestine in the 1870s. The large number of publications by the PEF included The Fauna and Flora of Palestine, Tristram 1884. There was no mention of the expression Land of Israel by the PEF, this was later coined by the founding fathers of Jewish Zionism. However, one of the key religio-political strategic objectives of the PEF was clear from its own publication, names and places in the Old and New Testament and Apocrypha, with their modern identifications, Palestine Exploration Fund 1889. The PEF listed more than 1,150 place names related to the Old Testament and 162 related to the New Testament. Shortly after the British military occupation of Palestine in 1918, the British mandatory authorities set out to gather toponymic information from the local Palestinian inhabitants. Following the PEF, the mandatory authorities assumed that the Palestinian Arabs, Muslim, Christian and Arab Jews, had also preserved knowledge of the ancient place names which could help identify archaeological and biblical sites. In Palestine, the struggle between the colonizer and colonist over land, demography, power, and ownership also centered on representation, misrepresentation and self-representation. The metaphoric self-representation of the European settler colonizer as a return to history works to uproot and detach the native from history. The settler colonizer invaded the space and appropriated the heritage of the local Palestinians and simultaneously detached itself from the colonist and disinherited Palestinian. The production of historical knowledge and power by the Ashkenazi Zionist settler colonizer, a self-referencing Ouroboros, resulted in the creation of a range of foundational myths, self-indigenizing and self-antiquating strategies, including the myths of exile and return to history. But the many returns of Zionism, as Israeli scholar Gabriel Peiterberg put it in The Returns of Zionism, 2008, did not just manifest themselves in the obsessive return to history by the European settler coming to reclaim the land, they were also constructed around erasure, the non-existence of the indigenous people of Palestine and the actual, physical uprooting of the Palestinians and their detachment from history. Since the mapping and explorations of the PEF and especially since the establishment of an ethnically cleansing Israeli state in 1948, the production of historical knowledge and cultural struggle over the naming, and renaming, of Palestine sites/cities/towns and villages have become major weapons of Zionist settler colonial nationalism, Biblicization, Hebraization, and Judaization strategies that sought to detach the Palestinians from the history of the country. Toponymy itself is a branch of onomastics or onomatology, the study of the origin, history, and uses of names of all kinds. Anthroponomastics, or anthroponymy, is the study of personal names. Chapter 10 will explore Zionist toponymic, anthroponymic, and self-naming strategies. The eliminationist projects of Zionist settler colonization in Palestine did not just center on land grabbing and the ethnic cleansing of the indigenous people of Palestine. These projects also consisted of self-indigenization, self-antiquation, Biblicization, and Hebraization in addition to the Judaization of the land. Locating Palestine, the methodological and intellectual framework. This work locates the multicultural identity and shared histories of Palestine in a very long history of the whole region. It locates Palestinian history in the ancient, classical, post-classical, medieval, early, and modern histories of the Near East and Eastern Mediterranean. The intention is not to produce an intellectually detached form of history but rather to offer a socially, intellectually, culturally, and politically informed and engaged history. While attempting to cover the vast span of history, this work links questions of history from below, social memory, cultural identity and politics. This is not a nationalist history or a narrative about the Bible to the present for a Palestinian nation, although I am fully aware of history's power to create national/political legitimacy in the present. Nation and nationalism are modern inventions and constructions, and I am highly skeptical about the utility of a political term such as nation across a vast sweep of history. Of course, the process of national invention and visualization is not confined to modern Palestine or the Palestinians. It is common to all modern national entities and groupings, and it is an important ingredient both in nationalism and in the creation and maintenance of nation-states. Nation building and the invention of tradition was a typical European practice of using collective memory selectively by manipulating certain bits of the national and religious past, suppressing others, and elevating and mobilizing others in an entirely functional way and for political purposes. Thus mobilized memory is not necessarily authentic but rather useful politically, said 1999, 6-7. Competing modes of modern nation-building and nationalist myth-making have received extensive critical reappraisal in the works of Benedict Anderson, 1991, 6, 11-12, Eric Hobsbawm, 1990, Hobsbawm and Ranger 1996, Anthony Smith, 1971, 1984, 1986, and Ernest Gellner, 1983. Hobsbawm's most comprehensive analysis of nation-building and myth-making in Europe is found in Nations and Nationalism since 1780. Published in 1990 with the subtitle Program, Myth, Reality, his work is about the invention of tradition, the creation of national culture, and the construction of national identities from a mixture of folk history and historical myths, Hobsbawm 1990. In The Invention of Tradition, Hobsbawm and Terence Ranger, 1996, 114, 263-283, explore the way social and political authorities in the Europe of the mid-19th century set about creating supposedly age-old traditions by providing invented memories of the past as a way of creating a new sense of identity for the ruler and ruled. Often liberal Israeli Jewish scholars, Sand 2009, Sternhell 1998, Peiterberg 2001, 2008, Rabkin 2006, 2010, Benzeev 2014, Greenstein 2014, critique the nationalist inventive traditions of Zionism and the impact of this imagined tradition on the Jewish people, rather than on the catastrophic consequences of Zionism for its main victim, the indigenous people of Palestine. But since this Zionist nation-building and the invention of tradition was typical of European nationalist practices of using collective memory, this scholarly approach places Zionism among the normal European traditions of nationalist invention and myth-making. In effect, this normalization and nationalization of Zionism is exactly what Zionist ideologues have always argued for. Also, these myth-making strategies of Zionism are hardly its worst aspects. By contrast, reading Zionism from below, from the viewpoint of its main victim, the indigenous people of Palestine, places Zionism within an altogether different tradition, among the forces of modern European settler colonization, ethnic cleansing, memoricide and cultural genocide, Masalha 1992, 2012, PAP 2006, Rashid et al. 2014. Furthermore, as I have argued in the Bible and Zionism, invented traditions, archaeology and post-colonialism in Palestine, Israel, 2007, and the Zionist Bible, biblical precedent, colonialism and the erasure of memory, 2013, Palestinian history as people's history can and should only be written independent of the Old Testament stories. These works have also addressed the ways in which Zionism attempted to validate its colonization projects and its own historical claims through extensive uses and abuses of the biblical text. This theme has also been explored in Keith Whitelam's seminal work, The Invention of Ancient Israel, The Silencing of Palestinian History, 1996. This book is not designed to revisit that ground or build on Whitelam's excellent work and his effective dismantling of a Bible to independence historical continuum for Israel. It rather seeks to move forward by recovering and narrating a history of Palestine completely independent of the biblical debates and the biblical scholarship. Furthermore, while arguing that the complex history of Palestine is deeply grounded in the ancient Near East and Eastern Mediterranean, there is no attempt here to mimic the Zionist claims of a long, unbroken, and neat history of Palestine. On the contrary, as this volume will demonstrate, the multi-layered heritage of Palestine is a history of mixed styles and contradictory traditions, a history full of twists and turns, of memory and forgetfulness, and of suppression and recovery. Chapter 1. The Philistines and Philistia as a distinct geopolitical entity, Late Bronze Age to 500 BC. The Philistines as indigenous people, epigraphic and archaeological evidence for Peliset and the Philistines. The most traditional and earliest toponyms for the area which became known in classical antiquity as Palestine were not related to Canaan. They were the toponyms of Retinu and Jahi, which might be seen as traditional names, as used in the 14th century BC Egyptian story of Sinai. 1 Retinu was used to refer to the regions along the eastern shore of the Mediterranean and was divided into three sub-regions: Amurru, in the north, Lebanon, sometimes referred to as Upper Retinu, which lay south of Amurru and north of the Litani River, and Jahi, the southernmost part of Retinu, which referred to the regions south of the Litani to Ascalon, Ascalon, or perhaps Gaza, and as far as the Rift Valley to the east. The traditional approaches to the Philistines, Peliset, and ancient Palestine have been constructed through the eyes of settler colonizers. New archaeological discoveries and epigraphical evidence can help us read the history of Palestine through the eyes of the indigenous. New archaeological discoveries in Palestine/Israel and epigraphic evidence on ancient Palestine, carved on walls, temples, memorials, gravestones, coins and Philistine graveyards uncovered recently in Ascalon, dating to about 3,000 years ago, Ariel 2017, have all transformed our understanding of the ancient history of Palestine and have resulted in new paradigms which revolutionized our scholarly knowledge on Palestine. A cognate of the name Palestine, Peliset, is found on 5 inscriptions as referring to the settlement of a seafaring people along the southern Palestinian coast from the mid-12th century BC during the reigns of Ramesses II and III of the 19th Egyptian dynasty. The 3,200-year-old documents from Ramesses III, including an inscription dated c. 1150 BC, at the mortuary temple of Ramesses III at the Medinet Habu temple in Luxor, one of the best preserved temples of Egypt, refers to the Peliset among those who fought against Ramesses III, breasted 2001, 24, also Breuer 1929-1930, who reigned from 1186 to 1155 BC. Ramesses III's war against the so-called Sea Peoples, 1181-1175 BC, placed Peliset, geographically, in the land of Jahi, that is Palestine. In fact, new archaeological discoveries from a 3,000-year-old Philistine graveyard in Ascalon have resulted in a new paradigm on the origins of the Philistines, firmly suggesting that they were not marauding Aegean invaders of the southern Levant or Sea Peoples that appeared in Palestine in the course of the Late Bronze Age, but an indigenous population of the Near East. Evian 2017, David 2017. Since the 19th century, biblical Orientalist scholars have linked the Egyptian cognate Peliset inscriptions with the biblical Philistines. Assyrian inscriptions from the 8th and 7th century refer to this southern coastal region as Palashto or Pilastu. Arabic language epigraphic evidence from Palestine east of the Jordan River is extensive, with some Arabic inscriptions dating from the Roman era and as early as 150 AD. In fact, Palestine is extremely rich in Arabic inscriptions, most of which date from the early Islamic and Umayyad periods. Already in early Islam, Palestine acquired particular religious, economic and strategic importance. The historical importance of Philastin is shown in the hundreds of Palestine Arabic inscriptions which cover a huge variety of topics: architecture, Islamic religious, waqf, endowments, epitaphs, construction, markets, dedication, Quranic texts, prayers, and invocations. A large collection of the inscriptions is assembled in the multi-volume Corpus Inscriptionum Arabicarum Palestina, Sharon 1997-2013, Van Berchem 1894. The name Canaan in the Late Bronze period. The Old Testament is based on exilic and post-exilic imagination, literary invention, and fiction, not facts. Its myth narratives should be read as fiction, theology, and literature, not proven facts. The Canaanites are in fact identical to the Phoenicians. The alphabet of the Phoenicians of the coastal regions of Palestine and Lebanon, conventionally known as the Proto-Canaanite alphabet, was given to Greek, Aramaic, Arabic and Hebrew. However, the Old Testament terms Canaanites and Israelites in Palestine do not necessarily refer to or describe two distinct ethnicities. Niels Peter Lemsch, an Old Testament scholar at the University of Copenhagen, whose interests included early Israelites and their relationship with history, the Old Testament and archaeology, has suggested that the Old Testament narrative of the Israelites and Canaanites must be read as ideological constructs of the other, as the non-Jews, rather than as a reference to an actual historical ethnic group. The Canaanites of Palestine did not know that they were themselves Canaanites. Only when they had, so to speak, left their original home, did they acknowledge that they had been Canaanites. Lemsch 1999, 152. Literary invention and the fact that exilic Old Testament authors imaginatively coined the term Canaanites, a religio-ideological construct by these authors, does not necessarily indicate that there was a conflict between historical Israelites and Canaanites in Palestine. However, in the modern era, beginning with the late 19th century, European Zionist leaders appropriated the Old Testament narratives as historical accounts and used them instrumentally to justify their settler project and their conflict with the indigenous people of Palestine. Nevertheless, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a modern conflict and should not be confused with the real, historical, ancient Palestine or any subsequent religio-ideological constructs of the Old Testament narratives. Historically, the name Canaan was indeed used in the Late Bronze Age. But the name did not always refer to the Cisjordan area from Gaza to the Litani River. Nor was it the only term used in connection with this area, between the Wadi Gaza and the Litani. Other names such as Palestine, as well as earlier names, such as Retinu and Jahi, were also used for this area, including, at times, the inland regions of western Palestine and the Transjordan, at some point in the course of the Late Bronze Age. Canaan referred to a geographical region of varying size, along the Mediterranean coast of Lebanon, Palestine, and Syria, and not just Palestine. At times this included regions inland. In the first millennium, however, Phoenicia, modern Lebanon, was the most common name used for the northern coastal region, which had earlier been referred to as Canaan, while the Assyrian-derived name of Philistia was most often used initially for the southern coast and later for Palestine as a whole. The name Canaan is found in ancient Near Eastern inscriptions with reference not just to the specific area of Palestine but crucially to Syria from the 15th century BC to the early 9th century BC. The first certain reference to the name Canaan is found in cuneiform on the statue of Idrumi from Al-Alaq in northern Syria, c. 1500 BC, in the form Kinahu. The name Canaan is also found 16 times in Egyptian texts. Of these, 12 are from the New Kingdom, Hazel 2009, 8-17. The name is found on some of the Amarna tablets in the form KN New York, about 30 years from the middle of the 14th century BC. In these inscriptions, the ancient port city of Ugarit itself does not belong to Canaan, but Kadesh does. The name also occurs in Egyptian inscriptions in the form K3NN from the 13th century Hadassah, Ramesses II and Merneptah inscriptions, this last from c. 1205 BC. On the Merneptah stele, the town Gaza is referred to as the mouth of, that is, the opening to K3NN. The name Palestine takes over from the Late Bronze Age onwards. The international trade between Palestine and Egypt dates back to the Chalcolithic period, 4000–3200 BC, during which Palestine exported copper to Egypt. Also, a large amount of Palestinian, Canaanite, pottery from this period was discovered in Egypt, pots manufactured in Palestine and transported to Egypt presumably as containers of wine and olive oil, Granger 2016, 27. However, the name Palestine first occurs in Egyptian sources from the Late Bronze Age in relation to the Egyptian struggle to control the Philistines during the reigns of Ramesses II and III and of Merneptah, 1276–1178 BC. In fact, the name Palestine originally derives from the 3200-year-old documented name Peliset, used to refer to the people in southern Levant, allies of the Libyans III who are mentioned in Egyptian inscriptions, including the Merneptah stele, which celebrates the Egyptian victory over Libya. These allies of the Libyans include a number of peoples besides the Peliset, some of whose names are identifiable. These names include the Shardana, Sardinia, the Aqush, the Tarash, the Tejeker, the Lucca, the Kita, Hutti equals Hittite, the Amor, Amuru, the Shazw, Bedouin in the Sinai, including possibly the Ashur or Israel of the Merneptah stele. Following the integration of the Philistines with other population, the name Peliset succeeded the name Jahi as the dominant toponym for the region as a whole. From the Late Bronze Age onwards, it should be stressed, the names used for the region of the southern Levant, such as Jahi, Retinu, and Canaan, all gave way to Palestine, the name most commonly used in 8th and 7th century Assyrian inscriptions. Using a part for the whole designation, Palestine came to refer to the greater region, Palashto, Pilist, or Philistia, literally the land of the Peliset, Greek, gamma eta tau omega nu phi upsilon lambda iota sigma tau iota epsilon iota mu, of the southern Levant. This wider conception included not only the well-known cities of Philistia, Gaza, Ekron, Gath 4 Ashdod, Ascalon, Timnah 5 and Tantur, but served also for the interior of the country and gradually as a wider designation for the whole area from Lebanon to Egypt. Interestingly also, almost all the toponyms of the cities of Philistia, Gaza, Gaza, Ascalon, Ascalon, Ashdod, Isdud 6, Tantur, Tuntura, Gath, Jot, Ekron, Akir, survived into the modern era and were preserved in the modern Palestinian Arabic names and were mostly depopulated by Israel in 1948. The names Pilist and Philistia in Assyrian sources. In 7 known Assyrian clay tablet and cuneiform inscriptions from different periods, the Assyrians called the region connected with modern Palestine Palashto, Palastu, or Pilastu, and called the people who lived in this region Palestinians, Palastaa, beginning with the king of Assyria Adad-nirari III, from 811 BC to 783 BC, in the Nimrud inscriptions in 800 BC through to Esarhaddon, who reigned 681 to 669 BC, more than a century later, Room 2006, 285, also Smith, G 1875, 115. The Nimrud inscriptions were discovered in 1854 by William Loftus in his excavations at Nimrud, a major ancient Assyrian city originally known as Kalhu. Located 30 kilometers south of the Iraqi city of Mosul, Nimrud was a strategic Assyrian city between approximately 1250 BC and 610 BC. They are among the best studied of the inscriptions of Adad-nirari III, since they include a description of early Assyrian campaigns in Palestine and Syria. The text of the Saba stele, the inscription of the reign of Nirari III, was translated by Daniel Luckenbill, 1881–1927, an American Assyriologist and professor at the University of Chicago, as, in the 5th year of my official rule, I sat down solemnly on my royal throne and called up the country for war. I ordered the numerous army of Assyria to march against Philistia Palais II. I crossed the Euphrates at its flood. As to the numerous hostile kings who had rebelled in the time of my father Shamshi-Adad and had withheld their regular tributes, or overwhelmed them, and upon the command of Ashur, Sin, Shamash, Adad, and Ishtar, my trust in gods, I received all the tributes, which they brought to Assyria. I ordered to march against the country Damascus sa Imarisu. Luckenbill 1926, 260–261. The inscription goes on. I subdued the territory stretching from the bank of the Euphrates, the land of Hutti, the land of Amuru in its entirety, the land of Tyre, the land of Sidon, the land of Humri, the land of Edom, the land of Palastu, as far as the great sea of the setting sun. I imposed tax, and tribute upon them. Grayson 1996, 212, see also Luckenbill 1926, Smith, G 1875, 115. The Palestinians are also mentioned in the Nimrud letters, which contain cuneiform texts of royal correspondence from the reigns of Tiglath-Pileser III and Sargon II of Assyria. The correspondence includes the letter of Kurdi-Ashur-Lamer to Tiglath-Pileser III, dated c. 735 BC, concerning the ruler of Tyre, about whom the king said, "Talk nicely to him, all the wharves are at their disposal. His subjects enter and leave the warehouses at will, and trade. The Lebanon range is accessible to him, they go up and down at will and bring lumber down. On the lumber they bring down I impose a tax. I have appointed tax inspectors over the customs houses of the entire Lebanon range, and they keep the watch on the harbor. I appointed a tax inspector for those who were going down into the custom houses which are in Sidon, but the Sidonians chased him away. Thereupon I sent the Itua contingent into the Lebanon range. They terrified the people, so that afterwards they sent a message and fetched the tax inspector and brought him into Sidon. I spoke to them in these terms, bring down lumber, do your work on it, but do not deliver it to the Egyptians or Palestinians Palastaa, or I shall not let you go up to the mountains. Cited in Sags 2001, 155–157. 4 decades later, the Annals of the Sennacherib, a record of improvements in the Assyrian capital in c. 694 BC, mention the Palestinians. The Annals speak of the people of Ku and Hilaku, Pilasti, and Tyre, Ku eu Hilaku Pilastu Usur Ri, Luckenbill 1924, 104, while another Assyrian record of his successor, the Treaty of Esarhaddon, in 675 BC identifies Duri, Dor or Tantur, in the district of Pilis Te7, Pilastu or Peliset. An earlier Assyrian tablet, Sargon I's Prisme, an inscription dating to c. 717 BC, which describes Sargon I's campaigns, speaks of the incorporation of the region of Pilastu into the Assyrian Empire. Piliste or Pilistu is the Assyrian name for the Philistines, while Peliset is the Egyptian name for one of the so-called Sea peoples throughout the reigns of Ramesses II and III. The land of the Peliset is used in an inscription from the reign of Ramesses III. The Egyptian use of Peliset refers to indefinite areas which possibly include the southern and central coast, but might also include areas inland. Iron Age Philistia as a distinct polity, the country of the Peliset from Gaza to Tantur, 1207-12 BC. The Assyrian name Piliste, also Pilistu Palashto, Pilistu, Piliste, Palastaaa, Pilishti, Pilishto, Pilistu, Pilisti, Pilistin, referred to an area that runs from Gaza to Tantur, and may include much larger areas inland. The Assyrian Philisti, Philistin, and Palashto are Assyrian spellings of this name which are used variously. Perhaps it should be distinguished from the Assyrian provinces of Tantur, Tantur to Akka, Magidu in the Jezreel Valley/Marj ibn Amr, Samarina, the Central Highlands, and Sennacherib's Jerusalem, including Lachish, and possibly other regions. Over a period of 6 centuries, these names were found on a handful of Assyrian inscriptions. The Old Testament talks about a land of the Plishtim. In the Bible, the Mediterranean Sea was also known as the Sea of the Philistines, Exodus 23:31, named after the people occupying a large portion of the shores of the Mediterranean. The Philistines were known in the Old Testament as Plishtim and their Mediterranean territory as Pleshet, Philistia, 1 Sam 17:36, 2 Sam 1:20, Judges 14:3, Amos 1:8. Most American and Israeli biblical scholars identify this Peliset with the somewhat historic Izd, but ultimately biblical land of the Philistines, that is, at least the coastal region from Gaza to Tantur. The militant myth narratives of the books of Joshua, Deuteronomy, and Samuel have provided modern Zionist settler nationalism with the muscular, militaristic and violent dimensions of the conquest of the land of Canaan and elimination of its indigenous people. The Book of Judges has also given Zionism another militarist tradition, the holy war stories associated with the, real or imagined, struggle against the Philistines, and the narrative of Samson, an Israelite hero, and cunning Delilah, who betrayed Samson on behalf of the Philistines of Gaza, Judges 16. Philistia of the Late Bronze Age and Iron Age was dominated by the Philistines and evolved into a distinct geopolitical entity with strong international trade links, a distinct economy and a sophisticated urban environment. The Philistines, a highly advanced people who, according to the Old Testament, ruled 5 famed pentapoly of Philistia, Gaza, Ascalon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath, Niazialowski Spano 2011, 38, have, for centuries, suffered under the weight of their relentlessly negative portrayal in the books and stories of the Old Testament. From Goliath to Delilah, they have personified the intrinsically evil other in the burgeoning narrative myth of the nation of Israel, McDonough 2004. In the Old Testament, the Philistines were constructed as a typical ideological scapegoat, McDonough 2004. Modern European racism and biblical constructs and prejudices towards the Philistines have survived in the derogatory and offensive connotation of the modern Western term. A Philistine is a person ignorant of, or smugly hostile to, culture. Eben 1984, 45, Rose 2004, 17, McDonough 2004. There are recent pro-Zionist sources which seem to suggest that PLST, Peliset, Philistines, was an area corresponding roughly to today's Gaza region. In fact, contrary to these propagandistic claims, from the Late Bronze Age onwards and the beginning of the Iron Age about 1200 BC, the Peliset intermingled with other local populations inhabiting the Mediterranean coastal region of Palestine, from Gaza in the south to Tantur in the north. In all probability, the land of the Peliset extended further north to Mount Carmel. Tantur is the normal international English name for Tantura. This small Palestinian harbor town, depopulated in the Palestinian Nakba of 19,488, is located south of Haifa and 8 kilometers northwest of the Israeli town of Zikron Yaakov, founded in 1882, on the Mediterranean coast, 35 kilometers south of Haifa. Nearby Tantura, Tantur, is the ancient site referred to as Tel Dor, or Dora, by archaeologists. Tantur was the center of the Assyrian province of Tantura and controlled the coast north to Acre for about a century. Around 1100 BC the Philistines expanded their inland territory eastwards to include the city of Bison, later Scythopolis, an important strategic city located at the junction of the Jordan River and the plain of Esdraelon, Arabic, Marj ibn Amr. The large extent of the coastal region of the land of Plst, Peliset, Philistines, from Tantur in the north to Gaza in the south and including vast areas inland, suggests that the land of the Peliset was 15 to 20 times larger than the current Gaza Strip, encompassing much of Greater Tel Aviv, the Israeli metropolitan area, which includes the cities of Holon and Petah Tikva, the latter known in Zionist historiography as Im Hamoshavet, the mother of the colonies. Tel Aviv is a city which grew out of and then consumed its parent, the ancient Palestinian city of Jaffa, whose indigenous inhabitants were driven out en masse in 1948, Rotberg 2015. The Tel Aviv metropolitan area, which, according to Avishai Margalit, of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, had never been the historic homeland of the Jewish people, Margalit, a 1991, constitutes Israel's largest conurbation with 3,700,000 residents, over 40% of the country's population. Overall, Israeli settler colonial collective memory links the ancient Philistines with the modern Arabic-speaking people of Palestine. Zionist ethnic cleansing tactics in the 1948 war against the Palestinians evidently adopted and adapted the legendary narrative of Samson's sacred war against the Philistines. To do this, the Israelis officially named one of their key 1948 commando units Samson's Foxes, Shu'ele Shimshon. It operated within the Givati Brigade, which took part in the expulsion of the Palestinians. Furthermore, a secret reconnaissance battalion of the same name, Samson's Foxes, was re-established by the Israeli army in 2002, to back its occupation of the Gaza Strip, a region to which Israeli, biblicist, collective memory links to the ancient Philistines. The fox logo of the Israeli Army's Southern Command is also designed to foster the same collective and Israeli struggle against the indigenous people of Palestine. The highly developed cities of Philistia. Throughout much of the Iron Age, c. 1200–600 BC, Philistia flourished on strong international trade links and, as we shall see below, developed the first monetary system of Palestine in the late 6th early 5th century BC. Terrestrial excavations and underwater archaeology of shipwrecks of Philistia have revealed that the Philistines were a highly civilized people. They were sophisticated seafarers and highly accomplished architects and urban planners, highly artistic potters and weavers and ivory and metal workers, Dothan 1992. Like the Phoenicians, the Philistines developed advanced naval technology which probably enhanced their reputation as seafaring people. Although their origin, Aegean or Near Eastern, has been seriously disputed among scholars, Berlin 1997, with the most recent research suggesting they were an indigenous people of the Levant, Evian 2017, there are good reasons to assume that the evolution of the highly advanced Philistine city-states in Palestine resembled, to some extent, the evolution of the sophisticated ancient Greek polis. In time, and more noticeably during the Hellenic and Roman periods, several cities in Palestine, especially Ascalon in the south and Ptolemy, Acre, in the north, would evolve into typical Greek polis. The Greek term polis, plural polis, city-state, continued to evolve in the course of the ancient period as the ancestor of city, state, and eventually citizenship. The Greek term polis, Arabic Medina, persisted into the Hellenic, Roman and Byzantine periods and became common to the naming of cities in Roman and Greek-speaking Byzantine Palestine. It is also found in modern Palestine in the adapted name of the Palestinian city of Nablus, originally Neapolis. However, the historical evolution of Nablus, New City, and Ilia/Al-Quds/Jerusalem into the key Arab Islamic Madinas in Palestine did not result in cities very different from the earlier Greco-Roman Byzantine polis. Greek-Roman Byzantine urban planning flourished under Islam and is still much in evidence today in the Arab Islamic medieval Old City of Jerusalem, one of the best preserved medieval cities in the world. Like Gaza, Caesarea Maritima and other polis/Madinas in Palestine, Nablus, Gaza, Ascalon, Akka, Acre, and the medieval Islamic city of Jerusalem are classic examples which exhibit both historical continuities and continuous processes of adaptation and transformation of the rich urban landscape of Palestine. Furthermore, the Greco-Roman polis, dominated by small urban social elites, evolved and changed with the development of the center of governance in the city to signify state, which included its surrounding villages, and this form of governance, the city with its surrounding villages, is also evident in Byzantine and Islamic Palestine. However, it should be pointed out that the Greek polis were unlike other primordial ancient city-states in the Near East like Sidon and Tyre, which were ruled by a king or a small oligarchy, but rather were political entities ruled by their bodies of citizens. The strong tradition of trading and the technological innovation of Philistia during that period, and the nature of Philistine civilization, a highly developed and influential Mediterranean culture and polity, have all been confirmed by recent archaeological excavations. The archaeology of Philistia has shown that the Philistine city-states had a highly sophisticated culture, in fact far more advanced in urban and technological development, from iron to pottery, than other contemporary regions of Palestine. Israeli excavated archaeological evidence for this high level of development of the coast of Philistia was found outside the northern border of the modern city of Tel Aviv, the Israeli metropolis, mother city, founded by East European Jewish settlers in 1909 and effectively the capital of the Zionist Yishuv settler colony in Palestine until 1948, in the remains of Tel Kissel, a Philistine town which formed a thriving harbor town through the 12th–10th centuries BC. These archaeological discoveries were deposited in the Eretz Israel Museum on the campus of Tel Aviv University, a historical and archaeological museum in the Ramat Aviv neighborhood of Tel Aviv. The campus of Tel Aviv University itself was constructed on the ruins of an ancient Philistine town and a modern Palestinian village, Al-Sheikh Muwanis, depopulated by the Haganah in March 1948. Throughout the Iron Age Philistia, with its southern and northern natural borders, emerged as a distinct polity nestling between two powerful trading neighbors, Egypt and Phoenicia, but also cultivated flourishing international trade with the Aegean region in the west and Arabia in the south. This neighborhood was shrewdly exploited by the Philistines, who used it to develop their international trade links, economy, and a distinct geopolitical region and material culture. Ben Shlomo 2010, Thompson 2016. The trade-based economy of Philistia was also a major unifying factor in a country which was shaped by polytheism and cultural hybridity. The Philistines integrated with other local populations and lived in coastal port towns and their surrounding villages. Their key cities were ruled by autonomous kings and their populations were mixed and integrated with other indigenous populations of Palestine. Pottery remains excavated in ancient cities such as Gaza, Jaffa, Ekron, Ashdod, Ascalon, and Gath, decorated with stilized birds, provide archaeological evidence for highly developed Philistine cities in ancient Palestine. Ships sailing along the eastern Mediterranean coast between Egypt and Phoenicia used the harbors of Philistia, Gaza, Ascalon, Ashdod, Jaffa, and Tantur/Dor, to replenish supplies and take shelter in stormy weather. Crucially, the cities of Philistia controlled the international trade route of the Via Maris, Way of the Philistines, and charged the trade caravans tolls for passing through their region. Gallagher 1999, 113. The great trading cities of Philistia were not only credited with introducing iron weapons and chariots to ancient Palestine, but, as we shall see below, also with the creation of the earliest monetary and coinage system in Palestine in the 5th and 4th centuries BC. Regional and distant trade was a key factor in shaping the history of ancient Palestine and must have contributed to the introduction of the coinage of Philistia, which also became known as Philisto-Arabian coins, struck in the period 538–332 BC, see below. The integration of the Philistines with the indigenous population resulted in the geographically, but hardly ethnically, distinctive region of Philistia, which was tightly linked to the international trade routes. These followed the Via Maris, on the one hand, through the Jezreel and in the direction of northern Mesopotamia, and, on the other hand, continued along the coast to the Phoenician seaports of northern Palestine and southern Lebanon. Under Assyrian patronage, Palestine's expansive trading politics not only dominated the coastal economy but, over the course of the Iron II period, created an integrated south. Arab trade supported the processing of grains, cattle, and fruits from the northern Negev and coastal plain with the sheep and wool, olives and wines from the Judean foothills and highlands. Among the southern coast's most important towns were Jaffa, Afek, Ekron, Ashdod, Gimti, Tal as-Safi, Ascalon, and Gaza. Thompson 2016, 165. In 712, after an uprising by the Philistine city of Ashdod, supported militarily by Egypt, the Assyrian king Sargon II, reigned 722–705 BC, invaded Pilish to oust the king of Ashdod-Iamani and annexed the whole region. Philistia was brought under direct Assyrian control, in effect becoming an Assyrian province. Thompson 2016, 165. Although the king of Ashdod was allowed to remain on the throne, Gallagher 1999, 115. By the time Sargon II died, he had two provinces in Philistia, Dor, Tantur, and Ashdod, a reliable king in Gaza and a clearly defined border with Egypt. Gallagher 1999, 115. The Way of the Philistines, Palestine as a transit country and the historic road of Via Maris. Palestine as a transit country from north to south and from west to east is another striking feature. The great importance of the country as a juncture of trade, industry, technology, and monetarism, as well as agricultural innovation, and the importance of the famous Via Maris, the Way of the Sea, also known as Way of the Philistines, can hardly be overstated. Historically, Palestine fully exploited its geopolitical position as a transit country serving international trade and linking three different continents. Both the Philistines and Phoenicians controlled much of the Levantine coast of Philistia and Phoenicia, modern Lebanon, and the Way of the Philistines, or Via Maris, was described in Exodus as the way of the land of the Philistines, Old Testament, Derek Eretzplishtim, 13:17. Much of the evidence concerning this route comes from Egyptian and Assyrian sources. The section connecting cementing Egypt with Palestine via Gaza was described in Egyptian sources as the Way of Horus. It was an important international trade and traffic route running through the country's coastline dating from the early Bronze Age. It was the most important historic route from Egypt to the Levant, and linked Egypt with Palestine and the Fertile Crescent throughout all historical periods. Along its route most of the important cities in the country sprang up, including Gaza, ancient Egypt's administrative capital of Palestine, Ashdod, Isdud, Ascalon, Ascalon, Joppa, Jaffa, Tantur, Tunchra, and later Caesarea Palestina. It followed the coastal plain of North Sinai and Palestine until Tantur before veering northeastwards, with alternative roads through Wadi Ara into Marj ibn Amr, the plain of Esdrelon, then passing by Mount Tabor and northwards towards present-day Syria. One branch continued from Tantur northwards along the Phoenician coast. This international trade highway of Palestine was crisscrossed by other trading routes in the country, including from Jaffa to Jerusalem, from Marj ibn Amr in the north to the Jordan Valley in the east, and from the rich port city of Gaza in the south to the wealthy trading town of Petra, originally known to its literate Nabatean Arabs as Rakmua, in the east, and via the long-distance spice trade and incense route of Arabia and the Yemen. The Nabatean Arab trade flourished across southern Palestine and northern Arabia. Not surprisingly, for practical reasons, the earliest form of Arabic script, also known as the Kufi script, which evolved from the Nabatean Aramaic and Proto-Arabic scripts, which, in turn, can be traced to the Phoenician alphabet, evolved under the impact of these important trade routes of Palestine and Arabia and the growing urbanization of the Arab Near East. Philisto-Arabian coins, currency, power, and autonomy in Philistia, 6th to 4th centuries BC. Although coming under imperial, direct and indirect, rule, the highly advanced cities of Philistia, or Philistin, were the first to develop a monetary system in Palestine, and Philistia was the first region in the country to witness a movement from bullion to a coin economy, and Palestinian currency struck in Gaza from 538 BC until the occupation of Palestine by Alexander the Great in 332 BC. Subsequently an ancient Greek-style currency, drachma, was struck in several Palestinian cities, including Gaza, Ascalon, Jaffa, and Acre. The drachma gave rise to the silver dirham, the Arab Islamic coin whose name derives from the drachma. The coinage of Philistia of the 6th-4th centuries BC refers to the much-discussed group of silver coins of the 6th, 5th, and 4th centuries, minted by the autonomous rulers of the Palestinian cities of Gaza, Ascalon, and Ashdod, and these coins represent the earliest and most significant phase of the development of money in Palestine. This monetary development continued in the 4th century until the end of the Achaemenid, Persian, rule over Palestine. Philistia's early coinage consisted of silver and silver-plated coins. Some of the famous and unique pieces of this large collection are housed in the British Museum. The coins issued in Philistia circulated and were traded widely in the Philisto-Arabian region and became known as Philisto-Arabian coins. The iconography of the coinage of Philistia was influenced by a melange of Greek, Sidonian, Achaemenid, Egyptian, and local Palestinian sources and patterns, Hill 1914, 2011, Tal 2016, Gittler and Tal 2006. The presence of Greek archaic silver coins, with strong Athenian artistic influences, was noted by several authors, and the most striking influence on the Philistia coinage is notably Athenian. The people of Philistia observed these foreign motifs and frequented, adopted and adapted them to local use, Tal 2016, 253. The iconography also represents the most miscellaneous assemblage of deities of Assyria, Egypt, Greece, and Palestine. Chapter 2. The conception of Palestine in classical antiquity and during the Hellenistic empires, 500–135 BC. Palestine was the name used most commonly, consistently, and continuously for over 1,200 years throughout classical and late antiquity, from the highlight of classical Athenian civilization in 500 BC until the end of the Byzantine period and the occupation of Palestine by the Muslim armies in 637–638 AD. To substitute the vague and imprecise term Canaan for the real historical and official toponym Palestina used during a classical period lasting over a millennium would be tantamount to the elimination of the history of this region and would create major obstacles to an understanding of classical and late antiquity. The substitution of the term Canaan, known only for a limited period during the Late Bronze Age, for Palestina would also eliminate the possibility of any real historical knowledge of one of the most important periods in the ancient history of the region, namely early Christianity and Byzantine Palestine. Greek-speaking Byzantine Christianity in Palestine began in the reign of the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great, 306–337 AD, and lasted until the beginning of Muslim rule in Palestine in 637–638 AD. The Greek name pi alpha lambda alpha iota sigma tau nu eta in classical and foundational Greco-Hellenic sources. Classical antiquity and the Hellenistic period from 500 BC to 135 BC is one of the periods when records of life in Palestine were numerous and well kept. This is also a period in which the first famous historians and authors of antiquity, including Herodotus and Aristotle, wrote about the country in detail, and the strategic, commercial, and cultural importance of Palestine to the various Hellenistic monarchs, military commanders, traders, travelers, cartographers and scientists led to great interest, and close examination of the country and its people. The term Palestine was also extensively used in referring to the entire area connected with modern Palestine in 5th century BC ancient Greece. The name pi alpha lambda alpha iota sigma tau nu eta, Palestine, was widely used by the most important ancient Greek historians, cartographers, writers, philosophers, and scientists, including Herodotus, Aristotle and Ptolemy. The Greco-Roman Byzantine name Palestine is commonly found in major classical Greek texts, especially the histories of Herodotus, written near the mid-5th century BC. The conception of Palestine by the founding father of history. Palestine always played a special role in the imagination, sacred literature, and historical representations of the West, said 1989. This began with the earliest classical literature and seminal works of the Greek writers, especially Herodotus and Aristotle in the 5th and 4th centuries BC. It was in the writings of Herodotus, who lived in the 5th century BC, c. 484 to 425 BC, that the name took on its Greek form pi alpha lambda alpha iota sigma tau nu eta, Palestine or Palestine, and was used as the name of the region. Herodotus talks about Palestine, Palestine Syria and the Syrians of Palestine, and he distinguishes the Phoenicians from the Syrians of Palestine, Herodotus 1841, 135. He also describes the physical geography of the region which is associated today with the modern Middle East as follows: the other region starts from the country of the Persians, and stretches into Erythraean Sea, containing first Persia, then Assyria, and after Assyria, Arabia. It ends, that is to say it is considered to end, though it does not really come to termination, at the Arabian Gulf. Between Persia and Phoenicia lies a broad and ample tract of country, after which the region I am describing skirts our Mediterranean Sea, stretching from Phoenicia along the coast of Palestine Syria till it comes to Egypt, where it terminates. This entire tract contains but 3 nations. Herodotus 1860, 27. In his geographic representation of pi alpha lambda alpha iota sigma tau nu eta, Palestine or Palestine, Herodotus uses the term in its wider sense and not merely in reference to Philistia, or the coastal strip of land from Carmel to Gaza, but also the interior of the country. Herodotus 1841, 135. He and Aristotle, for example, used the term in a way that includes the regions of Transjordan, or eastern Palestine, beyond the Jordan Rift Valley. Herodotus not only mentions Palestine as an autonomous district of Syria but describes it geographically, as the country we know today, but also including some adjoining areas in the Sinai and the north, as well as the area east of the River Jordan. Herodotus also adds that southern Palestine seaports from Cadidas to Genesis, or Enesis, modern Khan Yunis in the Gaza Strip, were occupied by Arabians. Herodotus 1841, 135. Herodotus' conception of Palestine included the Galilee and referred to Palestine in the wider sense. In effect, this conception applied to the region of the Levant between Phoenicia and Egypt. Jacobson 1999. This classical conception of Palestine also influenced modern representations of the country, and a map of Palestine in c. 450 BC, according to Herodotus, was reconstructed in 1897 by John Murray, one of the most important and influential publishers in Britain. Herodotus' wider conception of Palestine also reflected the expansion of the province of Idumea in the south, following the destruction of Iron Age Edom by the Babylonian Nabonidus. The Edomites were identified by some scholars to be of Nabatean Arab origins. Idumea's center, first in Hebron, Al-Khalil, and later centered in Lachish, in the southern foothills, created boundaries stretching from the Transjordan Plateau to the Mediterranean. In 132 CE, under the Romans, Idumea was joined to the provinces of Judea and the Galilee, and the Latin form Palestina was used to refer to the whole of the southern Levant. Herodotus was a contemporary of Socrates and is widely referred to as the father of history. Cicero, 1st century BC. He was the first historian to systematically investigate historical subjects, arranging material into a historical narrative. Herodotus' Histories, also known as the History, 1987, is one of the most famous historical texts on the origins of the Greco-Persian Wars, a text known to academics, historians, and history students throughout the world. Histories is now considered a foundational text in the Western Academy. It serves as a key record of ancient oral traditions, politics, geography, and the clashes of various powers that were known in Greece, Western Asia and North Africa. When it comes to ancient Palestine and toponymic memory, modern Western Christian writing relies partly on Herodotus' classic work, 1987. In this classical text, written from the 450s to the 420s BC, Herodotus writes about a district of Syria called Palestine and lists place names of ancient Palestine. Herodotus himself visited Palestine in the 5th decade of the 5th century BC. He traveled extensively through the part of Syria called Palestine. I myself saw one and acquired first-hand knowledge of the country and its people, Jacobson 1999. Herodotus refers to Pi Alpha Lambda Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Nu Eta, Palestine, Syria, or simply Palestine, many times as an area comprising the whole region between Phoenicia and Egypt. See also Herodotus 2014, 724, Map 10. Herodotus' text includes the description of key towns and ports, the road later to be called Via Maris, and many other places he had seen and recorded. He describes in detail the city of Ascalon, an ancient seaport city which dates back to the Neolithic Age. At the time of Herodotus, Palestine was polytheistic, and he consequently describes Ascalon as having a temple for Aphrodite Urania. This signified celestial love and the spiritual, as distinct from the more earthly aspect of Aphrodite Pandemos, Aphrodite for all the people. The cult of Aphrodite Urania was associated with body and soul and with spiritual love, beauty, fertility, procreation, and pleasure, and its sacred doves still flocked on the roofs of the city in Roman times, Lewin 2005, 156. The cult of Aphrodite Urania was also associated with the sea and existed in several Palestinian cities, including the ancient port city of Jaffa, often referred to in Arabic by Palestinians as Uruz al-Bar, Bride of the Sea. Classical Greek historians Herodotus and Thucydides, c. 460, c. 400 BC, in contrast with the authors of the Old Testament, sought to separate myth, mythos, from reality based on reasoned argument, logos, and histories of the gods from histories of humans. They disregarded political and myth narratives in favor of facts on the ground. Their histories were also strongly geoethnographic. Geoethnography is central to Herodotus' account of ancient Palestine and its inhabitants. Greek historians and geographers were fully conscious of the fact that the Mediterranean and Red Seas were a major route of international trade and a major source of wealth for Palestine. Herodotus refers to the Arabs who occupied Mediterranean seaports in southern Palestine, Herodotus 1841, 135, and North Sinai, and controlled the incense trade route from the eastern Mediterranean to southern Arabia and via the Red Sea to India, the frankincense road of antiquity, which comprised a network of major ancient land and sea trading routes linking the Mediterranean world with eastern and southern sources of incense, spices, and other luxury goods. Stretching from the Mediterranean ports of Palestine and Egypt through Arabia and beyond, and involving the Nabatean Arabs, and Petra at its height at the beginning of the 2nd century AD, the long-distance land trade in incense flourished between the 7th century BC and the 2nd century AD. Thus Herodotus records his many conversations with the Philistines and other groups he meets, and interesting facts he learned about their lives, such as the practice of male circumcision, originally polytheistic, learned from the Egyptians. The Syrians called Palestinians confess that they learned the custom of the Egyptians, Herodotus 1858, Book 2, ch 104, 1836, Volume 1, Book 2, 247. Egypt had the oldest documented evidence for male circumcision dating back to 2345 to 2182 BC, World Health Organization 2007, 3. David Ashery, 1925-2000, Professor of Ancient History at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, 1970–1975, in a commentary on Herodotus, Books 1-4, writes, "The Syrians called Palestinians, at the time of Herodotus were a mixture of Phoenicians, Philistines, Arabs, Egyptians, and perhaps also other peoples. Perhaps the circumcised Syrians called Palestinians are the Arabs and Egyptians of the Sinai coast. At the time of Herodotus there were few Jews in the coastal area." Asheri et al. 2007, 402. Herodotus, who traveled widely in Palestine and Syria and beyond the coastal region, does not mention Judea or refer to Jews. He does not mention terms such Canaan or Canaanites or Israelites in Palestine, nor does he describe monotheism in the country. First, as archaeological evidence shows, monotheism was a much later development in Palestine and the Near East, Masalha 2007. Second, also significantly, many of the Old Testament religio-ideological dogmas evolved centuries after Herodotus. Interestingly, the ancient Philistine and Greek toponyms for Palestine, Tantur, Tantura, and Ascalon, were preserved in local Palestinian Arab tradition and by medieval Arab historians, geographers, and travelers, and Ascalon became known to the Palestinians as Ascalon, or Magdal Ascalon, depopulated by the Israel army in 1950, Masalha 1997. This shows how, by and large, the local names of Palestinian villages and towns were fairly stable throughout the ancient, medieval, and modern history of Palestine. The name Palestine in Aristotle's Meteorology. Approximately a century after Herodotus, the celebrated Greek scientist, philosopher, and historian Aristotle, Aristoteles, 384–322 BC, talks about Palestine and does not mention the term Canaan, primarily because Palestine applied to a real historical region, while the term Canaan was probably derived from a subsequently constructed religio-ideological narrative of the Old Testament with which at the time Aristotle could not have been familiar. The work of Aristotle is foundational for ancient, medieval, and modern empirical sciences and philosophy. His work constituted the first comprehensive system of Western philosophy. According to the Encyclopaedia Britannica, Aristotle was the first genuine scientist in history. And every scientist is in his dead point too. In his famous work, Meteorology, Greek, mu epsilon tau epsilon omega rho omicron lambda omicron gamma iota kappa, 340 BC, Aristotle describes the special qualities of the Dead Sea water. Again, if, as is fabled, there is a lake in Palestine, such that if you bind a man or beast and throw it in it floats and does not sink, this would bear out what we have said. They say that this lake is so bitter and salt that no fish live in it, and that if you soak clothes in it and shake them it cleans them. This is widely and logically understood by scholars to be a reference to the Dead Sea, Jacobson 1999, 66-67. Aristotelian terminology and thought profoundly influenced Arab Islamic, Arab Jewish, and Christian philosophical thought throughout the Middle Ages. Aristotelian terminology and naming were well known among medieval Muslim intellectuals and scientists, and he was widely revered by Muslim scholars as the first teacher. Throughout the Middle Ages, Muslim translators, scholars, and scientists became closely acquainted with classical Greek sources, including sources in history, sciences, philosophy, and geography. An Arabic compendium of Aristotle's Meteorology, called Al-Athar al-Ulwiyya, was produced c. 800 CE by the Arab Christian scholar Yahya ibn al-Bitrik and was widely circulated among Muslim scholars over the following centuries. Palestina on the world map of Ptolemy. The use of the term Palestina by Greek geographers and historians during the Seleucid and Ptolemaic empires. Another giant of the Hellenistic world, the highly influential Alexandrian cartographer and writer Ptolemy, Claudius Ptolemaeus, c. AD 100, c. 170, produced the first known map to describe Palestine. Ptolemy clearly distinguished between the so-called Syriacoel, Phoenicia, and Palestine, proving the latter was conceived and treated as a separate and autonomous entity. The toponym Syriacoel or Coel Syria, Greek, Kappa Omicron Lambda Eta Sigma Upsilon Rho Alpha, Coel Syria, Latin, Cava Syria, English, Hollow Syria, is often confounded or equated by some historians with the modern invented term Southern Syria, e.g. Cohen 2006, 41. This strategy is partly designed to camouflage the existence of historic Palestine as a geopolitical unit, thereby denying the widespread use of the term Palestine throughout classical antiquity. Rendered as Silla Syria and Seal Syria, Coel Syria was a geographical designation of a region in Syria in classical antiquity. Although the term Coel itself was possibly a transcription of the Aramaic Kul, Arabic Kul, of the region of Syria, the term actually acquired a different meaning in both Greek and Latin, Cava Syria or Hollow Syria. Crucially, it was often applied in a narrower sense to the Bekaa Valley of Lebanon, Pliny the Elder's Naturalis Historia, Book V, c. 78 AD, Sartre 1988, and later to the Roman province of Syria Coel in northern Syria. After the collapse of the Macedonian Empire of Alexander the Great in 323 BC, the Hellenistic Seleucid and Ptolemaic kings fought over Palestine. However, the official use of the name Coel Syria emerged at some stage in the period of the Hellenistic Seleucid Empire, Cohen 2006, 4i, which existed from 312 BC to 63 BC. The Seleucid and Ptolemaic empires began after the collapse of the Empire of Alexander the Great and faded away with the rise of Rome in the 1st century BC. The Seleucid Empire, whose capital was Antioch, was a major center of Hellenistic culture that maintained the preeminence of Greek customs where Greek political elites dominated, mostly in the urban areas. However, Greek historians, following Herodotus, by and large made a clear distinction between Coel Syria and Palestina, although they were not in agreement as to the exact boundary between the two geopolitical units. 3 The term Coel Syria was used by some historians in classical antiquity in a wider sense to indicate all Syria or all Syria without Phoenicia, Cohen 2006, 41, and by Greek geographers and historians to indicate all Syria with the exception of Palestine. This included Ptolemy, to whom later generations of Arab geographers and scientists referred using his name in Arabic, Batlimus. Ptolemy's world map is a map of the world known to Hellenistic society in the 2nd century. It is based on the description contained in Ptolemy's Geography, written c. 150. This work, which had been lost to the West for centuries, was known to the Arabs and Byzantines. It was brought to Italy in the late 14th century and translated into Latin in Florence, Edson 2007. Ptolemy's world map made a clear distinction between Palestina and Syria Coel, Phoenicia, roughly modern Lebanon, as 3 completely distinct countries. As we shall see below, the new province of Syria Palestina created later by Emperor Hadrian in 135 AD was distinct from the Roman province of Syria Coel created in 193 AD in the north of Syria. This crucial distinction made by Ptolemy between the 3 countries, Palestina, Coel Syria, and Phoenicia, was hugely influential and impacted on the way future historians, geographers, cartographers, travelers, pilgrims, and romance seekers would reproduce similar distinctions. In the 2nd century BC this was evident in the work of Agatharchides or Agatharchus of Knidos, in modern Turkey. Agatharchides was an important political figure of his time, and served as a guardian to one of Ptolemy's sons. In composing his speeches Agatharchides was an imitator of Thucydides, whom he equaled in dignity and excelled in clarity. Ptolemy's world map, and the distinction between the countries of Palestina, Coel Syria, and Phoenicia, was cited directly or indirectly by Strabo, Pliny the Elder, Diodorus Siculus, and Josephus and Philo of Alexandria. As we shall see below, Philastin and Palestina are also found on the world maps of cartographers Muhammad al-Idrisi, Pietro Vescant, Marino Sanudo and Fra Mauro in the 12th, 14th, and 15th centuries. Of course, world maps were not just about representations of space and reality, they were designed for practical purposes of traffic and navigation and for the use of traders and pilgrims to the holy places. World maps often provided an expression and fulfillment of power and were produced for empires and state builders. Ptolemy's world map was no exception, it was produced, reproduced, and revised to promote the political agendas of different powers across many centuries. The map was first used to expand the Roman Empire. In the 9th century, Ptolemy's geography and map were translated from Greek into Arabic and played a role in the corrective cartography of Al-Khwarizmi, 780, c. 850, in the Mediterranean region, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, and his scientific work and geographic world map was used in the service of the Muslim global trade and the Baghdad-based Abbasid state. In the late 19th century, Ptolemy's map was reproduced by Claude Rainier Condor, of the British Palestine Exploration Fund, and used to advance British imperial ambitions in the Near East and Palestine. Chapter 3. From Philistia to Provincia Syria Palestina, 135 AD 390 AD, the administrative province of Roman Palestine. During Roman rule in Palestine, and more specifically between 135 AD and 390 AD, Palestine became one of the provincias of the empire. This is also a period from which many written records were preserved in a variety of languages, Latin, Greek, Aramaic, Hebrew, and also covered in the annals and texts of the new religion of Christianity. By this time the name Palestine was more than a millennium old and had substantial currency. During the Roman period, the official/administrative name of Palestine was consolidated and popularized in Latin and Greek, which were the two lingua francas of the Roman Empire and Eastern Mediterranean. These two languages affected trade, administration, education, religion, architecture, diplomacy, coinage, and key place names throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. The upgrading of Palestine by Hadrian, the official designation of the province of Syria Palestina, 135–390 AD. In Roman times, a province, Latin, provincia, pl provincii, was the basic and, until 293 AD, largest territorial and administrative unit of the empire. A Roman provincia in the modern sense was a geographically defined official administrative unit. Provinces were generally governed by politicians of senatorial rank, former consuls or top army commanders. The Romans also distinguished between two types of provinces, minor provinces, or procuratorial provinces, such as Judea in 1st century AD, and major provinces, or proconsular provinces, such proconsular provinces like Syria Palestina after 135 AD. In 135 AD, the Roman Emperor Hadrianus, reigned 117 to 138 AD, officially combined the minor Roman, procuratorial, province of Iudea, comprising Judea and Samaria, with the old Philistia, the Galilee in the north and Idumea in the south to form a new major, proconsular, province of Syria Palestina. According to some accounts, the new province was created following the military defeat of the Jewish revolt of Bar Kokhba in 135 AD. 4 years later, the official designation of the new province of Syria Palestina was given in a 139 AD Roman military diploma granted for military service, a rectangular bronze tablet which was discovered in Palestine near Nazareth in the late 19th century and was exhibited at the Louvre Museum, de Villefosse 1897. Issued by the Roman Emperor and lodged in the Military Archive of Rome, these military certificates were inscribed in bronze confirming that the holder was discharged from the Roman armed forces and had received the grant of Roman citizenship with its privileges, as a reward for military service. In addition to this military evidence, the first numismatic evidence for the province of Syria Palestina comes from the period of Marcus Aurelius, emperor from 161 to 180. However, the new province of Syria Palestina should not be conflated with Roman Syria as a whole, as some historians do, or with either the separate Roman province of Syria Coel in the northern parts of Syria or Roman Phoenicia, modern Lebanon. The Roman, and Hadrian's, conception of Palestine had nothing to do with any biblical narratives or the Old Testament narrative of the Philistines. For Hadrian, in addition to a combination of political and military strategic calculations following the defeat of the Bar Kokhba rebellion in 135, The historical geographic considerations behind the official upgrading of Palestina by the Romans in the early 2nd century should also be taken into account. After all, Emperor Hadrian chose the 1,000-year-old name of Philistia, the most common geopolitical designation for Palestine used by Greek geographers and historians, long before the Old Testament stories were put together, and Hadrian combined Palestine with the southern parts of Syria. The Greek name for the country Palestine and the Latin name Palestina were frequently and repeatedly cited in classical literature and by classical Greek and Roman historians and poets with reference to the country between Egypt and Phoenicia. The metamorphosis of Palestine, from Philistia to Palestina, is not surprising when considering that the early 1st century Roman poet Ovid, one of the canonical poets of Latin literature, repeatedly invoked the term Palestina and adjective Palestino, Palestinian, in Metamorphoses and his other epic poems. 1 In Ars Amatoria, The Art of Love, Ovid also mentioned the 7th-day feast that the Syrian of Palestine Palestino Syro observes, with reference to followers of Judaism in Palestine, who were in the 1st century AD one of the many religious groups in the country. Ovid and other Roman writers did not confine the term Palestina and Palestino to the coastal region known as Philistia, but included the interior of the country. In c. 90 AD another famous 1st century Greco-Roman author, Dio Chrysostom, c. 40, c. 115 AD, an orator, philosopher, historian of the Roman Empire, born at Prusa, present-day Turkey, was quoted by Synesius, Greek bishop of Ptolemy, in modern Libya, in the early 4th century, referring to the Dead Sea as located in the interior of Palestine, Dio Chrysostom 1951, Volume 5, 378-379. Another classical Roman poet of the 1st century AD, Publius Poppaeanius Statius, in the Silvae, refers to liquors Palestini, Palestinian wine, Ziener 2005, 104, Feldman 1996, 565, which was produced in large quantities and was widely known throughout the Mediterranean region. Its fame was partly derived from the application of South Arabian spices and local herbs and the Palestinian aromatic balsam to winemaking in Palestine and the Arab region as a whole, something which Statius called liquors Arabs, Ziener 2005, 104. In the course of the subsequent Byzantine period, large-scale production of Palestini liquors in Greater Palestina led to international commerce in the commodity, and Palestinian wine was exported around the Mediterranean region and in the Near East. Although religiously discouraged, the genre of wine poetry, al-Kamriyat, became a recurring theme in classical Arabic poetry of the Abbasid period in the Middle Ages. Ancient methods of winemaking survived in Palestine into the modern period, while the balsam shrub was reported to be cultivated in the Galilee in the early 19th century, Burkhard 1822, 323. The administrative name of the new province, Syria Palestina, was almost certainly inspired by the works of classical Greek and Roman historians, geographers, and poets who had contributed so much to the spread and popularization of the name Palestina since the work of Herodotus in the 5th century BC. Considered by many to have been a classicizing humanist, and one of the greatest and most accomplished of the Roman emperors, Hadrian was fond of Greek culture, historiography, and literature, Burley 1997. During his reign, he traveled extensively with the Roman military and visited nearly every province of the empire, including Palestine. An admirer of cultural Hellenization, he sought to make Athens the cultural capital of the empire and ordered the construction of many opulent temples in the city. Hadrian had served as the governor of Syria, giving him an intimate knowledge of the region, Burley 1997, 75. He had traveled through Palestine and visited Gaza, the most powerful city of Old Philistia. On his way to Egypt in 130 AD, Gaza began dating its coinage by a new era beginning with Hadrian's arrival, which can be narrowed down to July. A Hadrian festival was also founded there, Burley 1997, 234. Hadrian's trip further encouraged the classicizing culture of the city and the building of many Greek temples there. The speed with which the new name of the administrative province of Syria Palestina was widely adopted is evident in its use not only by establishment Roman historians and geographers who often defended the status quo, but also among Palestine-based early Christian apologists who were often philosophically radical and politically subversive. Greco-Roman historian Appian of Alexandria, c. 95, c. 165 AD, who flourished before, throughout and after the reign of Hadrian, wrote in his preface to Historia Romana, c. 150 AD intending to write the history of the Romans, I have deemed it best to begin with the boundaries of the nations under their sway. Here after Egypt turning our course we take in Palestine Syria, and beyond it a part of Arabia. The Phoenicians hold the country next to Palestine on the sea, and beyond the Phoenician territory are Coel Syria, and the parts stretching from the sea as far inland as the river Euphrates, namely Palmyra, and the sandy country round about, extending even to the Euphrates itself. 3. The new genre of early Christian apologetics focused on defending the new religion in philosophical terms and on equating Christianity with Greek philosophy. Early Christian apologists included prominent Palestine-based writers such Justine the Martyr and Origen. Justine the Martyr was born to a pagan family in Flavia Neapolis, Nablus, then a largely Greek-speaking town in the Roman province of Syria Palestina, Parvis 2008. At the time, Flavia Neapolis was also a flourishing center of Greek philosophy and Platonism. Today Justine is regarded as the foremost interpreter of the concept of the Greco-Christian logos in the 2nd century AD, Rokia 2002, 22. Following his conversion to Christianity, Justine traveled to Rome during the reign of Antoninus Pius, 138–161 AD, and started his own Christian philosophical school. Justine was beheaded in Rome. Addressed to Antoninus, his sons and the Roman Senate, his first apology, c. 155 AD, passionately defended the morality of the Christian faith and provided various ethical and philosophical arguments to convince the Roman authorities to abandon their persecution of the fledgling sect. In the introduction to the first apology, Justin also refers to his native city Flavia Neapolis in Palestine. 4. Both the official administrative name of the province of Syria Palestina and the term Palestina continued for many years to be widely and interchangeably used by native Palestinian and Roman and Greek writers, geographers, historians, and imperial administrators to refer to the area between the Mediterranean Sea and River Jordan. The Romans promoted further urbanization in Palestine, and the province of Syria Palestina itself had a well-organized road network and an efficient traffic system as basic elements of proper imperial administration. The importance of Provincia Palestina can be seen by the fact that the Romans invested great resources in the urban infrastructure and transport system of the country, in labor and technological skill in road building. During much of this period of Roman Provincia Palestina, Jerusalem served as one of the two administrative and cultural hubs of the country, the other one being the city of Caesarea Palestina, and the seat of the Roman governor and the royal court. Continuing the long Hellenistic tradition of changing place names and personal names in Palestine, a tradition which was actively pursued internally by Roman Jewish rulers and public intellectuals from King Herod the Great to Josephus, the city of Jerusalem was renamed by Emperor Hadrian, full name in Latin, Publius Aelius Hadrianus Augustus, as Aelia Capitolina, Wilkinson 1975. Capitolina was dedicated to Jupiter Capitolinus, the chief deity of the Roman state religion, while Aelia referred to Hadrian's own second name and to the name of Lucius Aelius Caesar, the father of Emperor Lucius, who was adopted by Hadrian and named heir to the throne, but died before Hadrian. The latter accelerated the Hellenistic tradition of renaming Palestine cities. Subsequently, Aelia Capitolina remained the official name of Jerusalem for more than 5 centuries until 638 AD, when the Arabs conquered the city and kept the first part of the name as Ilia. In fact, it seems that the Arabs began to use the name Ilia at a very early period, long before the Islamic conquest of the city. Gill, M. 1997, 114. The name Jerusalem almost became extinct, Aelia Capitolina becoming the common name for the city. Its Arabic version, Ilia, was still being used in medieval Arabic sources in the 10th century, together with the other Arabic name for Jerusalem, Beit al-Maqdis, al-Maqdisi 2002, 135, 144, Drijvers 2004, 2. However, a century later, during the Fatimid period, Muslim traveler Nasir Khusrau, who visited Jerusalem in 1047, reported that the people of Palestine and Al-Sham as a whole called Al-Bayt al-Muqaddas, the Holy City, by the name Al-Quds, Khusrau 1888. This is also the modern and current name of the city used by the Palestinians. Aelia Capitolina, due to its centrality under both the Romans and later the Byzantines, served as a starting point for no fewer than 7 highways. These 7 highways were later broadly reflected in the 16th century Ottoman walls and gates of the old city of Al-Quds. The Hadrian column can be seen in the Madaba floor mosaic map of the 6th century, see chapter 4. The name has also survived in local modern Palestinian social memory and in the naming of the most spectacular Ottoman gate of the Old City of Jerusalem, Bab al-Ahmad, literally, the Column Gate, also known as Damascus Gate. Further developments, from Syria Palestina to Palestina. In the course of time, and especially from Vespasian, emperor from 69 to 79 AD, onwards, the term Palestina began to supersede the longer Roman name of the province of Syria Palestina. The territorial boundaries of Palestina in the time of the Romans embraced the coastal region of Palestine, Idumea, Judea, Samaria, Perazza, northern modern Jordan, and Trachonitis, modern Arab, Lajit, southeast of Damascus. Following Herodotus and classical literature, this Roman conception of Palestine applied to the country in the wider sense, to the area of the southern Levant between modern Lebanon and Egypt. The shift in the terminology from the official Roman province of Syria Palestina introduced by Emperor Hadrian to more and more emphasis on Palestine is reflected in the works of important Roman writers such as Strabo, Pliny the Elder and Pomponius Mela and classical Jewish authors including Josephus and Philo of Alexandria. The 1st century geography of Palestina by Strabo, Pliny the Elder and Pomponius Mela. Historical and geographical knowledge and power are inextricably linked, and the expansion and consolidation of the Roman Empire brought about the rise of encyclopedic multi-volume works. In the 1st century AD there are 3 well-known geographical accounts of Palestine by a. Greco-Roman geographer and historian Strabo, 64-63 BC, c. 24 AD, in his multi-volume work Geographica, Strabo 1917. This encyclopedic knowledge was based on his extensive travels throughout the Mediterranean region and Near East. B. Pliny the Elder, 23-79 AD, in his work Naturalis Historia, c. 78 AD. 5. C. Pomponius Mela, who was the first Roman geographer and wrote the only ancient treatise on geography in classical Latin, De Situ Orbis, a description of the world, written around 43 AD. The accounts of Strabo, Pliny the Elder and Mela all treat the country of Palestine in the wider sense, in the same way as the name applied by the classical Greek writers to the whole country. Pliny, Strabo, and Mela may well derive some of their information on Palestine from earlier Hellenistic sources. Pliny's Naturalis Historia, c. 78 AD, is an encyclopedic book about the natural world written by a Roman author and naval commander who also belonged to Emperor Vespasian's inner circle. The geo-administrative term Palestina used in Naturalis Historia, Book V, chapters 13 and 14, reflects both the evolving place names of the time and the changes introduced by Vespasian. Geographically, Pliny uses Palestina in 2 distinct ways: Old Palestina, or Old Philistia, and the New Palestina, whose vast expanses reach all way to modern Lebanon and Syria. The next country on the coast is Syria, formerly the greatest of lands. It had a great many divisions with different names, the part adjacent to Arabia being formerly called Palestine Palestina, or Old Philistia and Judea and Hollow Syria, then Phoenicia, and the more inland part Damashina, and that still further south Babylonia as well as Mesopotamia between the Euphrates and the Tigris. Behind Sidon begins Mount Lebanon, a chain extending as far as Zemira in the district called Hollow Syria Koel Syria, a distance of nearly 190 miles. Facing Lebanon Finis, with a valley between, stretches the equally long range of Counter Lebanon, which was formerly connected with Lebanon by a wall. Behind Counter Lebanon inland is the region of the 10 cities, the Decapolis in the Roman province of Syria Palestina and later Byzantine Palestina Secunda, and with it the tetrarchies already mentioned, and the whole of the wide expanse of Palestine Palestina. Pliny 1991, Book V. The work of Pomponius Mela, A Description of the World, Chorographia, although inferior by the standard of the works of Strabo and Pliny the Elder as well as by modern technical standards, was circulated widely in the course of Europe's great age of exploration from the end of the 15th century to the 18th century, and was translated into English. It remained highly influential throughout the modern period. Published in 44 CE, at the height of the Roman Empire, Mela's work was one of the world's earliest geoethnographies and is the earliest surviving geographical work in Latin, Romer 1998. This work was influenced by classical Greek sources and, like Herodotus, Mela describes Palestine in the wider sense, from Phoenicia in the north to Egypt in the south. Unlike Herodotus, however, Mela mentions Judea, but he correctly views it as a small part of the country he calls Palestina. In 43 AD Mela spoke of the Arabs of Palestine, hic Palestine est qua tangit Arabas, and describes Syria and Palestina as follows: Syria holds a broad expanse of the littoral, as well as lands that extend rather broadly into the interior, and it is designated by different names in different places. For example, it is called Koel, Mesopotamia, Judea, Commagene, and Safin. It is Palestine at the point where Syria abuts the Arabs, then Phoenicia, and then, where it reaches Cilicia, Antiochia, which was powerful long ago and for a long time, but which was most powerful by far when Semiramis held it under her royal sway. Her works certainly have many distinctive characteristics. Two in particular stand out: Babylon was built as a city of amazing size, and the Euphrates and Tigris were diverted into once dry regions. 6. It is also fascinating what Mela had to say about Gaza and other important cities of the country he calls Palestina. In Semitic languages, the name Gaza means strong or fierce, Hebrew, strong. Etymologically, the Greek and Latin name, Gamma Zeta Alpha and Gaza, were probably a rendition of the Syriac, Ganza, Gaza, which originated from Persian Ganje, treasure, store, granary. The ancient Egyptians called it Azadi, the prized city, Shahin 2005, 414, Katzenstein 1982. Mela goes on to describe the Palestine cities of Gaza, Ascalon, and Jaffa and refers to both Semitic and Persian connotations of the name Gaza. In Palestine, however, is Gaza, a mighty and very well fortified city. This is why the Persians call it their treasury. When Cambyses headed for Egypt under arms, he had brought here both riches and the money for war. Ascalon is no less important a city. Iope Jaffa was founded, as they tell it, before the flood. Iope is where the locals claim that Cepheus was king, based on the proof that particular old altars with the greatest taboo, continue to bear an inscription of that man and his brother Phinehas. What is more, they even point out the huge bones of the sea monster as a clear reminder of the event celebrated in song and legend, and as a clear reminder of Andromeda, who was saved by Perseus. Pomponius Mela, in Romer 1998, 52-53, 7. The official designation of Palestina by classical Jewish scholars. The same wider territorial concept of Palestine was embraced by classical Jewish writers, especially Josephus, 37, c. 100 AD, Hebrew, Yosef ben Mattityahu, born in Jerusalem to a priestly family, and Philo of Alexandria, c. 25 BC, c. 50 CE, Hebrew, Yedidiah HaKohen, also called Philo Judaeus, the Jewish philosopher and a contemporary of Jesus who lived in the Roman province of Egypt and became the most important representative of Hellenistic Judaism. Philo, whose father had apparently played a prominent role in Palestine before moving to Alexandria 8, wrote in Quod Omnis Probus Liber Sit 9 that 4000 Essenes 10, a Jewish sect that flourished from the 2nd century BC to the 1st century AD and who gained fame in modern times as a result of the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, lived in Palestine and Syria. 11. Hellenist Greek-speaking Jewish authors such as Philo and Josephus wrote in Standard Greek for educated Jewish classes in the region and for Roman and Greek audiences. Like Greek and Roman writers and many Jewish Roman citizens, both Josephus and Philo understood and applied the term Palestine to Greater Palestine extending from modern Lebanon to Egypt. Robinson 1865, 15, Jacobson 1999, and not just to Philistia, the coastal region of Palestine, or the former land of the Philistines from Gaza to Tantur. The official Roman designation of the province as Syria Palestina existed long before the Jewish revolt of 66 to 69 AD. However, Vespasian, the patron of Josephus, who was personally involved in subduing the revolt in Judea, formally widened the territorial boundaries of Palestine and officially designated the whole country as Palestine, and this is evident from Roman coins of the period. However, it would be wrong to assume that Roman Provincia Palestina displaced or replaced Judea. The latter simply was and remained one of the regions of Provincia Palestina. Judea was always seen as representing only a specific and small component of this greater whole, while Palestina was viewed by classical Greek and Jewish writers and Roman politicians as representative of the whole country from Phoenicia, mostly associated with modern Lebanon, to Egypt. Writing in the late 1st century, Josephus embraced the Roman patron-protégé system and himself would later write his history works Antiquities of the Jews, the Jewish War and Against Apion in Greek. In these works of history Vespasian is positively remembered by Josephus. Josephus made a clear distinction between Syria and Palestine and endorsed Herodotus' account of Palestine from the 5th century BC. Josephus holds Herodotus in high esteem as the founder of historiography, recognizes his authority on ethnographical matters, praises his reliance on autopsy as a basis for knowledge, uses material, vocabulary, and themes from the histories, and even uses historical information to correct the Bible. Priestley and Zalai 2016, 6. Although occasionally Josephus would refer to Palestina in connection with Philistia and the land of the Philistines, by and large he accepted the wider Roman conception of Palestine and used the name within the wider context of the official Roman designation and toponymic representation of the country. Flavius Josephus 1981, 2004, 2013. As with the iconography of the coinage of Philistia of the 5th and 4th centuries BC, discussed above, for many centuries Hellenistic and Athenian intellectual and artistic creations had exercised considerable influence on the culture of the coastal Palestinian cities of Ascalon, Gaza, and Ashdod and their Hellenist intellectuals. The most famous Palestinian academic was Antiochus of Ascalon, 130-68-67 BC, by far the most distinguished Palestinian philosopher of the Roman era. Born in the Palestinian city of Ascalon on the Mediterranean coast, Antiochus' compatriot Sossus of Ascalon, a Stoic, played an important part in his philosophical education. Sedley 2012, 11. Antiochus traveled to Athens, at the time the world center of philosophy, at around 110 BC and became an eminent Platonic philosopher and a friend of Cicero, Rome's greatest politician and orator. The latter was his pupil in Athens in about 78-79 BC. Antiochus was a pupil of Philon of Larissa and succeeded Philon as the head of the new academy which had been founded in Athens by Plato. After teaching philosophy in Athens, he traveled to Alexandria and later founded his own school of philosophy which advocated the possibility of knowledge, thus reversing the sceptical tradition of the recent academy. Sedley 2012, 3. He also attempted to reconcile the principles of Platonic epistemology with those of the Stoics, and in 87-86 he went on a mission to Alexandria and the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire to spread his ideas. Gerson 2005, 42. Antiochus School of Philosophy, especially Antiochian epistemology and ethics, had a considerable impact among the Romans of his day, Cicero included. Sedley 2012, 4. Antiochus' influence at Alexandria was also considerable, Sedley 2012, 5. However, there is no evidence to suggest that Antiochus went back to teach in his native Ascalon. Nevertheless, as we shall see below, half a millennium after he led Platonic academies of Athens and Alexandria, another Greek-speaking Palestinian city on the Mediterranean coast, only 20 kilometers to the south of Ascalon, would replace both Athens and Alexandria as the most important center of classicizing Hellenistic philosophy in the Mediterranean region. The rise of Caesarea Palestina. The Romans reoriented Palestine towards the Mediterranean region, and this resulted in the establishment and subsequent spectacular rise of the coastal city of Caesarea Maritima, Greek, Paralios Caesarea, Pi Alpha Rho Lambda Iota Omicron Kappa Alpha Iota Sigma Rho Epsilon Iota Alpha, which was also famously known as Caesarea Palestina, or Caesarea of Palestine. For centuries Caesarea Palestina would serve as the capital of Palestine and one of the most important cultural centers in the Mediterranean region, in effect replacing the two great cities of Athens and Alexandria. Originally a Palestinian/Phoenician village on the Mediterranean coast, Caesarea Palestina became one of 4 Roman settlements, coloniae, for demobilist veterans in the province of Syria Palestina, Butcher 2003, 230, named in honor of Augustus Caesar. The Roman city and its major harbor were spectacularly expanded by the Roman client king of Judea in Palestine, Herod the Great, Greek, Herodos, who ruled from 37 to 4 BC. Herod, whose ancestors were Edomites, possibly of Nabatean Arab origins, who had converted to Hellenistic Judaism, became known for his colossal building program, including the construction of the port at Caesarea Maritima, the Greek-style temple in Jerusalem, Herod's temple, and the fortress at Masalha. He also constructed or rebuilt several military forts along the Via Maris. The construction of a massive port at Caesarea Maritima signaled the decline of Jaffa, in importance as a historic harbor. 2 years after the death of Herod, Caesarea Maritima became the seat of a Roman prefect, head of an administrative area, beginning in 6 AD. To distinguish Caesarea Maritima from Caesarea Philippi, or Caesarea Paneas, a name which mutated into modern Arab Banyas in the Golan Heights, and Caesarea Cappadocia, modern Turkey, Caesarea Maritima became famously known throughout the Mediterranean region and Christian world as Caesarea Palestina. The reputation of its academy, library, and Christian scholars soared throughout the 3rd-6th centuries as it effectively replaced Alexandria as the most important learning center in the eastern Mediterranean. Caesarea Palestina was described in detail by the 1st-century Roman Jewish historian Josephus in his work The Jewish War, 1981. As the headquarters of the Roman government in Palestine, Caesarea gradually became the largest and most important city in the country and the economic and political hub of Roman and Byzantine Palestine. Its predominance was elevated further after the Jewish Bar Kokhba revolt and war, waged in the course of the later years of the Roman Emperor Hadrian, 132-136 AD. The city and its big harbor were extensively rebuilt by Hadrian, and at its height the city covered an urban area of nearly 1,000 acres, almost 5 times the size of Jerusalem. Praise for the splendor and physical attributes of Caesarea and other cities of Provincia Palestina were common in Roman sources. Ammianus Marcellinus, a 4th-century Roman soldier and historian, born to a Greek-speaking pagan family in Syria or Phoenicia, whose work was highly regarded by English historian Edward Gibbon, describes Provincia Palestina in c. 380 AD as follows: the last region of the Syrias is Palestine, extending over a great extent of territory and abounding in cultivated and well-kept lands. It also has some splendid cities, none of which yields to any of the others, but they rival one another, as it were, by plumb line. These are Caesarea, which Herods built in honor of the Emperor Octavianus, Eleutheropolis by Gibron, and Neapolis Nablus, along with Ascalon and Gaza, built in a former age. In these districts no navigable river is anywhere to be seen, but in numerous places natural warm springs gush forth, adapted to many medicinal uses. Ammianus Marcellinus c. 380, Book 14, 8, 11, cited in Johnson, L. 2000, 36. From the early 3rd century Caesarea Palestina became the civil metropolis of Palestine, and later, when Palestine was divided into 3 provinces, see below, it remained the capital of Palestina Prima. In the 3rd and 4th centuries the diverse population of this pluralistic Mediterranean city included Greco-Roman citizens worshipping Greco-Roman deities, Samaritans, Greek and Aramaic-speaking Jews, Donaldson 2000, Greek-speaking Christians, Aramaic-speaking Christians and Arab Christians. Chapter 4. The 3-in-1, Provincia Palestina. The 3 administrative provinces of Byzantine Palestine, 4th early 7th centuries AD. The Christian Byzantines transformed urban Palestine socially, religiously, economically, and architecturally, and this particular period from the 4th to the early 7th century underscored the centrality of Christianity in Palestinian history. The fast spread of the new religion to all countries bordering Palestine made this period important for an additional reason: it was the center of a strong, confident, and growing religion which was born in the country, and continued to consider Palestine as its spiritual center even after placing the Catholic Church in the capital city of the Roman Empire. The remnants of the architectural splendor of urban Palestine under the Byzantines can still be seen today. Byzantine Palestine also gave birth to Julian of Ascalon, a native of the ancient Palestinian coastal city, who became a renowned Palestinian architect and whose work on the growth and planning issues of the built environment and on construction and design rules in 6th century Palestine influenced Istanbul's urban planning and endured for more than 1,400 years. His work can still be relevant to modern environmental urban planning, Hakim 2001. After the Christian Byzantines replaced the Romans, Palestina and its major cities, Caesarea Palestina, Jerusalem, Gaza, Neapolis, Nablus, Scythopolis, Bison, Tiberias and Beit Jibrin, Eleutheropolis, experienced their greatest growth and prosperity in antiquity. Throughout the early Christian and Byzantine period, the 4th to the 7th centuries AD, Palestina remained the dominant and universally applied name for this region. The former Roman provinces of Syria Palestina were split by the Christian Byzantines, who also redrew the administrative regions of the country. Palestina was reorganized into 3 subdivisions. The spread of Greek and Aramaic-speaking Christianity in the Eastern Mediterranean, Near East, and Roman Provincia Arabia I and the creation of Greater Palestine in the 4th century AD further expanded the early Roman concept of Palestine and the designation employed by classical Greek writers such as Herodotus from the mid-5th century BC onwards. This Greater Palestine consisted of Palestina Prima, in the center of the country, Palestina Secunda, much of the Galilee, and Palestina Salutaris, in the south and southeast. The Christian Byzantines came up with a major reconfiguration of Palestine. Byzantium itself, renamed Constantinople and later Istanbul, came to the fore upon becoming the imperial residence in the 4th century, and the Greek-speaking Eastern Roman Empire came to be known as the Byzantine Empire after 476 AD. The creation of Greater Palestine and the official administrative reorganization of expanded Palestine by the Eastern Roman Empire around 284 to 305 AD produced 3 Palestine provinces whose lingua franca was Greek. These 3 administrative provinces of Palestine lasted from the 4th to the early 7th centuries. Palestina Prima, combining Philistia, Judea, and Samaria, extending from Rafah in the south to the Bay of Haifa in the north, with Caesarea Palestina for its capital. In the 630s AD, when the Arab Muslim armies took control of Palestine, they initially kept Caesarea as the capital of the province of Jund Philastin, the official administrative center of Palestine. The capital was temporarily moved to Lydda, which was also the temporary capital of Sulayman ibn Abd al-Malik, the Umayyad governor of Philastin, Vali Philastin, until he built the new city of al-Ramla. Becoming caliph in 715–717, Sulayman ibn Abd al-Malik permanently transferred the capital of Philastin to al-Ramla. Al-Ramla, approximately 20 kilometers southeast of Jaffa, was located strategically on the highway of Al-Sham al-Fustat, Damascus Old Cairo, the latter being the first capital of Egypt under Muslim rule. Al-Ramla remained the administrative capital of the Arab Muslim province of Jund Philastin and an economic hub for the country for over 3.5 centuries until the late 11th century. Palestina Secunda, including most of the Galilee and the Golan Heights, parts of Perea II and some of the cities of the former Roman Decapolis of eastern Palestine III, with Scythopolis, Bison, for its capital. Palestina Salutaris, created in the 4th century and later became known also as Palestina Tertia, included the former Roman Provincia Arabia, Ward 2008, Ejimia, the Negev/Negev, parts of Sinai, southwest of Transjordan, south of the Dead Sea and Arabia Petrea, for whose Nabatean capital at the beginning of the 2nd century AD was Petra. It was split from Arabia Petrea in the 6th century AD, Shahin 2005, 8. Petra became the capital of Palestina Salutaris. Interestingly, the naming of the three Palestines, Prima, Secunda, and Tertia, was inspired by classical and early Christian representation of three in one. The most famous analogy of this Greco-Byzantine concept was the theological idea of Trinity, which was settled and codified at the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. Crucially, the three Palestines were not conceived as totally separate provinces. Politically, militarily, culturally, and ecclesiastically they were conceived and evolved, managed and defended as three-in-one provinces of Palestina. The three Palestines were closely linked in four different areas. 1. Politically, militarily, and ecclesiastically they were dominated by Palestina Prima. The capital of Byzantine Palestine and of Palestina Prima was Caesarea Palestina, Caesarea of Palestine, von Suchum 1971, 7, 111, 2013, Gilman et al. 1905. This city was also called Caesarea by the Sea, or Caesarea Maritima. Since the creation of Israel in 1948, historians in the West have tended to avoid referring to the historic name of the Palestinian city, Caesarea Palestina, and use only the name Caesarea Maritima. But, as we shall see below, the social memory of Caesarea Palestina has been preserved in ecclesiastical records and by both the Catholic and Palestinian Orthodox churches. 2. Culturally, they came under the influence of the two most important cultural centers in Palestine and the Eastern Mediterranean, Caesarea Palestina 5, or Caesarea Maritima, and Gaza, which were both also located in Palestina Prima. 3. Militarily and strategically they were commanded by Dux Palestini, the military commander of Palestine, whose headquarters were in Caesarea Palestina and who commanded all Palestine. 4. Ecclesiastically, from the mid-5th century onwards the three Palestines were united under one single independent All-Palestine Patriarchate of Aelia Capitolina, Jerusalem, with officially recognized religious jurisdiction over the three Palestines. Of the three provinces of the country, Palestina Prima was the largest, most powerful economically and most developed culturally. Its bishops of Aelia Capitolina and Caesarea Palestina dominated the independent, autocephalous or self-headed, all-Palestina Church. The Notitia Dignitatum, the list of offices, is a unique early 5th century imperial chancery document that details the administrative organization of the Byzantine Empire. It notes that Palestina Secunda and Palestina Salutaris were administered by a praeses 6 while Palestina Prima was presided over by a governor who bore the high rank of proconsul, Ward 2008, 8990. This should not be confounded with the Dux Palestini, the military commander of Palestine, who was based in Caesarea Palestina and commanded the garrison of the three Palestines in the 5th and 6th centuries, Shahid 1995, 192-193, Raricht 1890, 7.7. Palestina Prima lasted from 390 AD until the early 7th century. In 614, both Palestina Prima and Palestina Secunda were conquered by the Persian Sassanids. The Byzantines lost control of the three Palestine provinces again and irreversibly in 636-638 AD in the course of the Muslim conquest of Bilad al-Sham and Palestine. The urban structure of Palestine and Bilad al-Sham remained largely unscathed by the Sassanid and Islamic conquests, Walmsley 2273, and the core of Greater Palestine, or Provincia Palestina, under the Byzantines, which combined Palestina Prima and Palestina Tertia, salutares, became known as the province of Jund Filastin under Islam. Caesarea Maritima as a Mediterranean capital of culture, the city's metropolitan elite. The Christian era of Byzantine Palestine, which refers to this geographic region between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River and various adjoining lands in Transjordan, Nabatea and former Provincia Arabia, with its coastal capital and metropolitan city of Caesarea Palestina, was an extraordinary time of cultural flourishing and of great expansion and prosperity in late antiquity. New areas were brought under cultivation, urban development increased, and the cities of Greater Palestine including Gaza, Neapolis, modern Nablus, Jerusalem, Scythopolis, modern Bison, and Caesarea Maritima grew considerably in population, and the diverse population of Greater Palestine may have reached as many as 1.5 million. Also, monasteries proliferated throughout the country. In fact, the earliest monasteries in Christianity outside of Egypt were built in Palestine during the Byzantine era, notably that of the Saint Hilarion Monastery, one of Palestine's oldest Christian monuments, today located in the Gaza Strip. 9 At the heart of Greater Palestine was the province of Palestina Prima. Caesarea Maritima was the administrative capital of both Palestina Prima and Greater Palestine. The country consisted of a mixed Greek and Aramaic-speaking population, minorities of Samaritans, Christian Arabs, the Ghassanids, who were the dominant group among the Monophysites and who believed in the single nature doctrine of Jesus, and Miaphysite 10 Arabs, see also below. Jews and Nabatean Arabs were present as well. Throughout the 6th century and until the Arab-Muslim conquest of 638 AD, the Ghassanid Arabs practically ruled Palestina Secunda, which included parts of the Galilee, and Palestina Tertia, which included the Negev/Negev, and, together with Byzantine soldiers, defended and protected the holy sites in Palestine. Shahid 2009, Volume 2, Part 2, 63-64. The Louvre Museum in Paris exhibits a masterpiece bronze bowl created in the 4th century AD to commemorate the founding of Caesarea Palestina. 11 A flourishing Mediterranean seaport and later the metropolitan city of Palestina Prima, the city's harbor rivaled the Piraeus of Athens, Barnes 1981, 81. The urban social space of Caesarea is of particular interest. By the 3rd century Caesarea, officially still pagan, had become a cosmopolitan, culturally and socially diverse metropolis, and the largest and most developed city in Roman Palestine. The city contained as many as 100,000 inhabitants of many ethnic and religious backgrounds, Barnes 1981, 82. Caesarea Maritima 12 also became the home of the founding fathers of the Church and of prominent Christian intellectuals, missionaries, and martyrs. Under the Romans, and more visibly under the Byzantines, Caesarea became not only the most powerful city in Greater Palestine but also home to the metropolitan, predominantly Greek-speaking, cultural elite of the country. As a major center of learning and scholarship in the Eastern Mediterranean, it became home to outstanding scholars and theologians and some of the best historians and philosophers of late antiquity. This metropolitan cultural elite included Eusebius of Caesarea Maritima and Procopios of Caesarea Maritima, c. 500, c. 554 AD, in Palestina Prima. The city also became for many years the home of the church father Origen, 185 to 254 AD, and several leading Palestinian Christian theologians who also sought to forge a distinct Palestinian Christian identity based on the unique position of Palestine. Prominent historian Procopius of Caesarea, a native of Palestina, had this to write in 560 AD about another compatriot Palestinian: Jesus, the Son of God, was in the body and moving among the men of Palestine, showing manifestly by the fact that he never sinned at all, and also by his performing even things impossible, that he was the Son of God in very truth, for he called the dead and raised them up as if from sleep, and opened the eyes of men who had been born blind, and cleansed those whose whole bodies were covered with leprosy, and released those whose feet were maimed, and he cured all the other diseases which are called by the physicians incurable. Procopius 2005. But the greatest theologian of Caesarea Maritima was Origen. Born in Alexandria, Origen was later summoned to Provincia Arabia, to give instruction to the governor of that region. Afterward, on account of a great tumult in Alexandria, he left Egypt and went to Caesarea Maritima. Saint Jerome says that Origen went to Achaia in Greece on account of heresies which were worrying the churches there. His words are, Et proter ecclesias Achaia, qui pluribus haresibus vexabantur, sub testimonio ecclesiasticae epistoli Athenas per pala estinum perjuret, and for the churches of Achaia, with which many heresies grew throughout Palestine under the ecclesiastical head. He passed through Palestine on his way to Greece, and it was at this time that he was ordained a presbyter by Palestinian bishops. An avid collector of books, Origen helped create the Library of Caesarea and provided Caesarea Maritima with some of the cosmopolitan charisma and intellectual vigor of large cities such as Alexandria and Antioch. Caesarea became his fixed abode in 232 AD. He also became a catalyst for the phenomenal rise of a Palestinist Greek-speaking cultural elite, an elite which made Caesarea Palestina one of the most important cities of classical antiquity. Palestinist Origen became a prolific Christian author, a philosopher of history and the father of the homily. He founded a Christian academy in Caesarea, which included the Library of Caesarea Palestina, an ecclesiastical and historical library of 30,000 manuscripts, Carricker 2003, Murphy O'Connor 2008, 241, and second only to the Library of Alexandria in its heyday. Origen also became known for composing seminal works on Christian Neoplatonism, including his famous treatise on First Principles, 1966, a work which had a huge influence on Christian thought and modern Renaissance humanism. Origen wrote Hexapla, Sixfold, 13 and other exegetical and theological works while living in Caesarea. Caesarea Palestina has been one of most extensively excavated areas of Byzantine Palestine, Avna 2014, 42. Palestine of the 3rd-6th centuries AD centered on Caesarea, the largest metropolitan city in the whole country. In the 6th century the city expanded further, beyond its walls, creating extramural quarters with spectacular residences. A large and wealthy agricultural hinterland expanded beyond the urban limits of Caesarea. This urban expansion reflects the constant growth of the urban population, which made Caesarea the largest city in Palestine. Avna 2014, 42. Already in the 3rd century AD Provincia Palestina was centered on its wealthy, largely well-educated and highly developed Mediterranean capital city, Caesarea Maritima. Palestina was also treated as a distinct country in the writings of its educated urban elites. From the capital Caesarea Maritima, Origen corresponded with the Roman Emperor Philip, Marcus Julius Philippus, or Marcus Iulius Philippus Augustus, who reigned from 244 to 249 AD, also known by his Latin nickname Philippus Arabs. He was born in the northern part of Provincia Arabia, the Roman Arabia Petrea. Inhabited by a mixed population and many Arabs, this region of the Oran would later become part of Palestina Secunda and would be in effect ruled by Ghassanid Christian client Arab kings under nominal Byzantine control. Philip the Arab himself went on to become a major figure in the Roman Empire, Bowersock 1994, 122. Among early Christian historians, Philip the Arab had the reputation of being sympathetic to the Christian faith. Some later Christian traditions, first mentioned by Eusebius, who was from Caesarea Palestina, in his ecclesiastical history, claimed that Philip was the first Christian Roman emperor, Eusebius 2011, 6.30. Critics, however, argue that Philip the Arab fared well with ecclesiastical historians because of his religious tolerance and overall sympathetic attitude towards Christians, Shahid 1984, 76-77. After Origen's death, Palestinian Origenism continued to spread throughout the Near East, until the general condemnation and persecution of Origenism in the mid-6th century, and the theological library of Caesarea was managed and expanded by Saint Pamphilus of Caesarea, latter half of the 3rd century, 309, who was chief among biblical scholars of his generation and a friend and teacher of the church historian, and bishop of Caesarea, Eusebius, 263-339 AD. Eusebius, the father of church history, was himself born in Caesarea and lived most of his adult life in the city. Pamphilus devoted his life to searching out and obtaining ancient texts for the library, which became one of the most famous and richest in antiquity. It attracted church historians and theologians from all over the Roman Empire. Saint Basil the Great, 329-379, Gregory of Nazianzus, a 4th century archbishop of Constantinople, and Saint Jerome, c. 347-420 AD. The latter was a father of the Church who is best known for his translation of the Bible into Latin. All these famous scholars came to study in Caesarea Palestina. Moreover, today the Caesarea text type is widely recognized by scholars as one of the earliest types for reading the four Gospels, Streeter 1926. While Christianity continued to play a crucial role, not always positive, as cited above, only the one case of the persecution of Origen and intellectual followers, in the history of the country and its people, it is this period of its great spread which was the most important for the new religion in Palestine, creating many iconic cultural texts and objects and making Palestine probably the best known country in the world at the time, due to the many descriptions, artifacts, literary, religious, and historical works which made it a household name within Christianity and beyond. Some of the iconic texts about the country were produced by the father of church history, Eusebius of Caesarea, who took pride in his native country of Palestina. He repeatedly used the name Palestina in his works, which later influenced generations of Christian writers worldwide. De Martiribus Palestina 14 by Eusebius, 1861, gives us a clear indication of the consolidation of the concept of Palestina as a country during the early Byzantine period. The Martyrs of Palestine relates to the persecution of early Christians in the capital of the country, Caesarea Palestina, and the country at large in the early 4th century AD. This account may have originally been composed in Palestinian Aramaic, the language of Jesus of Nazareth. Hebrew at the time of Jesus was largely an extinct language, with the Jews of Palestine speaking Aramaic, and Hebrew being confined to liturgical uses. Closely related to Arabic, Palestinian Aramaic was a language with which Eusebius was well acquainted. At the time, Aramaic was the main vernacular speech of the country and was spoken in the capital, Caesarea Palestina. 15 Aramaic would also influence the evolution of Palestinian vernacular Arabic. Byzantine Palestine also gave birth to the 6th century world's most important historian, Procopius of Caesarea Maritima, an illustrious scholar from Palestina Prima, the principal historian of the 6th century Byzantine Empire and of the reign of Emperor Justinian. Procopius traveled extensively throughout the Mediterranean region and the Near East, accompanied the Byzantine general Belisarius as secretary in the wars of Justinian, and commented extensively on the Ghassanid tribal Arab kings, top philarches, of Palestina Secunda, Palestina Prima, and Palestina Salutaris. In his multi-volume work, The Wars of Justinian, c. 560, Procopius wrote, "The boundaries of Palestine extend toward the east to the sea which is called the Red Sea. Now this sea, beginning at India, comes to an end at this point in the Roman domain. And there is a city called Elis present-day Aqaba on its shore, where the sea comes to an end, as I have said, and becomes a very narrow gulf." Procopius 2014. Procopius, Greek, Procopios ho Caesarius, Latin, Procopius Caesarensis, added that Chosroes, Kos Roi, 501-579, the Shahanshah, King of Kings, of the Sasanian Empire of Persia from 531 to 579, had a great desire to make himself ruler of Palestina on account of its extraordinary fertility, its wealth, and the great number of its inhabitants, cited in Gibbon 1838, Volume 1, 40, also Procopius 2014. Commenting on Procopius' observation about the fertility of the country, the English historian Edward Gibbon, in his most important work, The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, published in 8 volumes between 1776 and 1788, wrote that the Roman historian Tacitus described Palestine as follows: "The inhabitants are healthy and robust, the rains moderate, the soil fertile." Gibbon 1838, Volume 1, 40. Gibbon added, "Palestine, and the holy wealth of Jerusalem, were the objects that attracted the ambitions, or rather the avarice, of Chosroes I." Gibbon 1840, Volume 5, 173. He further added that the Muslim Arabs thought the same, and were afraid that Omar, when he went to Jerusalem, and charmed with the fertility of the soil and purity of the air, would never return to Medina. Gibbon 1838, Volume 1, 40. During the early Christian period, particularly from the 4th century onwards, the Holy Land, a nebulous, abstract, and semi-mythical location, was transformed into a real country called Palestina, with thriving cities, ports, beautiful churches and numerous monasteries, famous philosophical schools and libraries, an extensive road system, villages, and a large, commercially and culturally active population, which added to the interest shown by Latin-speaking Europeans. It was in the course of this early Christian period that the Latin term terrae sancti became synonymous in Christian texts with the extensive use of the term Palestina by Christian pilgrims and local historians. On the Martyrs of Palestine, 311 AD, was written by the church historian and bishop of Caesarea Palestina, Eusebius, AD 263-339, father of church history, who composed his monumental work Historia Ecclesiastica and his Onomasticon, on the place names in the Holy Scripture, 1971, a comprehensive geographical historical study of Palestine. In the city, Eusebius states that he compiled on the place names in the Holy Scripture by working through the Bible piecemeal, Barnes 1981, 109. This major biblical enterprise has been described by British classicist Timothy David Barnes, 1981, 106, as a biblical gazetteer which is still the main literary source for the historic geography of Palestine both in biblical times and under the Roman Empire. Although his onomasticon was partly based on religiously constructed and officially sanctioned scriptural geography and religious memory, Eusebius uses the name Provincia Palestina repeatedly and in application to the whole country from Lebanon in the north to Egypt in the south, and this Roman/Byzantine administrative and official use influenced later generations of Christian and European writers. A native of Caesarea Palestina, whose language was Greek, Eusebius, in his oration in praise of Constantine, writes proudly about the special attention given to our Provincia Palestina. Emperor Constantine has selected 2 places for his church-building program in the eastern division of the empire, the one in our province Palestine, since from thence the life-giving stream has flowed as from a fountain for the blessing of all nations, the other in that metropolis of the east, which derives its name from that of Antiochus, in which, as the head of that portion of the empire, he has consecrated to the service of God a church of unparalleled size and beauty. The entire building is encompassed by an enclosure of great extent, within which the church itself rises to a vast elevation, of an octagonal form, surrounded by many chambers and courts on every side, and decorated with ornaments of the richest kind. 16. Nicaea and historical ecclesiastical representations of Palestine, the Archiepiscopal See of Caesarea. The Diocese of Caesarea Palestina is ancient, one of the earliest Christian bishoprics ever established. Records of the diocese, Greek, administration, date as far back as the 2nd century, and its bishopric became a metropolitan see. Under the Byzantines, the diocese was the metropolis of Palestina Prima. It was initially directly subject to the Church of Antioch, one of the 5 major Christian churches during the early Byzantine period. After the All-Palestine Ecclesia of Aelia Capitolina was granted by autocephaly and independence in the mid-5th century by the Council of Chalcedon, see below, with top ecclesiastical jurisdiction over the 3 Palestines, for many centuries the Metropolitan Church of Caesarea Palestina continued to see itself as a mother church and as first among equals of the churches of Palestine. The most distinguished bishop of the diocese was Eusebius of Caesarea, who was among the most famous bishops to attend the First Council of Nicaea in 325. Today the historic Metropolitan See of Caesarea Palestina, or the Archiepiscopal See of Caesarea in Palestina, is preserved by the modern Orthodox Palestinian Church. The Archiepiscopal See of Caesarea Palestina is also known as a Latin titular see of the Catholic Church, Segreteria di Stato Vaticano 2013, 867, Riley Smith 1978. A titular, non-diocesan, metropolitan or archbishop of the Catholic Church is a title used to signify a diocese that no longer functions, often because the diocese once flourished but the land was conquered by Muslims. 17 In later days, titular see was seen by the Catholic Church as important to preserve the historic memories of ancient metropolitan churches such as that of Caesarea Maritima. In the period between the creation of this titular bishopric of Caesarea Palestina in 1432 and 1967, 28 Catholic bishops have occupied this honorary position. From 1975 to 2012, the Eastern Orthodox Metropolitan of Caesarea was Basilios Blatsos, who was also an exarch of Palestina Prima, under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem, formerly the Patriarchate of Aelia Capitolina. In Roman Provincia Palestina, Jerusalem was renamed by Emperor Hadrian as Aelia Capitolina. Under the Byzantines, the name Jerusalem became largely extinct. Officially, Aelia Capitolina became the common name for the city, Drigvers 2004, 2. At the Council of Nicaea, Eusebius and Macarius, the bishop of Aelia Capitolina, were accompanied by 17 other bishops representing all the major cities of Palestine, Palestina Prima and Palestina Secunda. Wallace Hadrill 1982, 165. 18 In ecclesiastical matters, the elites of urban spaces in Palestine interacted with, and often dominated, their surrounding countryside. In the event, however, the council gave the bishop of Aelia Capitolina, Jerusalem, the first place among the bishops of Palestine, while leaving the rights of the Church of Caesarea applicable to the whole of Greater Palestine. Caesarea Palestina also retained its position as metropolis to the Church of Aelia Capitolina and was directly subject to the Church of Antioch. This ambiguous situation created by Nicaea was subsequently used by the bishop of Aelia Capitolina, Maximus, to ordain bishops for Palestine and to assemble a council of bishops for the whole country. Inevitably, the situation brought about conflicts between the Church of Aelia Capitolina and the older, ancient, Church of Caesarea Palestina. The latter persisted and continued to claim for a while ecclesiastical primacy over Palestine, Dupin and Wotton 2010, 107. The emergence of independent Palestinian Church, political versus religious capitals in Palestine. Politically and administratively, a capital city is the city enjoying primary or official status in a country, province, or state as a seat of government. The word capital derives from the Latin caput, head, but in Greek-speaking Byzantine Palestine the Greek term for capital cities was metropolis. Some capital cities, such as Jerusalem, were also religious centers. Furthermore, under Islam an arrangement of joint political and administrative capitals existed at the height of the Abbasid Caliphate, Baghdad and Al-Raqqa, in modern Syria, under Harun al-Rashid in 796–809 AD. The first to make a clear distinction between political/administrative capital city and religious capital in Palestine was the Greek-speaking Edomite king Herod the Great, who developed and expanded Caesarea Palestina as his metropolitan political capital, while at the same time continuing to develop Aelia Capitolina as the religious capital of his autonomous kingdom. Under the Byzantines over time two crucial ecclesiastical developments took place in Palestine. 1. The ecclesiastical autonomy of the three Palestine provinces continued to evolve throughout the 5th and early 6th centuries, and the evolution of a distinct Palestinian religio-cultural identity benefited greatly from the international organization of the churches in the East, which was conceived as radically different from that in the West. 2. The All-Palestine Church of Jerusalem was headed by both Greek-speaking and Arab bishops, Shahid 2006a, 4648, 193, 194, 523, and several Arab bishops of Palestine, including the bishops Elissa, in Palestina Tertia, Abdellahs, Arabic Abdullah, Greek Theodolos, which was a translation of his Arabic name, servant of God, and Aradas, Al-Harith, participated in the crucial ecumenical councils of Ephesus and Chalcedon in 431 and 451 respectively, Shahid 2006a, 523, Sharon 2013, 75. In Palestine and the Near East as a whole, the churches began from below as a network of independent churches, while the Rome-based, Catholic, Church in the West ultimately evolved into a single, hierarchical structure with sub-churches. In contrast with the Catholic notion that the bishop, and church, of Rome was above all bishops, in the East the churches adopted the Greek ideas of autocephaly, alpha tau omicron kappa epsilon phi alpha lambda alpha, self-headed, and first among equals, Greek, pyro tau omicron mu epsilon tau alpha xi sigma omega nu. These became the guiding principles of the Orthodox churches, whose Palestine patriarchs, bishop of bishops or archbishops, did not have to report to any higher-ranking patriarch, including the patriarchs of Antioch or Constantinople. These two principles contributed to the consolidation of an independent Palestine Orthodox Church with jurisdiction over the three Palestines. They also contributed to the emergence of a distinct religio-cultural identity in Palestine. Ironically, however, this ecclesiastical independence of the Church of Aelia Capitolina contrasted with the rigid formal power structure of the Byzantine Empire, in which provincial political and military powers in the three Palestines were ultimately subordinate to the Emperor of Constantinople. The All-Palestine Church of Aelia Capitolina was granted autocephaly, and its head bishop, or patriarch, did not have to report to any higher-ranking patriarch in Byzantium. This development began with the Council of Chalcedon in 451 AD, which was attended by 4 Arab bishops, including the bishops of Elissa in Palestina Tertia, Gaza, and Neila in Provincia Arabia, Shahid 2006a, 523, and which was a turning point in the history and growing independence of the Palestinian Church. This growth in the autonomy and power of Palestine had begun with the increased Christian pilgrimage and growing economy of the country throughout and after the reign of Constantine the Great. The growth in pilgrimage and revenues increased the fortunes of the head bishop of Aelia Capitolina. Already in 325 AD, the First Ecumenical Council of the Church, the Council of Nicaea, attributed special honor to the Holy City, though without awarding it the metropolitan status, then the highest rank in the Church, which went to the Metropolitan of Caesarea Palestina rather than to the Bishop of Aelia Capitolina. Until the creation of the idea of the Patriarchate in 325 AD, the position of Metropolitan was the highest episcopal rank in the Church. However, in 531 the title of Patriarch of Aelia Capitolina was created by Byzantine Emperor Justinian, reigned 527 to 565 AD. Yet, in reality, Aelia Capitolina continued to be viewed as a bishopric until 451, when the Council of Chalcedon, the Fourth Ecumenical Council of the Church, granted it independence not only from the Metropolitan of Caesarea but also from any other higher-ranking bishop, including that of Antioch, in what became known as autocephaly, a self-governing church over the three Palestines. In the Council's seventh session, the decree on the jurisdiction of Aelia Capitolina and Antioch contains the following reference to the three provinces of Greater Palestine: "The most magnificent and glorious judges said. The arrangement arrived at through the agreement of the most holy Maximus, the bishop of the city of Antioch, and of the most holy Juvenal, the bishop of Jerusalem. Aelia Capitolina, as the attestation of each of them declares, shall remain firm forever, through our decree and the sentence of the Holy Synod, to wit, that the most holy Bishop Maximus, or rather the most holy Church of Antioch, shall have under its own jurisdiction the two Phoenicias and Arabia, but the most holy Juvenal, Bishop of Jerusalem, or rather the most holy Church which is under him, shall have under his own power the three Palestines, all imperial pragmatics and letters and penalties being done away according to the bidding of our most sacred and pious Prince. 19. Here the Council of Chalcedon makes a clear geopolitical distinction between the three provinces of Palestina, the two provinces of Phoenicias, i.e. the two provinces of Syria, and the province of Arabia. This decree of elevating the Palestine Church led to the Church of Aelia Capitolina not only becoming an independent patriarchate, but also to becoming, a. the dominant ecclesiastical and religious capital of the three Palestines and, b. one of the five patriarchates of Christendom, at the time known as the Pentarchy, Pi Epsilon Nu Tau Alpha Rho Chi Alpha. In this model, which was reflected by the laws of Emperor Justinian I, 527 to 565 AD, and received formal ecclesiastical sanction at the Council in Trullo, 692 AD, universal Christendom was governed by the heads of the five major patriarchs of the empire: Constantinople, Rome, Alexandria, Antioch, and Aelia Capitolina. The latter was not among the biggest and most powerful urban centers of the empire, it was included by virtue of its holiness. Although the Pentarchy came about because of the political and ecclesiastical prominence of these five patriarchs, the idea of their universal and exclusive authority was linked to the increasingly hierarchical administrative structure of the Byzantine Empire in the 7th century, thus moving the churches further away from their democratic roots and their status as an association of independent churches. In reality, however, infighting among the sees, and the rivalry between Rome and Constantinople, prevented the Pentarchy from functioning effectively. Yet the extraordinary elevation of the Palestine Church made it a top international player far beyond its formal jurisdiction over the three Palestines, which were perceived and represented in church documents as one country. However, the Metropolitan, Mother, Church of Caesarea Palestina remained the political, military, commercial, and administrative capital of Greater Palestine, and its metropolitan bishop remained highly influential both politically and religiously. Furthermore, in the Orthodox tradition, bishops and archbishops exercised both religious and temporal political power. Autocephaly for the Palestine Church and membership in the Pentarchy, the five major patriarchs of the empire, meant five things: religious autonomy, self-governing, self-legislation, and ecclesiastical independence from the Church of Antioch or Church of Constantinople. The extension of the religious jurisdiction and temporal power of the Church of Aelia Capitolina over the three Palestines, Prima, Secunda, and Tertia. Autocephaly and primacy for the Church of Aelia Capitolina reinforced the distinction between secular and religious capitals in Byzantine Palestine, of Aelia, Jerusalem, versus Caesarea Maritima. Autocephaly and independence of the Palestine Church reinforced the unity of Greater Palestine. Now the three Palestines were also officially united ecclesiastically. They were already closely linked commercially and militarily and were commanded by the Dux Palestini, the military commander of Palestine, who was based in Caesarea Palestina and commanded the garrison of all three provinces of Palestina in the 5th and 6th centuries. This all meant that by the early 6th century, In both ecclesiastical, religious, temporal and military affairs, Greater Palestine was treated as more than 3 Palestine provinces of the Byzantine Empire. It was longer treated as separate 3 Palestines but had evolved into a single religio-political entity. Membership in the exclusive club of Pentarchy provided the Church of all Palestine with an added international prestige and further clout at home. Interestingly, a medieval document written in the 9th or 10th century, entitled The Limits of the 5 Patriarchates, describes the 5 patriarchates of Christendom in the Middle Ages and treats Palestine as a country. The sequence of the text, which was found appended to some manuscripts of the New Testament, is a variation of the Pentarchy established by ecumenical councils of Chalcedon and Trullo, with the patriarchates of Jerusalem moving from 5th to 1st place. The text, which in some sources is entitled Knowledge and Cognition of the Patriarchate Sees, Scrivener 1893, XX, states, the first see and the first patriarchate is of Jerusalem, contains the whole Palestine a country until Arabia, Pyro Tau Omicron Theta Rho Nu Omicron Kappa Alpha Pyro Tau Eta Pi Alpha Tau Rho Iota Alpha Rho Chi Alpha Epsilon Rho Omicron Sigma Omicron Lambda Mu Omega Nu, Pi Epsilon Rho Iota Chi Omega Nu Pi Sigma Alpha Nu Tau Nu Pi Alpha Lambda Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Nu Omega Nu Chi Rho Alpha Nu Chi Rho Iota Rho Alpha Beta Alpha. Some of these religious and secular administrative features of Palestine were initially maintained and later adapted under Islam. Following the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, the Arab rulers endorsed the principle of autocephaly, recognized the autonomy of the Church of Aelia Capitolina as the seat of Palestinian Orthodox Christianity and recognized the Patriarch as its leader. For many years, the Muslim Arabs continued to call the city Aelia Capitolina, and they initially minted Arab Byzantine-style coins with the name Aelia Philastin. Palestinian historian al-Maqdisi and some Muslim writers were still using the name Aelia in the 10th century in combination with other Muslim names for the holy city such as Beit al-Maqdis, al-Maqdisi 2002, 43, 135, 144, Drijvers 2004, 2, Gil, M 1997, 114. However, sometime after the Islamic conquest the Arabic term Beit al-Maqdis came into common use. And later, largely starting from the 11th century onwards, the current name Al-Quds became the most common, supplanting all the other names, Gil, M 1997, 114. Moreover, for several centuries throughout early Islam, as under the Christian Byzantines, the clear distinction between the political and administrative capital of Philastin, Al-Ramla, and the religious capital of the country, Aelia, Beit al-Maqdis, was maintained. Throughout early Islam the city of Caesarea continued to thrive as a largely Christian city, led by a Greek-speaking elite. However, the local Christians were predominantly Arab Christians who were connected to the Palestinian Muslim Arabs by language, history, and social customs. The powerful metropolitan archbishops of the city kept their autonomy and managed to maintain ecclesiastical ties with the churches of the Byzantine state. However, in the absence of close Byzantine imperial control, the local autonomy of the archbishops of Caesarea, and of Aelia Capitolina, increased significantly under Arab Muslim rule, and the See of Caesarea Maritima became the effective local rulers not only of the city but also of its surrounding countryside. Latin Palestine. The current archaeological knowledge about Palestine during the Islamic period shows that for several centuries the country prospered and grew under its Muslim rulers. This should surprise no one. The similar situation in the Andalus, Muslim Spain, is evidence for the great opulence and innovation of the Muslim regime. Indeed, when the European, Frankish, Crusaders invaded Muslim-majority Palestine in 1099, they found there a cultural and technical level of development unknown in contemporary Europe. The Catholic Church, reaching the peak of its political power in the High Middle Ages, called armies from across Europe to a series of crusades against Islam. The Latin Crusaders occupied Palestine in 1099 and founded the Crusader states in the Levant. Following the Great East-West Schism of 1054 between the Eastern Orthodox and Latin churches, and after the arrival of the first Latin Crusaders in Palestine, The Crusaders appointed a Latin Patriarch in Jerusalem. The hierarchical international organizational structure of the Latin Church contrasted sharply with the organization in the East of a network of independent churches. The Crusaders also dismissed the principles of autocephaly and the independence of the Palestine Orthodox Church. As a result, the Eastern Orthodox Patriarch chose to relocate to Constantinople, in exile until 1187, and returned to the city only after its liberation by Salah al-Din. Furthermore, paradoxically in the Latin Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem, in the early 12th century the Diocese of Caesarea in Palestine lost its religious and cultural autonomy and was subjected to the direct control of the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem, which was overseen by the European rulers and settlers of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem. However, the Latin kings of Jerusalem sought to revive memories of Byzantine Palestina, and the actual diocese system of the All-Palestina Church was revived in Frankish Palestine. For instance, the Archbishop of Petra, in Palestina, which in the 6th century was the metropolis of the Byzantine province of Palestina Tertia, Salutaris, was established at some stage during the Crusader era and served the Diocese of Palestrina III, the Transjordan area, and traditionally included St. Catherine's Monastery on Mount Sinai, although Crusader military protection rarely extended deep into Sinai. Despite the dwindling number of Christians in the Petra region, appointing archbishops of Petra lingered into the 20th century. The hierarchy of the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem and high-minded elite Frankish Crusaders in Palestine, who sought to create a European Latin-speaking colony in the Holy Land, could not prevent the transformation, within a generation or so, of the outlook of many ordinary Latin settlers in Palestine. Some churchy Latin Crusaders were deeply concerned that many ordinary European colonists practically went native in Palestine, adopting Oriental styles and local customs. Fulcher of Chartres, a priest who participated in the First Crusade, of which he later wrote a chronicle, then served the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem and acted as chaplain to Baldwin, the Latin king of Jerusalem, until 1118, wrote in July 1124, "For we who were Occidentals now have been made Orientals. He who was a Roman or a Frank is now a Galilean, or an inhabitant of Palestine. One who was a citizen of Rheims or of Chartres now has been made a citizen of Tyre or of Antioch. We have already forgotten the places of our birth, already they have become unknown to many of us, or, at least, are unmentioned. Some already possess here homes and servants which they have received through inheritance. Some have taken wives not merely of their own people, but Syrians, or Armenians, or even Saracens, Muslim Arabs who have received the grace of baptism. One cultivates vines, the other the fields. Different languages, now made common, become known to both races." Cited in Hung 2015, 359, also Folda 2001. This rapid orientalization and indigenization of many ordinary European crusaders should surprise no one. After all, the levels of social, cultural, and technical development in Palestine and the Near East at the time under Islam were superior to those in Europe. However, by the 1120s, Nazareth in Galilee, under the impact of educated Frankish settlers, had become a scholarly center of some importance and was referred to as a famous religious community in a papal document of 1145, Riley Smith 2005, 75. The city provided a living to some literary figures including Rorgo Fretelis of Nazareth and Gerard of Nazareth. Its library, the catalogue of which survives, had similarities with European schools. Although Latin settlers in Palestine and the Levant still looked towards Europe for learning and culture, today Palestine and the Levant are considered to have been a channel for the transmission of Arabic learning to Europe. Riley Smith 2005, 75. In the 1130s, a Frankish archdeacon, Rorgo Fretelis of Nazareth, Fretelis, who had moved to Palestine, wrote a guidebook that was used by pilgrims and scholars. He spoke of Provincia Palestina in his descriptions of Latin Palestine. The city of Jerusalem is situated in the hill country of Judea, in the province of Palestine, Fretelis 1892. Jonathan Riley Smith has pointed to the survival in Latin Palestine of the Muslim administration, 1977, and in all probability Fretelis of Nazareth was conflating scriptural geography with the actual Arab Islamic province of Palestine prior to the Latin Crusades. Overall, following the establishment of the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, the power and religious independence of the local Palestine Orthodox Church were reduced sharply, and the two sees of Caesarea Maritima and Jerusalem were transformed into a Frankish archdiocese, subordinate to the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. The Crusaders also confiscated properties and seized key ecclesiastical positions traditionally held by the Greek Orthodox clergy in Palestine. Ellen Bloom 2003, 505. This policy undermined further the position of the Greek Orthodox clergy in the eyes of the predominantly Orthodox Arab Christians of Palestine. In the early 13th century, following the defeat of the Latin Crusaders by the Ayyubids, the Palestinian Arab town of Caesarea Palestina, was still being described by Arab geographers as a key town in Palestine. L.E. Strange 2014, 29. In the post-Crusader period, however, Caesarea and its formerly renowned and powerful metropolitan bishops and scholars never recovered their influential position after the destruction of the First Latin Kingdom by Salah al-Din, Saladin, in 1187 and the eventual elimination of the 200-year Frankish rule from Palestine by the Mamluks in the late 13th century. Although today the formerly powerful archiepiscopal see of Caesarea Palestina is largely symbolic, the social memory and spectacular history of Caesarea Palestina are remembered by the Palestinian Christians, and the Eastern Orthodox Metropolitan of Caesarea is represented by an Exarch of Palestina Prima, under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem. The local Arab-Muslim Christian bonds in Jerusalem can be traced to early Islam. Following the elimination of the European Latin Crusaders from the city, indigenous Arab Muslim Christian shared traditions of convivencia in Jerusalem were recultivated. Symbolically, the keys to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre were entrusted to two aristocratic Palestinian Muslim families in the city, the Nusiba and Juday al-Gudia. Created by Salah al-Din shortly before his death in 1193, this post-Crusader ceremonial tradition added another widely respected layer of daily rituals to the multi-layered ancient sacredness of the site. Today the ruins of Crusader sites, churches, hostels, and castles, are visible throughout historic Palestine, and graffiti left by Crusaders can still be seen in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Religio-cultural and institutional memories of Provincia Palestina and modern Palestine. The structure of the Palestine Church created during this period is still preserved in the structure of the Palestine Church today. The Church in Palestine became an independent body in the 5th century, autocephaly, no longer an appendage of the Empire of Byzantium, an important stage in developing the polity of Palestine. Also, the religio-cultural geographic memories of Provincia Palestina, Greater Palestine, under the Byzantines have been kept alive by the local churches of Palestine. Today the shared memories and indeed actual institutional continuities of the three-in-one Palestine is represented in the Eastern Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem, or the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem, Arabic, Khanasat al-Rum al-Orthodox fi Quds, the Byzantine Orthodox Church of Al-Quds. Originally the Patriarchate of Aelia Capitolina, it is regarded by many Christians as the mother church of all Christendom. Today it exercises ecclesiastical jurisdiction over the predominantly Arabic-speaking Orthodox Christians of Palestine, Israel, and Jordan. The headquarters of the Palestine Orthodox Patriarchate is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. The church dates back to 4th century Palestine. The name Church of the Holy Sepulchre is derived from the Latin Ecclesia Sancti Sepulchri. The Israeli name, Nisayat HaKever, is derived from the same European tradition which began with the Latin Crusaders. Yet the Arabic name used by Palestinian Christians and Muslims, the Church of the Resurrection, Kaniasat al-Qiyamah, is directly derived from the Orthodox Greek toponym of Byzantine Palestine, Church of the Anastasis, Nu Alpha Tau Eta Alpha Nu Alpha Sigma Tau Sigma Epsilon Omega, named after the resurrection of Jesus. This is another way of showing how Palestinian toponyms and local toponymic memory managed to preserve some of the social and historic memories of 4th century Palestine and the dominant religious traditions of the three Palestines of late antiquity. Moreover, the religious authority over the Orthodox Christians of Palestine, Israel, and Jordan is derived directly from its autocephaly, independence and jurisdiction over the three Palestines of late antiquity. This social memory of historic Palestine is also reflected by the fact that the Church celebrates its liturgy in the Byzantine Rite, whose original language is Koine Greek, the official language of the three Palestines during the Byzantine period. Also, today the Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem, Theophilos III of Jerusalem, is represented as Patriarch of the Holy City of Jerusalem, and all Palestine of today, then, is a modern reformulation of the three Palestines of the Byzantine era. Elected in 2005, Theophilos III could trace his office in Jerusalem to the Council of Chalcedon in 451, an office with historical ecclesiastical jurisdiction over Provincia Palestina, Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Salutaris. The Patriarch of Aelia Capitolina is also the religious leader of Eastern Orthodox Christians in the Holy Land/Palestine/Israel and Jordan, who are predominantly Palestinian and Jordanian Arabs. The election was endorsed by Jordan on September 24, 2005, as one of the three governments whose endorsement is apparently required. 2 years later, the Israeli government officially recognized his election on December 16, 2007. Material evidence and powerful symbols of Byzantine Palestina, Pi Alpha Lambda Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Iota Nu Eta. The 1884 archaeological discovery of the Medaba mosaic map. Urban development and the construction of civil buildings and churches in Palestine reached a zenith in the reign of Justinian, 527 to 565 AD, Burns and Eady 2001, Walmsley 1996, and the Medaba mosaic map is one of the most powerful symbols of this urban Palestine during this spectacular era of late antiquity. Discovered in 1884, in the course of the construction of a new Greek Orthodox church in Medaba, present-day Jordan, on the site of its Byzantine predecessor, St. George's Church, the map is the most famous and among the oldest surviving material evidence for the official use of the name Palestina in late antiquity. Since then, more churches with floor mosaics have been discovered in Medaba that are similar to those found in the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. The city contains one of the greatest concentrations of mosaics from the Byzantine and Umayyad periods, and these mosaics are also testimony to the spectacular Palestine mosaic industry, ancient, medieval and modern, see Chapter 7. Showing Palestine, Egypt, and the Mediterranean Sea, and featuring a detailed description of the holy city of Aelia Capitolina, Jerusalem, at its center, being one of the most significant archaeological discoveries in the study of Byzantine Palestine. The remaining part of the map contains the oldest surviving original cartographical depiction of Byzantine Palestina. This part also contains details of some of the key cities of Palestina Prima, including Aelia Capitolina, Gaza, Ascalon, and Eleutheropolis, by Gibran. Dated 565-65 AD, the map was created originally on a large scale, measuring 15 by 6 meters, and was part of the mosaic floor of the early Byzantine Church of St. George, Medaba, 30 kilometers to the southwest of Amman. The mosaic floor map was created by local Christian artists and was aimed at Christian pilgrims, travelers, and theologians. At the time, Medaba, part of the administrative Byzantine province of Palestina Prima, was the seat of a Christian bishop. The Medaba map has a famous extract showing Omicron Rho Omicron Iota Alpha Iota Gamma Upsilon Pi Tau Omicron Upsilon Kappa Alpha Iota Pi Alpha Lambda Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Iota Nu Eta, the border of Egypt and Palestine. There is no mention of the terms Canaan or Land of Israel on this historic map of late antiquity Palestine. The map, with the border of Egypt and Palestine, is another powerful indication of the fact that the name Palestina was the official name of the country throughout early Christianity and late antiquity. The Medaba map shows Eleutheropolis as a walled city with 3 towers, a curving street with a colonnade in the central part and a large basilica. In the 4th century AD the city had a Christian bishop with the largest territory in Palestina Prima. Its bishop Maximus attended the First Council of Nicaea, which was convened in 325 by the Emperor Constantine I. In December 1964, the Volkswagen Foundation provided funding to the Deutsche Verein für die Erforschung Palästinas, German Society for the Exploration of Palestine, to work on saving the Madaba map. And, we shall see in Chapter 9, this sensational and widely publicized discovery of 1884, which, at the time, also involved the All-Palestine Greek Orthodox Church of Jerusalem, would also contribute to reviving memories of historic Palestine among some Palestinian Arab Orthodox intellectuals in late Ottoman Palestine. The Athens of Asia in Palestina, Gaza as a Mediterranean center of classical literature and rhetoric. Mass literacy in Palestine, as in all countries, is a modern phenomenon. However, looking at the thriving learning centers of Palestine in the 5th and 6th centuries AD, one gets a strong sense of the country's sense of self-identity, its vibrant economy, its relatively widespread education and literacy, and its overall confident cosmopolitanism. One of the most important centers of learning in the country during this period was the city of Gaza, which emerges as a seat of classical literature and rhetoric, with a number of famous scholars living and working there, a vibrant and cultured Christian urban center of the whole Mediterranean region. Throughout this period the harbor cities of Gaza and Caesarea Palestina, linked by sea transport and the highway of the Via Maris, competed and worked together as the two most cosmopolitan urban centers in the country, and both cities had sizable Arab communities. Also significant is the fact that in 451 AD, at the crucial Ecumenical Council of Chalcedon, the city of Gaza was represented by an Arab bishop, Shahid 2006a, 523. In the 530s AD Herodias, Dux of Palestina Prima, and Archon Stephanus, proconsul of Palestina Prima, are praised in the Encomium 20 written by a fellow compatriot of Provincia Palestina, Coricius of Gaza, a philosopher and rhetorician, died in 518 AD, for maintaining law and order and improving the water supply system of Caesarea Maritima by maintenance work, clearing obstructions from the high-level aqueducts, Petrich 2011, 109, also 2001, Prummer 2002, 246. Encomium also refers to several distinct aspects of rhetoric for which the classical Gaza school of rhetoric became very famous in late antiquity. Established more than 5,000 years ago, Gaza is one of the oldest cities in the world. Located strategically between Egypt and Asia, at the center of the ancient road of the Via Maris, and on a beachfront, Gaza has never stopped looking at the Mediterranean Sea. Gaza was also a very ancient port and the closest outlet for Arabia. It treated Petra as its hinterland, and the ancient Greeks knew that it was through Gaza they could reach India, Humber 2000. In the 12th century BC the Philistines made Gaza the leading city of the Pentapolis of Philistia. As we have seen above, Gaza was always identified with the key cities of Philistia and with the ancient Philistines. Mentioned in the Amarna letters as Azadi, Gaza served as ancient Egypt's administrative capital in Palestine. In the 5th and 4th centuries BC the cities of Philistia maintained their international trading links and developed their distinct Philisto-Arabian coins. The city continued to flourish under the Romans, and in the 2nd century AD Imperial Roman bronze coins were struck in Gaza. In the course of the two long periods of Palestine under the Romans and Byzantines, Gaza expanded and its strategically located Mediterranean port continued to prosper. In 635 AD, Gaza became one of the first cities in Palestine to be conquered by the Arab Muslim army, and it quickly developed into a major center of Islamic jurisprudence. Today the city of Gaza, with a population of over 500,000, is the largest Arab city in Palestine. The majority of Gaza's inhabitants are Muslims, but there is also a Christian Arab minority. Under the Byzantines, Palestinian society of late antiquity was, on the whole, an educated one. Basic education was widely available, sometimes at village level, especially for men. Education was fostered not only in the imperial capital Constantinople but also in schools operating in major centers such as Antioch, Alexandria, Caesarea Maritima, and Gaza. The main components of education were rhetoric, philosophy, law, and languages, Greek and Latin, with the aim of producing educated leaders and officials for state and church. However, female participation in patriarchal society was not encouraged in the new Athens of the Mediterranean. For instance, the lot of women in classicizing Gaza was not much better than the situation of women in the patriarchal classical Athens of the 4th century AD, Sivan 2008, 300. Today the spectacular classical heritage of late antiquity Palestine is not taught in Palestine. Educated Palestinians are more likely to recall the classical heritage of the House of Wisdom, Beit al-Hikmah, a major intellectual center in Baghdad throughout the Golden Age of Islam from the 9th to the 13th centuries, than the classical rhetorical school of Gaza or classical library of Caesarea Maritima. Yet the disciplines of rhetoric, the art of discourse, and philosophy were central not only to ancient, classical, and post-classical intellectual life but also to the classical heritage of late antiquity Palestine. If the capital city of Palestina Prima, Caesarea, flourished in late antiquity, developing into a Mediterranean center of classicizing, learning, theologizing and historical writings, the Mediterranean city of Gaza became in the course of the late 5th and early 6th centuries the home of a classicizing Christian school of rhetoric, Kennedy, G. 1994, 255. In the school of Gaza, the classical tradition had become deeply intertwined with the Christian one. Other cities of Greater Palestine, such as Ascalon, Ascalon, and Scythopolis, Bison, were also profoundly transformed by this post-classical Christian renaissance of late antiquity. Intellectually and culturally influenced by a mix of diverse Hellenistic traditions of Alexandria, Caesarea Palestina, and Athens, as well as by Christian Neoplatonism, the extraordinarily relaxed setting and flourishing cultural and intellectual urban environment of Christian-majority Gaza for over 2 centuries in late antiquity brought about the spectacular rise of the rhetorical school of Gaza, which was headed by Christian philosophers and rhetoricians including Procopius of Gaza, c. 465. 528 AD, Westberg 2009, Kennedy, d. 2008, 169, and his disciple Coricius of Gaza. The latter flourished in the early 6th century AD. In the classical tradition, love for rhetoric and love for theatrical performance went hand in hand, and in Gaza, as well as in several other Palestinian cities, a thriving theater culture arose. The private and public spaces of Christian-majority Gaza nurtured theatrical performances and public rhetorical displays in schools, holy theaters and even public baths, Champion 2014, 2151. This flourishing cultural space and indeed intellectual revolution in Gaza was described by George A. Kennedy as follows: Gaza, on the southern coast of Palestine, was a pleasant and prosperous city in the 5th century which clung to the old traditions. Julian's apostasy was greeted there with enthusiasm. Gregory of Nazianzus, and Libanius thought well of its rhetoric schools. Christianity may for a time have inhibited classical studies in Gaza, but in the late 5th and early 6th centuries it was the home of a series of classicizing sophists and writers who together constitute what is known as the School of Gaza. The most important of these are Procopius and Coricius, but brief mention may be made of several others. Aeneas of Gaza was the author of a surviving dialogue entitled Theophrastus. Kennedy, G. 2008, 169. For many centuries prior to late antiquity, Gaza and Arab sailors and traders had been central to the long-distance spice trade route from India to southern Arabia and then to the eastern and western Mediterranean. Gaza had also achieved economic and social prosperity, being at the center of the traditional King's Highway from Egypt, with routes running through Neqab and Transjordan, a highway which confirmed its status as a major port city. Its port was not only the gateway to the towns and villages of southern Palestine but also for trade goods arriving from southern Arabia and India to the Mediterranean, Hirschfeld 2004, 63. Jennifer Hevelone Harper, in Disciples of the Desert, Monks, Laity and Spiritual Authority in 6th Century Gaza, 2005, describes 6th century Gaza as a major economic, intellectual, and cultural center not only for Palestina Prima but for the whole eastern Mediterranean region. Late antique antiquity Gaza was a commanding cultural and economic center. The 6th century city was known for its bustling marketplaces, its lavish theater and baths, its resplendent churches adorned with mosaics and all the other amenities of a prosperous urban center. With its port, Mauma, a couple of miles away on the coast, Gaza served as a key commercial center, not only for its own province, Palestine I Palestina Prima, but for the entire eastern Mediterranean. The city was a major destination for spices, silk, and luxury goods coming overland by caravan from the east. These items would then be dispersed by sea to all parts of the Western Empire. Local products such as wine, dried fruit 21 and flax were exported from Gaza to the rest of the Roman world, while wheat was imported from Egypt to feed the crowded city. Moreover, a road to the northeast led to Jerusalem, the chief center for Christian pilgrimage, only 40 miles away. Visitors to the Holy Land from all over the empire made sure to include a trip to Gaza in their itinerary to see the ancient biblical city of Samson's last victory. In addition to boasting local amenities, the prosperity of late antique Gaza nurtured remarkable intellectual and cultural developments. The school of rhetoric in Gaza was famous throughout the Mediterranean world. Its distinguished orators were instrumental in bringing about a revival of rhetoric in the 6th century. Hevelone Harper 2005, 3. The Madaba map, the most famous surviving material evidence for the official and administrative use of the name Palestina in late antiquity, which depicts Greater Palestine of the 6th century AD, shows 7 large villages and provincial towns between Gaza and Alusa, at one point the capital of Palestina Salutares, which had several Arab bishops, 23 kilometers southwest of the city of Beersheba. Also, 2 important roads crossed the region in the Byzantine period, including the route of the Spice Road along which the Nabatean Arabs transported precious cargoes from the east, Hirschfeld 2004, 63-66. Koine Greek and Latin were the prevalent languages of late antiquity Gaza, although the Ghassanid Arabs, who resided throughout Palestina and in Gaza, spoke Arabic and much of the Palestinian peasantry spoke Aramaic. Procopius, of Gaza, who must be distinguished from the aforementioned renowned 6th century Palestinian historian Procopios of Caesarea Palestina, was an original Christian sophist and rhetorician, and one of the most important representatives of the famous rhetorical school of his native Gaza in Palestina Prima, a school with a lasting impact on the discipline of rhetoric. Procopius spent nearly all of his life in Gaza teaching and writing philosophical and rhetorical tracts. However, what we know about him comes mainly from his letters and from the encomium, Greek, encomion, literally the praise of a person, of his disciple and successor Chorachos of Gaza. The latter was another major Palestinian rhetorician and a representative of the Gaza school of rhetoric in the time of Emperor Anastasius I, 491 to 518 AD. The encomium of what became widely known as the Gaza school of rhetoric also refers to the distinct aspects of rhetorical pedagogy and rhetorical genres of late antiquity that developed and flourished. The surviving works of Chorachos of Gaza, which encompass the main genres of post-classical Greek rhetoric, are represented in the elegant style of the Gaza school of rhetoric with its special features and peculiarly persistent avoidance of hiatus. Chorachos' work became also known for its panegyrical descriptions of 2 churches in Gaza, descriptions which consist of some of the most prominent early examples of ekphrasis, a graphic, dramatic, verbal description of a visual work of art, of church buildings. 22. Palestine was brought fully under Islam in 637-638 by the 3rd Caliph Umar, who expanded the caliphate, Khilafah, at an unprecedented rate, conquering the Sasanian Empire and about 2/3 of the Byzantine Empire. In the 690s the Umayyad Marwanid rulers embarked on a colossal building program in Palestine in general and Ilya, Beit al-Maqdis/Jerusalem, in particular. The church architectural styles of Byzantine Palestine and Bilad al-Sham significantly influenced the Islamic architecture of Palestine under the Umayyads, the most celebrated example of which was the exquisite octagonal structure of the Dome of the Rock, Qubat al-Sikra, sponsored by Caliph Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan in 685–691 AD. It is the oldest extant Muslim monument in the world, and Byzantine Palestine influences are evident in its mosaics. Islam and Muslim Palestine inherited the cultural, material, administrative, and intellectual heritage of Byzantine Palestine. Archaeological excavations at Al-Ramla, the capital of Jund Philastin for over 3.5 centuries, discovered mosaics with animals including lions, birds, and donkeys, Peterson 2005. Islam also absorbed and developed further the Greek Aristotelian philosophical traditions and Christian Neoplatonism, a tradition of philosophy that arose in the 3rd century AD and persisted until shortly after the closing of the Platonic Academy in Athens in 529 AD by Emperor Justinian I. However, Byzantine Palestina of the 4th–6th centuries AD recreated and developed further the Greek traditions in Gaza and Caesarea Palestina. Subsequently, the Golden Age of Islam also translated these traditions into Arabic and developed them further intellectually and scientifically, first in the Abbasid capital city of Baghdad, from the late 7th century onwards, and later in the Andalus Umayyad capital city of Córdoba, from the 10th century onwards. It is not inconceivable that the extraordinary intellectual, material and scientific heritage of Greater Palestine, that is, Gaza, Caesarea Palestina, Ascalon, Ascalon, Jerusalem, Scythopolis, Bison, provided one of the many cultural routes to the Golden Age of Islam from the 8th to the 13th century. The rhetorical school of Gaza was also involved in collating the opinions of commentators of preceding centuries, and its work contributed to paleography, the study of ancient and historical handwriting and of the forms and processes of writing. The most important development that concerned paleographers was script. This issue is also applicable to the catene, Latin for chain, and its relationship to scholia. The term catene is reserved for annotated biblical texts rather than classical texts, and the distinction made between catene and scholia is that the former makes an attempt to cite the name of the authority, usually before the quotation. In catene, the author is more of a compiler and editor with very little to add to the work. Historian of Byzantium N. G. Wilson was the first to suggest that catene come from the Palestine school of Gaza in the 5th century. Procopius of Gaza describes his method in the following excerpt from a hypothesis: having been supplied the ability before God, we collected the explanations which were put down from the fathers and the others into the Octateuch, combining these things from commentaries and different sayings. From this we learn that Procopius took selections from authorities and added them to the text. This expanded the text but made the corpus of opinions of the Church Fathers more manageable. Zosimus of Gaza was a sophist during the time of Emperor Anastasius. He wrote a rhetorical lexicon according to the alphabet and a commentary on Demosthenes and Lysias. According to 11th century Byzantine historian Georgius Cedrinus, Zosimus of Gaza was put to death during the reign of Zeno in 490 AD. On the one hand, we may have a Zosimus contemporary with Procopius who was involved in scholia on classical authors, or, on the other hand, there may have been two of that name. It is possible that the scholiast Zosimus of Gaza flourished in the mid-5th century. In that case, he may have been responsible for introducing the practice of entering scholia such as is attributed to Zosimus, Wilson 1967, 254. The school of Gaza did not make a distinction between scholia, marginal commentary on classical texts, and catene, marginal commentary on biblical texts. Commenting on the beginnings of catene in Gaza, Timothy Side writes, "The evidence suggests that marginal commentary on biblical texts by Christian theologians had a beginning in the 5th to 6th century and was probably of Palestinian origins if not the school of Gaza itself." Point 23. Popular religion and the relaxed setting of Gaza, the Rose Festival of Gaza. If Christian classicism and Origenism in Caesarea Palestina sought to develop theologies and philosophies of the mind, The classicizing philosophers and Christian theologians of Gaza sought to combine high theology and classical rhetoric with popular religion and religious festivals, the most famous of which was the Rose Festival of Gaza. In the relaxed setting of Gaza, the Christian rhetoricians Procopius and Coricius participated in the Rose Festival. Kennedy, G. 2008, 171, a spring festival with a long classical history and deep pagan roots. Also, John of Gaza wrote 2 Anacreontic poems, imitating verses in meter used by the Greek poet Anacreon, c. 582, c. 485 BC, in his poems dealing with love and wine, that he says he presented publicly on the Day of the Roses, and declamations by Procopius. Poetry by Coricius of Gaza is also set at Rose Days, Westberg 2009, 187-189, Talgum 2004, 223-224. In the 6th century, a Day of Roses was held in Gaza as a spring festival that may have been a Christianized continuation of the Rosalia, Talgum 2004, 223-224, Bilach 2004, 17. In Greece and Rome, floral wreaths and garlands and greenery had been worn by both men and women for festive occasions. Rosaria or Rosalia was a Roman festival of roses celebrated on various dates, primarily in May. The observance is sometimes called a rosatio, rose adornment, or the Dies Rosationis, Day of Rose Adornment. As a commemoration of the dead, the rosatio developed from the custom of placing flowers at burial sites. In classical mythology, blood and flowers were linked in divine metamorphosis. Flowers were traditional symbols of rejuvenation, rebirth, and memory, with the red and purple of roses and violets felt to evoke the color of blood as a form of propitiation. When Adonis, beloved of Aphrodite, was killed by a boar during a hunt, his blood produced a flower. Their blooming period framed the season of spring. In some parts of the pagan Roman Empire, the Rosalia was assimilated into floral elements of spring festivals for Dionysus, Adonis, and Aphrodite, Roman Venus, but rose adornment as a practice lent itself to Christian commemoration of the dead. The Roman pagan traditions associated with the Rosalia were reinterpreted into Christian terms, and early Christian writers of Palestine transferred the pagan imagery of garlands and crowns of roses and violets to the cult of the Christian saints. Roses were in general part of the imagery of early Christian funerary art. Christian martyrs were often described or depicted with flower imagery, or in ways that identified them with flowers. These early Christian traditions of Byzantine Palestine and Gaza also survived in modern Catholic traditions of Palestine. A modern incarnation of the Roman Catholic Rosary is found in the Arabic name Rabat al-Wardiyya, Sisters of the Rosary. In May 2015, the founder of Rabat al-Wardiyya, Sister Marie Alphonsine Dainal Gaudaz, a Palestinian nun, was proclaimed a saint at a ceremony in the Vatican. 24 Born in Jerusalem, Mariam Sultanah Dainal Gaudaz, 1843–1927, Marie Alphonsine, after she joined the Congregation of Saint Joseph of the Apparition, founded in 1880 the Rosary Sisters, the first female congregation of nuns devoted to eradicating illiteracy among women regardless of faith, education, and social welfare in the Holy Land / Palestine. Today the Christian Arab Sisters of the Rosary, supported by the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem, run 42 schools in Palestine, Jordan, and Israel. These schools educate both Muslim and Christian Arab students. Jansen 2006, 59. Monastic School of Gaza and the Monasteries of Palestina, the Desert Fathers and Mothers and their worldwide impact forgotten, as if you never were. Like a bird's violent death, like an abandoned church, you'll be forgotten, like a passing love and a rose in the night, forgotten when I'm forgotten. Mahmoud Darwish, forgotten as if you never were. 25. Desert Theology and the Monasteries of the Desert of Late Antiquity. Palestine, Egypt, and Syria played an influential role in Near Eastern societies, and the Desert Fathers are widely acknowledged today as key figures in the history of Christian theology, spirituality, and doctrinal developments. Benz 1994. If the Mediterranean cities of Caesarea Maritima and Gaza, with their renowned scholars, libraries, and intellectuals, represented Palestina of the mind, the monastic traditions of Palestina represented Palestine of the heart. The latter had a huge impact on the worldwide monastic traditions of both Christianity and Islam and religious mysticism in general. According to Muslim tradition, the Prophet Muhammad met the monk Ba'ira, Sergius, in one of the Christian monasteries in the town of Basra in the Oran region, then an integral part of Palestina Secunda. In the three Palestines, Ghassanid Arab Christians belonged largely to Monophysitism. If Gaza of late antiquity, with its classicizing rhetorical school, became a famous center for philosophy, rhetoric, drama, and law, the region of Gaza also became renowned for its distinct monastic tradition. Indeed, one of the most spectacular chapters in the history of late antiquity Palestine was the monastic culture and monastic legacy of Gaza. An intellectual monastic community flourished in the region of Gaza in Palestina Prima from the 4th to the 7th century, creating a distinct Palestinian monastic tradition, shaped by the Christological intellectual battles of the 5th and 6th centuries, and producing a wealth of literary works which might be termed the monastic school of Gaza. Bitton Ashkelani and Kofsky 2006, point 26. The earliest known Christian monasticism appeared simultaneously in the deserts of Egypt and Palestine around the 3rd century AD. The famous monastic developments of the Gaza region were intimately connected to both the Palestinian and the Egyptian experiences, Hevelone Harper 2005, 9. However, by the 4th century Greater Palestine effectively replaced Egypt as the center of desert monasticism. Between the 4th and early 7th centuries Palestine, and in particular the two semi-arid regions of Gaza and East Jerusalem, which became known as the Desert of Jerusalem, was converted into a city and became the center of the global Christian monastic movement. The legendary Desert Fathers and Desert Mothers 27 were Christian hermits, monks, and nuns who had a major influence on the development of Christianity and Christian monasticism worldwide. The monasteries of Palestine were a center for knowledge preservation and knowledge production, from the preservation of the ancient technology of winemaking, of Palestini liquors, to the copying and archiving of ancient manuscripts. While the art of copying and wide circulation of manuscripts developed considerably under Islam, little is known about the ways in which Muslim philosophies of the heart and Sufi asceticism were directly and indirectly influenced by the desert mysticism of Egypt and Greater Palestine. However, the knowledge of the heart or inner insight into Christian monasticism corresponds to ilm al-ghaib, or ilm al-batin, knowledge of the concealed, hidden, or inner truth, in Sufi Islam, whose original inspiration appears in the Holy Quran, 4, 34, 1149, 12, 52, 12:102, 25:46. While Origenism and outward-looking Mediterranean cities such as Caesarea Maritima, Gaza, Alexandria, and Antioch provided the classicizing intellectual, rhetorical, speculative and rational underpinnings for early Christianity, the solitude, poverty, austerity, interior silence, and prayer of the heart, the Jesus prayer, of the monastic communities of Egypt, the Gaza region and Greater Palestine became the city of the heart. This Palestinian monastic movement combined the way of life of Jesus with a modest and secluded life which included fasts, mortifications and spiritual activities. Above all, at the heart of this Palestine monastic life of simplicity and desert escapism was the desire to shun power and organized religion, and the growing hierarchy of the official, urban-based church. The early Christian monastic communities in Palestine established autonomous egalitarian communities with an Abba, my father in both Syriac Aramaic and Quranic Arabic, and an Amma, mother, in charge of the spiritual and social welfare of their monks and nuns. The English term abbot, its female equivalent is abbess, meaning father, is an ecclesiastical title given to the head of a monastery in various Christian traditions. The term itself is derived from the Syriac Aramaic Abba, which is based on the Syriac Aramaic monophysite tradition of Byzantine Palestine. The title soon became generally accepted in all languages as the designation of the head of a monastery. By the end of the 4th century there were dozens of monasteries with thousands of monks in Palestine. Palestine desert monasticism evolved from detachment from the world to social and practical engagement with society. Numerous Palestinian monasteries of monks and nuns were established in Gaza region, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, Eleutheropolis, Beit Jibrin, Nazareth, and the Galilee, with adjacent hospitals and schools to care for the sick and serve their local communities. The social teaching and ethics of these early egalitarian monastic communities survived in modern Palestinian Christian theology. However, their speculative approach and detached way of life gave way to a more engaged and applied theology. This formed the basis of modern contextualist Palestinian liberation theology, with its preference for the poor, marginalist subaltern, and its struggle against Zionist settler colonialism and the occupation of Palestine, Masalha and Isherwood 2014. Their social teaching also gave rise to the doctrines developed by the more engaged Christian churches of Palestine on matters of social justice, poverty and wealth, economic and social organizations, and the role of the state. In Palestine, monasteries evolved into two distinct types: monastery of hermits, or loris, Greek, lavra, and communal monastery of monks, Synobium 28. The first loris were founded in Palestine, and the Greek term lambda alpha rho alpha, Greek, path 29, which referred to the cluster of caves or cells used by the hermits for seclusion, with the church as their weekly meeting center, was specifically employed from the 5th century for the Palestine semi-hermetical monastic communities in what became known as the Desert of Jerusalem, where thousands of hermits and monks lived and dozens of loris and communal monasteries were established. Supported by the Byzantine state, desert monasticism and enlightened philosophies of the heart encouraged the proliferation of monasteries across Greater Palestine, Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Salutaris. Crucially, under the Christian Byzantine Sinai, the Nagab, Negev, the Nabatean region and northern Arabia, former Roman Provincia Arabia, were all part of Palestina Salutaris, Ward 2008, 69. The monastery of St. Catherine was built between 548 and 565 as a Palestina Salutaris monastery dedicated to St. Catherine of Alexandria. St. Catherine's monastery lies at the foot of Mount Sinai, which was mentioned in the Quran, Surah Al-Tur, chapter 52, verses 1 to 28. For local audiences in the 6th and 7th centuries, Palestina Salutaris, Sinai, and northern Arabia were geographically linked and administratively united. The Jerusalem desert monasteries developed an extensive system of cisterns built to catch and store rainwater, and, like the Nabatean Arabs before them, they became known for their great ability in constructing efficient water collecting methods in the semi-arid and barren environment. The numerous monasteries of Palestina Prima included the famous Euthemius Monastery, which was established in 428 to the east of Jerusalem and named after the Armenian monk Euthemius, 377-475, who was one of the founders of the Jerusalem desert monasticism of Christian-majority Byzantine Palestine. The monastery of Euthemius would also play an important role in converting to Christianity the Arab tribes that had settled in Palestina Prima in the 4th and 5th centuries, see chapter 5. The site continued to function as a major Christian monastery for centuries under Muslim rule, and the Latin Crusaders expanded it further in the 12th century. The monastery was abandoned after the expulsion of the Crusaders from Jerusalem in the late 12th century, and beginning in the 13th century the site began to function as a major Palestinian caravanserai, Al-Khan al-Amr, the Red Inn, on the Jerusalem-Jericho trade road, until its final desertion at some point during the Ottoman period. A nearby 16th century Ottoman caravanserai, also named Al-Khan al-Amr, was built to shelter caravans of traders. Many Byzantine Palestinian monasteries continued to flourish after the Arab Islamic conquest of Palestine in the 630s. Mar Saba's monastery is located south of Jerusalem in the West Bank. It evolved from a lora to a communal monastery and continues to function today. Founded in Palestina Prima in 484, it is dedicated to Saint Sabas the Sanctified, 439 to 532. 30 A leader of Palestinian monasticism whose impact as founder and abbot has endured from the 5th century to the present, Petrich 1995. Sabas was a Cappadocian-born Greek monk and priest who lived most of his life in Palestina Prima and composed the first monastic rule of church services, the Jerusalem Typikon, a monastic book to regulate life in monasteries and for guidance of all the Byzantine monasteries. Another famous monastery in Palestina Prima was St. Hilarions, located in today's Gaza Strip and dedicated to St. Hilarion, 291–371. A legendary desert father, Hilarion was born in Thabatha, then 5 miles south of Gaza City, in the Roman province of Syria Palestina. After he had lived in the wilderness for 22 years, this hermit of Palestine became famous throughout Syria Palestina and beyond, and petitioners started to visit his abode near Gaza seeking his blessing and help. Sabba's life was written by one of his disciples, Cyril of Scythopolis, 525–559, modern Bison, in Palestina Secunda, also known as Cyrillus Scythopolitanus. He was a Christian monk and historian of monastic life in Palestine in the early years of Christianity, Caution 1991. Sabba's relics were taken by the Latin Crusaders in the 12th century and remained in Italy until Pope Paul VI returned them to the Palestinian monastery in 1965 as a gesture of goodwill towards the Orthodox Church. Mar Saba is currently being considered by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site. 31 The numerous monasteries have left their mark on the landscape of Palestine. They have also survived in Palestinian social memory and in some of the modern Palestinian Arabic toponyms which begin with the word Dair, monastery, although the Arabic word Dair, pl-dir, also means house. Today the ruins of Euthemius Monastery are located in the Israeli colony of Ma'ale Adumim in the West Bank. The memory of the Palestinian caravanserai was preserved in the name of a small Palestinian Bedouin village, Al-Khan al-Amr, located between the Israeli settler colonies of Ma'ale Adumim and Kfar Adumim. This Palestinian village has been threatened with destruction by the Israeli state since 2010 in a plan to expand local Israeli settlements in the West Bank. 32. Chapter 5. Arab-Christian Palestine. The pre-Islamic Arab kings, bishops, poets, and tribes of Provincia Palestina, 3 RD early 7th centuries AD. Before the arrival of Islam, the Arab Christians of Palestine contributed to the gradual Arabization of the country as parts of it were transformed into Arab statelets under the influence of the Byzantine court. This protracted process, which began hundreds of years before the rise of Islam, contributed to the spectacular rise of Islam in the early 7th century. The process began when Arabs started migrating as individuals and communities in different waves from the Arabian Peninsula to the Levant region, Palestine included. These waves of migration continued and increased after the triumph of Christianity in the 4th century AD, when the new religion was officially embraced by the Roman Empire. The integration of the Ghassanid Arab migrant communities into Palestinian society in general and the Palestine Church in particular was much in evidence. In the ecclesiastical history of the 5th century AD, the Bishop of Gaza, Sozomen, who was born in present-day Bitlia in the Gaza Strip and who was involved in the introduction of Christianity among the Saracens, Arabs, refers to the Ishmaelites, Ghassanid Arabs, in Palestine, who were coming into contact not only with Christians but also with Jews and learning from them about their common descent from Abraham, Hodding 2004, 38. The history of the birth of Christianity in Palestine and its massive spread in late antiquity has been written largely by Western academics either from the perspective of empire or with the elite Christian, Byzantine, Hellenistic settings in mind. The official narratives of the beginnings of Christianity in Palestine and its doctrinal orthodoxy were all established in the 4th–6th centuries, and these narratives have been maintained to this day by the establishments of the Catholic and Greek Orthodox churches. Very rarely was an account of early Christianity and Palestine written from the perspective of the local Aramaic-speaking Christian Arabs or the anti-Chalcedon Christian Monophysite Ghassanid Christian Arabs of Greater Palestine. Yet early Christianity was extremely diverse. The Arabic and Aramaic-speaking Christian monophysites and miaphysites of the three Palestines and the powerful Arab Christian Ghassanid tribal rulers, bishops, and poets of Palestina Secunda, Palestina Salutaris and Palestina Prima are a case in point. In the 4th-6th centuries the three provinces of Palestine went through a gradual process of Arabization, and large parts of them were effectively transformed into Arab vassal states under imperial Byzantine influence. Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Tertia all acquired Ghassanid Arab Christian kings. This process of gradual Arabization of parts of Palestine began in the 3rd-4th centuries with the spread of Christianity throughout the Near East and the gradual conversion of many Arabs to Christianity. Christian Arab communities existed in the three Palestines throughout the 3rd-6th centuries, Shahid 1989. The Ghassanid Arabs, Arabic, Al-Ghazasina, were the biggest Arab group in Palestine. They migrated in different waves in the early 3rd century from the Arabian Peninsula to Palestine and the southern Levant region, Bowersock et al. 1999. The presence of the Ghassanids in what became officially known as Palestina Salutaris in the 4th century dates back to the 3rd century. The Arabic-speaking Ghassanids converted to monophysite Christianity before and after their migration to Palestina Tertia and frequently merged with the Greek-speaking Christian communities of the region. Many of them, adhering to austere monophysism, were initially hostile to the dominant Nicene Creed, two natures of Jesus, and official/elite Chalcedon doctrine of the Orthodox Church. While some Ghassanids converted to Islam from the mid-7th century onwards, the majority remained Christian and joined Melkite and Syriac monophysite communities of the Levant and Greater Palestine. After settling in Palestina Tertia and Palestina Secunda, the Ghassanids created client, buffer, states to the Eastern Roman, later Byzantine, Empire and fought alongside the Byzantines against the Persian Sassanids and Arab Lakamid tribes of southern Iraq. Both the Romans and Byzantines found a powerful ally in the Ghassanid Arabs, who acted as a buffer zone and a source of troops for the Byzantine army and controlled parts of Palestina Salutaris and Palestina Secunda. However, from the 4th to the early 7th centuries, the Byzantine Empire constructed a patron-client system and the title Philarch, Phi Lambda Alpha Rho Chi Omicron, Philarchus, was granted to important Byzantine Arab allied rulers. In Greek the terms Phi Upsilon Lambda and Phi Lambda Omicron nu meant tribe, clan, or race. The Byzantine title Philarch, from Phili and Philon and Archine, to rule, meant ruler of a large clan or tribe. This political title was given to the leading princes of the Ghassanids and other Byzantine Arab allies. Many Arab tribes led by Philarchus had been encouraged to settle as foederati in the three Palestines. When discussing the Ghassanid Arab communities of Palestine, historian Prokopios of Caesarea uses the expression Sarakanos and distinguishes between the Saracens in Palestine and territories immediately beyond the boundaries of Palestine held by Saracens, Prokopios 2005. He also defines Philarch as any leader of the Saracens federated by treaty to the Romans, Peters 1994, 61. Originally the foederati, Sing Federatus, had been Arab allies identified as one of the groups or nations bound by treaty, foedus. They were neither Roman colonies nor beneficiaries of Roman citizenship, civitas, but they had been allowed and even encouraged to settle on Roman territory. They were also obliged to provide a contingent of military men when trouble arose. From 530 to 585, the individual Arab Philarches were subordinated to a supreme Ghassanid Philarch, Philarch of Philarchs, or king, Kazan 1991. These supreme Philarches were appointed as Arab kings of the three Palestines directly by the Byzantine emperors of Constantinople, who were king of kings, in the three Palestines, Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda and Palestina Tertia. The dramatic rise of the Ghassanid princes to Arab kings in the three Palestines reveals an important development in Palestine and the emergence of the Arabs as key players in the politics of pre-Islamic Palestine. These Ghassanid kings were later to play a major role not only in the Byzantine-Persian wars but also in the affairs of the Eastern Syriac Monophysite Church. The first appearance of the Ghassanid kings in connection with Greater Palestine is found in a tomb inscription written in Arabic in Nabatean script dating to the 4th century AD. Nabatean Aramaic and Nabatean Arabic had been spoken for several centuries before Islam, FEMA ETAL 2015, 396-497. The tomb inscription refers to the Ghassanid king Imru al-Qais, king of all the Arabs, who died in Byzantine service in 328, Sartre 2005, 519. Known in Greek sources as Amarxos, Alpha Mu Omicron Rho Kappa Sigma Omicron, Imru al-Qais signed a treaty with the Byzantine Empire acknowledging his status as foederati and as controlling major parts of Provincia Palestina. Amarxos was appointed by the Byzantine Emperor as supreme philarch of what became known as Palestina Salutaris and included the Nabatean region and the former Roman Provincia Arabia. Indeed, the lure of Greater Palestine for the Ghassanid Arabs is illustrated by the military and political career of Amarxos and his rise to power in Palestine. This success followed his military achievements and his establishment of a power base in Arabia, and led to his eventual appointment as the Arab king of the region of Palestina Tertia. Amarxos had defected from the military service of Sassanid Persia and entered the political service of the Byzantine Empire. Following a visit to Constantinople and royal treatment by Emperor Leo I, emperor from 457 to 474 AD, Imru al-Qais returned to Palestine having concluded a foedus with the emperor, which endowed him with the overall Philarchate of Palestina Tertia, Shahid 1989, 2006a, 6181. Amarxos preferred to serve in Palestine, eventually becoming king, supreme philarch, of Palestina Tertia, rather than be a king in the Arabian Peninsula. All these Ghassanid Arab leaders not only flourished and exercised considerable power under the Byzantines but also preferred the social and cultural environment of Palestine to their former situation in Arabia, Shahid 1989, 2006a, 6181. The Byzantine imperial patron-client system worked in both directions. It cemented the Byzantine Ghassanid alliance and it was used by the Ghassanid Arab rulers to consolidate their domain in Greater Palestine. By the late 5th century the Ghassanid kings had dramatically risen to become the powerful supreme philarches of Palestina Tertia and Palestina Secunda, effectively transforming major parts of two Palestines into two Palestinian Arab vassal kingdoms. Nominally the two Palestines were still imperial provinces, but in reality, under Ghassanid military and political control, they functioned as client monarchical states, having and commanding their own Arab armies, enforcing law and order within their jurisdiction, raising revenue and taxes from the lucrative trade passing through their territories, providing protection to the holy places in Palestine and dispatching ambassadors to foreign countries. Abu Karab ibn Jabalah, known in Greek as Abakarabas, the Ghassanid supreme philarch, was made by Emperor Justinian the supreme philarch of Palestina Tertia, Shahid 1989, 69, 89, Martindale et al. 1992, 111-112. Abu Karab had received the territories of Palestina Tertia, including the Negev and parts of the northern Hijaz, from his father Jabalah IV, Gabalas in Greek sources, Peters 1994, 62, who ruled in Palestina Tertia from 512 to 529. In 529 AD, Abu Karab was endowed with the Philarchate of Palestina Tertia by Justinian for the same reason that inspired the creation of the new province, Palestina Tertia, in the 4th century, Shahid 2002, 303. The Ghassanids reached their peak under Abu Karab's brother, the Miaphysite Al-Harith ibn Jabalah, Flavio Zarethas, Phi Lambda Beta Iota Omicron Rho Theta Alpha in Greek sources, Shahid 1995, Volume 1, 260, 294 to 297, who reigned from 528 to 569 AD as king of the Ghassanids, was made Patrikios and Vir Gloriosissimus, most glorious, Nu Delta Omicron Xi Tau Alpha Tau Omicron, and supported the Byzantines against Sassanid Persia. Gradually, and under the impact of the dominant Nicaea/Chalcedonian Creed of Greater Palestine, the Ghassanid kings had begun to shift in the early 6th century from austere monophysitism to miaphysitism, a doctrine that was perceived to be more amenable to the official creed. THIRD played a major role in the affairs of both Miaphysite and Monophysite churches in the Levant. In 529 AD Al-Harithvi was given by Emperor Justinian I the highest imperial title available to the senatorial aristocracy of the Byzantine Empire in the 6th century, Kazan 1991, 163. Al-Harith became king of the Ghassanids and supreme Phil-Arch of Palestina Secunda and Arabia Petrea around 528 after leading a successful military campaign against the Mundhir rulers and their Arab-Persian allies in southern Iraq. In the words of historian Procopios of Caesarea Maritima, in Palestina Prima, a source hostile to the Ghassanid ruler, Al-Harith was promoted by Justinian to the dignity of a king, becoming the overall commander of all the Byzantines' Arab allies, Foederati, in the east with the title Patrikios, Pi Alpha Tauro Kappa Iota Omicron Kappa Alpha Phi Lambda Alpha Rho Chi Omicron Tau Nu Sigma Alpha Rho Alpha Kappa It Nu, patrician and Phil-Arch of the Sarachnes, although his actual area of political and military control may initially have been limited to parts of Palestina. Secunda and Arabia Petrea, Shahid 1995, Volume 1, 84-85, 95-109, 225-226, 260, 282-288, 294-297, 337, Martindale et al. 1992, 111-113, Kazan 1991, 163, Griatrex and Lu 2002, 88, 129-130, 135-136. As supreme Arab king Philarchs of Palestina Secunda and Palestina Tertia, Al-Harith and Abu Karib were equal in status, each of them dispatched ambassadors of their own respective vassal states to the Ethiopian ruler of South Arabia, Abraha, Shahid 2009, Volume 2, Part 2, 44. As the Phil-Arch of Palestina Tertia, Abu Karib became very famous and rose in stature to the point of becoming a participant in the dispatch of diplomatic representatives to other countries in the Middle East, Shahid 2006 b. 90. The Diocletianic enlargement of Palestina Tertia entailed the addition of the Negev and the part of the Provincia Arabia south of the Arnon River, including Petra. The enlargement thus made the Phil-Arch of Palestina Tertia, Abu Karib, responsible for more spiceroot. Of all the exports of Arabia, the item most significant to the Christian Roman Empire was frankincense. After first disdaining it as a symbol of pagan worship, the Church finally accepted frankincense in the late 4th century. Produced only in Hadramaut in South Arabia, it was brought to Byzantium by Arab merchants and taxed in gold and silver at the frontier by such Arab officials as Abu Karib. Shahid 2009a, Volume 2, Part 2, 44, 49. Saracens, Greek, Sigma Alpha Rho Alpha Kappa It Nu, Sarakanos, late Latin, Saracenus, possibly from Arabic, Sarkian, Easterners, became in medieval and modern times a pejorative European term closely associated with Arabs and Muslims. This European negative connotation may be traced to Procopios' somewhat hostile accounts of the Arab Foederati and Ghassanid Arabs and their upstart Foederati Arab kings of the three Palestines. Also, Procopios' term Sarakanos may have been largely directed at the nonconformist monophysite Christian Arabs of the three Palestines. Procopios' attitude also betrays class tensions between the metropolitan, Greek-speaking, elite of Palestine and the Arab/Sarakano, largely subaltern, communities of the three Palestines, conflicts which have continued to plague the Palestine Orthodox Church in the modern era. Procopios' account also reveals the class-ridden, stratified society of Provincia Palestina and the latent class tensions and prejudices that existed in the country. On the one hand, there were the Greek-speaking urban social elites and ecclesiastical, Chalcedon, hierarchy, and on the other, the Aramaic-speaking Palestinian peasantry, the Eastern Arabic-speaking monophysite, anti-Chalcedonian, Syriac churches, and the Arab, Saracen, tribes of Greater Palestine. However, with the elevation of Al-Harith to king of the Ghassanid Christians in Palestina II and Arabia Petrea, many Arab tribes joined the Filarkate, and he became a very popular character in pre-Islamic history, folk tales, and sagas. The Ghassanids retained their powerful positions as supreme philarches, or kings, in Palestina Secunda and Palestina Salutaris until the Byzantine Empire was overthrown by the Muslim Arabs in the 7th century following the Battle of Yarmouk in 636. In the ancient Middle East, kings conducted autonomous foreign policies and dispatched ambassadors to neighboring countries. Monumental epigraphic evidence from the Yemen shows that the Ghassanid Arab kings and philarches of Palestina Tertia and Palestina Secunda, Abu Karab and Arithas, pursued independent foreign policies towards Arabia. Shahid 2009, Volume 2, Part 2, 44. Byzantine military strategic plans with regard to the three Palestines were centered on the army commanded by Dux Palestini, military commander of all Palestine, whose headquarters were in Caesarea Palestina, while relying heavily on Ghassanid Federate forces which dominated Palestina Secunda and Palestina Tertia and formed a key pillar of the Byzantine frontier defense system. Arab Federate troops were also involved in guarding the holy sites in Palestine and the pilgrims' routes to and from the Holy Land. This provided the Ghassanid Arab Federate kings of Palestina Secunda and Palestina Tertia huge military resources and strategic influence over the three Palestines, an influence which lasted for nearly 2 centuries. The Ghassanid Arabs played a key role in protecting the Holy Land from raids of the Arab Lakhmids of Iraq. The security of Palestine from such raids was crucial for the continuation of the pilgrimages on which the thriving economy depended. The religiously devout Ghassanid Arabs prospered in Palestine economically and flourished religiously and culturally, and they engaged in much religious and public building, as evidenced by a spread of urbanization and the sponsorship of several churches and monasteries. They planted vineyards and other crops, raised livestock, mined the subterranean wealth of their territories for gold, silver, and copper, and cultivated horsemanship. Their Arab customs officers raised taxes from the lucrative regional and transcontinental trade passing through Palestina Tertia and Palestina Secunda. Their economic, social, and cultural lives were closely connected to their devout Christianity and close involvement with the pilgrims to the Holy Land. Their Christian Arab soldiers in Palestine provided security for Christian holy places in and Christian pilgrims to Palestine. Shahid 2009, Volume 2, Part 2, 45, 49, 51. More important than the Byzantine influence in their social life was their Christianity, which was required of them once they became Byzantines Federate. This factor revolutionized their social life. The feasts of the Christian calendar and the liturgical year had distinct social aspects. As devout Christians, the Ghassanids scrupulously observed these feasts, which at the same time became social events, thus these celebrations became part of their cultural life. As Federati encamped in the Provincia Arabia, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Tertia, they were physically very close to the Holy Land, some of whose locus sancta they could even see from their military stations. Such places were especially visible from Palestina Secunda, where Christ performed one of his miracles on the woman with the issue of the blood, Mark 5, 25-34. From Jabiyah, in the Golan Heights, and elsewhere the Ghassanids could see the Sea of Galilee, sites of the lakeside of the ministry of Christ, and Mount Tabor, the scene of the Transfiguration, as well as the Jordan, the river of baptism. A verse in one of the poems of their panegyrist Al-Nabigha may suggest they even had a presence in northern Galilee. In addition, they, together with the Byzantine regular troops, were the protectors of the Holy Land and its holy sites from the raids and incursions of the Lakhmids of Al-Hira in Iraq. This role gave their Christianity a military tone. They were literally Milites Christi. Just as they were the military protectors of the Holy Land, so too they were the ecclesiastical protectors of the Monophysite Church in Orines, which they had resuscitated around 540, and continued to defend and protect until their own existence as Byzantine Filarkate ended in 636, after the Battle of Yarmouk. Shahid 2009, Volume 2, Part 2, 63-64. In the 5th century, during the Byzantine period, the Golan Heights formed part of Palestina Secunda and was populated by Christian Arab Ghassanids. At the end of the 5th century AD, the Emperor Anastasius made use of the Ghassanids, monophysite Christian Arabs, and they became the rulers of Palestina Secunda. Following the Battle of Yarmouk in 636, Islam not only conquered the Ghassanid Phylarchates of Palestine, it also inherited the millet concept which was used for the autonomous communities of the churches of the East, including the monophysite Ghassanid, in the Byzantine Empire in the 4th-7th centuries. Even under the Ottomans the term millet Iram, the Greek Orthodox, Byzantine, millet, applied specifically to the Orthodox Christian communities of the Ottoman Empire. The head of a millet, most often a religious hierarch, was the Greek Orthodox Patriarch. It is not inconceivable that the Arab Islamic word millo may have evolved from the metaphorical expression milites Christi, soldier for Christ, whose beginnings were in early Christianity and the Ghassanid Arab Christian communities of former Provincia Arabia and Provincia Palestina, Prima, Secunda, and Tertia. Arabic classical poetry and Byzantine Palestine, Al-Nabigha Adh-Dubiani, 535-604 AD. By and large Arab pagan society was illiterate, cultivating immensely rich oral traditions and epic stories and prizing, in particular, exquisite oral poetry, the oldest form of Arabic literature. Furthermore, for many centuries before Islam the spread of Arabic in the predominantly oral culture of Arabia and beyond, and the Arabization of parts of the Levant and Iraq, were carried out through the memorization of oral traditions, epics, Arabic poetry, and classic poems, for instance, the Mu'allaqat. This pre-Islamic poetry became a major source for the Arabic language and rhetoric and a rich historical record of the political and cultural life of the time. This communication of powerful pre-Islamic oral traditions and poetry and the memorization of epics were transmitted not only by poets and rawis, storytellers, but also by traveling Arab traders, through the annual pilgrimage to pre-Islamic Mecca and poetry competitions at seasonal literary markets. A famous example was Suqyuqath, near Taif in the Hijaz. In this pre-Islamic Arab culture the poet played the role of oral historian, storyteller, social critic, public intellectual, soothsayer, and political agitator. Arabic poetry and Arabic literacy and the movement from a predominantly oral culture and oral traditions to a more literate Arabic setting and book culture was hugely influenced by the spread of Hellenistic Christianity and later the rise of Islam and by what Islam termed the people of the book, al-Kitab. Crucially, this gradual movement from illiteracy and oral traditions to literacy and written culture was also promoted by the Christian Arab courts of the Ghassanid Phylarchs of Palestine. These courts generously patronized the arts, especially Arabic poetry. This movement to literacy, together with the important tradition of memorization of epics and classic Arabic poetry, continued to flourish with the spread of Islam, but crucially it was also accompanied by the reading and memorization of the Holy Quran as a means of spreading Standard Arabic and establishing Arabization and Arabic as the lingua franca in the newly founded Islamic Empire. The Arabs of Provincia Palestina and former Provincia Arabia, with their predominantly oral culture, were also influenced by the literary life of the Arabs in the 5th and 6th centuries and by the tradition of memorization of classic Arabic poetry by poets, rawis and ordinary people. In pre-Islamic times, there were Christian Arab courts at Hira, in southern Iraq, and Jabiyah, in Palestina Secunda, and court poets, such as Al-Nabigha Adh-Dubiani, 535-604 AD, who played an important role in the spread of classical Arabic poetry. The Ghassanid tribal kings, Phylarchs, of Palestina Secunda, in particular, patronized the arts and entertained some key Arabian poets such as Al-Nabigha and Hassan ibn Thabit, a companion of the Prophet Muhammad who died in 674, at their courts. One possible connection between the Ghassanids of Palestine as protectors of the Christian holy places in the land of the Gospel and the future Islamic holy places in Mecca is related to al-Nabigha, a contemporary of the Prophet Muhammad, 570 to 632 AD. Al-Nabigha, literally the genius, was one of the last great Arab poets in the pre-Islamic era who spent most of his time at the courts of the Ghassanid kings in Palestine and the courts of the Christian Arab kings of Hira, al-Mundhurs. Like Palestina Tertia and Palestina Secunda, Hira was an important major pre-Islamic Arab Christian center, being a diocese of the Church of the East between the 4th and 7th centuries and seat of the Nestorian bishopric by 410 AD. Al-Nabigha became known as by his Christian Arab name Ilyas and later Ilyas from the land of the Gospel, Ilyas min Ard al-Bishra, or the Holy Land, as described by Arab historian al-Makrizi, 1364–1442. Greek was one of the two lingua francas of Byzantine Palestine, and Ilyas is the Arabic form of the Greek Elias, a name common among Christian Arabs today. Al-Nabigha/Ilyas is one of the 6 eminent pre-Islamic poets whose poems were collected before the middle of the 2nd century of Islam, and have been regarded as the standard of Arabic poetry. These poets have written long poems comparable to epic poems, known as mu'allaqat since they were hung on the walls of the Kaaba, a building at the center of Islam's most sacred mosque in Mecca. The surviving descriptions of the Ghassanid urban centers and courts impart an image of luxury and an active cultural life, with patronage of the arts, music, and especially Arab language poetry. Warwick Ball, writer, archaeologist and former architectural conservator in the Department of Antiquities in Jordan, comments, the Ghassanid courts were the most important centers for Arabic poetry before the rise of the caliphal courts under Islam, and their court culture, including their penchant for desert palaces like Kasr ibn Wardan, provided the model for the Umayyad caliphs and their court. Ball 2000, 103-105, also Shahid 2006b, 102. Samaritan communities were established in practically all the cities of Roman Palestine: Neapolis, Sebaste, Caesarea Maritima, Scythopolis, Ascalon, Ashdod, Gaza, Iamnia, Emmaus, Ashdod, and Antipatris, Jelm 2016, and these communities were also found in most Palestinian cities in the Byzantine period. In fact, demographically the Greek-speaking Byzantine Christians and Samaritans dominated the central region of Palestina Prima, while the Christian Ghassanid Arabs and Nabatean Arabs dominated Palestina Secunda and Palestina Tertia respectively. However, the Samaritan revolts during the 5th and 6th centuries in Palestina Prima were marked by great violence on both sides, and their brutal suppression at the hands of the Byzantines and their Ghassanid Arab allies, Crown 1989, 72–73, Shahid 2010, 8, contributed to shifting the demographics of the region, making the Christians the dominant group in the province of Palestina Prima for many decades. Also, many Samaritans converted to Islam from the early 7th century onwards. The Ghassanid Arabs rose in the 5th century to become an important ethno-linguistic religious community in Palestine, and their monophysite Orthodox Church became important in Palestine. In the 5th–6th centuries their capital was at Jabiyah in the Golan Heights, located within Palestina Secunda. Gabatha is mentioned in 520 AD in a Syriac-Aramaic letter of monophysite Bishop Simeon of Bet Arsham. Following the Battle of Yarmouk in 636 AD and the Arab conquest of Palestine and Syria, the Ghassanid town of Jabiyah became the headquarters of the main military camp for the Muslim armies in Syria. Overall, the monophysite Ghassanid Arabs preferred the Muslim Arab conquerors to the Christian Chalcedonians, Wigram 2004. Following the Byzantine military defeat at Yarmouk, many of the Ghassanids would have been happy to get rid of the Byzantine emperor and the Greek-speaking Chalcedonite Church and ally themselves with the rising power of Islam. Derived from the Quranic Arabic term millah, the term millet denoted the religious community under Islam. The Ghassanid-dominated monophysite Orthodox churches may have given the idea of the millet system to Islam. This became a principle for non-Muslims, who were given a significant degree of religious and social autonomy within their own community throughout the history of Islamic Palestine and the Near East. Furthermore, according to historians Warwick Ball and Evran Shahid, the Ghassanids' promotion of a simpler and more rigidly monotheistic form of Christianity in a specifically Arab context can be said to have anticipated Islam. Ball 2000, 105, Shahid 2006b, 102. The substantial autonomy achieved by the Ghassanid Arab-populated settlements of Palestina Prima was derived from the fact that their localities acquired the status of both phylarchates, headed by a supreme Arab philarch, a tribal king, and episcopates, headed by bishops. Petros, or Petrus, a chief of an Arab tribe or group of tribes from Byzantine Provincia Arabia, whose original name was Aspi-Betos, was the first to be simultaneously appointed as philarch and bishop in Palestina Prima. Shahid 2006a, 181, Isaac 2003, 450-451. The colorful career of Aspi-Betos was remarkable. He started as a military commander in the service of the Persian Shah. He then defected to the Byzantines and became the Arab philarch of Provincia Arabia. He then moved to Palestina Prima, settling near the monastery of Euthemius, located between Aelia Capitolina, Jerusalem, and Jericho, and served as the Arab philarch of Palestina Prima. He and his son Terebin were then converted to Christianity and baptized by Euthemius. He also adopted the name Petros, Greek, rock, which became his baptismal name. Boutros, the Arabic form of the Greek name Petros, a name still common among Palestinian and Arab Christians, would be the name used by him and his Arab followers in Palestine. Petros/Boutros became first Philarch bishop of the Palestinian Peremboli in around 427 AD. This line of Palestinian bishops survived until the middle of the 6th century. Although his bishopric was based in Palestina Tertia, he was responsible to the All-Palestine Patriarchate of Aelia Capitolina, which later became known as the Patriarchate of Aelia, Jerusalem, under Arab Muslim rule from 637 onwards. The conversion of Aspi-Betos/Boutros was followed by the conversion of his Arab tribe, and he became a zealous Christian and for years led his converted Saracen, Arab, Christian community and managed to increase significantly the number of Christian Arabs in Palestine. The climax of his career was his active participation at the Ecumenical Council of Ephesus in 431 AD, where he appears not merely as a subscription in the conciliar list but as an active participant in the debates and a delegate of the Council of Ephesus to Nestorius. Shahid 2006a, 46-48, 181-184, 528, 2006b, 128. Members of the House of Aspi-Betos continued to thrive as the tribal leaders of Arab Palestina Prima, and in the 6th century Cyril of Scythopolis, the historian of monastic life in Palestine, describes Terebin II, Aspi-Betos' great-grandson, as the renowned philarch in this region, the area between Jerusalem and Jericho. Shahid 1995, 652. But there were some fundamental differences between the autonomous Arab Philarchs bishops of Palestina Prima, a core province, and the fairly independent Ghassanid kings Philarchs of the two frontier provinces of Palestina Secunda and Palestina Tertia, Abu Karib and Al-Harith. The latter operated from established and recognized capitals. They also commanded their own substantial professional Arab armies, and not just contingent tribal forces. They enforced law and order within their wider domain and raised revenues and taxes from the lucrative international and regional trade passing through their provinces. They provided protection to the holy places in Palestine and, crucially, they dispatched their own ambassadors to foreign countries, ambassadors who acted in their names rather than representing the Byzantine state. The year 451 was a turning point for the Church in Palestine. At the Council of Chalcedon, 451, the 3-in-1 Palestine provinces were separated from the jurisdiction of the Patriarchate of Antioch. The ecclesiastical separation of the three Palestines from Antioch did not have an immediate effect on the Arab Church of the Phaedrites, who remained staunchly Orthodox. With the growth of monophysitism in the Near East in the 6th century, especially after the impetus given by the Emperor Anastasius, the Patriarchate of Palestine remained the stronghold of Greek-dominated orthodoxy in Palestine, and this legacy had a lasting impact on Arab-Greek relationships within the Palestine Church. Shahid 2006a, 528. It also opened up internal conflicts which lasted until today. In the 5th century AD, these internal divisions within the Palestine Church were also reflected in symbols and color codes. The Arab feed rates of the three Palestines, at least Prima and Secunda, remained staunchly Orthodox, while those outside the jurisdiction of the Patriarchate of Jerusalem were mostly monophysites, especially the dominant group, the Ghassanids. The division within the Arab Church is reflected in Palestinian historiography, where the image of the Arab Orthodox Philarches of the Peremboli in Palestina Prima is bright and that of the Ghassanids of Arabia is dim. Shahid 2006a, 528. Somewhat different in background from all Arab Philarches of Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Tertia was Elias, the Arab Patriarch of Aelia Capitolina, Jerusalem, who became head of the All-Palestine Church in 494 AD. While the others were feed-rate Arab kings, Elias was a Rame Arab born in Arabia. His ecclesiastical career was no less remarkable. He started as a monk in the desert of Palestine associated with Saint Euthymius the Great, 377 to 473, an abbot venerated today in both Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches. Elias then drew the attention of Patriarch Anastasius, who ordained him priest of the Church of Anastasia in Jerusalem. Finally, Elias became the Patriarch of the Holy City, and engaged in an effective administration of his patriarchate. He devoted time to the improvement of the churches and monasteries and laid the foundation of the Church of the Theotokos in Jerusalem, the spectacular church completed during the reign of Emperor Justinian and dedicated in 543. Possibly Elias was also associated with the translation of a simple liturgy and biblical lectionary into Arabic for the benefit of the various Christian Arab communities scattered in the three Palestines which came under his ecclesiastical jurisdiction. Shahid 2006a, 193-194. Chapter 6. The Arab province of Jund Philastin, 638-1099 AD, Continuities, Adaptation, and Transformation of Palestine under Islam. Palestinian Syriac Aramaic, Palestinian Arabic and Palestinian toponyms. Late Bronze Age Pelicet and Hellenic/Roman/Byzantine Palestina were adapted by the Arabs and became Philastin under Islam from 638 AD onwards. In the mid-7th century the population of Palestine was predominantly Christian, mostly Palestinian Syriac Aramaic-speaking Christian peasants who continued to speak the language of Jesus throughout early Islam. However, the earliest Arabic inscriptions found in Palestine go back to the Roman and Byzantine periods, and for several centuries the Arabs were closely linked with the three Byzantine provinces of Palestina. In fact, under the Byzantines Provincia Arabia itself became part of Palestina Salutaris, with its capital located in Petra, the old capital of the Nabatean Arabs. Also after the Arabs took over Palestine in the 7th century many place names in Palestine that were used by the Greek-speaking Byzantine administration continued to be used by the Arab administration, hence the emergence of the three Arabic forms of Byzantine pi alpha lambda alpha iota sigma tau iota nu eta, Philastin, Philastin, and Philistin. Schiller 2009, 85, Sharon 2003. The presence of Arabs in Palestine was noted by Herodotus in the 5th century BC, and Arabic inscriptions in Palestine were discovered from the Roman era. Closely related to Palestinian Arabic is Palestinian Syriac Aramaic, which was part of the Northwest Semitic group of languages and was the language of ordinary people in the country. Palestinian Syriac Aramaic continued to flourish at a non-official popular level in Roman and Byzantine Palestine and in early Islamic Palestine, and became closely related to the modern Palestinian Arabic colloquial language. In the 4th early 7th centuries the Ghassanid Arabs of the three Palestines were champions and protectors of the Syriac monophysite church. Their Arabic-speaking poets, bishops, and kings, and philarches of Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Tertia, must have been familiar not only with the lingua franca of the Byzantine Empire, Greek, but also with the Syriac Aramaic dialect of Greater Palestine. Palestinian Aramaic was also spoken by Palestinian Jews during the Roman and Byzantine period, Sokolov 2003. Today a significant number of Palestinian Aramaic words are found in both Standard Arabic and in the vernacular language of many Palestinian villages. Also interestingly, in the early 20th century the European Zionist inventors of modern Hebrew, in pursuit of indigenizing and antiquating strategies, borrowed heavily from Palestinian Aramaic and ancient Greek vocabulary. Palestinian Aramaic has also survived in a large number of modern Palestinian and Arab toponyms including Ramallah, Aramaic Ram, meaning height, and Allah, the Arabic word for God, a city which is the headquarters of the Palestinian National Authority. Al-Rama, height, a Palestinian town in Upper Galilee. Al-Ram, a Palestinian town northeast of Jerusalem. Al-Maghdal, meaning fortress, an Arab village near Tiberias depopulated by Israel in 1948. Al-Maghdal, Ascalon, the ancient Philistine city. Maghdal Shams, a Druze Arab town north of the Golan Heights. Al-Mujadil, an Arab village southwest of Nazareth depopulated by Israel in 1948. Al-Tur, mountain, the name of three mountainous place names in Palestine. The continuities and transformation of the province of Jund Philastin. Historians tend to conflate Arabization processes in Palestine with the establishment of Arabic as the lingua franca for Palestine and the Near East. In fact, Arabization and Islamization in Palestine and the transformations of religious communities of the country, including the three Palestine provinces, Prima, Secunda, and Tertia, were distinct historical processes and should not be automatically conflated or synchronized. Historically, Arabization processes in Greater Palestine, including the existence of Arabic-speaking Palestinian Christians, long preceded Islamization processes in the country, although the establishment of Arabic as the lingua franca of Palestine went hand in hand with the Islamization of the country. As we have already seen, over the course of the Iron Age 1000 to 6000 BC, the trading cities of Old Philistia, Gaza, Jaffa, Afek, Ekron, Ashdod, Ascalon, created a flourishing integrated south in Palestine by working closely with Arab traders and sailors. The Arabs were powerful traders who linked the distant trade from India and Asia to the eastern Mediterranean region via the Red Sea, Nabatea, southern Palestine, and the seaports of Philistia. This integrated south was maintained under the Assyrian and Persian empires, and in the 5th century BC Herodotus describes in detail the presence of Arabs in southern Palestine. A century later, the Nabatean Arabs, who flourished on international trade and local agriculture, began to dominate the Negev from the 4th century BC onwards and founded several Palestinian villages and towns, some of which survived until the Palestinian Nakba of 1948. Al-Khalasa, a Palestinian Muslim village located 23 kilometers southwest of the city of Beersheba and depopulated by Israel in 1948, was founded by the Nabatean Arabs in the early 4th century using the Arabic name Al-Khalas, and the town became part of the Nabatean Arab incense route. The Greco-Roman historian and geographer Ptolemy identifies it as a town in Idumea. In the late Roman period it grew to become the principal town of the Western Roman Arabia Petrea province. Under the Byzantines the Palestina Tertia town became known as Ilusa, preserving the Arabic name. It also served as an administrative center in the Negev desert and was the home of one of three classical schools of rhetoric in Byzantine Palestina. Under Arab Islam the town continued to function as a major urban center and became known by its modern Arabic name Al-Khalasa, but was abandoned sometime during the late Mamluk period in the 15th century CE. It was repopulated by Palestinian Bedouins in the early 20th century. After the destruction of the Arab village in 1948 the Israelis renamed it Halyaza, Hebrew, pioneer, a Hebrew-sounding name based on the Arabic toponym Al-Khalas, and more recently UNESCO declared the archaeological site a World Heritage Site, ironically due to its historic importance but, in fact, without acknowledging the centrality of the site to the 24 centuries of Arab history and heritage in Palestine. In early Islam, the combination of strategic military and administrative considerations for the creation of the 4, and later 5, Muslim agenids, provinces, system in Bilad al-Sham were influenced by the previous Byzantine strategic configuration of the region. The origins of the agenid system of Bilad al-Sham under Islam are in dispute. However, Ifran Shahid, 1986, sees a Byzantine origin for this system. The provinces, or agenid, retained civil and administrative responsibilities for their surrounding districts, including the raising of taxes, Walmsley 2273. The Arab governors of the 5 agenid, Singjund, of Al-Sham region, Damascus, Philastin, Al-Urdun, Hims and Kinisrin, were called amirs and, in one case, the governor, Vali, of Jund Philastin, Sulayman ibn Abd al-Malik, became the Umayyad Caliph in 715. Palestine had been brought fully within the Islamic Caliphate in 637-638. In the Islamic theory of governance, a caliph was a supreme ruler who was chosen by the community to be a successor to the Prophet Muhammad. As political leader of the entire Muslim community, the caliph was provided with an Islamic reference framework defined by the Quran and the Hadith, the sayings and actions of the Prophet Muhammad, and was obliged to govern through shura, consultation, deliberation, advice. The shura, a Quranic principle, created a space that enabled the Islamic traditions to negotiate social pluralism and intercultural exchanges throughout the vast Islamic empire. In practice, however, many caliphs were hereditary rulers and they were only as strong as their armies and political alliances made them. The founders of the Umayyad dynasty were also acutely aware of the power/knowledge nexus, to echo Michel Foucault's famous paradigm. They were powerful, shrewd, and pragmatic caliphs and sought administrative advice, political shura, scientific knowledge and technological expertise from their Muslim and non-Muslim subjects alike. With the flexibility of the Islamic tradition firmly established, in 661 AD the Umayyad caliphs took over the Islamic state and made Damascus the capital of the vast Islamic empire. Material, economic, religious and political evidence shows that under the Umayyad Marwanid caliphs one who succeeded in expanding the Islamic empire to an unprecedented size, the 2 provinces, Agenid, of Damascus and Philastin were treated as core provinces, of a vast empire, for reasons of religious dogma mixed with realpolitik. After all, Palestine was more strategically important and more tightly controlled by the Umayyad rulers than the deserts of Arabia, as indeed was Syria, so that the centrality and importance of Palestine and Syria under the Umayyad Marwanid caliphs remained paramount. It also helped the process of homogenization and Arabization of the large empire that the peasants of Palestine spoke a local version of Aramaic, a dialect much closer to Arabic than any other language but Hebrew, which had largely been extinct for centuries, so the gradual but steady move to Arabic as the official lingua franca in Palestine and the Near East was neither difficult nor protracted. Moreover, the Umayyad Marwanid revolution and extraordinary shrewdness and innovation also resulted in the construction by the Umayyad Marwanid caliphs of a system of exquisite and large palaces in Jerusalem, Al-Ramla, near Jericho, and near Tiberias, which give us a glimpse into the centrality of Palestine within this vast Islamic empire. The reforming Marwanid ruler Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan, r. 685-705 AD, is credited with the transformation of Jerusalem, the construction of the Dome of the Rock in the city and the currency reforms, as well as the establishment of Arabic as the official language of the Islamic Caliphate, Oxenwald and Fisher 2004, 57. For the first 6 decades of Islam in Palestine, prior to Abd al-Malik's linguistic and administrative reforms, much of the local government's work in Palestine was recorded in Koine Greek and many prominent positions in the country were held by Christians, some of whom belonged to families that had served in Byzantine administrations. The linguistic revolution, which began with Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan and was maintained by subsequent Marwanid caliphs, meant that Arabic became the lingua franca not only of Palestine but the Islamic Empire, which, at the time, included more than 30% of the world's population. The linguistic revolution, and having Arabic as the single lingua franca for tens of millions of people from Spain to Central Asia, was also central to the expansion of global trade under Muslim rule. Throughout the Middle Ages, as in ancient times, regional and distant trade remained a key source for the prosperity of a strategically located Palestine. Arabic and the Arabization of Palestine added more cultural layers to Palestine's already rich and complex identity. The Arabization of Palestine benefited from the fact that the predominantly Palestinian Christian peasantry spoke a Palestinian dialect of Aramaic, a Semitic language closely related to Arabic. However, if under the Romans and Byzantines Koine Greek was the elite language of Palestine and the Levant and Hellenization was closely associated with cosmopolitanism and high culture, under Islam literary Arabic and Arabization became a vehicle for globalization. Literary Arabic and translation into Arabic became closely associated with scientific inquiry and cultural innovation, expanding international trade and cosmopolitanism. Furthermore, Byzantine Palestine had been bedeviled by deep class cleavages reflected in linguistic divisions. If speaking Greek was a key marker of metropolitan and urban elite identity, and speaking Aramaic was a key marker of identity for ordinary people and Palestinian peasantry in Christian-majority Byzantine Palestina, Arabic and Arabization encouraged egalitarianism in Palestine and became key markers of identity for both urban elites and the increasingly Arabist Palestinian peasantry. Under Islam, the metropolises of Damascus, Baghdad, and Cairo stood out as imperial centers, but their trade and strategic linkages through overland and sea routes tied them to an archipelago of hinterland cities in Al-Sham and Palestine and the whole Al-Sham region, including Al-Ramla, Gaza, Ascalon, Al-Lajun, Al-Quds, Nablus, Acre and Tiberias. Naturally, Arabization and Islamization followed trade and political power, and this cultural and linguistic transformation of Palestine was promoted actively and assiduously after the Arab-Islamic conquest of Palestine. Islamization processes in the country followed suit. Palestine became part of the Arab Islamic State following the Battle of Yarmouk, 636 AD, in the course the Muslim conquest of Syria and Palestine. Although the Arab Islamic military conquest of Palestine took place in 638 AD, the practical Islamization of Palestine was a gradual but radical process which went on for many generations. There is also some evidence of the mass conversion by Samaritans to Islam in Palestine in the course of the early Muslim period, see Levy-Rubin 2000. However, the powerful Arab-Muslim impact on Palestine has continued for nearly 1,400 years, to the present time. The profound religious, social, cultural and linguistic transformation of the country under Islam is evident throughout the land. But the gradual processes of Arabization, homogenization and Islamization of the country, from a largely Aramaic-speaking majority Christian country to a predominantly Arabic-speaking Muslim majority, and from one monotheistic religion to another, as well as from one Semitic language to another closely related one, was less traumatic culturally and socially, less painful than the sudden conversion of a pagan society into a monotheistic polity. The archaeological evidence on the early history of Islam in Palestine debunks the common perception and insidious myth that the Muslim conquest of Palestine in the 7th century caused a decline in the number of localities and the overall prosperity of the country, Magnus 2003, 1-3. On the contrary, the Muslim Arabs ushered in a period of prosperity and religious toleration and religious and cultural autonomy for Christian and Jewish religious communities, Arabic, Millah, in Palestine, and permitted the previous administrative organization to continue. The Encyclopedia of Islam 1965, Volume 2, 911. The Islamic states, like the Roman and Byzantine empires, also applied a patron-client system in Palestine, and this patronage system allowed the emergence of a degree of local autonomy and powerful urban elites. For largely defensive military strategic reasons, Greater Palestine under Islam was reconfigured and reconstituted from two of the three Palestines of the Byzantines, Blankenship 1994. This military strategic reconfiguration and reorganization was also reflected in the actual naming of the country, Jund Filastin, the administrative/military province of Palestine. This reconfiguration was also aimed at addressing some of the fundamental weaknesses of the Byzantine strategic thinking for defending the three Palestines and other regions in Syria. The Byzantine military was headquartered in the coastal city of Caesarea Maritima and relied extensively on the Ghassanid Arab allies of the hinterland who had effectively controlled Palestina Secunda and Palestina Tertia. The Muslim Arab commanders, while still using many Ghassanid Christian troops in Muslim armies, preferred to rely on Muslim commanders. Reducing Jund Filastin from the original 3 to 2 Palestines, Palestina Prima and Palestina Tertia, also made sense in military strategic terms. The administrative reorganization of Palestine during early Islam meant that Byzantine Greater Palestine became a combination of a relatively large Jund Filastin province and a small Jund al-Urdun, Jordan province. Governed from Tiberias in Galilee, Jund al-Urdun should not be equated with modern-day Jordan. With the consolidation of Arab-Muslim rule in Palestine and the Levant in the mid-7th century, the region was divided into Filastin, al-Urdun, and Damascus, and the Arabs, like the Romans, opted for a decentralist administration. During the Umayyad period, 661–750 AD, the Al-Sham region was divided into junds or military/administrative provinces. Jund Filastin was organized soon after the Muslim conquest of Palestine in the 630s. The Umayyads adapted many of the Byzantine toponymic, monetary and administrative traditions, and this process of adaptation was evident in many aspects of the province of Jund Filastin. The extent of the Arab province of Jund Filastin, from Marj ibn Amr to the Red Sea. For several centuries Ala, the present-day Jordanian port city of Al-Aqaba on the Red Sea, was part of the Islamic administrative province of Jund Filastin, whose governors, walis, were also in charge of looking after the safety of the caravans of Muslim pilgrims from Mecca through Ala and Al-Ramla to Damascus and beyond. Umayyad numismatic and epigraphic evidence shows that Ala was an early Islamic town in the province of Jund Filastin. Originally a Roman and Byzantine town called Elas, now the ruins of Ala lie within the present-day port city of Al-Aqaba, Ramadan 2010b. Ala in Filastin, Elas in Byzantine Palestina, was also the reason, within the Israeli settler toponymic project post-1948, for calling the nearby new Israeli settlement Eilat. Southern Elas in Byzantine Palestina, which became Ala in Islamic Jund Filastin, should be clearly distinguished from the northern Ilia Filastin, Jerusalem, under Islam, Ilia Capitolina under the Romans and Byzantine. Ala, Elas, was a vibrant Palestinian port town under both the Byzantines and Muslims and at the center of the Indian and South Arabian spice trade. Rising to prominence after the Islamic conquests, Ala Filastin, located strategically on the Red Sea, also known to medieval European geographers as Mare Mecca, or the Sea of Mecca, and Sinus Arabicus, or the Gulf of Arabia, developed into a major trading port town and benefited hugely from the annual caravans of Muslim pilgrims to and from Mecca, left 2006, 591, and from the linking of the Al-Sham region with the Arabian Peninsula and Indian Ocean. Apparently, Umayyad Ala in Filastin coins were also minted in Ilia Filastin for the use in the Red Sea town and beyond, Ramadan 2010a, 2010b, and 10th century Palestinian geographer al-Maqdisi, after visiting Ala Filastin, described it as a port of Palestine on China Sea, Ramadan 2010a, 2010b. The combination of Arabic written sources, Umayyad numismatic and epigraphic evidence and Byzantine sources gives us a good idea about the way the large Arab province of Jund Filastin emerged out of the combination of two provinces of Palestina Prima and Palestina Tertia. In this regard, it is worth noting that Palestinian historian Procopios of Caesarea Maritima had already written in 560 AD, The boundaries of Palestine extend toward the east to the sea which is called the Red Sea. Now this sea, beginning at India, comes to an end at this point in the Roman domain. And there is a city called Elis, modern-day Aqaba, on its shore, where the sea comes to an end, as I have said, and becomes a very narrow gulf. And as one sails into the sea from there, the Egyptian mountains lie on the right, extending toward the south. On the other side a country deserted by men extends northward to an indefinite distance, and the land on both sides is visible as one sails in as far as the island called Iotabe, not less than 1,000 stads distant from the city of Elis. Procopios 2005. Philastin under Islam gives us some indication of the vastness and wealth of the province of Jund Philastin, which stretched from the fertile plain of Marj ibn Amr in the north, a rich granary in Palestine and a region which at the time was considered part of Lower Galilee, to Al-Arish in Sinai and to the trading town of Philastin on the Red Sea. In fact, the province of Jund Philastin encompassed most of Palestina Prima and Palestina Tertia, Abna 2014, 27. Jund al-Urdun, the military/administrative province of Jordan, replacing Palestina Secunda, Blankenship 1994, 84, Abna 2014, 27, was formed with its capital in the Palestinian city of Tiberias. Founded in Roman Palestine and known by its Greek name, Tau Iota Beta Epsilon Rho Iota, the city had been the regional capital of Galilee at the time of Jesus and would remain a key Palestinian center of trade, silk industry, and leisure activities for several centuries to come. The city was also a seat of religious learning for Arab Judaism and ancient Hebrew, then a language of liturgy, Lashon HaKodesh, rather than a day-to-day spoken language, was codified in Tiberias under the globalizing impact of Arabic and Islam. Under Islam, the fame of Tiberias as a multicultural, hedonistic, and leisure city situated in the proximity of many natural thermal springs and hot health baths, became so great that the Sea of Galilee became known in Arabic as the Sea of Tiberias, Bar Tiberias, and later Bo'er Tiberias. Like Palestina Secunda, Jund al-Urdun included most of the Galilee and some territories in Transjordan. The overall size of Jund al-Urdun was about one-third of modern Mandatory Palestine. With some minor changes, this administrative division of Palestine remained largely unchanged until the Crusader invasion of the country in 1099, although under the Fatimids Jund al-Urdun was effectively ruled from Al-Ramla by the military governor of Palestine. Of course, the medieval Arabs were familiar with the Old Testament and New Testament. But they opted for the real historical and official administrative name of the country, Palestine, Philastin, rather than for the ideological Old Testament term Canaan, and they embraced and cherished the diverse heritage of Palestine and the shared heritage of the Levant. The medieval Arabic toponymy of Philastin was identical to the Old French term Philistin, which came from Latin Philistina or Philistinus or Palestina, which, in turn, derived from the Roman name of the province, Palestina, based on the ancient name with its memory preserved in the Old Testament and a variety of ancient languages, the Akkadian Palashto and Egyptian Purusata. The secular and sacred capitals of the province of Philastin, the grandeur of Ilya, Bayt al-Maqdis, and Al-Ramla under the Umayyads during the season of pilgrimage Muslim Hajj, thousands who cannot travel to Mecca, come to Jerusalem. They approach the sanctuary Al-Haram and offer sacrifices as is customary. In some years, over 20,000 Muslim people fulfill the Hajj law here. Christians and Jews come here too, from the land of the Christians. Nasir Khusro, 1050 AD, cited in Mutar 2013, 913. The Arab Islamic province of Jund Philastin was one of the military/administrative provinces of the Umayyad and Abbasid region of Al-Sham, provinces organized soon after the Muslim conquest of the Levant in the late 630s. The official name, Jund Philastin, was universally adopted from early Islam onwards by Muslim rulers and Arab governors of Philastin, Valis, Arab and Muslim geographers, cartographers, historians, translators, engravers, coiners, pilgrims and merchants. They all relied on the classical heritage of Palestine and the Near East. Arab administrators, historians, and geographers also translated and preserved many of the ancient place names of Palestine and much of the classical heritage of Greece and antiquity in the Levant. Islamic pilgrimage to Jerusalem began very early, and this was enhanced by the grandeur and centrality of the Holy City and Umayyad Philastin, 661-749, which can hardly be overstated. The Dome of the Rock was the first monumental sanctuary erected by Umayyad Islam between 688 and 691, Murphy O'Connor 2012, 27. The Umayyads, like the Romans and Byzantines, promoted urbanization in Palestine. They also respected the multi-faith and shared heritage of the country and continued many of the Byzantines' administrative traditions and architectural styles. For the Muslim Arabs, as for the Byzantine Christians, Palestine, Holy Land, Arabic, Al-Ard al-Muqaddasa al-Maqdisi 2002, 135, Hebrew, Eretz HaKodesh, and Jerusalem were a special, sacred space. The sanctity and centrality of Jerusalem is enshrined in its very Arabic name, Beit al-Maqdis, the House of the Holy, or Al-Quds, the Holy. According to the traditional Muslim view, the Qibla, Arabic, direction, the direction in which the first Muslims had prayed, originally faced the noble sanctuary in Jerusalem. The sacred city was always a focus of intense Islamic devotion and pilgrimage. The governors of the province of Jund Philastin were appointed by the Caliph. They were in charge of the army commanders, Muslim clergy, religious officials, tax collectors, police, and civil administrators in the province. But the Umayyad rulers, especially the Marwani caliphs, took a personal interest in Palestine. The Umayyad caliphs, like the Byzantine Christian rulers, made a clear distinction between the secular, political, worldly, and sacred spheres and between the political, secular/administrative/military, and sacred capitals of Palestine. For the Byzantine Christians, that distinction, formalized at the Nicaea Council in 325, produced a rather complicated and confused ecclesiastical arrangement between the Archiepiscopal See of Caesarea Palestina and the Archbishopric of Aelia Capitolina. However, for the Umayyad rulers, the distinction between political/secular/administrative and sacred capitals of Jund Philastin was simpler and more straightforward. Also, subsequent accounts by Arab geographers from the 10th century lend some weight to the secular administrative versus religious capital, double capitals, concept in Palestine suggested in this work. Aelia Capitolina remained the official name of Jerusalem until 638 AD, when the Arabs conquered the city and kept the first part of it as Aelia. Aelia, later Beit al-Maqdis and Al-Quds, was the sacred/religious capital of the Umayyad state and of Palestine. The Umayyad caliphs loved and honored Jerusalem, and Muawiyah, 602-680 AD, founder of the Umayyad dynasty, was reported to have had himself proclaimed caliph in Jerusalem. The Encyclopedia of Islam 1965, Volume 2, 911. The Umayyads devoted a great deal of effort and resources to its expansion and the prosperity of Jerusalem and other Palestinian cities. Interestingly, the Umayyad Marwanid caliphs considered relocating their capital from the secular capital Damascus to the holy city of Jerusalem. Although the move was abandoned for strategic reasons, in preparation they symbolically built their large palaces adjacent to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. In excavations carried out by Hebrew University archaeologist Benjamin Mazar in the 1970s, south and southwest of the Al-Haram al-Sharif, the noble sanctuary, the remains of 6 massive buildings were uncovered. These buildings were not mentioned in any of the Arabic written sources describing the period. The buildings were labeled palaces as they were probably part of the government complex and the administrative center of the Umayyad government in Jerusalem. Nothing similar or comparable to this government complex in Umayyad Jerusalem was found in the secular capital of Jund Philastin, Al-Ramla. The Marwanid caliphs also renewed and enhanced the centrality of Jerusalem in the Muslim Empire. If Al-Ramla became the administrative head of Muslim Palestine, Jerusalem became the religious heart of Muslim Palestine, but also of the rest of the Umayyad Empire. Now, Added to the Christian pilgrims who continued to arrive, were the convoys of Muslim pilgrims who came to Jerusalem in their thousands from the Maghreb, Iran, and even Central Asia. The largest and most impressive palace at the center of the magnificent secular Umayyad architecture in Ilya, Beit al-Maqdis, was near the southwest corner of the Al-Haram and was the seat of the Umayyad caliphs who visited the holy city on a regular basis. The palace was apparently constructed during the reign of the Al-Walid ibn Abd al-Malik, who ruled from 705 to 715, and is similar to other fortified Umayyad palaces in Palestine, near Jericho and near Tiberias, and Syria. The palace measured 96 by 84 meters and was surrounded by a 3-meter protective wall, constructed of large, trimmed stones. 2 main gates, one facing east and one facing west, gave access to the palace. A broad, stone-paved courtyard in the center of the building was surrounded by rows of columns supporting the roofing of the porticos. Many of the columns came from Byzantine churches and buildings in Palestine, as evidenced by traces of engraved crosses on them. The rooms around the central courtyard were paved with small stone slabs and mosaic plaster, decorated with geometric designs and floral motifs, covered the thick walls. A bridge was built from the roof of the palace to the Al-Haram al-Sharif, noble sanctuary compound, providing direct access to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The magnificent complex of Muslim buildings was destroyed by the earthquake of 749, evidence of this is the fallen columns and collapsed walls. Point 2. The Umayyad undertook monumental building programs in Jerusalem, the center of which were the Dome of the Rock, completed in 691 AD, and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, completed in 705 AD, both still standing, and both remaining the most potent religious and cultural symbols of Palestine. The Al-Aqsa Mosque itself was constructed on the basis of an earlier Islamic mosque built within the Haram al-Sharif compound and with reference to a key Islamic tradition, the Isra and Miraj. This tradition, according to Islam, involved Prophet Muhammad's nighttime journey to Jerusalem, which took place around the year 621 AD. The Umayyads' magnificent public, secular and religious, rebuilding programs in Jerusalem and Al-Ramla and their large palaces in Jerusalem and near Jericho and Tiberias show the extent to which Palestine had become central to the Umayyad state and early Islam. But the founding of a completely new metropolitan city for Palestine also represented a break from the Byzantine past and a reorientation of Palestine under the Marwanid rulers. This resulted in the creation of a new capital city for the province of Philastin, Al-Ramla, an administrative capital founded by Sulayman ibn Abd al-Malik, the governor of Philastin, 705 to 715 AD, and later Umayyad Caliph, 715-717. But in the end, and especially during the Umayyad period, the new city of government built at Al-Ramla could never rival the location and splendor of the buildings in Jerusalem, or its religiously rich history, a city which, as we shall see in chapter 7, would, once Salah al-Din had recovered from the Latin Crusaders in the 12th century, become the center of the administration of Muslim-majority Palestine. According to the conventional wisdom, the name Ramla is derived from the Arabic word ramel, meaning sand, Palmer 1881, 217. But it is more likely that the new Arab capital was named by Sulayman ibn Abd al-Malik not for its sand but in memory of Ramla, a remarkable woman who was the daughter of Caliph Mu'ayyah ibn Abu Sufyan, the founder of the Umayyad dynasty. Ramla's reputation among the Umayyad ruling elite was enhanced by the fact that she also married to a son of Uthman, the third caliph of Islam, Roded 1994, 57. The likelihood of a major city being named in memory of an important Umayyad woman in the history of the ruling dynasty could easily have been overlooked by the post-Umayyad almost exclusively male, Abbasid-leaning, Muslim historians of the Middle Ages. In any event, crucially, Sulayman ibn Abd al-Malik continued to reside in Al-Ramla, and did not move to the imperial capital Damascus after he became caliph in 715 AD, the Encyclopedia of Islam 1965, Volume 2, 911. He is also credited with the construction of a palace, a mosque, an extensive water supply and storage system and the House of the Dyers. Subsequently, and for several centuries, Al-Ramla flourished as a fortified city with many cisterns and a highly developed system of rainwater collection and storage. Left 2006, 595-91. Moreover, throughout early Islam the two political/secular and sacred cities of Al-Ramla and Jerusalem were at the heart of a distinct Palestinian Arab province. Combining the Byzantine provinces of Palestina Prima and Palestina Tertia, the Arab province of Jund-Filastin included most major Palestinian cities and more than two-thirds of the territory of Mandatory Palestine. Archaeological finds and place names show the continuities of historic Palestine with toponymic memory and shared culture. They indicate that the major Palestinian cities of Byzantine Palestina, Lydda, Scythopolis, Bison, Gaza, Tiberias, Neapolis, Nablus, Jaffa, Amwas/Emuis, Rafah, Acre, Ascalon, Ilia/Al-Quds/Jerusalem, Eleutheropolis, Beit Jibrin, and Caesarea Maritima, Caesarea, continued to function as urban centers in this period. A number of new cities and towns were also built, most notably Al-Ramla, which became the administrative and commercial center of Palestine for several centuries, located inland, away from potential Byzantine seaborne attacks and the Mediterranean battleground between Byzantines and Arabs, while new Arab naval bases and shipyards were established in Palestine. Nicole 1996, 47. Jerusalem, like Gaza, Ascalon, Nablus, Caesarea, and Jaffa, was a district, kata, and religious capital of the country. It was expanded by the Umayyads with new monumental Arab Islamic architecture, and the city flourished as the religious center of the whole country as well as a holy city for Jews and Christians. Moreover, the architectural forms of urban Palestine and Islamic Jerusalem exhibited continuities and adaptation and a melange of Arab Islamic and Byzantine styles. 3. According to the 9th century Muslim historian al-Baladuri, the principal cities/towns of the province of Jund-Filastin included Al-Ramla, Al-Quds, Gaza, Ascalon, Nablus, Yafa, Jaffa, Amwas, Rafah, Sabastia, Caesarea, Taberiyat, Beit Jibrin, Al-Khalil, Hebron, Lydda, and Yubna, for the latter being one of 10 towns in Jund-Filastin conquered by the Arab army commanded by Amr ibn al-As in the 630s, cited in Le Strange 1890, 20. Back in the 7th century the Arab Byzantine coinage of the province of Jund-Filastin was minted in Yubna, Jerusalem, and Lydda, Goodwin 2004, the initial and temporary capital of Jund-Filastin. Strategic military considerations and international trade routes were major factors in the conceptualization of Palestine and in shaping its history under both Byzantium and Islam. The new capital city of the province of Jund-Filastin, Al-Ramla, was founded by the Arabs c. 705 to 715 AD and became the capital of Palestine. Al-Quds, Jerusalem, was the religious center of Palestine and the Umayyad state. Al-Ramla was chosen as the administrative center of Palestine between 715 AD and 940 AD because of its important strategic location along the historic trade route of the Via Maris, Way of the Sea or Way of the Philistines, via Gaza to Egypt. 5 At Tanjura the old Via Maris veered inland to the right and passed through Marj ibn Amr and then by Mount Tabor northward towards Damascus. Under Muslim rule this route connected to Al-Fustad, early Cairo, with the city of Al-Sham, Damascus, at its intersection with the road connecting the seaport of Jaffa with holy city of Al-Quds, Jerusalem. However, after the Muslim recovery of Jerusalem from the Latin Crusaders in 1187 and the elimination by the Ayyubids of the First Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, the administrative capital of Filastin shifted to Al-Quds. The Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem had been a Crusader state established in 1099 after the First Crusade. Following the Third Crusade, the kingdom was re-established in Acre in 1192 and lasted until 1291. Overall the Latin Kingdom lasted in Palestine nearly 200 years, from 1099 until 1291, when the last stronghold and capital, Acre, was destroyed by the Mamluks. The position of Al-Quds as both the administrative and religious capital of Palestine was reinforced by both the Ayyubids and the Mamluks, 1260–1517, in the post-Crusader period. Earlier under Islam, and for several centuries between the early 8th and late 11th centuries, Al-Ramla was the economic and political hub of the province of Philastin and the largest, richest, and most powerful trading city in the country. Al-Ramla was at the center of the north-south and west-east trade routes, and the large number of caravanserais, khans, which dotted the country, with a distance of approximately 20 to 30 kilometers between them, allowed merchants and pilgrims to rest overnight. These khans were also intended to facilitate the postal service, Barid, which had been introduced to Palestine by the Umayyads, Rosanayalon 1998, 515, and developed further under successive Muslim dynasties. The other historic cities of the province of Jund Philastin in early Islam were Al-Quds, Ascalon, Gaza, Lydda, Arsuf, Greek, Apollonia, 6 Jaffa, Beit Jibrin, Nablus, Jericho, and Caesarea, with Amman east of the river Jordan. During this period, we can observe both continuities and transformation in the social, cultural, economic, administrative, and geopolitical identities of Palestine. Throughout the Middle Ages, Muslim pilgrims and travel writers reported that Philastin was equated throughout the Muslim world with the capital city of the country, Al-Ramla, Khusrau 1888, IBN Battuta 2005, 57. Indeed, for centuries throughout early Islam, the name of the capital city of Palestine, Al-Ramla, became synonymous with the name of the country as a whole, Philastin, Palestine, and the capital city was often called by Al-Ramla Philastin by medieval Arab travelers, geographers, and historians, in the same way as the former capital city of Byzantine Palestine, Caesarea Maritima, had become synonymous with the name of the country as a whole, Palestina, and had often been called Caesarea Palestina. Once again we see Islam continuing and pragmatically adapting Palestine traditions and the Byzantine administrative and geopolitical traditions of Palestine rather than replacing them completely. This adaptation and transformation of Byzantine administrative and geopolitical traditions was also influenced by the tendency in Palestine and the Near East as a whole, the Arab-Muslim Near East included, to equate countries, provinces, or regions with capital cities. For instance, the capital cities of Gaza and Ascalon and their hinterland became synonymous with Philistia in the Late Bronze Age and throughout the Iron Age. Caesarea Maritima, the capital city of Palestina Prima under the Byzantines, became synonymous with Provincia Palestina as a whole. Al-Sham became synonymous with the capital city of the Muslim province of Damascus. The first capital of Egypt under Muslim rule, Al-Fustat, was called Misr al-Fustat and Fustat Misr, Fustat Egypt, and the term Misr or Masr, Egypt, became synonymous with Masr al-Qadamah, the capital city of Old Cairo. As shall we see, the two capital cities of the Latin King of Jerusalem, and Latin Palestina, under the Frankish Crusaders, first Jerusalem and later Acre, became associated with Provincia Palestina. As shall we see, the capital city of late Ottoman Palestine, Al-Quds, and its province, Kudus-i Sarif Mutasarifliji, the Mutasarifate of Noble Jerusalem, became associated with Philastin as a whole. International and regional trade was always central to the prosperity of Palestine, being a transit country. While geographically Jerusalem of the period was isolated in a mountainous region, the fact that the secular capital of the province of Philastin, Al-Ramla, was strategically and commercially located on the highway leading to the two great capital cities of Islam, Al-Sham, Damascus, and Misr al-Fustat and Fustat Misr, Fustat Egypt, greatly enhanced the prosperity and international reputation of Al-Ramla. Thus Philastin was not only the official name of the province/country but, for some medieval Arab historians, the name also became synonymous with the capital city of Al-Ramla. Strategically, geopolitically, and in trade terms located at the center of the country and linking the holy city of Jerusalem with Jaffa, the main Mediterranean port of Jund Philastin, Al-Ramla flourished as the administrative, military, and trading hub of the country for more than 3 centuries, Foster 2016a. In the late 9th century the province of Philastin was probably at its greatest extent. It was expanded further by the Tulunids, who broke away from the Abbasids and ruled from Egypt as an independent dynasty from 868 until 905. The province of Philastin was enlarged for practical purposes eastwards and southwards, at the expense of Jund Damashq, to include Bilad al-Sharad, the highlands and highly fertile region in modern-day southern Jordan and northwestern Saudi Arabia, Salebai 1993, 1820, L.E. Strange 1890, 28. Allah, present-day Aqaba, was the first major town in Palestine to be taken over by Muslim forces under the leadership of Prophet Muhammad in 630 AD, 9 AH. This is hardly surprising. In his teens, Prophet Muhammad had joined his uncle on Syrian-Palestinian trading caravans and had gained experience in international trade and regional geography. Later in adult life, the Prophet acquired the reputation of being a trustworthy and very successful trader, and he was involved in international trade between the Red Sea and Mediterranean Sea. The Prophet must have also been closely familiar with port cities such as Ala, present-day Aqaba, and Gaza, which, at the time, linked the international trade networks of Palestina Salutaris and Palestina Prima. Indeed, throughout early Islam Ala became the major trading port of Philastin to Asia and China, Ramadan 2010a. The port city of Ala became a center of economic activity in southern Philastin and also served as a major stopover for Muslim pilgrims en route to Mecca, Ramadan 2010a, 2010b. As for the Bilad al-Sharad region, its principal city is Al-Karak, known today for its Crusader castle, located 140 kilometers to the south of Amman and then a site on the ancient King's Highway. At its greatest extent, Jund Philastin extended from the Mediterranean coast to the region beyond the Dead Sea, to include Bilad al-Sharad, and from Al-Arish in Sinai to Marj ibn Amr and Bison in the north, with most of Galilee being part of Jund al-Urdun, the military province of Jordan. Its predominantly Muslim towns included Gaza, Nablus, Jaffa, Lydda, Al-Ramla, Caesarea, Amwas, Yubna, Rafah, Sebastia, and Beit Jibrin. The political capital of Philastin, Al-Ramla, became famous throughout the Muslim world for its spectacularly beautiful white mosque, whose minaret is still standing, and for the fertility of the soil of the district, the abundance of its fruit trees and tasty fruits, while the religious capital of Palestine, Beit al-Maqdis, was renovated not only for its religious significance but also for the beauty of its stone buildings and its exquisite architecture, Al-Maqdisi 2002, 34-35. While under the Byzantines Caesarea had for centuries been the largest city in Palestina, for 3 centuries under Islam Al-Ramla became the largest metropolitan city in the country. Al-Ramla was described in the late 10th century by the Jerusalem-born historian and geographer Al-Maqdisi as one of the best cities in the whole Muslim regions, Al-Maqdisi 2002, 35. He had this to say: Ar-Ramla is the capital of Palestine Arabic, Kasbat Philastin. It is a beautiful and well-built city. Its water is light and plentiful, its fruits are abundant. It encompasses manifold advantages, situated as it is in the midst of virtuous landscape, of pleasant villages and lordly towns and near to holy places. Commerce in it is prosperous and the markers are excellent. There is no finer mosque in Islam than the one in the city, there are no fruits in Islam tastier than in the city and its surrounding towns, its hostels are pleasant and its hammams public baths are elegant, its houses are large, its mosques are good, its streets are wide, its roads lead to Beit al-Maqdis Jerusalem Road, Lydda Road, Jaffa Road, Egypt Road, Dajan Toad. The chief mosque in the capital Ar-Ramla, located in the markets, is even more beautiful and graceful than that of the great mosque of Damascus. It is called Al-Abiyad, the White Mosque. In all Islam there is found no bigger mihrab prayer niche than the one here in Ar-Ramla, and its pulpit is the most splendid to be seen after that of Beit al-Maqdis, Also it possesses a beautiful minaret built by Hisham ibn Abdel Malik. Al-Maqdisi 2002, 143-144, also cited in L.E. Strange 1890, 304-305. Clearly Al-Maqdisi himself was fully aware and indeed proud of his Jerusalemite identity and Palestinian heritage. Interestingly, however, in view of his extensive travels throughout the Muslim world and his multiple occupations, he describes the 36 names and designations by which he was called throughout his journeys, and these included Jerusalemite Maqdisi, Palestinian Filastini, Egyptian, Maghribi, Khurasani, Faqih, Sufi, tourist, trader, Imam, Iraqi, Baghdadi, Shami, Hanafi, teacher, Sheikh. Al-Maqdisi 2002, 41. Al-Maqdisi's account also gives us an insight into the construction of a multi-layered Palestinian identity in the 10th century by a highly educated and extensively traveled individual, a construction which in many ways echoes the construction of a regional Palestinian identity by Al-Maqdisi, Mujir al-Din al-Ulaymi, Khair al-Din al-Ramli and Salah ibn Ahmad al-Tumartashi in the 10th-17th centuries. See below. The identity begins with Al-Maqdisi's native city, Jerusalem/Beit al-Maqdis, a city in the administrative region of Palestine, which is in the greater region of Al-Sham, in the domain of Islam. Al-Maqdisi 2002, 41, 143-144. Jund Palestine as the richest province of Al-Sham region. The changes in the political/religious regime under Islam contrasted with the continuity of Palestina/Palestine as territory/country, and the stability of its economic prosperity and its mainly farming people is striking. For over 3 centuries the province of Jund Palestine under Islam was a larger and even more prosperous country than the combination of Palestina Prima and Palestina Salutaris under the Byzantines, in contradistinction to various ideological histories presenting this period as one of decline. Throughout early Islam the administrative province of Palestine maintained its economic prosperity partly by being strategically located at the center of regional and distant trade, and partly by developing its own distinct monetary system, within the wider monetary zone of Islam. Under Islam, dinar coins were minted in gold, dirham coins in silver, while fals, plural fulus, was a copper coin first produced by the Umayyads in the late 7th century. The name fals derives from falus, a Roman/Byzantine copper coin. Various Islamic copper fals were in production until the 19th century. Today the word fulus, or flus, is still used in Palestinian Arabic vernacular as a generic term for money, and the term has also given rise to the modern Arabic terms iflas, bankruptcy, and mufli, bankrupt. In the Middle Ages, the monetary system of the province of Palestine included dinars, dirhams, and fals, which were minted in several Palestinian cities. Furthermore, in the 9th century, during Abbasid rule, the province of Jund Palestine was described as the most fertile province in the region of Al-Sham. Commenting on the annual tax revenues raised in the province, 9th century Abbasid postmaster and geographer Ibn Khordadbeh, the author of the earliest surviving Arabic book of administrative and descriptive geography, the Book of Roads and Kingdoms, Kitab al-Masalik, was Mamalik, c. 870, recorded in about 864, 500,000 gold dinars of taxes from Palestine province. By comparison with other provinces of Al-Sham, the Damascus province raised 400,000 dinars, the Hims province 340,000, the Jordan province 350,000, and the 2 provinces of Kinisrin and Awasim 400,000 dinars. L.E. Strange 1890, 46, Raricht 1890, 17, Ibn Khordadbeh 1865. For another comparison, the tax revenues raised in the whole of Palestine, the 2 provinces of Palestine and Al-Urdun, in 864, 850,000 dinars, amounted to more than half of, mainly land, taxes raised in the whole of Abbasid Mesopotamia in 818/819, Christensen 1993, 42. These annual revenues of the province of Palestine is also evident from the tax figures and revenues collected during this era from the Philistine province, both in absolute terms and in comparison with those taxes collected from the other Agenid, including the much smaller Jund al-Urdun and the much larger Jund Damashq, the Damascus province, which included much of present-day Lebanon and territories east of the River Jordan known as Al-Balqa region. L.E. Strange 2010, 43-48, Blankenship 1994, 47. 48, 292, Note 7. Indeed, Philistine is accounted, by tax figures given in certain sources, to have been the richest province of Al-Sham throughout the late Umayyad period, Blankenship 1994, 48. The works of Arab historians and geographers of the Middle Ages are central to our understanding of the evolving reconfiguration of Palestine and its environs and of the relatively immense wealth and prosperity of the province of Philistine throughout much of the Umayyad and Abbasid periods. Local Palestinian historians and geographers such al-Maqdisi, who uses not just the term Palestine, repeatedly but also Palestinian, also began to develop an embryonic sense of regional Palestinian identity. In 985 AD al-Maqdisi, in his work The Best Divisions for Knowledge of the Regions, Ahsan al-Taqasim fi Marifat al-Akalim, gives us a detailed account of all the place names, cities, and towns he had visited in Palestine, al-Maqdisi 1994, 2002. Describing in detail his native country and the fertility of its land, al-Maqdisi comments in the 10th century on the agricultural produce and manufactured goods of Palestine. Within the province of Palestine may be found gathered together 36 products that are not found thus united in any other land. From Palestine come olives, dried figs, raisins, the carob fruit, stuffs of mixed silk and cotton, soap, and kerchiefs. From Jerusalem come cheeses, cotton, the celebrated raisin of the species known as Ainani and Duri, excellent apples, bananas, which same is a fruit in the form of a cucumber, but when the skin is peeled off, the interior is not unlike the watermelon, only finer flavored and more luscious, also pine nuts known as karaishbite, and their equal is not found elsewhere, further mirrors, lamp jars and needles. From Jericho is brought excellent indigo. From Sugar and Bison came indigo and dates and rice, also the treacle called dibs. From Ammon grain, lambs, and honey. From Tiberias, carpet stuffs, paper, and cloth. From Caddas, clothes of the stuff called munayir and balicia, also ropes. Cited in L.E. Strange 2014, 1819, also L.E. Strange 1890, 1619, al-Maqdisi 1994, 7. The economy of Palestine was boosted by the country's strategic location and its international trade, including its long-distance trade with India, China, and Europe. An extensive long-distance silk trade from China to the Near East existed from antiquity. Silk fabric, a natural fiber produced by silkworms, was first developed in ancient China and, because of its texture and luster, silk rapidly became a popular luxury fabric in the Near East. It was made accessible by both Chinese and Arab traders in antiquity. Under Islam, Palestine and Al-Sham as a whole traded with India and China via Ula, Aqaba, on the Red Sea, a port of Palestine on China Sea, Ramadan 2010a, 2010b. In the Middle Ages, Arab merchants began importing Asian silkworms, Arabic, Dudat al-Kaz, and in Palestine the silk, harir, fabric was woven into textiles and helped develop the country's own silk industry. Palestine produced a variety of silk fabrics, including one coarse type of silk fabric mixed with various types of wool and woven into coats, which became known as Kaz silk, and by harir, which were exported to Arabia and various Mediterranean and European countries. Gill, M. 1997, 238, Goitine 1983, 403, Note 141, Lewandowski 2011, 243, Weir 1994, 288. In early modern England, the raw type of silk made in Palestine and known as Kaz, became known as Gauze or Gaza, the name of the Palestinian city. It was a thin, often transparent woven fabric used in clothing, drapery and surgical dressings. Cannon and K 1994, 196. Palestine's foreign export and international trade were key contributors to the country's economic prosperity and wealth under Islam. Palestine had begun exporting olive oil and wine to Egypt in the Chalcolithic Age, and the export of Palestinian olive oil and liquors Palestini, Palestinian wine, remained important commodities in antiquity. Although the export of liquors Palestini declined under Islam, exports continued throughout the Middle Ages, and camel caravans transported olive oil from Palestine to the city of Medina in Arabia. Gill, M. 1997, 236. Also, various woven items and textiles and types of Kaz silk mixed with rabbit wool made in Palestine were loaded onto ships and exported to Mediterranean markets, including Egypt. Gill, M. 1997, 238. Interestingly, many of these key manufactured and exported products, such as cotton, oil, soap, glassware, woven, embroidered and silk items, would still play a role in the Palestinian economy of the modern era. Also under Islam, the religiously autonomous, predominantly urban Arab Jews of Palestine played an important part in the culture, commerce, and manufacturing industries of the country. This was particularly evident in an important international export of Palestine, glassware. Glassmaking in the region dates back to Phoenician times, and the mosaics of Hellenic and Roman buildings and Byzantine mosaic floors. In the Middle Ages, Acre, Tyre, Al-Khalil, Hebron, and other localities in Palestine became famous for glassmaking, and the Arab Jews of the country and Al-Sham as a whole became known as experts at making glass, which would be exported to various countries including some in Europe. Gill, M. 1997, 238. As we shall see in Chapter 7, the industry of exquisite glassmaking was further developed by Muslim industrialists in Al-Khalil during the Mamluk period. In one of the most famous encyclopedic geopolitical and geoethnographic works of the 10th century, Al-Maqdisi describes some of the Mediterranean ports of the province of Jund Philastin. All along the sea coast of Philastin are the watch stations, called ribat, where the levies assemble. The warships and galleys of the Greeks also come into these ports, bringing aboard of them the captives taken from the Muslims. These they offer for ransom, 3 for the 100 dinars. And in each of these ports there are men who know the Greek tongue, for they have missions to the Greeks, and trade with them in divers wares. At the stations, whenever a Greek vessel appears, they sound the horns. Also, if it be night, they light a beacon there on the tower, or, if it be day, they make a great smoke. From every watch station on the coast up to the capital, Ar Ramla, there are built, at intervals, high towers, in each of which is stationed a company of men. On the occasion of the arrival of the Greek ships, the men, perceiving this, kindle the beacon on the tower nearest to the coast station, and then on that lying next above it, and onwards, one after another, so that hardly is an hour is elapsed before the trumpets are sounding in the capital, and drums are beating in the towers, calling the people down to the watch stations by the sea. And they hurry out in force, with their arms, and the young men of the village gather together. Then the ransoming begins. Some will be able to ransom a prisoner, while others, less rich, will throw down silver dirhams, or signet rings, or contribute some other valuable, until at length all the prisoners who are in the Greek ships have been ransomed. Now the watch stations of this province of Philastin, where this ransoming of captives takes place, are these: Gaza, Mimas, Ascalon, Mahaz, the port of Asdod, Mahaz, the port of Yubna, Jaffa, and Arsuv. Cited in L.E. Strange 2014, 23-24. Also in the 10th century, Arab geographer and chronicler Ibn Hawqal, who traveled extensively in Asia, Europe, and Africa in 943-969 AD and wrote The Face of the Earth, describes the Arab province of Philastin. Ibn Hawqal, who may well derive some of his information from earlier Arabic sources, describes the extent of the province of Philastin, from Rafah in the south to the region of Al-Lajan in the north and from the Mediterranean Sea in the west to Amman in Transjordan. Al-Maqdisi 2002, 138. Located 16 kilometers northwest of Jenin and 1 kilometer south of Tel Megiddo, also called Tel al-Mudasalim, for many centuries Al-Lajan was an important strategic Palestinian district town, until the turn of the 19th century when it was annexed by the Ottomans to the new district of Jenin. Depopulated and destroyed by Israel in 1948, Al-Lajan was identified with ancient Megiddo, which was one of the strongest and most important Palestinian city-states throughout the Bronze Age and housed one of the most monumental temples of its time in the whole Near East. Wiener, N. 2016. Under the Romans this region was treated as part of the Galilee, and in the 18th century Al-Lajan became part of the practically independent Galilee-based Palestinian state ruled by Tahir al-Umar. The continuities between the ancient and medieval Arab heritage of Al-Lajan is symbolically present in the name of the medieval Palestinian Arab town Lajun, which is derived from the Roman name Legio, meaning an early Roman legion camp in the province of Syria Palestina. The site, a strategic point on Palestine's Via Maris and known to Romans as Caparcona, remained the base of the Legio Sexta Ferrata, 6th Ironclad Legion, the 6th Roman Legion, between 120 and 300 AD. The 6th Ironclad Legion was honored by the Roman Arab Emperor, Philippus Arabs, 244-249, who took a close interest in the affairs of the provinces of Syria, Palestina and Arabia and minted coins with the number of this legion. 8. Under the Abbasids in the 8th-9th centuries, Al-Lajan was an important district town, within the province of Jund Philastin. Throughout the long Mamluk period, 1260–1517, it served as an important station in the commercial and postal route, and during the early Ottoman period it was the capital of the district, Sanjak, in Palestine that bore its name. According to some Arabic sources, the two major towns of Baisan, former Scythopolis, and Al-Lajun, were included in the province of Jund Philastin throughout early Islam. See Gill, M. 1997, 111, yet Al-Maqdisi, 2002, 138, reports that Baisan, Al-Lajun, as well as Acre were part of Jund al-Urdun, something which lends further weight to the argument that, geographically and strategically, Jund al-Urdun remained for several centuries equivalent to the former Byzantine province of Palestina. Secunda. In the 10th century Ibn Hawqal describes the administrative capital of the province of Jund Philastin, Al-Ramla, as the largest town in the country, but the holy city, of Jerusalem, comes very near this last in size, something which also lends some weight to the two, political/religious, capitals notion existing in Palestine for 3 centuries under the Byzantines and for nearly 4 centuries under Islam from the early 8th century until 1099. Ibn Hawqal writes, Jund Philastin, Palestine, and its subdistricts. Subordinate to this district were those of the T in North Sinai and Al-Jifr, both lying towards the Egyptian frontier. Philastin is the westernmost of the provinces of Al-Sham. In its greatest length from Rafah to the boundary of Al-Lajun, Legio, it would take a rider 2 days to travel over, and the like time to cross the breadth from Jaffa to Riha, Jericho. Philastin is watered by the rains and dew. Its trees and its plowed lands do not need artificial irrigation, and it is only in Nablus that you find the running waters applied to this purpose. Philastin is the most fertile of the Syrian provinces. Its capital and the largest town is Ar-Ramla, but the holy city, of Jerusalem, comes very near this last in size. In the province of Philastin, despite its small extent, there are about 20 mosques, with pulpits for the Friday prayer. Cited in L.E. Strange 2014, 28, also Raricht 1890, 18, Gill, M. 1997, 111. Although the perception of the boundaries of the province of Philastin did change over the years, in 1226 the Arab geographer Yaqut al-Hamawi, writing during the Ayyubid period, mentioned that the Arab town of Al-Fuli, present-day Israeli town of Afula, which was at the heart of Marj ibn Amr, about 12 kilometers to the north of Al-Lajun, as being a town in Jund Philastin, Le Strange 1890, 441. Coins minted in Philastin, Palestine currency, monetary autonomy and numismatic evidence from Arab Islamic Palestine. Numismatic and monetary evidence are important sources of knowledge on the economy and degree of political autonomy of Roman, Byzantine and medieval Islamic Palestine. Numismatic evidence of Arab Byzantine coinage of the province of Jund Philastin, the military/administrative province of Palestine in early Islam, in the 7th century, Goodwin 2004, shows the continuities of Palestine, the variety of styles and traditions evolving in the country, as well as some of the distinct traditions evolving within Palestine. One of the key indicators of economic prosperity and greater regional and economic autonomy under empire was the ability of a particular region or city to issue its own currency. As we have already seen, the earliest phase of the momentary phenomenon in Palestine began in the late 6th and early 5th century BC and took place in Philistia. This phase continued into the 4th century up to the end of the Achaemenid, Persian, rule over Palestine. Throughout much of this period the economically autonomous Palestinian cities of Gaza, Ascalon, and Ashdod were able to issue their own silver coins. The monetary phenomenon of silver coinage became widely known as the coinage of Philistia or Philisto-Arabian coins. However, in the 1st century AD the Roman Empire granted many cities in Palestine the right to mint only bronze and copper coins. Minting prestigious silver coins was confined to a few important cities outside of Rome. Bronze coins were issued by many Palestinian cities, including Gaza, Caesarea, Joppa, Jaffa, Ascalon, Ptolemy, Akka, Tiberias, Sepphoris, Neapolis, Nablus, Antipatris, Diospolis, Lydda, Nicopolis, Emmaus, Aelia Capitolina, Jerusalem, and Eleutheropolis, Beit Jibrin. Antoninus Pius, Titus Fulvus Aelius Hadrianus Antoninus Augustus Pius, 86–161 AD, also known as Antoninus, was Roman emperor from 138 to 161 AD. His name appears on imperial bronze coins struck in Gaza, Philistia. This tradition of bronze coinage struck in several Palestinian cities persisted into the Byzantine era. Islam in Palestine pragmatically adapted and combined the Roman/Byzantine monetary tradition of coinage with the Achaemenid silver coinage in Palestine and encouraged the minting of both silver and gold coins in Palestinian cities. Furthermore, the continuation of this Arab-Byzantine tradition and the continuity of economic growth and prosperous trade in Palestine under Islam is evident in the widespread presence of precious metals and minting of gold coinage in Islamic Palestine. Rare and naturally occurring elements of high economic value and investment, historically precious metals were important in fine jewelry and coinage as currency. The best known precious metals were the Arab Islamic coinage, and initially coins were minted in Philastin in copper, and later gold and silver coins were widely minted in several Palestinian cities. The key elements of the Islamic coins struck in Palestine, materials, words, designs, signs, and symbols, evolved significantly from the initial Byzantine-style coinage used in early Islam to the post-reform currency introduced by Caliph Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan around 696 AD into the coins used during the Abbasid, Tulunid, Ikhshidid, and Fatimid periods from the 8th to the 11th centuries, Shama 1969, 1980. After the Umayyads took over the Muslim Caliphate and made Damascus their capital in 661 AD, the economic and financial stability of their vast Islamic empire was one of their top priorities. Consequently, the Byzantine-style solidus, originally a Roman weight unit of a relatively pure gold, influenced the Umayyad gold dinar. The Arabic name of the gold coin derives from dinarius, a Roman coin. The Arab gold dinar was first issued by the reforming Caliph Abd al-Malik ibn Marwan around 696 AD, with his own image replacing that of the Byzantine emperor. However, Subsequently the image of the caliph was removed from the Islamic currency. Greek was the official language of the Byzantine Empire, and under the influence of Byzantine-style coinage, the fineness of the gold Arab dinar was measured in kirat, carat, which derives from the Greek kappa epsilon rho tau iota omicron nu. The carat as a gold unit of weight still stands today. The Islamic-style currency reform introduced by this fifth Umayyad ruler was designed to reinforce Umayyad power and provide a standardist Arab Islamic coinage that reflected the new politico-cultural reality of the time. Ramadan 2010b. Using the oldest calligraphic form of the Arabic script, the Kufi script, in addition to "There is no God but God" and later "Muhammad is the messenger of God," gold, silver, and copper coins struck in Palestine added the Arabic name Philastin. The economic and monetary prosperity of Palestine in early Islam and the centrality of the coins minted locally in the province of Jund Philastin, especially in the administrative capital Al-Ramla, in the first half of the 8th century is evident from the origins of the two hoards of post-reform Islamic coins excavated at Jericho. Currency is about monetary power, and the currency minted locally in Palestine gives us a sense of the extent of the local autonomy exercised in the province of Palestine under Islam. Not surprisingly, in view of the location of Jericho and the centrality of the province of Palestine in the Umayyad period, the provinces of Jund Philastin and Jund Damashq provided an almost equal number of coins excavated from the Jericho site, Walmsley 2338. Originating from a range of mints in Bilad al-Sham, the percentage of these coins were as follows. 32% are minted in the province of Jund Philastin. 35% are from the province of Jund Damashq. 20% are minted in Jund Hims. 6% are from Jund al-Urdun. 5% are from Al-Jazira. 1% are from Jund Kinisrin. 1% are from Egypt. Walmsley 2000, 336-337. These coins were from the following mints. 27 Jund Philastin, 23 from the mint of the capital Al-Ramla, 3 Lydda, 1 Ilia Jerusalem. 29 Jund Damashq, all from the mint of the capital Damashq. 5 Jund al-Urdun, 4 Tiberias, 1 al-Urdun. 17 Jund Hims, all from Hims mint. 1 Jund Kinisrin, Aleppo mint. 4 Al-Jazira, Al-Ruha mint. 1 Egypt, Alexandria mint, Walmsley 2000, 338. Under Islam, especially from the early 8th century onwards, Palestine also began to develop its own distinct Arab Islamic traditions of weights, measures, and coinage. Crucially, coins were produced in several Palestinian cities with the mint formula struck in Philastin, Gil, M 1997, 257, 9 and circulated locally, regionally, and internationally. The earliest numismatic evidence for the official designation of the country as Palestina on Roman coins comes from the period of Vespasian, 69 to 79 AD, and subsequently for the name Syria Palestina from the period of Marcus Aurelius, who was Roman emperor from 161 to 180 AD. In the 1st century AD, the Roman Empire also granted many Palestinian cities the right to mint bronze coins. Sir George Francis Hill, the director and principal librarian of the British Museum, 1931 to 1936, produced the British Museum Catalogue of Palestine coins showing 16 Palestinian cities minting their own coins, Hill 1914. This tradition of economic autonomy and Palestine city coins came to an end in the 3rd century AD when the Western Roman Empire disintegrated, but it was renewed and expanded in Muslim-ruled Palestine in the Middle Ages to include the minting of coins in silver and gold in the Palestine cities of Ilia 10, Beit al-Maqdis, Al-Quds, Jerusalem, Al-Ramla, Tabariyat, Tiberias, Ascalon, and others. This autonomous bronze coinage of Palestine cities under the Romans and Byzantines and silver and gold under Islam suggests the development of a considerable degree of regional Palestinian autonomy and of distinct local traditions, away from rigid imperial control. The finds of coins indicate that there was an intensive production of coins in Palestine in the following places: Jerusalem, Bet Guvrin Beit Jibrin, Ramla, Ascalon, Amman, Gaza, Lod Lydda, Yavnyubna, Tiberias, Bet-Shean, Bison, Siphoris Saphuria and Tyre. Some of these mints were already in existence during the Byzantine era, and it appears that they were again in use during the days of the Damascene caliphs after Abd al-Malik. The inscriptions on the coins were Ilyaphilastin, Al-Quds Philastin, Ascalon Philastin, and the like. From the mint of Bet-Shean, Bison, coins were found with Greek inscriptions, but appear to have been gradually replaced by Arabic. Among those coins from Bet-Shean there were some with the Greek inscription Skythopolis together with the Arabic Bisan or Bisan, Gil, M 1997, 110. The history of Islamic Palestine is often read through overall caliphate chronologies with little consideration for local developments and regional conditions. Under Islam, Philastin developed a substantial measure of economic and commercial autonomy. It produced its own coinage and developed its own distinct commercial traditions of weights and measures. Its coins were minted in several Palestinian cities with the inscription in Palestine, in the same way as the country of manufacture or production is stated on goods today. Al-Maqdisi devotes an entire section of his work to these distinct traditions, measures, and coins of his native country, Gil, M 1997, 257. The minting of Islamic coins, dinar in gold and dirham in silver, in Philastin began under the Umayyads. It was initially halted by the Abbasids but was restarted in Al-Ramla under the Tulunids, which was the first independent Muslim dynasty to rule Egypt, Palestine, and much of Syria from 868 until 905 AD. 3 decades later the Ikhshidid dynasty ruled Egypt and Palestine from 935 to 969 AD. In the 9th century Palestinian coins began to appear with the inscription by Philastin, in Palestine. The first of these were produced in the days of Qumraweh and his son, Harun, from 890 until 904, and these were gold dinars with the unusual weight of 3.2 grams. These practices continued during the period when the Abbasids reconquered Egypt and Palestine. The Ikhshidids continued to mint coins in Ramla, as previously, but unlike the inferior quality of the Palestinian coins produced under the Tulunids, Muhammad ibn Tughjay, the Ikhshid, ordered the minting of dinars of a finer quality. The mint in Ramla continued working during Fatimid times as well. The mint in Tiberias was also active. After the conquest of most of Palestine by the Crusaders, the mint in Ascalon was activated. Gil, M 1997, 258, see also Album 1998, 11. Reconfiguration of Palestine under the Fatimids, the province of Jund Philastin and the military governor of Palestine, 11th century. The Egypt-based Shiite Fatimid state invaded Palestine in 970, conquering the whole of country in 972. The Fatimid rule of Palestine was marred by great turmoil and upheavals. During this period Al-Ramla was still the official capital of the province of Jund Philastin. But the city suffered badly from its occupation and pillaging by the Bedouins of Banu Ta'i in Palestine in late 1024, as well as the 2 devastating earthquakes in 1025 and 1068. Although the city would recover in the middle of the 11th century and would remain an important strategic and garrison town for many centuries to come, its decline during the Fatimid rule and its subsequent replacement by Al-Quds as the administrative capital of Palestine under the Ayyubids would inaugurate a new era in the strategic recentering of Palestine in the post-Crusader era. Political and military strategic considerations played an important part in shaping the Fatimid regime in Palestine. A combination of political and military strategic calculations were also factors in the reconfiguration of the perception and boundaries of historic Palestine before, during and after the Fatimid rule. These considerations, which were present in radically different historical periods, were evident. The creation of the new province of Syria Palestina by Hadrian in 135 AD following the defeat of the Bar Kokhba rebellion of that year. The fact that the Byzantine Dux Palestini, the military commander of all of Palestine, commanded all Byzantine forces in Provincia Palestina, Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Tertia, from the 4th to the early 7th centuries. The creation of the military administrative aganates in Al-Sham, Jund Filastin included, under Islam from the 630s onwards. The secret Ottoman strategic military plan of Filastin Rais-Alizi, prepared for the officers of the 8th Army Corps in Palestine at the beginning of the First World War, to be discussed in Chapter 9, for the combined defense of the 3 Ottoman Sanjaks of Palestine. The secret Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1916 between Britain and France, which was designed to carve up the Near East between the 2 imperial powers, an agreement which would contribute to the shaping of the British mandatory boundaries of Palestine. Following the deteriorating military security situation in Palestine and tribal uprisings in the 1020s, strategic military considerations by the Fatimid state seem to have contributed to the creation by the Fatimids of a new title, Mutawali Harb Filastin, the military governor of Palestine. The extent to which the responsibilities of Mutawali Harb Filastin were separate from those of the traditional civil governor, Wali, of the province of Jund Filastin is not entirely clear, Left 2003, 46-47. But, with echoes of the responsibilities of the Byzantine Dux Palestini, the military governor of Palestine commanded all the Fatimid military forces in the 2 provinces of Jund Filastin and Jund al-Urdun. Interestingly, a form of this military strategic innovation, in the shape of the military governor of Palestine, with military responsibilities, did survive the end of the Fatimid rule in Palestine. The titles of Mutawali, military, and Wali, civil, are often conflated during the Ayyubid period, and in 1193 the title of Mutawali al-Harb by Bait al-Muqaddas, the military governor of Jerusalem, is found in Ayyubid Palestine, Humphreys 1977, 78-79. In any event, however, the conception of the military governor of Palestine by the Fatimids and the rise of a Palestinian, Muhammad al-Yazuri, to become wazir, chief minister, of the Fatimid state in 1050-1058, together with the evidence we have from the Arab Jewish al-Fustat Janaza, all give rise to the impression that Filastin was perceived to be a key province of the Fatimid state. Under the Egypt-based Shiite Fatimids in the early 11th century, Islam in Palestine remained largely Sunni, and senior Fatimid officials of the province of Jund Filastin resided in the capital city of Al-Ramla. Several Fatimid officials resided in Ramla during the Fatimid period, early 11th century, including the governor, who is referred to as Wali, meaning apparently the governor of Jund Filastin. The governor, through his military slave soldier, Ghulam, controlled the police force and kept contact with Cairo Fustat through the postal service, or the Barid. The town was also the seat of the secret police, Ashav al-Akbar, and the local Fatimid Shiite propagandist, Da'i. 2 other officials whose presence is attested to in the town were the fiscal administrator, Amil, and auditor, Zainumam, both of which were nominated by the government in Cairo. The social composition of the population in Ramla remains enigmatic, but there was a local Muslim elite made up of notables, judges, and court witness. In Muharram 414/March-April 1023, Anish Takin al-Dizbari, an elite Turkish slave soldier in Fatimid employ and a former governor of Baalbek and Caesarea, was appointed as the governor of Jund Filastin, bearing the title of a military governor, Mutawali Harb Filastin. The beginnings of his governorship were peaceful and, in April 1024, a large caravan of Khurasani Sunni pilgrims from Mecca traveled through Ila, present-day Aqaba, via Ramla and Damascus to Baghdad. Left 2006, 591. However, the security situation in the 2 provinces of Jund Filastin and Jund al-Urdun deteriorated quickly, and, in September 1024, tribal rebellion erupted over the terms of the tax collection, Iqta'a, system, which had been granted to the Bedouin leader of Banu Ta'i, Hassan ibn al-Jarrah, over the Beit Jibrin region in the province of Filastin. In the north of Palestine, the Bedouins attacked and looted Tiberias, the capital of Jund al-Urdun. They also occupied al-Ramla, looting property, executing the soldiers of the local garrison and enslaving women and children. After plundering the city and destroying its soap and olive industry, Hassan ibn al-Jarrah set fire to the capital of Palestine. The Bedouin conquest of Ramla was a bleak chapter in the history of the town, left 2006, 591. The tribal uprisings in the two provinces lingered sporadically for 5 years until 1029 and caused hardship and famine. Although resentment of the Shiite Fatimid rule in Palestine was not universal or even evident among the Sunni ulama of Jerusalem, this resentment was very strong among the Bedouins of Banu Ta'i and the Christian communities, the former for economic reasons and the latter for religious ones. In the early 11th century the Fatimid rule in the country was marred by a series of tribal rebellions, widespread insecurity and famine which, in addition to the severe earthquake of 1025, devastated Palestine. Gill 1996, 22, 25-27. The destruction of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem and the splendid Church of St. George at Lydda by the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim by Amr Allah in 1009 was part of general campaign against Christian places of worship in Palestine and Egypt. Fatimid policies adversely affected the province of Palestine, and these policies became an impetus not only to local rebellions but also to the invasion of Palestine by the Seljuks in 1073 and the Latin Crusaders in 1099. In 1029, 5 years after the Bedouin occupation of Al-Ramla and 4 years after the 1025 earthquake, which badly damaged the city, and at the height of the Fatimid regime in Palestine, the severely affected province of Palestine was referred to in the Old Cairo Janaza, a collection of Arab Jewish fragments of manuscripts that were found in the storeroom, Janaza, of the Ben Ezra synagogue in Al-Fustad, then the capital of Egypt. Written in various languages, especially Arabic, Hebrew, and Aramaic, the massive collection, which began during the Abbasid period in 870 AD and covers a millennium, became the largest and most diverse collection of medieval manuscripts in the world and a testimony to the flourishing culture of Arab Jews under Islam. Al-Fustad was also the home of Ibn Ma'iman, Maimonides, 1135-1204, the great Andalusian-born Arab Jewish philosopher, rabbi, and head of the Arab Jewish community in Egypt. In 1029 the Jerusalem-based Rabbi Solomon HaKohen ben Yehoseph, in a letter to his son Abraham in Fustad, refers to the damage inflicted by the Fatimids on both the city of Al-Ramla and the land of Palestine. Rabbi Solomon refers to the infliction of famine, for no food is to be found in the land of Philistines, i.e. the province of Philistin, and there are many poor. Gill 1996, 28-29. In 1029, the military commander of all the Fatimid forces in Palestine, Mutawali Harb Philistin, Anish Takin al-Dizbari, brought an army from Egypt, collected local forces in Palestine and decisively defeated the combined Bedouin army at Al-Ukhawana near the Sea of Galilee. Granger 2016, 246, an area which was part of the province of Jund al-Urdun. After these military successes, General al-Dizbari was the most powerful Fatimid governor of the whole region of Al-Sham, Palestine included. He became fairly popular among the local population by forming alliances with the local notables, and he managed to unite the whole region under a single Fatimid authority. Medieval Muslim historians have stressed al-Dizbari's just rule and fair treatment of the population in the towns he ruled as governor, left 2003, 55. For the first and last time, all of Palestine and Al-Sham was ruled by a single Fatimid governor. He died in Aleppo in 1042. 15 years later his grave was relocated to Jerusalem. Although little is known about the political developments in Palestine in the second part of the 11th century, and prior to the Crusader invasion of 1099, letters from the Al-Fustad Janaza show that Muhammad Hassan ibn Ali al-Yazuri, from Yazur 12, a town east of Jaffa in the province of Philistin, and a former governor of Al-Ramla, served in the capacity of vizier of the Fatimid state, the second most important position after the Fatimid Caliph in Egypt, from 1050 to 1058. He was also personally involved in the affairs of the Al-Quds, Jerusalem, the religious capital of Muslim Palestine. Gill 1996, 30.13. In the middle of the 11th century, Muslim traveller Nasir Khusrau, who visited Fatimid Palestine in 1047, produced an account of his 7-year journey, Safarnama, through the Muslim world of the 11th century, Diary of a Journey Through Syria and Palestine. He wrote, "Sunday, the day of the new moon of the month of Ramadan, the 1st of March, we came to Ramla. From Caesarea to Ramla is 8 leagues. Ramla is a great city, with strong walls built of stone, mortared, of great height and thickness, with iron gates opening therein. From the town to the sea coast is a distance of 3 leagues. The inhabitants get their water from the rainfall, and in each house is a tank for storing the same, in order that there may always be a supply. In the middle of the Friday mosque, also, is a large tank, and from it, when it is filled with water, anyone who wishes may take. The area of the mosque measures 200 paces, gam, by 300. Over one of its porches, Sufa, is an inscription stating that on the 15th of Muharram, of the year 425, 10th of December, 1033 AD, there came an earthquake of great violence, which threw down a large number of buildings, but that no single person sustained an injury. In the city of Ramla there is marble in plenty, and most of the buildings and private houses are of this material, and, further, they do most beautifully sculpture and ornament. They cut the marble here with a toothless saw, which is worked with Mecca sand. They saw the marble in the length, as is the case with wood, to form the columns, not in the cross, also they cut it into slabs. The marbles that I saw here were of all colors, some variegated, some green, red, black, and white. There is, too, at Ramla, a particular kind of fig, than which no better exists anywhere, and this they export to all the countries round. This city of Ramla, throughout Al-Sham and the West Al-Makhreb, is known under the name of Philastin. Khusrau 1888, 2122. In the post-Fatimid period, the first, Crusader, Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem was created in 1099 and lasted until 1187 and occupied much of Palestine. Yet the conception of Jund Philastin as an administrative province, as mentioned by the Muslim historian Ibn Shaddad, 1145–1234 AD, a biographer of Salah al-Din, Saladin, and an eyewitness of the Muslim Third Crusade battles, survived until the Mongol invasion of Palestine in the mid-13th century. Its territory also seems to have been expanded from the 10th century onwards both towards the east in Transjordan and in the southeast. The Encyclopedia of Islam 1965, Volume 2, 911, also Ibn Shaddad 2002. Chapter 7. Between Egypt and Al-Sham. Palestine during the Ayyubid, Mamluk and early Ottoman periods. Palestine on Arab and Venetian world maps, 12th–15th centuries. The maps of Muhammad al-Idrisi, 1154, Pietro Vescant, Marino Sanudo and Fra Mauro, 1450. The glories of Arab geography and cartography continued well into the late Middle Ages, and in 1154, at the height to the Latin Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem, Palestine was mentioned on the world map of the Arabic magnum opus, Nuzhat al-Mushtaq fi Tariq al-Afaq, translated as The Pleasure of Him Who Longs to Cross the Horizons, produced by Andalusian Arab geographer and cartographer Muhammad al-Idrisi, 1100–1165, the foremost geographer of his age. Becoming famous in Latin as the Tabula Rogeriana, Arabic, Kitab Ruhar, the Book of Roger, and Opus Geographicum, al-Idrisi's masterpiece of geographical information and a description of the known world included a world map, showing Philastin in Arabic. Bearing in mind that al-Idrisi was working decades after the Crusaders' victory in Jerusalem, he was born a year after, interest in Palestine was at an all-time high, and maps and literature including the country were sought after. Al-Idrisi had settled in Palermo, then the capital of a rising Mediterranean power and a center of Christian and Arab Muslim cultural convivencia, and had worked on the commentaries and illustrations of the map for 15 years at the court of the Norman king Roger II, the founder of the Kingdom of Sicily in the first half of the 12th century, with a mixed cultural heritage, who commissioned the work around 1138, Hubin 2002, 102-104, Makbul 1992. Al-Idrisi traveled extensively in Europe, North Africa, and West Asia and gathered information from Muslim travelers, sailors and merchants. Inspired by Ptolemy's map of the world, discussed above, Al-Idrisi's map of the world was far more advanced, and for the next 3 centuries geographers treated his map as the most accurate and copied it without alteration. Scott 1904, 461-462, Makbul 1992, Edson 2007, 42-43. An abridged Arabic version of Nuzhat al-Mushtaq fi Ikhtirak al-Afaq was published in Rome in 1592 with title, De Geographia Universale, Makbul 1992, Al-Idrisi 1592. Printed by Rome's Academic Medic Press, this was one of the first Arabic books to be printed. Hopkins and Levzion 2000, 104-131. The most complete Arabic manuscript, which includes the world map and all 70 sectional maps, is kept in Istanbul, Pinto 2006, 140. A century and a half after Idrisi's world map was produced, Palestine was found on another world map, this time by Marino Sanudo, c. 1270-1343, a Venetian merchant who traveled to Palestine a number of times and drew maps based on his travels. Sanudo was also a public figure and geographer who became widely known for his lifelong attempts to revive the Latin Crusades following the fall of Acre, the last capital of the Latin Kingdom, in 1291. For the Venetians, money-making, maritime trade and crusading for the Holy Land went hand in hand. Suddenly, with the loss of the considerable wealth of Acre, and much of the Galilean and Lebanese coasts, the Venetians, and their European allies, had lost lucrative trade, local harbors, considerable material assets, residential quarters, churches, monasteries, and the famous religio-military orders such as the Templars, Hospitalis and Teutonic Knights in Acre. By 1307 Sanudo had written a book, Conditions Terrae Sanctae, effectively a strategic manual for crusading schemes and for European reconquest of Palestine. A map of Acre was included in Sanudo's book, Edson 2004, 133. Also, a world map appeared in most of Sanudo's manuscripts of the early 14th century. Historian Evelyn Edson writes, the map of the Eastern Mediterranean, which shows the main theater of operations for Sanudo's proposed campaign, is a combination of a marine chart and a map of the interior. Lined up along the southern coast of Asia Minor, and the shores of Palestine and Egypt and the island of Cyprus, is a series of names of ports. On the coast of Palestine these are accompanied by indications of distances in miles. In the interior, much more vaguely indicated, are larger features such as the Tigris and Euphrates rivers and the countries of Mesopotamia, Persia, and Chaldea. Edson 2004, 139. For nearly 3 centuries Al-Idrisi's world map was treated by Arab and European geographers, cartographers, and historians as the most accurate, and they copied it without alteration. Scott 1904, 461-462, Makbul 1992, 156-174. In the mid-15th century the Mappamundi of Fra Mauro, died 1464, an Italian cartographer and monk who lived in the Republic of Venice but also worked for the Portuguese kings, came to replace Al-Idrisi's map from the 12th century. In his youth, Mauro had traveled extensively as a merchant and a soldier and became familiar with the Near East regions. In 1450 Mauro completed a world map, which became the most detailed and accurate map of the world up to that time. Among Mauro's sources we find classical authors and Ptolemy's geography as well as Arab cartographers and the 12th century maps of Al-Idrisi. Mauro's world map mentions Palestina for religio-political and practical purposes. If Al-Idrisi's map in the 12th century was commissioned by King Roger II of Sicily and in the service of a trading Mediterranean Christian kingdom with religious connections to Palestine, Moro's map was commissioned by King Alfonso V of Portugal in the service of the rising global Portuguese Empire. But the land of Jesus was central to the Italian monk and to Christian pilgrims to Terra Sancta. However, the size of Palestine/Terra Sancta is considerably reduced by having to accommodate all the other places on the map, and Moro feels he had to apologize for this. Those who are knowledgeable would put here in Idumea, Palestine, and Galilee things which I have not shown, such as the river Jordan, the Sea of Tiberias, the Dead Sea and other places, because there was not enough room. Edson 2007, 151. The printing revolution in Renaissance Europe and the spread of the press from the late 15th century onwards introduced an era of mass circulation of ideas with considerable impact on the mass representation of the Holy Land/Palestine. In the European and Italian Renaissance era, cartographic representations of Palestine/the Holy Land also increased sharply. The map of Palestina Moderna et Terra Sancta was published in Florence around 1480 and was included in Francesco Berlinghieri's expanded edition of Ptolemy's Geographia, Geography. Berlinghieri, an Italian Renaissance scholar and diplomat, was the first modern European to interpret, expand upon and republish the works of the 2nd century Greek geographer. Apparently the Palestina Moderna et Terra Sancta map was based on the Sanudo Vescant map of Palestine, a map produced by Pietro Vescant, who was active between 1310 and 1330, and Marino Sanudo, first published in Venice around 1320. Vescant was a Genoese cartographer, geographer, and navigational chart maker who worked in Venice. He also provided a world map, nautical atlas, a map of Palestine and plan of Acre and Jerusalem for inclusion in Marino Sanudo's Liber Secretorum Fidelium Crucis Super Terrae Sancti Recuperatione et Conservatione, a work which discusses trade routes and was aimed at encouraging a new Latin crusading campaign, providing a manual for the military reconquest of the Holy Land. Edson 2004, 139, Bagro 2010, 6970. Although gradually ideas of new military crusades began to subside, the Sanudo Vescant map and the maps of Palestina Moderna et Terra Sancta were destined to project European power and provide modern representational images of Palestine for the Europeans until the 18th century. The European printing revolution made it possible for dozens of detailed maps of Palestina/Palestina to be published and circulated in Europe throughout the 18th century. In 1714 Palestina ex monumentis vetris illustrata by Dutch cartographer, philologist and biblical orientalist Hadrianus Rielandus illustrated the geography of Palestine with maps. In the Ottoman Empire, the printing of books and maps started only in 1729, and in 1803 the Ottoman Sated Atlas Türkümsi, a translation of a new atlas, published in Istanbul, was partly based on European geographical knowledge as well as European map-making methods of the day. Published within the framework of the new system of the Ottoman administrative and military reforms of the time, the new atlas included a map of Philastin and Barsham, hinterland of Al-Sham, with the Arabic term Ard Philastin, land of Palestine, written in a peculiar way, shown in large Arabic script on the bottom left of the map. As we shall see below, the publication of this new Ottoman atlas preceded the publication of Jacotin Atlas, which had a map using the Arabic script for Palestine and the land of Al-Quds, by 23 years. In the 19th century, European Romantic Crusader revivalism in art, religious fervour, and politics and British actual penetration of Palestine were repackaged in the form of a peace crusade and biblical Orientalism. This gradual penetration of late Ottoman Palestine culminated in the pro-Zionist Balfour Declaration of November 1917 and the actual British military occupation of Palestine in 1917. Ubud Palestine and the re-establishment of Islamic Jerusalem in post-Crusade Palestine, the decline of Palestine's coastal cities and rise of the interior urban centers. The defeat of the Latin Crusaders in the 12th century brought about the re-establishment of Muslim rule in Palestine and once again the reorientation of the country. This lasted for 7 centuries and consisted of 3 distinct periods: the Ubud, 1187-1260, Mamluk, 1260-1517, and Ottoman, 1517–1917, eras. The economic and political reorientation of Palestine towards Europe under the rule of Tahir al-Umar in the 18th century, as well as during the Ottoman reforms of the second half of the 19th century, all contributed to bringing Palestine into the modern era. The geopolitical and strategic reorientation of Palestine in the post-Crusader period away from the Mediterranean coastal region and its strategic location under both the Ayyubids and Mamluks between the Al-Sham region and Egypt had a lasting impact on its history, culture, and arts as well as identity as a geopolitical polity. In medieval Muslim geography, the Al-Sham region consisted of the territories of present-day Syria, Palestine, Israel included, modern Jordan, Lebanon and South Turkey. Of the two present-day countries of Egypt and Syria, Palestine's close historic links with the Al-Sham region were the most enduring historically and most rooted in modern Palestinian social memory. The important Ayyubid period in Palestine began with Salah al-Din's spectacular victory over the Frankish at the Battle of Hittin in 1187, a turning point in the history of Palestine. Salah al-Din had been the vizier of the Shiite Fatimid state in Egypt before he brought an end to Fatimid rule in the country. Shortly afterwards the Crusader stronghold of Acre was captured by Salah al-Din, and in the same year the Ayyubid forces took Nazareth, Safuria, Haifa, Arsuf, Caesarea, Sebastia, Jaffa, Al-Ramla, Gaza, Beit Jibrin, Ascalon, and Jerusalem. Most of the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem fell to the Ayyubids in or shortly after 1187. However, the Crusaders continued to pose a major threat by regaining control of parts of Palestine's coastline in the 1190s, and the Frankish enclave in the coastal city of Acre lasted until 1291. Within less than a century during their relatively short tenure, the Ayyubids ushered in a dynamic period of great cultural flowering of learning, of schools and colleges, and highly original, multifaceted, and marked technological developments in the country and throughout the region. Rosanayelon 1998, 512, 520, developments in science, engineering, and medicine, education and architecture pioneered in the Arab and Muslim world, from the Andalus to Egypt and from Palestine and Central Asia, were later either copied by the Latin Crusaders and translated in Europe or inspired further developments during the later Renaissance. The most crucial development was the removal of the European colonial and Frankish domination of Jerusalem and the restoration of Muslim rule in the Holy City. The Muslims and Jews of the city had been slaughtered or driven out by the Latin Crusaders, and the Muslim holy places on the Haram al-Sharif had been desecrated or converted into Christian temples and offices. The contrast between the behavior of the Ayyubid and Frankish rulers can hardly be overstated. The re-establishment of Islamic Jerusalem allowed Jews and Muslims to return to the city and permitted Christian access to and worship at their holy places. Also, crucially, under the Ayyubids, Al-Quds permanently replaced Al-Ramla as the political, administrative, and cultural capital of Palestine as well as the religious capital of the whole Ayyubid state. Earlier in this work I suggested the theory of a secular administrative versus religious capital, double capitals, evolving in Palestine under the Romans, Byzantines, and Muslim Arabs. This was illustrated in the cases of Caesarea Palestina versus Aelia Capitolina under the Romans and Byzantines, and Al-Ramla versus Aelia Al-Quds during the first 3 centuries of Islam in Palestine. This separation between administrative and religious capitals of Palestine was discontinued under the Ayyubids. And the Mamluks, Ottomans, and British followed the Ayyubid tradition. The status of Jerusalem as the foremost and capital city of Palestine was to last for the next 7 centuries. The Ayyubids, furthermore, ushered in a new era of intellectual activity and economic prosperity in Palestine and in all the countries they ruled. Islamic madrasas, schools, had existed in Jerusalem since the early Islamic period. Gill, M. 1997. However, the earliest madrasas in Jerusalem after the Frankish period were built by the Ayyubids, Gaylor and Bloedhorn 2013, 216. The madrasas and patronage provided by the Ayyubids led to resurgence in educational, commercial, architectural, and artistic activity not only in Jerusalem but in other urban centers of Palestine, Hillenbrand and al. 2009. A substantial number of ribats, hospices for Muslim pilgrims, were built during the Ayyubid and Mamluk periods, Gaylor and Bloedhoorn 2013, 213. The Crusader period had affected mainly the urban centers of Palestine. It was merely an episode in the life of much of the rural hinterland which quickly returned to normal conditions with the end of Christian domination and the advent of the Ayyubids, Rosenayelon 1998, 514. The period was also marked by an Ayyubid process of reinforcing Sunni Muslim domination under their rule by setting up numerous madrasas, Sufi lodges, zawayas, ribats, public baths, markets, and caravanserais, khans, in the main cities, especially in Jerusalem. Over time, nearly a quarter of all institutions and commercial properties in Jerusalem belonged to Islamic Waqf endowments, and Ottoman deed records show the situation was still evident in the late Ottoman period. 2 The surviving monuments in Jerusalem and other parts of Palestine bear witness to the dynamism and prosperity of the Ayyubid period in Palestine. The Crusaders continued to threaten coastal Palestine via the Mediterranean Sea. Crucially, the Crusaders' abilities to utilize siege techniques and blockade methods to capture Palestine's and Syria's greatest fortifications confirmed the Crusaders to contemporaries as successful and terrifying siege warriors, Rogers 2002, 39. To prevent attacks from the sea and preempt the eventual return of the Crusaders and siege situations, the Ayyubids sought to reorient the country strategically from the coastal region to the hinterland of Palestine and consequently destroyed the walls of a number of coastal cities, and much of their infrastructure, from Tyre in the north to Gaza in the south, and dumped the rubble in the water in an effort to block any possible landing in the ports of these cities. Obviously, the objective was to prevent any landing from the sea. To that end, material of every sort was dumped into the water, obstructing access to the ports. The port of Caesarea is blocked by the debris until today. Ascalon was the first city to suffer this fate, the order for its destruction being given by Salah al-Din himself. The remains of its walls are scarred not far from where they originally stood. These walls, which, according to all existing evidence, were constructed by the Fatimids, had continued to serve the Crusaders but fell victim to the Ayyubid policy of destruction. Major al-Din 1973, 422, Rosenayelon 1998, 515. However, it is not entirely true to suggest that Palestine's coastal cities were completely destroyed by the Ayyubids. In fact, the evidence contradicts this claim about the existence of a wholesale policy of destruction. Writing in the early 13th century during Ayyubid rule, the Arab biographer and geographer Yaqut al-Humaywi, 1179–1229, a highly educated former slave who traded widely and traveled extensively in Palestine, Egypt, Syria, Persia, and Central Asia, and became renowned for his encyclopedic writings on the Muslim world, published in Kitab Mujam al-Buldan, al-Humaywi 1861, describes the province of Philastin and lists the coastal cities of Ascalon, Gaza, Arsuf, and Caesarea among the premier cities of Philastin, whose capital Jerusalem had replaced al-Ramla. Yaqut writes, Philastin is the last of the provinces of al-Sham towards Egypt. Its capital is Jerusalem. Of the principal towns are Ascalon, Ar-Ramla, Gaza, Arsuf, Caesarea, Caesarea Maritima, Nablus, Ariha, Jericho, Amman, Jaffa and Beit Jibrin. L.E. Strange 2014, 29. Also, crucially, much of the pre-Crusader Arab geographical terminology of the province of Palestine continued to be used by Arab geographers during and after the Crusader period. For instance, the term the province of Philastin was repeatedly used by Arab geographer Yaqut al-Humaywi, 1179–1229, who situates the town of Sebastia, in the district of Nablus, in the province of Philastin, whose capital is Jerusalem, L.E. Strange 1890, 523, also c. 441. However, the Crusader Wars and overall insecurities of coastal Palestine brought about the slow decline of the coastal cities and the rise of Palestine's urban hinterland. This period was also marked by the slow decline of the city of Al-Ramla, which had been the political and administrative capital of the province of Palestine for over 3.5 centuries. The population of Al-Ramla decreased and the capital city of Jund Palestine was devastated during the Fatimid period by two major earthquakes in the 11th century, Majr al-Din 1866, 416, Lef 2006, 592. But the coastal cities of Palestine experienced a more dramatic decline. In fact, coastal cities such as Acre and Jaffa began to recover and experience a socio-economic revival only in the middle of the 18th century. By contrast, the inland city of Al-Quds/Jerusalem became once again the most developed metropolitan city of Palestine under the Mamluks throughout the 13th–15th centuries. In the 18th century, regional and global trade in cotton, wheat, and textiles made Acre and Nablus the biggest and most prosperous cities in Palestine and among the largest cities in the Al-Sham region, Dumani 1995, Philip 2001. The leading role of Al-Quds under the Mamluks, the capital of Mamluk Palestine and the city without walls, 1260–1517. Based in Egypt, the Mamluk sultans maintained and accelerated many of the innovations ushered in by the Ayyubids in Palestine. In fact, the Mamluks were one of the most important Muslim dynasties in the history of medieval Palestine. They gained fame and legitimacy and produced lasting impact in stopping the terrifying Mongol advance into the Near East at the Battle of En-Jalut in Palestine in 1260, which was the first time that the Mongol army had suffered a major defeat, and for eradicating the Latin Crusader presence in Palestine and elsewhere along the Palestinian, Lebanese, and Syrian coasts. The Mamluks' spectacular military successes in Palestine came only 2 years after the Mongol capture and sacking of Baghdad, the capital of the Abbasid Caliphate. Although military dynasties are never revolutionary, under the long-lasting Mamluk rulers Al-Quds was expanded significantly and remained central to the province of Palestine, which was mentioned by North African historian Ibn Khaldun, who, in his 1377 Muqaddimah, reported Palestine province taxes as 310,000 gold dinars plus 300,000 rattles of olive oil, cited in Le Strange 1890, 2010, 45. Rosana Yalon describes the pivotal position of Jerusalem in Mamluk Palestine. There can be no doubt as to the predominant role of Jerusalem during the Mamluk period. For nearly 3 centuries, life developed harmoniously in the city, which became an urban center of varied activity. Jerusalem became a city of exile to which were banished undesirable Mamluk commanders. Thus, the city profited from much of their personal involvement in its affairs. It was transformed into an organized medieval city, provided with all the necessary installations, services, and public buildings. Even today, the Old City, Jerusalem within the walls, reflects the stamp it acquired during the period of Mamluk domination. Most of the urban fabric of Jerusalem within the walls dates back to the Middle Ages, whose numerous surviving monuments bear witness to the glory of this medieval city. Apparently, Jerusalem was not enclosed with walls, or, at most, only sectors of the previous walls and gates, destroyed by the Ayyubids, remained, providing a convenient frame around the peaceful city. Rosana Yalon 1998, 518. The Palestinians, mostly exiled, demonstratively devout Mamluk and highly enterprising elite in Al-Quds, with echoes of Origen and the Greek-speaking elite in Caesarea Palestina a millennium earlier, became a driving force in the spectacular rise and phenomenal urban expansion of Jerusalem in the 13th and 14th centuries. After the Umayyads, the Mamluks had the most lasting impact on Al-Quds/Jerusalem, which had, for nearly 300 years, so prospered under Mamluk rule. The latter brought welcome stability to the region, so that the city grew and became a city without walls, with the exception of the wall surrounding the Haram al-Sharif, noble sanctuary, something extraordinary and totally unique for a medieval capital city of the size, importance, and centrality of Jerusalem. After the first major defeat of the Latin Crusaders in 1187, the walls of Al-Quds had been largely demolished by the Ayyubids as a drastic defensive measure designed to prevent another destructive siege of the city by the Crusaders. However, this medieval city without walls grew confidently and spectacularly under the Mamluks in the 13th and 14th centuries. Although the annual pilgrimage, Hajj, to Mecca was always a mandatory religious duty for Muslims, the city of Al-Quds had long been a focus of intense Islamic devotion and the center of Islamic pilgrimage, long before the Crusaders, and in the 10th century Al-Maqdisi, the Jerusalem-born Palestinian historian, refers to the city as virtuous Ilya al-Fadila, Al-Maqdisi 2002, 135. Subsequently the Fada'il al-Quds, merits or virtues of Jerusalem, literature also played an important role in the Muslim efforts to defeat the Crusaders and recapture Jerusalem from them. The Islamic Fada'il al-Quds literature and the struggle with the Latin Crusaders heightened the intensity of Islamic devotion, and increased the number of Muslim pilgrims to Jerusalem. Also, for medieval Muslims, clean running water and hygiene, bathhouses and fountains had always been among the most important elements in the prosperity of the sacred city. The Arab bathhouses are something the Frankish knights picked up and took back to Europe. Under the Mamluks, Al-Quds underwent an intensive process of construction and became the focus of urban life and learning in Palestine, with numerous madrasas, architectural splendor, bathhouses, beautiful fountains, minarets, and hostels for pilgrims. The splendor of Hammam al-Ain, one of the most exquisite bathhouses in Jerusalem and the longest to remain in operation, throughout its 700-year history, can still be seen today, Asali 1990. Muslim pilgrims flocked to the city after its liberation from the Crusaders. Architecturally, one of the most spectacular eras of Jerusalem's history is that of the Mamluk period, and its distinctive pink, black and white patterned buildings and markets date from this era, Irving 2011, 96. The massive socio-economic and religious growth of the city under the Mamluks is evident in the expansion of its marketplaces. The construction of several markets, suk, plural aswak, is indicative of the city's expanding commercial activity. Some of this construction expanded earlier installations, those along the north-south main artery of the city which had developed out of the Roman and Byzantine cardo. Other markets were a true creation of the Mamluk period. The most outstanding example is Suk el-Katanan with its magnificent portal opening at Haram al-Sharif. This market, dating from the first half of the 14th century, is so well preserved that it presents the most typical, classical formula in architectural terms of the Near Eastern covered suk. In fact, most covered marketplaces initiated this style for several centuries, as was the case with the 19th century White Market of Acre, that followed this same plan exactly. Rosanayalon 1998, 518. During this long Mamluk period, leading Palestinian Muslim scholars, ulama, moved freely between Palestine, Egypt, and Al-Sham not only to study but also for senior jobs. For instance, Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, 1372–1449, was a leading medieval Shafi'i Sunni scholar. Born in Cairo in 1372 as Shihab al-Din Ahmad ibn Ali, he was the son of the Shafi'i scholar and poet Nur al-Din Ali, but he became famous as Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani because his family had originated in the city of Asqalon in Palestine. Ibn Hajar studied Islamic jurisprudence in Damascus and Jerusalem, and he went on to be appointed to the position of Egyptian chief judge, Qadi. Ibn Hajar authored numerous works on fiqh, Islamic jurisprudence, interpretation, history, and poetry and Shafi'i jurisprudence, the most famous of which was his commentary on the Sahih of Bukhari, entitled Fath al-Bari, Adamek 2009, 136. The sea versus the mountain, Safed as a new regional capital of the Galilee. The sea versus the mountain is a key theme in modern Palestinian poetry, especially the poetry of Mahmoud Darwish, cultural writings and nativist geoethnography, CEG Tamari 2008, 95-98, also Furani 2012. Framing this cultural discourse in geopolitical and historical terms, the roots of this idea may go all the way back to ancient and medieval Palestine. Historically, key cities in Palestine were associated with either the sea, Arabic, Bar, or the mountain, Arabic, Jabal. The cities of Gaza, Ascalon, Jaffa, Caesarea, Arsuf, and Acre were associated with the Mediterranean Sea, while Al-Khalil, Jabal Al-Khalil, Al-Quds, Jabal Al-Quds, Nablus, Jabal Nablus, and Safed, Jabal Safed, were all associated with mountains in the Palestine interior. A significant part of the economy of the mountainous regions of Palestine was the proliferation of thousands of stone quarries and the development of extensive marble and stone quarry industry, which supplied the local construction industry with stones and other building materials and exporting marble and quarried white stones to neighboring countries. The social memories of the Palestine stone quarry was immortalized in Mahmoud Darwish's 1964 poem, Identity Card, Record. I am an Arab employed with fellow workers at a quarry. I have 8 children. I get them bread, garments and books from the rocks. The marble-producing quarries of Palestine and the white stone quarries of the Arab province of Jund Philastin under Islam, Gil M. 1997, 230, gave the urban centers of the country, Nablus, Al-Quds/Jerusalem, Al-Ramla, Al-Khalil, their distinctive look as cities of stone. This stone quarry industry also left a monumental legacy which can be seen in the Dome of the Rock, the 16th century Ottoman walls of Jerusalem, the 18th century walls of Acre and the city of Petra, Rock, the old capital of the Nabatean Arabs and the province of Palestina Salutares under the Byzantines. Furthermore, the construction of monumental mosques, minarets, and churches and the economy of Holy Land pilgrimage went hand in hand with the economy of stone quarrying and stone masonry. Historically, the tradition of holy mountains developed greatly during the Greek, Roman, and Byzantine eras. The notion of holy mountains and mountainous cities, Nablus, Jerusalem, Al-Khalil, Safed, Mount Tabor, Mount Gerizim, Mount of Olives, Mount Sinai, versus the relatively more relaxed and secular environment of Palestine coastal cities, Caesarea Maritima, Gaza, Ascalon, Jaffa, Haifa, Acre, played an important role in the construction of district collective religious memory and identity of the country. The siege and fall of Acre, a chief port and the capital of the Latin Kingdom, took place in 1291 and resulted in the loss of a Crusader stronghold and last Crusader-controlled city in Palestine to the Mamluks. To modern historians, fall of Acre was the end of the Crusades, but to contemporary Muslims, the Latin Crusaders' threat to Palestine and Syria from the Mediterranean Sea persisted. In the post-Crusader era, the Mamluks continued to consolidate the strategic and defensive reorientation of the country towards the mountain, a policy which began under the Ayyubids. The decline of Palestine's coastal towns and the rise of country's urban hinterland, especially under the Ayyubids and the Mamluks, were also illustrated by the rise Safed in Upper Galilee, a town protected by the high Galilean mountains. Following the recovery of Safed from the Crusaders in 1266, the Mamluks took steps to shift the provincial power in the Galilee from the coastal town of Acre westwards and turn the mountainous town of Safed into the capital of northern Palestine. The fortress town of Safed was renovated and expanded under the Mamluks and served as a regional capital in Palestine for the first time in its history, Luz 2014, 36. Crucially, Safed remained the capital of northern Palestine for several centuries. It all began in 1266 when Bilad al-Sham came under Mamluk rule, and this vast region was divided into 6 large administrative provinces, each called a mamlakat, literally kingdom, or niyabat, vice-regency. These provinces were Damascus, Aleppo, Hamat, Tripoli, modern Lebanon, Safed, Palestine, Karak, Transjordan. The head of each province, or mamlaka, bore the title of Naib, Viceroy, or Little Sultan. Encompassing much of northern Palestine and consisting of 10 districts, the Mamlakat Safed, Kingdom of Safed, Tirana 1982, included not only modern-day Galilee but also Marj ibn Amr, including the towns of Al-Lajan and Jinan, both of which were at the time considered part of Lower Galilee, and other territories which today constitute the southern parts of modern-day Lebanon. When the Ottomans occupied Palestine in the early 16th century, they retained many of the administrative characteristics of the previous Mamluk rule, as many of the social, economic, religious, and legal institutions of the country. However, the Ottomans changed the name of the administrative province of Safed from Mamlakat Safed to Sanjak, or Pashalik, of Safed, Arabic, Liwa Safed. Although the Galilee remained a frontier province throughout much of the Mamluk and Ottoman periods, after 1266 the new administrative status of Safed brought about urban expansion in the city and the establishment of new buildings, baths, mosques, markets, and caravanserais, Drori 2004. The new building program in the city included the Red Mosque, one of the oldest Mamluk buildings in Palestine still standing today. The building of the mosque in 1276 was attributed to the Sultan Baybars, who ruled the region from 1260 to 1278 and who apparently embarked on a bridge-building program across Palestine designed to revive its highways and improve its transport system, according to inscriptions above the wooden door at the entrance to the mosque. One of the best-known Palestinian judges among the magistrates of Mamluk Palestine was Shams al-Din Muhammad al-Uthmani, d. 1378, author of the detailed local history Tariq Safed, written in 1378, which has survived in only partial form, Drori 2004, 184. Tariq Safed gives us important information on the villages of the Galilee under the Mamluks and a unique glimpse into the inner workings of the religious and Sufi institutions in the region. The social memory of Palestine during the Mamluk and early Ottoman periods, Palestine in local Muslim social memory. The historical writing on Palestine is dominated by imperial chronologies and colonizing methodologies and history from without approaches. In a similar vein, it has been suggested that the term Palestine had been completely forgotten by local Arabs during the late Mamluk and early Ottoman periods and that it was only brought back to them in the late Ottoman period by local Arab Christians in touch with Europe. In her work A History of Palestine, From the Ottoman Conquest to the Founding of the State of Israel, Gudrun Kramer, a German scholar of Islamic history, astutely observes, and yet, the widespread view that the term Palestine was only revived at the time of the European Renaissance with its conscious reference to Greek and Roman antiquity, that it was never used by Jews, that it had been entirely forgotten by local Arabs, and that it was brought back to them by Arab Christians in touch with Europe, can no longer be upheld. Kramer 2011, 16. In fact, the memory of historic Palestine was kept alive throughout the Mamluk and Ottoman periods by Palestinian Muslim writers and jurists as well as by Arab and Muslim travelers through Palestine. In the 14th century under the Mamluks the name Palestine was cited by Arab and Muslim travelers, often also in connection with the city of Al-Ramla, the former capital of the province of Jund Palestine for several centuries under Islam. Ibn Battuta, the famous Muslim traveler and scholar from North Africa, traveled through most of the Muslim world and visited Palestine in the summer of 1326. He later wrote his account as the Rihla, Journey or Travels. I journeyed thereafter from Jerusalem Al-Quds to the fortress of Ascalon, which is a total ruin. Of the great mosque, known as the Mosque of Omar, nothing remains but its walls and some marble columns of matchless beauty, partly standing and partly fallen. Amongst them is a wonderful red column, of which the people tell that the Christians carried it off to their country but afterwards lost it, when it was found at its place at Ascalon. Thence I went on to the city of Ar-Ramla, which is also called Palestine. In the Qibla of those mosques they say 300 of the prophets are buried. From Ar-Ramla I went to the town of Nablus, a city with an abundance of trees and perennial streams and one of the richest in Al-Sham for olives, the oil of which is exported thence to Cairo and Damascus. It is at Nablus that the carob sweet is manufactured and exported to Damascus and elsewhere. Nablus has also a species of melon which is called by its name, a good and delicious fruit. Thence I went to Ajalun, passing through the Gor, followed the coast to Akka Acre, which is in ruins. Akka was formerly the capital and port of the country of the Franks Crusaders, and rivaled Constantinople itself. IBN Batuta 2005, 57-58. But the social memory and political geography of Palestine were kept alive perhaps more vividly by indigenous Muslim Palestinian writers living in the country than by Arab writers traveling through Palestine during the Mamluk period. Writing during the late Mamluk period, Majr al-Din al-Ulaymi, 1522-1456, a Palestinian Muslim Qadi, historian, and Jerusalemite, in his comprehensive work The Glorious History of Al-Quds and Al-Khalil, Al-Uns al-Jalil by Tariq al-Quds wal-Khalil, c. 1495, extensively refers to his native country as Philastin, a term he repeats 22 times. Although he also uses the term Holy Land, Al-Ard al-Muqaddasa, no other geographical names, such al-Sham, are mentioned. Majr al-Din divides the al-Sham region into 5 distinct provinces, 2 of which are connected with historic and modern Palestine. The first Sham is Palestine with the city of Al-Ramla at its center. The second Sham is Oran with the city of Tiberias at its center. The third Sham is the Ghouta with the city of Damascus at its center. The fourth Sham is Hims with the city of Hims at its center. The fifth Sham is Kinisrin with the city of Aleppo at its center. Majr al-Din constructs a concept of al-Sham which places his own country, Philastin, at its center as the first region of al-Sham. He also puts Palestine center stage by proudly quoting other Muslim authors saying, "What is lacking on earth, increases in al-Sham, and what is lacking in al-Sham, increases in Palestine." Majr al-Din 1973. He describes Philastin as stretching from a point in the south near Al-Arish in Sinai to Lajan in Marj ibn Amr in the north. This territorial conception of Philastin echoes the boundaries of the Arab province of Philastin throughout early Islam. Majr al-Din 1495, Gerber 2008, 49, L. E. Strange 2014, Khalidi, R. 1998, 216, Note 25. This amply demonstrates how the incredibly fertile social, cultural and geographic memories of the medieval Arab Islamic province of Philastin were nurtured by local Muslim Palestinian judges and writers throughout the Mamluk and early Ottoman periods. In view of the fact that the polity of Philastin was preserved in the social memory and works of 2 distinguished Palestinian Muslim scholars and jurists, Majr al-Din al-Ulaymi, c. 1495, see below, and Khair al-Din al-Ramli in the 17th century, it is hardly surprising that the archives of the Islamic Sharia court of Jerusalem in the 18th century also show that the terms Philastin, Ard Philastin, land of Palestine, and Al-Philastin, the people of Palestine, with specific reference to the cities of Al-Ramla, Lydda, Jaffa, Al-Quds, Al-Khalil, Hebron, and Gaza, and within the wider geographical region Al-Sham, remain very much alive in local and regional Palestinian Muslim social memory throughout the Mamluk and Ottoman periods. The mosaics of historic Palestine, continuities and transformation, the Palestinian glasswork industry of Al-Khalil and the school of mosaics of Al-Quds. The Arabic term for mosaics is fusé fasat. The Arab term is a transliteration of the Byzantine Greek term Sciata Phi Iota Delta Omega Tau, and mosaic art spectacularly flourished during the Byzantine Empire. Byzantine-style mosaics decorated the churches, synagogues, and temples of Provincia Palestina, Prima, Secunda, and Tertia, which, from the 4th century onwards, were exquisitely embellished with wall, ceiling, and flower mosaics. Both the Nia Church, Nu Alpha Kappa Kappa Lambda Eta Sigma Alpha, in Aelia Capitolina, Jerusalem, erected by Justinian I, 527 to 565, 3, and the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, built as a great Constantinian basilica, were decorated with mosaics. The original mosaic floor of the Church of the Nativity, with its typical Roman geometric motifs, is partially preserved today. As we have already shown, the very name of the country Palestina, in Greek, Pi Alpha Lambda Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Iota Nu Eta, was found on the famous Medabo mosaic map, dated 565-65 AD, in a town which at the time was part of the Byzantine province of Palestina Prima. Similar Arab Byzantine-style mosaics were found at the Umayyad Hisham's palace, Kur Hisham, at Khurbat al-Mafyar, an important early Islamic archaeological site located 5 kilometers north of the town of Jericho. Many of the finds from the excavations at the site are now held in the Rockefeller Museum, formerly Palestine Archaeological Museum, in occupied East Jerusalem. The Palestine mosaic, wall, ceiling, and floor industry also flourished and grew further under the impact of the Ayyubid and Mamluk building programs in Jerusalem. The reorientation and recentering of Palestine in the post-Crusader era by the Ayyubids and Mamluks towards the interior of the country and the rise again of the cities of the mountain, Al-Khalil, Al-Quds, Nablus, Safed, as a consequence are reflected in work of Majr al-Din al-Ulaymi, The Glorious History of Al-Quds and Al-Khalil. Majr al-Din not only repeatedly refers to the term Philastin but also points to the evolution of regional social and cultural identities in Palestine and in particular Palestinian regional arts and identity linked to the cities of Al-Khalil, and the area of Jabal al-Khalil, and Al-Quds, the area of Jabal al-Quds. These close social, economic, cultural, and artistic links between the two cities, which were formed and flourished during the Ayyubid, Mamluk, and Ottoman periods, have endured for centuries and survived into the modern period, and they point to the way internal Palestinian factors contributed to the formation of strong regional identities within Palestine, identities which, like the works of Palestinian Muslim writers and Qadis, Majr al-Din in the 15th century and Khair al-Din al-Ramli and al-Tumurtashi in the 17th century, contributed greatly to the concept of Palestine by keeping the history and memories of Philastin alive. During the Ayyubid and Mamluk periods Palestine came under social, cultural, and architectural influences from Cairo and Damascus. But also the key Palestinian cities such as Nablus, Al-Quds, and Al-Khalil exported much of their locally manufactured goods to Damascus and Cairo, see, for instance, IBN Batuta 2005, 57. Unfortunately, however, the internal Palestinian agency and the productive and creative capacities of Palestine are often ignored or glossed over by historians who are frequently preoccupied with imperial chronologies and prefer to comment on the external influences behind the Islamic art and architecture of Ayyubid and Mamluk Jerusalem, failing to see Palestinian history from within or the autonomous agency of the Palestinians. For instance, historians often point to the aesthetics of the Tankaziyya Madrasa in Jerusalem, whose style resembles the Tankaziyya Madrasa in Damascus, CEG Rosanna Yalon 2006, 119, 155, but fail to see independent Palestinian schools of arts emerging within Palestine. Indeed, distinct Palestinian craft traditions and schools of arts developed during the Mamluk period, and these are found in the glass industry of Al-Khalil and the Palestinian school of mosaics. These traditions have survived into the modern period. In the 13th century during the Mamluk period Al-Khalil developed a flourishing and highly respected glass industry, including glass jewelry known in Arabic as Zujaj al-Khalili. The old city of Al-Khalil still includes a district named the Glassblower Quarter, and Hebron glass continues to the present time to serve as a tourist attraction for the city. Traditionally, the glass was melted using local raw materials, including sodium carbonate from the Dead Sea. Stained glass windows and great works of art in glass produced in Al-Khalil also adorn the Dome of the Rock in the Old City of Jerusalem, Al-Jubeh 2008. Al-Khalil's glass lamps and glass ornaments were exported to Egypt, Syria, Arabia, and Africa. The city became well known for its glass production throughout the Arab world and to Western travelers to Palestine in the modern period. It was also represented with glass ornaments at the World Exposition of 1873 in Vienna. 4. As in the glasswork industry of Al-Khalil, other continuities of historic Palestine can be illustrated by the mosaic art which has a long history in Palestine and the Middle East, starting with palaces and temple buildings in Mesopotamia in the 3rd millennium BC. The ancient mosaic art of the Middle East consisted of patterns and images made from the assembly of small pieces of colored glass, stone, pebble mosaics, or other materials, used in decorative arts or as interior decoration. Mosaics with patterns and pictures became widespread in classical times. Islamic Palestine and Al-Sham as a whole inherited the material heritage and Byzantine mosaic art of late antiquity, and this material and cultural heritage was deployed widely in the construction of monumental religious buildings and palaces in Umayyad Philastin and Al-Sham. These buildings included the first great Islamic religious buildings in Jerusalem, the Dome of the Rock, completed in 691 AD, and the Umayyad Mosque in Damascus, completed in 715. The Dome of the Rock and the neighboring Dome of the Chain also embodied some of the most spectacular Islamic heritage of Palestine, a heritage which continued to inspire generations of craftsmen and artists for centuries under the Ayyubids, Mamluks, and Ottomans. Katharina Gahler and Hans-Wolf Bloedhorn comment on the emergence of an independent Palestinian school of mosaics and glasswork during the Mamluk period. Mosaics of colored and gilded glass, colored paste, turquoise faience, and mother of pearl, as well as colored stone and marble, embellished some of the Mamluk buildings. The most impressive wall mosaic is located in Al-Madrasa al-Tankaziyya. Its mihrab is covered with narrow strips of polychrome marble, flanked by reused crusader columns with capitals, clearly analogous to certain features of Umayyad wall mosaics in the Dome of the Rock, in particular with its mother-of-pearl inlay. It appears that this late re-emerging art draw its inspiration from 7th century mosaics in the Dome of the Rock. Historical sources indicate that restorations of wall mosaics were carried out during the Mamluk period in both the Dome of the Rock and the Dome of Chain. Although Syria and Egypt have similar types of wall mosaics, Jerusalem appears to have been the home of a genuine Palestinian school that lasted for centuries. Gahler and Bloedhorn 2013, 230. The quality of Palestinian glasswork, mosaics, and crafts was tightly regulated, and this legacy of the Mamluk system of regulation has survived in modern Palestinian vernacular terms such as Hisbi and in Palestinian family names such as the Mutasib, a leading Muslim family in the city of Al-Khalil, Hebron. The quality of Palestinian glasswork, mosaics, and crafts was tightly regulated, and this legacy of the Mamluk system of economic regulation has survived in modern Palestinian vernacular terms such as Hisbi and in Palestinian family names such as the Mutasib, a leading Muslim family in the city of Al-Khalil, Hebron. The Mutasib system in Islamic Palestine was part of the pre-capitalist moral economy, to borrow an expression by English historian E. P. Thompson, influenced by Sharia principles of social justice and the public good and widely promoted in the Near East. The Mutasib was an important official appointed by the Mamluk Sultan whose duties included the regulation of prices and supervision and inspection of bazaars and trade in Palestine, Egypt, and Al-Sham. These varied duties also included ensuring that public business was conducted in accordance with the ethical requirements of the Sharia, Islamic law. Recurrent epidemics were a regular phenomenon in the urban centers of the Middle Ages, and hygienic conditions and the continuous supply of clean water, for public baths and public drinking fountains in the cities, were major achievements of Islamic civil engineering in Palestine throughout the Muslim world. Relying on written official manuals, the Mutasib supervised the regulation of hygienic conditions in the bazaars, weights and measures, money, prices of produce and manufactured goods, safety of public places and food sold publicly. They also ensured that craftsmen and builders adhered to the specifications set for their craft and construction standards, IBN Al-Uqwa 1976, Broadbridge 1999, Hill, D. 1984. Chapter 8. Palestinian Statehood in the 18th Century. Early Modernities and Practical Sovereignty in Palestine. The Eurocentric analysis of the Arab states has failed to recognize that most of the Arab countries and their borders are closely based on long, pre-colonial, historical precedents, including the naming of states. In the case of Palestine, as in the case of most other Arab political entities, traditionally and throughout the Middle Ages the name Philastin had indicated both an exact geographic location and the identity of the, predominantly, but not exclusively, Arab Muslim population. Moreover, the history of modern Palestine is often studied from and with European, Ottoman, and Zionist settler perspectives. The autonomous agency and voice of Palestine and the Palestinians themselves are seldom recognized. With this imperial and colonial mindset, historians of the modern Middle East also tend to focus on the Ottoman Empire and Ottoman reforms, which is also part of a long Western tradition of preoccupation with imperial chronologies of the Near East, Assyrian, Persian, Greek, Roman, Ottoman, British etc. Yet the Dawla al-Qatriyya, or the country/state, the Arabic term qadr being a country, as a parachronism, and whether traditionally in the form of sultanate, emirate, kingdom, khanate, sheikhdom, wilayah, caliphate, or any other name, was one of the most common forms of statehood throughout Muslim history and in Muslim-majority countries, a statehood which often enjoyed practical sovereignty. The Caliphate of Córdoba, 929 to 1031 AD, the Emirate of Granada, 1230-1492, the Khanates of Central Asia, the Sultanate of Oman, 1741 to the present, the Beys of Tunis, 1705-1957, the Emirate of Mount Lebanon, 1516-1841, the First Saudi State, the Emirate of Diriyah, 1744-1818, and the Wilayah of Muhammad Ali Pasha of Egypt, 1805-1948, are only a few examples of how incredibly widespread this form of statehood was throughout Muslim history. Some dual Qatriyya, such as the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt, 1250-1517, were far more powerful than the Muslim Caliphate of Baghdad during the 11th-13th centuries. Far from being an aberration, the Dawla Qatriyya became common throughout the Arab and Islamic worlds, especially after the decline of the Abbasid Caliphate in the second half of the 9th century AD, and many of these independent states enjoyed a great deal of prosperity and spectacular cultural developments. For instance, the independent Emirate of Aleppo, which encompassed most of northern Syria and parts of western Al-Jazira, was founded in 944 by the Hamdanid princes and became the seat of an independent emirate under Saif al-Dawla. It enjoyed a period of great prosperity and became home to the greatest Arab poet, al-Mutanabi, and one of the greatest philosophers of Islam, the polymath al-Farabi, the author of the Opinions of the People of the Virtuous City, also known as the Perfect State, al-Farabi 1985. This rich historical legacy of the Dawla Qatriyya, whose modern equivalent is the Dawla Wataniyya or national state, was a factor in the emergence and construction of a two-tier Watani Qawmi nationalism in the Arab world and in Muslim-majority Palestine in the early 20th century. Today the Arab world consists of 21 states, or dual Qatriyya, excluding Palestine. Pan-Arab nationalist ideologues often argue that the failure of Arab unity schemes and the predominance and durability of al-Dawla al-Qatriyya in the Arab world are primarily the product of the colonial legacy. But this argument is made in disregard of the historical legacy of statehood under Islam, Arab indigenous agency, the distinct local and regional traditions and the ancient local roots and historical autonomy of many Arab societies. In fact, as we shall see below, European colonialism prevented the creation of a Dawla Qatriyya in Palestine. Moreover, Arabic toponyms such as Palestine/Philastin, Egypt, Syria, Libya, Iraq, or the Yemen all have deep and ancient historical roots and indigenous legitimacy of self-definition. Furthermore, the indigenous agency behind the creation of Palestinian statehood, the Emirate of Deir al-Umar, in 18th century Palestine, which was a form of Dawla Qatriyya, is a case in point. The revival and spread of ancient toponyms such as Palestine/Philastin in the modern era was derived from the common use of the name in ancient history, from the late Bronze Age onwards, and throughout classical antiquity, Byzantine Christianity, and medieval Islam. Although the colonial legacy and influence of European ideas about the nation-state contributed to the rise of a two-tier, Watani Qawmi, form of nationalism in the Arab world, local roots and regional historical legacies must be part of the mix of factors for the emergence and domination of the Dawla Qatriyya throughout the Arab world. Revivalism and rediscovery under Ottoman rule, The Arab Islamic Jurisprudence of Palestine and Indigenous Memories of Philastin under the Ottomans, 1517-1860s. Under the Ottoman Empire, 1517-1917, Palestine was used both as a general term to describe the predominantly Arab Muslim country in the southern Sham region, and as a social and cultural term among the indigenous people of Palestine. By this stage, Muslim-majority Palestine had developed a strong tradition of Arab Islamic jurisprudence, one of the most crucial requirements of any sense of autonomous polity. The long Ottoman period reinforced the already close historic links between Palestine and the Al-Sham region, an Arab Islamic geographic term which had been coined during the early Islamic period and referred to the territories of present-day Syria, Palestine, Jordan, and southern Turkey, while Al-Sham often referred to the specific capital city of Damascus, Al-Sham. Palestine was not an official designation under the Ottomans, and some Arabs during this period referred to the area as Al-Sham, a term which should not be conflated automatically or exclusively with present-day Syria and the modern myth of Suriyya al-Janubiyya, or, as some Arab intellectuals continue to assert, one southern Syria. The term Southern Syria was invented and popularized in 1919-1920, and was derived from two modern currents, a late 19th century Syrian Qawmi, nationalist, ideology, and b. the circumstances surrounding the formation of the pan-Arab nationalist regime in Damascus headed by Emir Faisal in 1919-1920, see below. Whether or not southern Syria was also related to the ancient Roman designation Syria Palestina is not clear, yet the indigenous, shared memories of medieval Arab Islamic Philastin and Byzantine Palestina were kept alive throughout the Ottoman period both in Palestine and in Europe. Modernities in Palestine have multiple beginnings and multiple sources. Although the social and regional roots and markers of modern Palestinian identity are found in the pre-modern period, its distinct modern features evolved gradually, both consciously and unconsciously, from its early beginnings in the 18th century into the 19th and 20th centuries. This evolution was influenced by a range of social and cultural markers, including the social memories and cultural heritage of the medieval Arab Muslim province of Jund Philastin, Gerber 1998a, 2008. Palestine's strong tradition of Arab Islamic jurisprudence and the roots of the modern social, cultural and geographic consciousness of Philastin as a distinct polity and regional territorially based identity can be traced to the works of Khair al-Din al-Ramli, 1585-1671, one of the most extraordinary Palestinian jurists of all times and a prominent 17th-century Islamic jurist, public intellectual and writer in Ottoman Palestine, Tucker 2002, Gerber 1998b. Al-Ramli was a native of Al-Ramla, and he was named for the town which was for centuries the administrative secular capital of the province of Jund Philastin and a major garrison town in Ottoman Palestine. Al-Ramli was a landowner and farmer in 17th-century Palestine, and his descendants, the Karas, remained wealthy farmers and prominent figures in the town for nearly 3 centuries until the 1948 Nakba. During the British Mandatory period, Mustafa Kari served for 4 years as Qadi and a longtime mayor of Al-Ramla, and his family owned the only cinema in the town. In the 17th century, Khair al-Din al-Ramli became well known for issuing a collection of fatwas, religious edicts, known as al-Fatwa al-Kariyya, compiled into final form in 1670, that became highly influential in the Sunni Hanafi school of jurisprudence, fiqh, not only in Palestine but throughout the Arab region in the 18th and 19th centuries, Islahi 2008, and his jurisprudence was highly relevant to family waqf, land ownership, and agrarian relations in Palestine. Philastin itself had developed a strong tradition of Islamic jurisprudence, and one of the founders of the 4 great Sunni schools of Islamic jurisprudence, Imam al-Shafi'i, 767-820 AD, was born in Gaza, Haddad 2007, 189-190, 193. A brilliant jurist, al-Shafi'i was known to have been authorized to issue fatwas at very young age. In 17th century Palestine, al-Fatwa al-Kariyya had major practical dimensions and offers a contemporary record of the period, giving a complex view of agrarian relations in Palestine, as al-Ramli was a jurist, farmer, and landowner. He is known to have amassed a big library. He also imported a variety of seeds from Egypt and introduced them to the district of Al-Ramla, Islahi 2008. Al-Ramli's terminology and al-Fatwa al-Kariyah would also have been known to the administrators of the Sharia courts in Jerusalem in the 18th and 19th centuries. The way Khair al-Din al-Ramli, Majur al-Din al-Ulaimi and other leading Palestinian Muslim jurists and writers used the term Philastin to refer to the country as Palestine, or to our country, Biladuna, in the 15th to 17th centuries suggests that the territorial notion of Palestine was still very much alive in Palestinian Muslim social and cultural memory throughout the Mamluk and early Ottoman periods. This also contradicts the unfounded claim that the term Palestine had been entirely forgotten by local Arabs, and that it was brought back to them by Arab Christians in touch with Europe, Kramer 2011, 16. Several scholars used the works of Majur al-Din and al-Ramli, for instance, Tucker 2002, Gerber 1998a, 2008, 50-51, to trace the pre-modern roots of the emergence of embryonic Palestinian social and territorial consciousness. In Remembering and Imagining Palestine, Identity and Nationalism from the Crusades to the Present Time, Gerber explains, the term Palestine appears later as well. The next writer to use the name, lived 2.5 centuries after Majur al-Din, an independent mufti and legal scholar in al-Ramla in the 17th century, who left for posterity a most important collection of fatwas, Islamic legal discussions of questions posed by members of the public. A fatwa is a public document, to be read and used, sometimes in courts, by all sorts of people, probably literate, and it is my understanding that the language employed could not have been invented by the mufti. Nor was Khair al-Din al-Ramli an obscure personality. Quite the reverse, all legal jurists from Syria and Palestine after the 17th century used this material intensively and unquestionably knew every fatwa in it inside out. All this information becomes important if we bear in mind that on several occasions Khair al-Din al-Ramli calls the country he was living in Palestine, and unquestionably assumes that his readers do likewise. What is even more remarkable is his use of the term the country and even our country, Biladuna, possibly meaning that he had in mind some sort of a loose community focused around that term. Gerber 2008, 50, also Gerber 1998a. The Islamic Fatah al-Quds, Merits of Jerusalem, Literature and the Works of Khair al-Din al-Ramli, of al-Ramla Philastin, and another Palestinian Muslim compatriot and writer in the 17th century, Salah ibn Ahmad al-Tumur Tashi, died in c. 1715, of Gaza, in Philastin, give us another dimension to the multilinear evolution of the concept of Palestine in the course of the late Ottoman period. Al-Tumur Tashi wrote during the Middle Ottoman period an Islamic Merits of Jerusalem work entitled, The Complete Knowledge in Remembering the Holy Land and its Boundaries and Remembering the Land of Palestine and its Boundaries and Al-Sham, Al-Kabar al-Tamford Hikra al-Ard al-Muqaddasa wa Hudyudiha wa Hikra ard Philastin wa Hudyudiha wa Sham, Al-Tumur Tashi 1695-1696, Al-Turk 1998, Anabsi 1992, Gerber 2008, 50-51. Al-Tumur Tashi uses the terms Philastin, the land of Palestine, Ard Philastin, the people of Palestine, Al-Philastin, the boundaries or borders of Palestine, Hudud Philastin, and memory of Palestine, Hikra Philastin, to describe his own country. Al-Tumur Tashi does not create new knowledge on Palestine. In his manuscript, of which 4 copies based on the original manuscript have survived, including 2 at the Center for the Revival of Islamic Heritage in Abdis, Jerusalem, and 1 at the Suleymaniye Library in Istanbul, Al-Turk 1998, 2-4, he reproduces locally available knowledge and social memories of Arab Islamic Philastin. In the late 17th century Al-Tumur Tashi uses a 15th century work by another compatriot, Majur al-Din, Al-Uns al-Jalil by Tariq al-Quds wal-Khalil, in his reconstruction of the boundaries of Philastin, which, according to him and Majur al-Din,
extended from Al-Arish/Rafah in the south to Al-Lajun, in Marj ibn Amr, in the north. All this demonstrates that the social, administrative, and geographic memories of Palestine among indigenous Palestinians were very much alive in the 17th and 18th centuries. In the 15th-17th centuries among local Palestinians, these centuries of lived and living memories of Islamic Palestine would be far more powerful than the historical memories of Islamic Spain, Al-Andalus, among Arabs and Muslims today. These lived memories also show that the term al-Sham did not displace the indigenous, deeply rooted idea of Palestine throughout the Ottoman period. In fact, the two geographical terms coexisted in indigenous Palestinian social and cultural memories, and, for practical purposes, complemented each other. In Europe, the printing press revolution made sure that the Latin term Palestina and English term Palestine increased their circulation at the time of the European Renaissance. The printing and publication revolution accelerated during the Age of Enlightenment with conscious reference to the classical Greek and Roman heritage in general and the classical heritage of Palestine in particular. It has already been shown that during Europe's great age of exploration from the end of the 15th century to the 18th century, key classical, Greek and Roman, works, which described the geography, topography, and ethnography of classical and late antiquity Palestina as a country from Phoenicia in the north to Egypt in the south, were circulated widely in Europe. The famous classicizing Christian Byzantine intellectuals, philosophers, and theologians of Palestina Prima, of Gaza, Caesarea Maritima, and Ascalon, and the religio-cultural heritage of Palestina were also of interest to Renaissance authors. In fact, in early modern European collective memory, the name Palestine, both in Latin and European vernaculars, became the most common designation of the country. See, for instance, Plet 2004, 512. The fact that the name Palestine remained the most commonly used throughout the early modern and modern eras is evident in William Shakespeare's plays. Syntagma Musicum, Volumes I-3, was an encyclopedic work by German musicologist Michael Praetorius, 1571–1621, one of the most versatile composers and musical academics of the 17th century. Published in Wittenberg and Wolfenbüttel in 3 parts between 1614 and 1620, it is one of the most commonly used research sources for music theory of the early modern period, Herbert 2006, 87. Typical of its period, the second volume, De Organographia, describes musical instruments and their use, and refers to early instruments of Palestine, Asia Minor, and Greece, Volume 2, FOL 4. 2 points are central to modern European mapping of and writing about Palestine. Provincia Palestina remains synonymous with the Christian notion of Terra Santa, or the Holy Land. Like the Roman and Byzantine conceptualization, but unlike the medieval Islamic idea, the conceptualization of Palestine was always sufficiently wide to include the Galilee and Acre. Indeed, throughout the early and modern periods, especially from the 17th century onwards, dozens of maps and books were printed and published in Europe, in many languages, under the designation Palestine or Map of Palestine, and in much of this European literature the country of Palestine included Acre and the Galilee. It was this European notion of Palestine which influenced late Ottoman reconceptualization and the Ottoman military handbook named Filastin Risalisi, see below. Al-Dawla al-Qatriyya, Palestinian statehood and the regimes of Tahir al-Umar and Ahmed Pasha al-Jazar in the 18th century. Scholars of the modern Middle East are often preoccupied with the history and politics of urban elites and with nationalism and modernities imported from Europe in the 19th century. This approach tends to focus on urban centers and reproduce elite narratives, while ignoring peasant and frontier societies and the subaltern and marginalist. This approach also contributes to the silencing of much of Palestinian history and divesting the Palestinians of their own sense of identity and collective agency. Palestine and the Palestinian people are rarely allowed to speak for themselves, argued Edward said. They have to be represented by authoritative Western or Israeli scholars, Orientalists, biblical archaeologists, scriptural geographers, said 1980,
or they have to be viewed through the prism of imperial configurations and urban, cosmopolitan, patron-client systems, Mamluk, Ottoman, British. History of urban elites versus history from below, new leadership, Palestine's cotton trade with Europe and the Industrial Revolution. In the 18th and 19th centuries, wheat and cotton shipments from the Palestinian port of Acre to Italy, southern France, Bihari 1981, 67, and England helped save the growing population of France from famine and fueled the English Industrial Revolution and the rise of commodity capitalism in Europe. This brought about the rise of a local bourgeoisie in urban Palestine, in Acre, Nazareth, Tiberias, Nablus, Jerusalem, and Jaffa, as well as a peasant economy directed towards export to Europe, as this became the more lucrative market. This move during the 18th century transformed Palestinian agriculture and industry from subsistence towards production for the international market, and brought about a new relationship between larger cities and towns, and the hundreds of villages where most people lived and worked. This increasing international trade with the growing capitalism of Europe, and the insatiable British demand for cotton for its mills, also ushered in early modernities in Palestine. The conventional wisdom about modernity in the Arab world focus on the elite notable, Ayan, politics, the Napoleonic invasion or the Ottoman state's weaknesses as a mix of factors behind the start of modernization in the region, Bahram 2007a, 16. Furthermore, the conventional wisdom advanced by historians is that early modernities in Palestine were first imported by European missionaries and biblical explorers in the 19th century or disseminated by urban elites educated in European-style schools or schools which operated under Ottoman patronage. The Ottoman Tanzimat, literally reorganizations, a period of major reforms from above that began in 1839 and ended with the Ottoman First Constitutional Era of 1876, and their impact on Palestine and the wider Arab East have been given most scholarly attention. Yet the new evidence contradicts elitist, romantic Orientalist, and biblicist approaches to modern Palestinian history. This evidence shows, first, that the start of modernities was in 18th century Palestine, second, that the Napoleonic invasion of Palestine and siege of Acre in 1799 followed rather than led the European material culture and commodities, including European textiles, which became widely available in much of urban and rural Palestine throughout the rules of Al-Umar and Al-Jazar, Bahram 2007a, 2007b, third, that the new economy and new agricultural tools of Palestine in the mid-18th century had already been significantly integrated within the modern international trade and European capitalist economy which had been ushered in by the British technological and industrial revolutions. Although the European printing and educational revolutions did not catch up with Palestine until the late 19th century, the English Industrial Revolution of the 18th century and rise of European capitalism impacted on the economy of Palestine directly and profoundly. These new forces also contributed to the reorientation of Palestine towards Europe and creation of a new political economy and statehood in mid-18th century Palestine, a statehood that was effectively independent of the weakened Ottoman Empire, and which was headed by Palestinian leader Tahir al-Umar al-Zaydani, 1689–1775. Natives of Safed, the Zaydanis would have been familiar with the local traditions and social memories of the province of Safed under the Mamluks, Kingdom of Safed. Backed by a professional modern army and most of the Palestinian peasantry, the latter stood up to and defeated the Ottoman army and created a statehood which managed to impose its power and practical sovereignty on much of modern Palestine, despite being resented by many of the Palestinian urban elites of Nablus and Jerusalem. The concept of formal sovereignty has undergone radical transformation in the modern era, from being historically derived from the sovereign, person or ruler, to being linked to the territorial concept of the modern nation-state. However, state, power and legitimacy remain central to the notion of sovereignty. In the 18th century the practical sovereignty of al-Umar's regime was not derived from any modern notion of the nation-state, but from the ability of al-Umar's regime to impose legitimate power on much of Palestine. In view of these dramatic developments in Palestine, A history from below and from within approach can partly explain the rise of Tahir al-Umar al-Zaydani and early modernities in Palestine rather than theories of modernities which focus on metropolitan cultural elites in the 18th and 19th centuries or European missionary activities in late Ottoman Palestine, activities which centered on urban Palestine where the majority of the Palestinian Christians resided. Indeed, al-Umar can easily qualify as the founding father of early Palestinian modernities and social renewal, and the single most influential figure in the beginning of the modern reorientation of Palestine towards the Mediterranean region. In the 18th century, the majority of the Palestinian population, predominantly Muslim, were peasants who lived in villages or small towns, with a few large urban trading centers. The term for modern in 18th century Palestine was jadid, new, or tajdid, renewal, innovation, and it began in these small towns and villages of the Galilee. Powerful local leadership in 18th century Galilee and modernities manifested themselves in a variety of ways. The emergence of a new Palestine-based autonomous rule under both Tahir al-Umar and Ahmed Pasha al-Jazar, 1720–1804, a rule independent of both the Ottoman authorities and urban elites. New agricultural and technological innovations in Palestine which benefited the majority of Palestinian peasantry began in the 18th century, preceding and anticipating the rise of local urban Palestinian bourgeois nationalism by at least a century, and deeply affected the agricultural production of Palestine. The considerable growth of international and regional export of Palestinian agricultural produce and urban products was shown in the export of Palestinian cotton, olive oil, wheat, and soap. Palestinian state monopoly on the flourishing cotton, wheat and olive oil export to Europe and the international and regional export of Palestinian produce and products generated much needed new capital for investment in the country. The expansions of small towns and villages and construction of new urban spaces in Palestine in the second half of the 18th century and the beginning of a distinction between the old spaces and new spaces, al-Imara al-Jadida, was noted by several authors. Inspired by the model of the neighboring and autonomous emirate of Mount Lebanon, 1516–1841, al-Umar's effective leadership, popular backing by much of the Palestinian peasantry and international trading relations with the French and British all brought about the creation of a Dawla Qatriyya in Palestine, a new state driven by and based on an indigenous agency, whose authority extended from Lebanon to Gaza, and whose modern capital was Acre. This Palestinian Dawla Qatriyya transformed Acre from a small village into a fortified and rich urban metropolitan center. Throughout much of the 18th and early 19th centuries, Acre, effectively and to all practical purposes, functioned as the second capital of modern Palestine. French cotton imports from Palestine and similar British imports following the Industrial Revolution and the rise of new British technologies, with their insatiable demand for cotton, together with the new regional and international trade in cotton, olive oil, silk, and textiles, all helped transform Palestinian agriculture and urban spaces in much of the country. New urban spaces and neighborhoods were created in key cities such as Acre and Nablus, making these cities not only into the biggest and wealthiest centers in Palestine but also among the largest cities of Al-Sham, Dumani 1995, Philip 2001. The newly expanded port of Acre, together with the smaller port of Jaffa, remain the main international gateway to and from Palestine throughout much of the 18th and 19th centuries. After the decline of the Palestine cotton industry, coastal Acre and Nablus, together with Al-Quds/Jerusalem, were still the three most important new urban centers in Palestine and were central to the Ottoman administrative reorganization of the country in the 1870s, as we shall see below. The Mutasarrifate of Noble Jerusalem and the Sanjaks of Acre and Nablus were central to the new, evolutionary, paradigm shift in the reconceptualization of late Ottoman Palestine. The British Industrial Revolution also contributed indirectly to the emergence of the first modern Galilee-based state in Palestine in the second half of the 18th century. In Europe throughout the 18th century, the perception of Palestine as a distinct country, separate from Syria, was widespread, and the plethora of European maps of Palestina/Palestina produced in that century reflected this growing perception of Palestine. In 1747, in the London Modern Gazetteer, p. 65, Thomas Salmon, an English geography writer and author of Modern History, or the Present State of All Nations, 1744 to 1746, which provided a short view of the several nations of the world, described Palestine as follows: Palestine, a part of Asiatic Turkey, is situated between 36 and 38 degrees of Elan, Gitted, and between 31 and 34 degrees of En-Lat. Idud, bounded by the Mount Libanus, which divides it from Syria, on the Orth, by Mount Hermon, which separates it from Arabia Deserta, on the Ast, by the mountains of Seir, and the deserts of Arabia Petrea, on the Outh, and by the Mediterranean Sea on the Est, so that it seems to have been extremely well secured against foreign invasions. It is generally a fruitful country, producing plenty of corns, wine, and oil where it is cultivated. 2. Crucially, political power and practical sovereignty in the Galilee in the 18th century was not the outcome of the imperial patron-client system of the urban leadership, nor did it derive from the central Ottoman authorities. In fact, it evolved from within and from below, and in defiance and actual military resistance to the Ottoman Empire. It was backed by many Palestinian peasants and resented by some of the Ottoman-backed urban elites. With the sharp decline of the Ottoman power, new technological and commercial developments in Europe and indigenous Palestinian struggle for autonomy emerged from within the Galilee countryside in the mid-18th century. Several factors contributed to this radical development. One of these was due to New Acre's exceptional status. Politically, it was an enclave, semi-autonomous, if not completely independent of the center of empire and its administration. This began when a local chieftain, Deir al-Umar, established himself as an independent ruler in the city. His self-declared sovereignty was expanded and interpreted on an even broader scale by his successor, Jazar Pasha. Rosenayelon 1998, 519-520. The astonishing modern rise of the city and province of Acre represented more than anything else the dramatic reorientation of Palestine towards Europe in the 18th century, a reorientation which, unlike previous reorientations of the country by imperial dynasties including the Roman, Umayyad, and Ayyubid/Mamluk, was engineered by a powerful indigenous Palestinian leader. Indeed, Acre became the capital of Deir al-Umar al-Zaydani for nearly 30 years, from 1746 to 1775, and one of two most powerful trading cities in Palestine. The other one was Nablus. Not surprising, Acre also remained the capital of al-Umar's successor, Ahmed Pasha al-Jazar, governor of the Ottoman Pashalik, in reality, a province, of Acre from 1776 until his death in 1804. The dominance of Acre continued well into the early 19th century. After the death of al-Jazar, the Ottoman governors of Acre, Suleiman Pasha al-Adil, d. 1819, and Abdullah Pasha, d. 1831, ruled much of Palestine and Lebanon and Damascus from their Palestinian capital of Acre. The spectacular reorientation of modern Palestine towards the Mediterranean region/Europe and the dramatic rise of modern Acre in the 18th century began with the emergence and military successes of al-Umar in Galilee, backed by the Palestinian peasantry. The latter's achievement of autonomous power in Palestine was spurred by revolutionary technological and industrial developments in Europe. The coastal port city of Acre had been a famous Crusade stronghold. In the centuries following the Crusades, the city had slipped into oblivion, and by the time of the Ottoman conquest, Old Acre had become a small fishing village. Philip 2001, 1. Under the Mamluks and throughout the early Ottoman period, the town of Safed replaced Old Acre as the administrative capital of the Galilee. Yet in the middle of the 18th century, modern Acre was the first of the major sites along Palestine's Mediterranean coast that quickly renewed its function as a new, dynamic, major port city following the sharp decline of the coastal cities in the post-Crusader period under both the Ayyubids and Mamluks. Rosenayelon 1998, 520, Philip 2001, 1. but by 1785 modern Acre had become one of the largest cities in Palestine and the third largest city in Al-Sham, after Damascus and Aleppo. Philip 2001, 1. Hauranese urban elites paradigm. Writing Palestine into the history of the 18th century, the idea of Palestinian social and economic autonomy under the Ottomans was masterfully explored by Bishara Dumani, 1995, with special reference to the social history of 18th century Jabal Nablus. This was done within the framework of Albert Hauranese paradigm of the urban notables, AI and the political and economic elites in provincial Arab cities and towns that served as patrician intermediaries between the imperial capital in Istanbul and provincial society and governed the provinces of the vast Ottoman Empire. The urban social elites of Palestine, as in the rest of the Arab East, sought to control regional and distant trade and dominate land ownership in the countryside. However, in late Ottoman Palestine cities were relatively small and urban social elites were dependent on Ottoman patronage and interdependent with their surrounding villages and the mass peasantry of the countryside. But the history of Ottoman Palestine cannot be confined to the politics of Hauranese urban notables or other forms of elite politics, whether this is centered on greedy feudal landlords who exploited the Palestine peasantry through the Ottoman Iltizam land cultivation system or on benevolent aristocratic patricians who set up remarkable charitable waqf foundations in the country. Although these urban elites resisted direct Ottoman rule in Palestine, they were drawn for the most part from the same social classes and their politics remained family-centered, fiercely competitive and deeply fractious. Mauzi 1968, 113, and, ultimately, ineffective. Also, the entire history of Palestine cannot be reduced to one paradigm, the imperial patron-client framework and elite politics. Crucially, this social autonomy of the urban ions in Palestine cannot account for the dramatic emergence political autonomy from below and from within of an almost independent Palestinian entity in the 18th century, the Al-Tahrir al-Umar state of Palestine, which was the closest Palestine got to a modern independent state. However, this elite paradigm of local urban notables has influenced an entire generation of historians of the modern Middle East. Historians are often wary of challenging established paradigms and, with so many academic careers depending on them, this partly explains why al-Umar's powerful state in Palestine, which lasted for nearly half a century, has been studied only marginally. Taxation, frontier provinces, and the rise of autonomous power in 18th century Palestine. Wolf Dieter Hutterith and Kamal Abdel Fattah's, 1977, seminal work on the historical geography of Palestine, Transjordan, and southern Syria in the late 16th century, based on a detailed Ottoman register, Mufassal Defter, describes these regions as frontier zones under Ottoman rule. In 18th century Palestine, the Pashalik of Safed, province of Safed, and Galilee as a whole were a case of frontier province and a power base for a rising Palestinian local power under nominal Ottoman rule. Appearing first under the Mamluks, the Iltizam taxation system was institutionalized by the Ottomans in the 15th century and was carried out by the farming of public tax revenues. The Ottoman state would outsource tax collection by auctioning taxation rights to the highest bidder, Multazim, who would then profit, often profligately, from collecting the taxes locally, make payments to the state in fixed installments, while keeping the profit. This outsourcing of the Iltizam tax system included the farming of land taxes and urban taxes, the production of certain goods such as wine and salt, and even the provision of certain public services. The outsourcing of the land Iltizam tax under the Ottomans, which resembled the Iqta system under the Fatimids, gave rise to rich local elites and powerful local chieftains in Palestine and throughout the region. Formally abolished in the course of the reforms, Tanzimat, of 1856, but, in reality, continuing until the end of Ottoman rule in Palestine, Yazbak 1998, 72-73, the Iltizam system was very profitable and highly exploitative and was for many centuries of great benefit to powerful local elites under the Mamluks and Ottomans, Abdul Rahman and Nagatan 1977. Certain aspects of the impact of the Ottoman tax farming system, with the growth of local autonomy and rise of powerful chiefs in Palestine, especially within the context of frontier provinces, can also be seen in the previous rise of the Ghassanid Arab Federate kings, supreme philarches, of the frontier provinces of Palestina Secunda and Palestina Tertia in the 6th and early 7th centuries, and in the rise of the Jarrah leaders of the Bedouin tribes of Banu Ta'i under the Fatimids, until their military defeat by Anish Taqin al-Disbari, the military governor of Palestine, in 1029 AD. The spectacular rise of Tahir al-Umar in Galilee in the 18th century is also a case in point. His ability to collect taxes efficiently, raise and command an army effectively, forge alliances successfully and enforce law and order, within the context of the frontier province of the Galilee, were all part of the mix which explains his rise to power in 18th century Palestine. The closest Palestine got to early modern independent statehood was a result of both commercial dynamism of Palestine and its legendary leader Tahir al-Umar and the continued neglect of the Ottomans. The Zaydani clan, Hamula, of Tahir al-Umar emerged from the Palestinian countryside and periphery of the country, from the Pashalik of Safed, a frontier province under both the Mamluks and Ottomans, not from the traditional major urban centers of the country or the generally pro-Ottoman urban social elites of Palestine. Born in the village of Araba in central Galilee, al-Umar did not come from the traditional urban landowning aristocracy of Palestine and, unlike the local notables, he did not owe his legitimacy to the central Ottoman authorities. Al-Umar's family members had served as local multazims, tax collectors, in the provincial towns of Tiberias and Safed in the Pashalik of Safed, and he himself had begun his career as a trader and tax farmer under the Ottoman iltizam system, Kramer 2011, 60. But the Ottoman iltizam land tax system in Palestine had been highly exploitative and oppressive towards the peasantry and, as we shall see below, al-Umar's new taxation system and his socially enlightened regime were evidently popular among the Palestinian peasantry. He substantially reduced the power of the urban notables and predatory classes that had fed upon vulnerable social groups, especially the peasants. Al-Umar had received some formal education, but he appears to have been largely self-taught, and his early career, financial competence and practical experience as an efficient tax farmer were of critical value. But it was his political, military, economic, diplomatic, and taxation skills which made him perhaps the most powerful leader in modern Palestinian history. His rise to power began in the Galilee countryside, and his first headquarters was Tiberias in eastern Galilee, not the traditional urban centers of the country, Nablus, Jerusalem, and Gaza. After rebelling successfully against the Ottoman state and consolidating his regime, al-Umar became effectively the sovereign ruler of much of Palestine. Following his military victory at Marj ibn Amr in 1735, thousands of local people, including many residents of Nazareth, joined his forces. Apparently among his Galilee supporters were many local Christians, including Christian women from Nazareth who provided his troops with food and water, Jowden 1987, 2831. Over the next 3 decades Zahir al-Umar's stature became such that he found it possible to forge temporary alliances with the Russian government and to cooperate with the Mamluks in Egypt, Dumani 1995, 42. Nominal sovereignty versus practical sovereignty. Today there are many formally sovereign states in the Arab world, but not all of them are genuinely sovereign or independent when it comes to foreign policy. By contrast, al-Umar's state in Palestine was sovereign in substance and reality, while nominally still part of the Ottoman Empire. However, al-Umar's state was formally recognized by the Ottomans as an autonomous emirate, and at its peak in 1774, a year before he was killed outside Acre, its territory extended from South Lebanon along the entire Palestinian coast to Gaza and included some regions in northern Transjordan. He also twice laid siege to the city of Nablus, Dumani 1995, 42. The headquarters of his administration shifted westwards, from his first capital in Tiberias to Araba in central Galilee, then to Nazareth, then to Deir Hana, and finally to the port city of Acre in 1746. In the early 16th century, Tiberias had become a city of refuge for Andalusian Arab Jewish survivors of the Spanish Inquisition. These skilled Jewish migrants eventually contributed both to the expansion of the town's silk industry and the growth of Tiberias' role as a trade center between Damascus and the Hijaz. Al-Umar expanded and fortified Tiberias further, but now Acre was the capital of the Galilee and the center of his lucrative international trade with Europe. Acre remained the center of his regime for nearly 3 decades and subsequently became the capital of another autonomous regime in Palestine, that of Ahmed Pasha al-Jazar, the butcher, who lived in the palace built by Al-Umar for another 2 decades from 1776 until 1804. Al-Umar's regime would demonstrate once again the continuing interdependence of urban centers with their rural contexts in Palestine, a continuing feature of the history of Palestine, ancient, medieval and modern. With his Galilee-based emirate or Dawla Qatriyya, Al-Umar became internationally known in the 18th century as King of Galilee, Nasr Allah 2015, X. In the mid-18th century, the deeply weakened Ottoman regime had to come to terms with the new power realities in Palestine, a country which remained only nominally part of the Ottoman Empire. In 1768 the Ottoman authorities were forced into a humiliating position of having to recognize Al-Umar's regime in Palestine in the way the Ottomans had been forced to recognize the Emirate of Mount Lebanon and the regime of Emir Fakhr al-Din 2 a century earlier. The Ottomans granted Al-Umar the title of Sheikh of Acre, Emir of Nazareth, Tiberias, Safed, and Sheikh of all Galilee, Philip 2015. Al-Umar's economic policies, which benefited the Palestinian peasantry, his military strategies and regional and international alliances, with the autonomous Druze emirs of Mount Lebanon, Mamluk Egypt and Russia, were partly dictated by his struggle with the Ottoman Empire and partly by his monopolization of the flourishing cotton and olive oil exports to Europe, especially raw cotton to England following its Industrial Revolution and the expanding British textile industry's demand for raw cotton from Palestine and the Near East. Al-Umar's rise to power in the 18th century was facilitated by the considerable growth of cotton cultivation in Palestine and the export of this cash crop to France and England. The use of cotton for fabric is known to date back to prehistoric times, and cotton had been cultivated in ancient Egypt and Persia, and it was also known to the Arabs since antiquity. For many centuries since the Middle Ages, Palestine and the Galilee had been a major area of cotton cultivation. Quater 2002, 27, Le Strange 1890, 1619, 2014, 1819, Al-Makdisi 1994. Already in the 10th century AD, Palestinian historian Al-Makdisi commented on the fact that cotton was one of the key agricultural products of Palestine, cited in Le Strange 2014, 1819, also Le Strange 1890, 1619, Al-Makdisi 1994. Sizable cotton cultivation and international trade with Palestine and Al-Sham continued in the course of the Mamluk period but flourished in late Ottoman Palestine, especially in the 18th century. Today Souk al-Katanin, Market of the Cotton Merchants, also known as Souk of Amir Tankaz al-Naziri, the Mamluk ruler of Palestine and Syria, in the Old City of Jerusalem, is a monumental and toponymic testament to the long history and significance of this Palestinian cotton industry. Souk al-Katanin is located on the west side of the Haram al-Sharif. The market dates from 1336 to 1337 AD and contains some of the most exquisite and richest Islamic architecture in Jerusalem. In the middle of the souk there is the signature of one of the craftsmen who worked on its construction. Written in Arabic Nazca script, the inscription reads, "May God have mercy on him, the work of Muhammad bin Ahmed bin Alish." The souk has 2 entrances, one to the west and the other to the east, called Bab al-Katanin, Gate of the Cotton Merchants, which opens onto the west side of the Haram. Souk al-Katanin is considered to be one of the most complete and beautiful medieval souks not only in Palestine, but in the whole of the Near East. Burgoyne 1987, Burgoyne and Abu al-Hajj 1979, 128 to 129.3. From the time of the Crusades, the Levant and North Palestine had supplied both regional and European textile markets via port cities such as Acre. The cultivation of cotton in Palestine was maintained throughout the Ottoman period but grew dramatically in the 18th century under the effective leadership of Al-Umar, who got involved in the world's most profitable commodity at the time, cotton. Al-Umar's rise coincided with the rise of French and British demand for raw cotton following the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century. British capitalism and the manufacturing industries of Lancashire enabled Britain to emerge as the leading exporter of manufactured textiles. From the late 18th century onwards, the British city of Manchester acquired the nickname Cottonpolis due to the cotton industry's predominance within the city, and Manchester's role at the heart of the regional and international cotton trade. Of course, the incorporation of Palestine into the modern European markets and British-dominated global capitalist system and import of textiles from Lancashire to Palestine posed a major challenge to the locally produced textiles in Palestine, Dumani 1995. Al-Umar's rule was of modern creation. His administration grew rich on foreign export of cotton and olive oil, and his rule consolidated and expanded this lucrative trade with Europe, and by the mid-18th century regional and global trade in cotton and textiles made his capital city of Acre and the Palestinian city of Nablus the biggest and the most prosperous cities in the country and among the largest cities of Al-Sham, Dumani 1995, Philip 2001. Despite the massive technological developments in Europe in the 19th century and subsequent decline of the cotton economy of the Galilee, Haid 1942, even in the mid-19th century the British consul in Jerusalem James Finn would recall his journeys in central Palestine and the Nablus-Jenin-Tul-Karam triangle, and note that the cotton plantations he visited were beautifully clean and orderly, Camel 2015. In fact, as a consequence of Al-Umar's policies, for over a century between the 1730s and 1860s cotton would remain the main export from Palestine to Europe. Before 1852 Palestine exported its cotton mainly to the Al-Sham region, Italy, France and, to a lesser extent, England. In 1859 it was reported by a British geographical gazetteer that tobacco, lentils, olives, cotton, and silk, are extensively produced in this pash. Like of Acre, a part of Palestine. The only manufactures are silk and cotton fabrics. The situation of this district is highly favorable to commerce. The exports from Acre and Beirut, its principal ports, are wool, cotton, silk, tobacco, gums, dried fruits, gallnuts, madder root, and skins. The export trade is principally carried on with France and Italy. This pash, like, is of modern creation. In 1749 it formed part of the pash, like of Saida or Sidon, when Tahir, son of Omar, an Arab sheikh, having invaded Acre, succeeded in subduing the whole pash, like to his waypoint 4. However, after 1870 cotton lost its leading role as the key cash crop shipped to Europe, being replaced by the oranges of Palestine, the iconic Jaffa oranges. Benefiting from new agricultural innovations and new tree grafting techniques, the Palestine Arab citrus industry became the #1 produce exported to Europe throughout the last quarter of the 19th century, Lucas 2003, 21-22. During the second half of the 19th century modern cotton spinning machinery was also imported into Palestine and a small-scale cotton spinning industry continued into the 20th century. Interestingly, in the 18th century the high quality of Palestinian and Levantine cotton seeds led to its transferal to the soils of the colonies of North America. But unlike the settler colonialism of North America, in which cultivating and harvesting cotton became the leading occupation of slaves, the Palestine cotton plantations were cultivated by ordinary farmers. Yet still, cotton production in the Levant during the late 18th century exceeded, by a factor of nearly 30, that in the American colonies, Quater 2002, 27. The expanded port city of Acre became the first modern Palestinian city in the 18th century to be directly affected by the new foreign trade, the British Industrial Revolution and England's demand for raw cotton. For a century between 1730 and 1831 the export of highly profitable cash crops, first cotton and then grain, made Acre the largest center of trade and political power on the Palestinian/Lebanese coast. The city also began to play a role in international politics in the last quarter of the 18th century, Philip 2001, 3. First under Al-Umar and later under Al-Jazar, the Acre-based ruler from 1776 until his death in 1804, modern Acre was the key to the first region in the eastern Mediterranean that was tied into modern economy, an important fortified city of perhaps 25,000 inhabitants which was closely connected with the ever-rising demand for cotton in Europe. Philip 2001, 1. Under the impact of international trade during the rule of both Al-Umar and Al-Jazar, within a very short period of time, modern Acre bloomed into a city possessing several mosques, caravansaries, public baths and markets. It also boasted fortified walls and an aqueduct to ensure its water supply. The Galilee villages further inland developed most of what was to become the basis of Palestine's agricultural economy. Rosanayelon 1998, 520. Of modern creation, and perhaps the most monumental symbol of the culture of early modern Palestine is the White Mosque of modern Acre, famously known as Al-Jazar Mosque, which became the most powerful symbol of the modern capital of northern Palestine. Constructed in 1781, 18 years before the Napoleonic invasion of Palestine, and influenced architecturally by the Grand Ottoman Mosques of Istanbul, its namesake, the White Mosque, evoked memories of the famous White Mosque of Al-Ramla, the capital of Jund Filastin, the province of Palestine throughout early Islam. The compound of the White Mosque included an Islamic theological academy, the first college of its kind in Palestine. Modeled on the Al-Azhar University College of Cairo, and departing from the traditional medieval Islamic schools, madrasas, of Jerusalem, the mosque/college compound contains student lodging, an Islamic court and a major public library, all paid for by Palestinian local taxes and by the flourishing regional and international trade in cotton and other cash crops of Palestine. Spectacularly overlooking the eastern Mediterranean Sea, Al-Jazar Mosque was also a statement of the reorientation of modern Palestine towards Europe under the impact of the international trade policies and the monumental building programs pursued by the two powerful leaders, Al-Umar and Al-Jazar. The encouragement of foreign trade, promotion of local agricultural innovations and export of profitable cash crops such as cotton, grain, and olive oil to Europe, which began under Al-Umar in the 1730s, continued until 1830, and the legacy of this foreign trade stimulated the development in the Shamudi orange, which became internationally known as the Jaffa orange. Developed by Palestinian farmers in the mid-19th century, Shamudi oranges were an almost seedless variety of oranges with a tough skin that made them particularly suitable for international export. Isai 2006, 127, Gerber 1982. Like the export of Palestine cotton and grain in the 18th and 19th centuries, much of the Shamudi orange crop was exported to France and England from the mid-19th century onwards. Al-Umar's powerful state ushered in a new dynamic era in Palestine, after a long period of Ottoman neglect, stagnation and rampant exploitation of the Palestinian peasantry, during which Palestine was turned into a frontier country and an imperial backwater. In this new dynastic period under Al-Umar, the Galilee and large parts of Palestine experienced effective and fair taxation, urban expansion, and economic development. Many public buildings, fortresses, fortifications, warehouses, khans, caravansaries, the most spectacular of which is the exquisitely built Khan al-Tujayyar of Acre. Today the site is at the center of Israeli Judaization policies in the Arab city, and numerous places of worship were built throughout his domain. Many of these sites and monuments can still be seen today throughout the Galilee. Al-Umar's state pursued religiously inclusive policies and encouraged the involvement of religious minorities, Christians, Jews, and Shiites, in his administration, finance, and economy. Statehood and early modernities in 18th-century Palestine were intertwined, under the leadership of Tahir al-Umar al-Zaidani, 1730-75, a powerful and protective state was formed in northern Palestine that fostered development. Security was ensured for agricultural production, mainly wheat and cotton for export, particularly to France, whose agents resided in the Zidane capital and port of Acre. Peasants and religious minorities were protected and thus had a stake in the success of the state. In 1764-65, Al-Umar established a new town Haifa and secured it with walls. Sakali 2002b, 97. The political stability and effective and fair taxation system provided by Al-Umar in northern Palestine and the expansion and transformation of historic urban centers such Acre, Tiberias, and Safed also led to the founding of modern Haifa and the transformation of Nazareth from a small village into a major town in Palestine. Modern Haifa, or the New Haifa, Haifa al-Jadida, was founded by Al-Umar in 1764-1765. This was done by moving the 250 local inhabitants to the fortified village of Haifa 2.4 kilometers to the east of the old hamlet. 5 This new/modern Palestinian Arab village became the nucleus of the modern town of Haifa, Yazbak 1998, today the third largest city in Israel. The new village was originally named in Arabic Al-Imara al-Jadida, the new construction, a term applied to modern buildings in Palestine in the 18th century. Local Palestinians first called the village New Haifa and later simply Haifa. This new Arab village grew into an Arab town which in the 20th century developed into the modern city of Haifa, Sakali 2002a, 2002b, Sharon 2013, 262, Maritai 1792, 318. In a similar vein, the new era of Al-Umar's state symbolized the beginning of the modern history of Palestine. The new agricultural economy and foreign trade of Palestine led to the transformation of Nazareth, Al-Nazira in Arabic, retaining the feminine endings common to many Palestinian Arabic toponyms of Galilee, by Al-Umar's state from a small hamlet into a large town by encouraging immigration to it. The new town of Nazareth played important economic, religious, and strategic roles under Al-Umar's rule. Al-Umar's fourth capital was Nazareth, and for this purpose he commissioned the construction of a new government house known as the Saria, the palace. This historic building was constructed around 1740 and later in the 19th century served as the residence of the local Ottoman governor of Nazareth and its sub-district, and subsequently as the city's municipal headquarters until 1991. While using Nazareth to secure his control over the hugely fertile agricultural lands of central Galilee, Yazbak 1998, 15, and Marj ibn Amr, the rich granary of Palestine, Al-Umar encouraged religious toleration and protected the Christian communities in the town, which he also used to strengthen his international ties with France, Emmett 1995, 22. Al-Umar also encouraged the Franciscans to purchase land and build a church in Nazareth in 1730, and enabled the Greek Orthodox community to build St. Gabriel Church in 1767, Emmett 1995, 220. Beginning as a market town for the surrounding countryside under Tahir al-Umar, today Nazareth is the largest Palestinian city in Israel and the capital of the Palestinians inside Israel. Today the descendants of Al-Umar still live in Galilee and Nazareth and are known as the Dhawari, in memory of Tahir, along with the Fahums, Zeubis, and Onalas, the Muslim families which constituted part of Nazareth's urban traditional Muslim landowning elite, which first rose under Al-Umar's rule and continued to dominate the city's politics throughout the late Ottoman and British Mandatory periods and under Israel since 1948, Sruji 2003, 187. Modern geopolitical representations of Palestine are often located in the late Ottoman period or in 19th century Palestine, and the actual historical links between the Palestinian statehood created by Al-Umar and the modern conceptions of Palestine are complex. However, in history the line between fact and fiction or myth and reality is often blurred. The practically independent statehood in Palestine lasted nearly half a century from the late 1720s until 1775, far longer than the British Mandatory period in Palestine. Reading the history of modern Palestine through the eyes of the indigenous people. Reading the history of modern Palestine through the eyes of the indigenous people can shift the emphasis away from hegemonic Ottoman, British, and Zionist gaze and chronologies and provide new indigenous perspectives. Modern, new, Acre can be a case study of this perspective. This beautiful and iconic capital of Al-Umar's state rose from the ashes to become one of the most important modern Palestinian urban centers for nearly 2 centuries. This was less to do with Imperial Ottoman calculations or the Ottoman heritage, and more the result of sheer indigenous determination and self-definition. However, by the end of the 19th century, Acre's standing had declined to the advantage of the nearby coastal town of Haifa, as new powerful steam engines were developed in the west, powering bigger ships. New trade routes were opened up and the coast of Palestine became part of the regular route of the major European steamship companies, Sakali 2002 b. 97. With the rise of anti-colonialist Palestinian nationalism, the emergence of new approaches to people's history and the decline of elite narratives, Al-Umar has emerged as a nationalist hero among Palestinians today, Jowden 1987, 2015. Yet Al-Umar's self-governing entity should be seen within the context of his age. Clearly his aims were dynastic, not nationalist, anxious to prove a historical basis for Palestinian independence. Palestinians often refer to the effort of the Palestinian leader Tahir al-Umar to wrest control of much of Palestine from the Ottomans in the late 18th century. But to attribute these challenges to national, territorially based consciousness is an altogether different and murky issue. Abu Lugad 1988, 203. Nevertheless, Al-Umar's emergence from a relatively humble background from within Palestine, his effective leadership, his popularity among the Palestinian peasantry for getting rid of the oppressive Ottoman iltizam system, at least under his rule, his spectacular military successes, his effective resistance to Ottoman imperial direct rule in Palestine and his religiously tolerant policies towards Christians, Jews, Druze, and Shiites all combined to give him a mythical status among Palestinians. Real and imagined, Al-Umar provided a role model for modern Palestinians. However, Palestinian national consciousness, as opposed to 18th century early modernities in Palestine, is a late Ottoman development, and there is no historical evidence that a nationalist Palestinian ideology existed at the time of, or was developed by, Al-Umar. Evidently the nationalist myth of Tahir al-Umar as the founder of the first modern Palestinian national state is far more powerful and inspiring than the actual context of this powerful leader and his age. Yet the historical legacy of his self-fashioned and self-governing Palestinian entity and the lasting impact of its policies on modern Palestine are undeniable. Also, crucially, for much of the 18th century the Galilee-based autonomous regimes of Al-Umar and Al-Jazar, with their close trade links and military alliances with European powers, Russia, Britain, and France in particular, politically and physically linked the Galilee with the entire Palestinian coast from Lebanon to Gaza under a Palestine-based single administration. From the perspective of viewing Palestine as a single geopolitical entity, the impact of this historic legacy of the 18th century would soon become evident in the way new representations of Palestine evolved in the 19th century. European influences on the modernizing and enlightened administration of Tahir al-Umar were much in evidence. These early modernization efforts were facilitated by the fact the conservative religious authority in the country, which rested with the muftis in the cities of Palestine, was always subordinate to the political authority. Italian antiquarian, scientist and traveler Giovanni Filippo Maritti, who arrived in Acre in 1760 and resided in the French Quarter for 2 years, writes in Travels Through Cyprus, Syria, and Palestine about the influence of European ideas on the capital of Tahir al-Umar, Acre. He describes the swift response of the governor of Acre to the then raging plague which was affecting not only Palestine but also Egypt and Syria. Large and small epidemics, occasionally combined with famine, had been a recurrent feature of medieval Palestine with devastating effects in terms of the high death toll in the country. Small epidemics also occurred in the Mediterranean port cities of Palestine during the First and Second World War. Yet in 1760 the enlightened al-Umar acted decisively, brushing aside religious superstitions and imposing precautionary measures including a strict quarantine in Acre and measures affecting traders entering and leaving the city. These measures helped to minimize the effect of the epidemic on the crowded city and saved many lives. The governor of Acre checked the progress of this plague, by giving the inhabitants the means of withdrawing from its ravages, and these means, though contrary to the dogmas of the Mohammedan religion, were eagerly embraced. The Europeans became their models, and the governor, after deriving them from every necessary information, shut himself up, after their example, together with his numerous family. The Mufti, top religious judge of Acre alone, born the protector of the Mohammedan law, cannot imitate a conduct which that law condemns. Instead of shutting himself up with silence in a prudent confinement, he thundered forth against this new method, reproached the governor for his conduct. The governor, however, only laughed at this pious folly of the Mufti and sent a detachment of soldiers to impose a fine on him of 250 sequins. 6, Maritai 1792, 200-201, 203-204. Al-Umar, like Muhammad Ali of Egypt, 1769-1849, and unlike the Palestinian Ottoman urban elites of Nablus and Jerusalem, was a rule breaker and a ruler maker, not a rule taker. These urban elites were in a subordinate state of affairs where the power dynamic put them at a position of less influence, authority, and significance than their imperial Ottoman rule maker. By contrast, Al-Umar's effectively independent regime was created in direct opposition and as a challenge to the authority of the Ottoman rule in Palestine, while nominally acknowledging the legitimacy of the Ottoman Caliph. Al-Umar's authority operated within the context of Islamic legitimacy and power, and Islamic history of Palestine produced a variety of notions of power, authority, and legitimacy. Al-Umar's state has been referred to by its detractors as a sheikhdom, while the late Albert Hourani referred to it as a little kingdom, cited in Jaude 2015, but it would be more appropriate to describe it as a sovereign frontier state in most of Palestine for over a quarter of a century. However, it could be described as an emirate within the wider historical Islamic context of power and legitimacy. Historically, an emirate was a geopolitical entity or state that was ruled by a Muslim emir, sultan, sheikh, military commander, governor, or prince. Etymologically, emirate or emirate, Arabic, imara, is the administration of territorial entity of an emir. The Arabic term could also imply principality. Under Islam, and until recently, emirates were a common form of governance and actual statehood. The variety of emirates included the famous Emirate of Córdoba, which was an independent state in Andalusia between 756 and 929, with Córdoba as its capital. Initially acknowledging the legitimacy of the Umayyad caliphs in Damascus, in fact the Emirate of Córdoba not only grew in direct opposition to the Abbasid state and rejection of the Abbasid caliphs in Baghdad, but also evolved and transformed itself into the Caliphate of Córdoba. With its capital in Córdoba, this state existed from 929 to 1031 and was at the time one of the most developed countries in the world. Also in Andalusia, the Emirate of Granada, also known as the Nasrid Kingdom of Granada, Spanish, Reino Nazarí de Granada, was established in 1248 and aligned with the Christian Kingdom of Castile, and remained a tributary state for the next 250 years. It was the last state in the Iberian Peninsula to be ruled by Muslims. Several centuries later, at the height of Al-Umar's power in Palestine in the mid-18th century, Kuwait became an emirate in the 1750s, headed by the Sheikh of Kuwait. In the late 19th century the Emirate of Kuwait became a British protectorate and it has since evolved into a modern state. Had Al-Umar's state survived the death of its founder in 1775 and persisted well into the 19th century, today the modern history of Palestine would be read and written with the eyes of the indigenous people of Palestine, rather than through Ottoman, British, or Zionist perspectives. The lasting impact of Al-Umar's Dawla Qatriyya and Al-Jazar's powerful autonomous regime on both European and late Ottoman thinking as well as on the modern Palestinian psyche and memories can hardly be overstated. In the mid-18th century Al-Umar shifted the center of power in Galilee from Safed,
and the Liwa of Safed, to Acre, a town which Al-Umar transformed into one of the biggest, wealthiest, and most well-fortified cities of the Al-Sham region. It is hardly a coincidence, therefore, that in 1799 Napoleon Bonaparte sought but failed to conquer the city. 70 years later, in the early 1870s, as we shall see in Chapter 9, the Ottomans reorganized Palestine and created the Sanjak of Acre as one of 3 administrative regions in the country. For nearly 5 centuries from 1266 until the early 18th century, Safed was the capital of the Galilee, and after 1517 the Ottomans confirmed its administrative position in Galilee by creating the administrative Sanjak of Safed. In view of the fact that the Safed had dominated the Galilee and northern Palestine for centuries under both the Mamluks and Ottomans, the creation of the Sanjak of Acre in the late Ottoman period should also be counted as one of the lasting legacies of 18th century Palestine under Al-Umar and Al-Jazar for the late Ottoman perception and administrative reorganization of Palestine. Above all, Al-Umar's powerful regime provided an alternative model to the intermediary, patron-client, elite politics of Palestine and to the family-oriented, fiercely competitive, and deeply fractious urban elite politics which bedeviled both late Ottoman and Mandatory Palestine until 1948. Chapter 9. Being Palestine, Becoming Palestine. Rediscovery and new representations of modern Palestine and their impact on Palestinian national identity. We have on this earth what makes life worth living, the aroma of bread at dawn, a woman's opinion of men, the works of Aeschylus, the beginnings of love, grass on a stone, mothers who live on a flute sigh, and the invader's fear of memories. We have on this earth what makes life worth living on this earth, the Lady of Earth, the mother of all beginnings, the mother of all endings. She was called Palestine, she came to be called Palestine. O Lady, vows you are my lady, I am worthy of life. Mahmoud Darwish, On This Earth 1. New Representations of Palestine, 1805-1917. For over 2 millennia, Palestine has been the destination of the 3 monotheisms. While some of these men and women offered sacrifices, collected relics, and prayed, others studied, fought, preached, excavated, or conquered. A rich granary in the Fertile Crescent, no land has been as much the focus of religious tourism and piety, pilgrimage and colonization as Palestine. Mutar 2013, 913. Modern European travelers, pilgrims, writers, cartographers, geographers, biblical orientalists, and romance seekers had no historical, geographic or archaeological evidence or good reason to refer to modern Palestine as Canaan. They logically reproduced ancient maps of Palestina, maps derived from more than a millennium and a half of classical antiquity and Byzantine Christianity. They also relied on the Hellenistic, Roman, early Christian, Byzantine and Arab Islamic toponymic memory and heritage of the country. In the 17th and 18th centuries, European Romantic Orientalist and biblical geography of Palestine increased phenomenally, and voluminous publications on the historical geography of Palestine began to appear not only in Latin but in vernacular European languages. This included the works of Hadrianus Rylandeus, 1676-1718, a prominent Dutch Orientalist, cartographer, and philologist who made a lasting contribution to research on the scriptural geography of Palestine, Palin 1984, 212. His work was mainly philological theological in character and included Antiquitates Sacrae Veterum Hebraeorum, 1708, and Palestina ex Monumentus Vetris Illustrata, 1714, written in Latin, in which he sought to describe the geography of biblical Palestine. Western Travelogues of Palestine, the distinction between Palestine/Holy Land and Syria. For many decades in the 18th century, the Galilee-based autonomous regime of Tahir al-Umar, with its increased trade links with France and Britain in particular, effectively linked the Galilee with the entire Palestinian coast from Lebanon to Gaza. It is not surprising, therefore, that throughout the 19th century the combined effect of European travelogues, travels in Palestine, guidebooks, religious treatises, novels, pilgrims' accounts, and maps made a clear distinction between Palestine and Syria and treated historic Palestine/Holy Land for all practical purposes as a separate country.
Moreover, throughout the 19th century for European and Russian travelers and pilgrims, Palestine and the Holy Land were synonymous and interchangeable. This synonymy did not include Syria, which made Palestine sharply distinct from Syria to the north. In the 19th century, religious revivalism, combined with feverish messianic nationalism, back to the Bible movements and rediscovery of Palestine, swept across Europe and Russia. Moreover, in European and Russian Orientalisms of the 19th century, Palestine and the Holy Land / Terra Sancta / the Land of Jesus were interchangeable. This religio-political perception of Palestine, steeped in the stories of the New Testament, made Palestine / the Holy Land seem sharply distinct from Syria and Lebanon, and made the Galilee, the birthplace of Jesus and the scene of many of the stories of the New Testament, inherently and closely linked with Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Hebron, Jaffa, and Gaza, more than its traditionally close links under Islam with the vast Al-Sham region. The popularization of the concept of Palestine was illustrated by the mountains of geographical literature on Palestine listed in the 1890 Bibliotheca Geographica Palästinense by Gustav Reinhold Raricht, a German historian of the Crusades. Raricht provided a census of 3,515 print and manuscript accounts dedicated to Palestine literature between 333 AD and 1878 AD. The work also had a chronological list of maps relating to Palestine. Raricht's survey of Palestine literature and publications shows the following: A. 333 to 1300 AD, 177 works, B. 14th century, 97, C. 15th century, with the invention of the printing press, 279, D. 16th century, 333, E. 17th century, 390, F. 18th century, 318, G. 19th century, until 1878, with the replacement of the hand-operated Gutenberg-style presses by steam-powered presses which allowed printing on an industrial scale. 1915 works. Shalev 2012, 79. However, this remarkable survey was far from being exhaustive. Western travelogues of Palestine in the 18th and 19th centuries included thousands of books, articles, and other materials detailing accounts of the journeys of European, Russian and North American travelers to the Holy Land. Fueled by modern capitalism, new printing technologies and new transport means, many of the travelogues on Palestine treated the country not so much as a land of living histories and shared memories of ordinary people, but more of a memorial to Western Christianity, a Christianity in search of a new identity in the midst of the raging struggle between scientific rationalism and skepticism, on the one hand, and literalist evangelist fundamentalism, on the other. Typically, a Church of England journal, the Church Quarterly Review of 1891, described Raricht's book as indispensable to students of Palestinian geography. Raricht's survey of Palestine literature is most revealing with regard to two particular periods, the Renaissance period and the 19th century. These two periods experienced two major European technological revolutions with considerable impact on the Palestine literature. First, the Renaissance printing revolution press from the late 15th century introduced the era of mass circulation of publications, and second, in the 19th century the replacement of the hand-operated Gutenberg-style press by the steam-powered press allowed printing and publication on an industrial scale. This unprecedented industrial scale of production, circulation, and consumption of Palestine/Holy Land knowledge was aided by the photographic revolution of the 1830s, which began to produce masses of images of the Holy Land for the European, American and Russian markets. A few examples of the large amounts of Palestine literature, including geographic publications on and travels in Palestine in the 19th century, in several key European languages, include John Lewis Burckhardt Travels in Syria and the Holy Land, 1822, Thomas Wright's Early Travels in Palestine, 1848, which consists of accounts of the early pilgrims to Palestine, and Leslie Porter's A Handbook for Travelers in Syria and Palestine, including an account of the geography, history, antiquities, Inhabitants of these countries, Part 1 and 2, 1858, 1868, Vital Qinet, Syria, Liban et Palestine, Geography Administrative, Statistiki, Descriptive et Raisonné, 1896, Titus Tobler's Drittwanderung nach Palästina, 1859, and Bibliographia Geographica Palestini, 1867. John Murray, one of the most important and influential publishers in Britain, produced Porter's A Handbook for Travelers in Syria and Palestine, which treats Palestine as a separate country. This book describes Palestine in three major sections: Part I Palestine, Jerusalem and Southern Palestine, which includes cities from Gaza to Jaffa, and Part II with two sections: A. Northern Palestine, which included the Galilee and Damascus, and B. Northern Syria. In a similar vein, Joseph Means' Geography of Palestine, Historical and Descriptive, 1865, and Walter MacLeod's The Geography of Palestine, or the Holy Land, including Phoenicia and Philistia, 1856, were typical of the large number of books on the historical geography of Palestine published in Britain and Europe in the middle of the 19th century. These historical geographic publications treated Palestine as a distinct country and a geopolitical unit separate from Syria, Egypt, and Arabia. It is also worth pointing out that the expression Southern Syria, which appeared briefly in the early 20th century, was never mentioned in these publications. Crucially, in the second half of the 19th century, translations of articles and books into Arabic began to distinguish clearly between Syria and Palestine. For instance, in 1883 George Edward Post's article Plants of Syria and Palestine was published in the Arabic journal Al-Muqtataf, 1883, which was founded in 1876 at the Syrian Protestant College, today the American University of Beirut, before moving to Cairo in 1884. The same distinction is also found in the Arabic version of Post's Nabat Suriyya wa Filastin wa Al-Qatra al-Misri wa Bawadiha, Flora of Syria and Palestine and Sinai, a handbook of the flowering plants and ferns native and naturalized from the Taurus to Ras Muhammad and from the Mediterranean Sea to the Syrian desert, 1896, an indication that by the 1880s European publications on Palestine geography and their translations into Arabic were beginning to have an impact on modern Arab perceptions of Palestine, Foster 2013, and the evolving notion that Palestine was a distinct geopolitical unit. The work of Guy L. E. Strange, a scholar of Arabic and Persian at Cambridge University, on the historical geography of Palestine under Islam in the Middle Ages, added another dimension to British preoccupation with Palestine in the second half of the 19th century. Guy L. E. Strange's Palestine under the Muslims, a description of Syria and the Holy Land from AD 650 to 1500. Translated from the works of the medieval Arab geographers, was published in London by the Committee of the Palestine Exploration Fund, PEF, in 1890. The PEF, founded in 1865, had already focused on Palestine/the Holy Land. Other antecedents to the PEF also focused on Palestine/the Holy Land and made a clear distinction between Palestine and Syria. This included the Evangelical British Palestine Association, established 60 years before the PEF. The formation of the Palestine Association in the early 19th century had been spurred by the Napoleonic Wars and the 1798-1801 French invasion and campaign in Egypt and Palestine. Napoleon's defeat at Acre in 1799 is one of the best-known episodes of modern world history. The collapse of his siege of Acre, the city known in Europe as the last capital of the Latin Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem, in 1799 with the full support of British maritime power ushered in a new era in British direct involvement in the region and the beginnings of British religio-political distinction between Palestine and Syria. This became evident in a long Romantic evangelical poem from 1803, Palestine, which was composed by a clergyman, Reginald Heber, later known as Bishop of Calcutta, with the help of Sir Walter Scott. The popular poem was recited in London theatres and was later published, and set to music by the composer William Crouch, a professor of music at Oxford University. The increasing British evangelical involvement in Palestine also became evident in the renaming of the Palestine Association, which was established in 1805 shortly after the departure of the French from the region. This society had initially been founded in March 1805 under the name Syrian Society. A month later, on April 24, 1805, its founders decided that the Syrian Society shall henceforth be denominated the Palestine Association. The Palestine Association was co-founded and led by William Richard Hamilton, 1777–1859, a British diplomat, traveller, antiquarian and Egyptologist who later served as Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs. The association was formally disbanded in 1834 and incorporated into the Royal Geographical Society, Silbermann 1982, Kark and Gorin 2011. L. Strange's Palestine under the Muslims, 1890, 2010, 2014, placed the image of the Dome of the Rock on its cover and contained maps and illustrations. His work, which introduces the mass of information which lies buried in the Arabic texts of the Muslim geographers and travelers of the Middle Ages, L. Strange 1890, Preface, provided vivid descriptions of Jund Philastin under Islam on the basis of the accounts of the 10th century Palestinian Jerusalemite historian and geographer al-Maqdisi and his work, Asan al-Taqasim fi Marifat al-Akalim, The Best Divisions for Knowledge of the Regions, al-Maqdisi 1994, 2002. L. Strange had already translated from Arabic into English and published in 1886 al-Maqdisi's famous work under the title Al-Muqaddisi's Description of Syria and Palestine, and this title by L. Strange also underlines the sharp geopolitical distinction between Palestine and Syria in European thinking in the 19th century. The clear distinction between Palestine/the Holy Land, on the one hand, and Syria/al-Sham, on the other, was not exclusively European, as we have already seen. In the 17th century Palestinian Muslim author Salah ibn Ahmad al-Tumartashi made that distinction in his work The Complete Knowledge in Remembering the Holy Land and Its Boundaries and Remembering Palestine and Its Boundaries and Al-Sham, 1695–1696. Also, successive generations of medieval and modern Christian pilgrims referred to geographical subdivision of Palestine, Syria, and Arabia. For educated local Palestinians, familiar with both classical Arab Islamic writings on Palestine and Al-Sham and European publications on Palestine, and for ordinary Palestinians observing the caravans of European and Russian pilgrims at close quarters, this distinction between Palestine/the Holy Land and Syria would be taken for granted. Western-funded, Roman Catholic Terra Sancta schools based in the urban centers of Palestine where most Palestinian Christians resided began to appear in Nazareth, Jaffa, Bethlehem, and Jerusalem, and for Palestinians educated in the European and Russian schools at home or abroad the production of the European knowledge on the historical geography of Palestine/the Holy Land as well as the mushrooming of European consulates in Palestine would also be a matter of great interest and some concern. From the mid-19th century, with the improvement of communication and establishment of several European consulates in Palestine, the Grand Tour of the 18th century, the traditional trip undertaken by mainly upper-class European young men of means through Italian cities, was replaced by the Cook Tour, organized by Thomas Cook. Middle-class early mass tourism and travels in Greece, Palestine, and Egypt. Thomas Cook arranged for the German Kaiser Wilhelm II to visit Palestine in 1898. The Cook's Tour and Thomas Cook Holy Land Tourism also spawned numerous publications in many European languages on the geography of Palestine and the Holy Land, many of which were also accessible to members of the educated Palestinian elite and Ottoman officials. On a popular level, European mass tourism in Palestine impacted on the Palestinian vernacular and, over time, introduced many French and Italian words into Palestinian Arabic, words such as hotel, atel, chauffeur, douche, bedroom, batten, mode, moda, canopy, canabi, salon, balcone, balcona, billet, bolet, pharmacia, pharmacia, souvenir, ascenseur, ascensel, dossier, dossier, automobile, benzina, benzin, and garage, carriage, still commonly in use today. In the 19th century and early 20th century, much of the European knowledge production on Palestine in books and travel diaries remained dominated by biblical studies, scriptural geography, Orientalism, in which the Palestinian Arabs were portrayed as a simple appendix to the ancient biblical landscape, as shadows of the far-off past, fossils suspended in time, Camel 2014-2015, while the Arab Fellahin, peasants, of modern Palestine were viewed as symbols of the biblical Jews, Gill, E. 2006. However, as early as the mid-19th century, biblical archaeologist and scriptural geographer Edward Robinson, 1794-1863, writing in the early 1860s when travel by Europeans to the Levant became widespread, notes Palestine, or Palestina, now the most common name for the Holy Land. Robinson, E. 1865, 15, see also Robinson 1841, and Robinson et al. 1860. This observation is also evident from Victor Guérin's 7-volume Description géographique, historique et archéologique de la Palestine, 1868-1880, also Guérin 1881-1883. In the 1860s, the British had set up the Palestine Exploration Fund, which sponsored the survey of Western Palestine and mounted geographical map-making expeditions in Palestine. The PEF was a typical example of the learned societies founded in Britain and was responsible for processing the empire's notions and theories into pseudo-scientific Orientalist thinking and argumentation, leading to the shaping of British policy and intentionality, which finds its apotheosis in the Balfour Declaration of November 2, 1917. One of the main political motives of the PEF was clear from its own publication: names and places in the Old and New Testament and Apocrypha, with their modern identifications. Palestine Exploration Fund 1889. The Palestine Exploration Fund listed more than 1,150 place names related to the Old Testament and 162 related to the New Testament. British rule in Palestine formally began on December 11, 1917, when General Allenby officially entered the Old City of Jerusalem. Shortly after the British military occupation of Palestine, the British authorities set out to gather toponymic information from the local Palestinian inhabitants. The European preoccupation with biblical place names and with Jerusalem, and the European and American growth of Bible studies, had some impact on official Ottoman thinking and on the writings of some Palestinian nationalist authors. The latter sought to construct a counter-Zionist discourse by couching modern Palestinian nationalism in primordialist terms, rooted in Canaanite roots and the land of Canaan. See, for instance, Catton 1969, 3-4. Palestine-focused Russian Orientalism in the late Ottoman period. Branch from Palestine. Tell me the Palestine branch, where you grew up, where are you blooming? What kind of hills, some valleys your decoration was. You were the pure waters of the Jordan, east beam caressed you, night is the wind in the mountains of Lebanon. You stand, the branch of Jerusalem, shrine of the correct time. Transparent dusk beam lamps, and the Ark of the Cross, the symbol of the holy. Mikhail Yuryevich Lermontov 1837, 2. Palm Sunday is a Christian feast before Easter which commemorates Jesus' triumphant entry into Jerusalem. The 1837 poem Vetka Palestini, The Palm Branch of Palestine, by Mikhail Yuryevich Lermontov, 1814-1841, a highly influential Russian Romantic poet, also called the poet of the Caucasus and the most important figure of Russian poetry after Alexander Pushkin's death in 1837, encapsulated Russian Orientalism and late Ottoman Palestine. With strong echoes of European Romanticism, 1800-1850, the 1803 Romantic poem by Reginald Heber, Lermontov's Romantic evangelical poem, evokes the stories both of the Gospels and of Russian pilgrimage to Palestine in the 19th century, 3/4 of which pilgrimage took place at Easter, Hummel and Hummel 1995. This evangelizing poetry was inspired by the religious imagination of the country the poet called Palestine, although Lermontov had never visited it, Merlot 2013. In the 19th century Russian Orientalist Orthodox representations of Palestine went hand in hand. Crucially, Russian writings on, and political activities in the country had a major impact on the perception, conception, and actual events of late Ottoman Palestine. Earlier in 1820 Dmitrich Daskov, a diplomat and the second counselor of the Russian embassy in Istanbul, was the first Russian writer who went to Palestine as a pilgrim. He also wrote an essay entitled On His Travels, Merlot 2013. In fact, many of the Russian historical and literary representations of Palestine in the 19th century were actual descriptions and narrations of Russian pilgrims, Hopwood 1969, 10, Merlot 20133. In 1848 Nikolai Gogol, 1809–1852, the leading figure of Russian literary realism, went on a pilgrimage to Palestine. The Romantic Orientalist representations of Palestine by Lermontov and other Russian romantics of the 19th century also harked back to the history of early Christianity and of Palestina under the Byzantines, a period in which, as we have seen in Chapter 4, the Palestine Orthodox Church became self-governing and emerged as one of the top 5 churches governing Christendom. Lermontov's poem had also anticipated Russia's significantly increasing presence in Palestine, which began in 1844 with the arrival of the first Russian Orthodox archimandrite in Palestine. Also in the 1840s, the Russians obtained permission to build a huge compound in Jerusalem. This was constructed after the Crimean War, in 1860–1864. Russian efforts culminated in the founding of the Russian Orthodox Palestine Society in St. Petersburg in 1882. In 1889 the word imperial was added to the name and the society became known as the Imperial Russian Orthodox Palestine Society, Russian, Turkish, Rus İmparatorluğu Ortodoks Filistin Semiyeti, Arabic, Hopwood 1969, 150–154, and to the Palestinian Orthodox community in Arabic as the Palestinian Orthodox Imperial Society. Spurred by the establishment of the British Palestine Exploration Fund in 1865, and its imperial, quasi-military, scientific expeditions to Palestine in the 1870s, see below, the Imperial Russian Orthodox Palestine Society was founded by politician and writer Vasily Nikolaevich Kitrovo, 1834–1903, author of Palestina Isina, 2011, and chaired by the Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich who had visited Palestine in 1881. The Imperial Russian Orthodox Palestine Society was a scholarly, educational, and social organization. In addition to promoting and organizing Russian pilgrimage to the Holy Land, it built schools and hospitals in Palestine and acted as a public body defending Russian interests, Stavrow 1961. The society published its own research in 2 journals, Subshchiniya Imperatorskovo Pravoslavnovo Palestinskovo Obshestva, Imperial Orthodox Palestinian Society Reports, and the Palestinskij Spornik, Palestinian Collections. It also established a translation and publishing house in Jerusalem partly in support of its extensive Arabic language schools and secular teacher training seminaries in late Ottoman Palestine, the first of their kind in modern Palestine. These pioneering teacher training colleges paved the way for modern secular higher education in Palestine and for the Arab College, also known as the Government Arab College, a Jerusalem-based university college which existed throughout the mandatory period from 1918 until 1948. Following the 1905 Russian Revolution there was some decline in the budgets of the Imperial Orthodox Palestinian Society. After the Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917 the society was renamed the Russian Palestine Society, Russian, Arabic, and was attached to the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. During the mandatory period, severe restrictions were imposed on the activities of the society in Palestine by the British and after 1948 Israel confiscated much of its land and property. However, The original 19th century name of the society, Imperial Russian Orthodox Palestine Society, was restored in 1992 following the dissolution of the Soviet Union in December 1991 and the creation of the Russian Federation. Furthermore, today the society operates and runs projects in Palestine under its original Palestinian Arabic name coined in the late 19th century, the Palestinian Orthodox Imperial Society. The coat of arms of the Russian Empire, with its double-headed eagle, was formerly associated with the Byzantine Empire. The rulers of Russia had long held themselves to be the main protectors of Christian orthodoxy, especially after most of the membership of the Greek Orthodox churches from 1460 until Greek rebellion of 1821 fell under the control of the Ottomans. In the 19th century, Imperial Russia continued to view itself as the Third Rome and the successor to the Byzantine Empire. It continued to pose a serious geopolitical threat to the Ottoman state. The latter sought alliances with other European powers, notably the British and French, to keep Russian ambitions in check. This led to the Crimean War of 1853-1856, whose immediate cause involved the European competition over Jerusalem and the rights of Orthodox Christian minorities in Palestine. The Orthodox Christians were the largest group among the Christian Palestinians. The Russians not only saw themselves as heirs to Orthodox Christianity and the Byzantine Empire in the East and protectors of the Orthodox community in Palestine, they were also concerned about the sharp decline in the proportion of the Orthodox among Palestinian Christians from 90% in 1840 to about two-thirds in 1880 as a result of the proselyting activities of the Protestant and Roman Catholic churches. In the second half of the 19th century, Russia, competing for influence in Palestine with other European powers, took practical steps aimed at consolidating the Russian presence. The Russian consulate was established in Jerusalem in 1858. This was followed by the setting up of the Committee for Palestine, 1858-1864, a body supported by the Russian Foreign Ministry, and in 1860 the Russian Palestine Society, RPs, was also founded. The RPs guided Russian pilgrims to Palestine, bought property and built hospices, churches and schools in Jerusalem and Nazareth. This led to the establishment of a Russian colony, compound, in Jerusalem in the 1860s. In 1864 the Committee for Palestine was created in the Department for Asia of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 1864-1889, Merlo 2013. In 1890 the Imperial Russian government supported and approved the establishment of Huv Zion, a registered Russian charity officially known as the Society for the Support of Jewish Farmers and Artisans in Syria and Palestine. Subsidized by the Russian government, and passing through Jaffa, by 1910 about 8,000 Russian, predominantly peasant, pilgrims visited Palestine every year and by the First World War the average annual number rose to about 14,000. Organized by the Imperial Russian Orthodox Palestine Society, this influx of Russian pilgrims had an impact on Ottoman administrative reorganization of Palestine in the early 20th century. Russian writings on, and mass pilgrimage to, late Ottoman Palestine were very important for a variety of political reasons and had, intended and unintended, consequences. Russian writings on Palestine inspired early Zionist colonial settlers, Huv Zion, lovers of Zion, who began to arrive from the territories of the Russian Empire in the 1880s. In 1890 the establishment of Huv Zion as a registered Russian charity was officially approved by the Imperial Russian government as the Society for the Support of Jewish Farmers and Artisans in Syria and Palestine, which came to be popularly known among Zionist settlers as the Odessa Committee. Arabic and French were the two key languages of the educated classes of late 19th century Palestine, and the Russian society soon came to be known as Société pour l'Éducation des Agriculteurs et les Artisans Juifs en Syrie et en Palestine. It was dedicated to the practical aspects of establishing agricultural colonies, and its projects included help in the founding of the early Zionist colonies, Moshavot, of Rehovot and Hadera. The Russian Zionists dominated the World Zionist Organization created by Theodor Herzl in the late 19th century. 5. the ambitions of the Russian Empire posed the greatest threat to the Ottoman Empire throughout much of the 19th century. As we shall see below, the clergy of the Russian Orthodox Church in Palestine, although technically in communion with the Greek-dominated Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem, openly championed the local Palestinian Arab Orthodox community. Backed by the Russian authorities, the social and educational activities of the Russian Orthodox Church in Palestine and, more crucially, the Russian Orthodox Palestine Society founded in 1882, after 1889 known to Palestinians as the Palestinian Orthodox Imperial Society, see below, attracted sympathy from local Palestinian Orthodox Christians as it championed the radical idea that local Arab clergy should have cultural autonomy and should be promoted to be bishops and leaders of the Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem, instead of the latter importing senior clergy from Greece. 6 In late Ottoman Palestine, this idea had a galvanizing effect on educated local Palestinian Orthodox Christians, many of whom were to become leading cultural figures, and in the forefront of the Palestinian nationalist struggle. The flourishing cultural and public spaces of late Ottoman Jerusalem and the reimagining of Palestinian territorial identity and growth of territorial patriotism and proto-nationalism, promoted by Palestinian Orthodox Arab intellectuals such Khalil Baidas in the late 19th century, see below, encouraged Palestinian Arab Orthodox journalists Issa el-Issa, 1878-1950, and his cousin Youssef Hanna el-Issa to set up the daily newspaper Falastin, Palestine, in Jaffa in January 1911, with its distinctly vernacular name. It was based on modern perceptions of Palestine. In late Ottoman Palestine, the construction of a two-tier, Palestinian Arab/Ottoman, identity based on Ottoman citizenship and equality for all inhabitants was attempted. As we shall see, the newspaper Falastin, 1911-1967, would also become not only one of the most influential voices of modern indigenous Palestinian national identity, it would also fiercely oppose Zionist settler colonization. For decades Falastin would remain dedicated to the cause of Palestine, to Palestinian territorial nationalism and pan-Arab solidarity, and to the Arab Orthodox community in its struggle with the Greek-dominated Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem. Strategic ambitions and the British Peaceful Crusade, Science, Empire, and the Mapping of Palestine by the Palestine Exploration Fund, 1865–1877, we have there in Palestine a land teeming with fertility and rich in history, but almost without an inhabitant, a country without a people, and look, scattered over the world, a people without a country. Lord Shaftesbury, chairman of the Palestine Exploration Fund, Palestine Exploration Fund, Quarterly Statement for 1875, London, 1875, p. 116. Central to the Victorian peaceful Crusader revivalism of the 19th century and the successful opening of the Holy Land to Europe's geopolitical and cultural religious penetration was the British Palestine Exploration Fund and Ordnance Survey of Western Palestine between 1871 and 1877. British scientific and technological advances in cartography and cadastral mapping were fully harnessed for empire and imperial expansionism in the Middle East. Ordnance Survey, OS, is the national mapping agency of Britain and is one of the largest producers of maps in the world. The British official agency's name indicates its original military and strategic purposes, and its origins go back to the mapping of Scotland in the aftermath of the Jacobite uprising of 1745 and the absence of military maps and detailed knowledge of the Scottish Highlands. The British were not the first to conduct instrumental strategic mapping of Palestine. The first modern maps of Palestine, based on an instrumental survey and using the most developed scientific instruments of the time, had already been produced by Colonel Pierre Jaquetin, a French mapmaker and director of the French Survey Military Corps during Napoleon's expedition in Egypt and Palestine, who in 1799, on Napoleon's orders, prepared dozens of secret maps of Egypt, Sinai, and Palestine. 6 of those maps show parts of Palestine, especially the parts of the country through which Napoleon's army marched in February to June 1799. Jacquetin continued to work on these maps after he returned to France, and they were eventually published in 1826, and became widely known as the Jacquetin Atlas, labeling Palestine in French and Arabic as Palestine or Holy Land/Land of Al-Quds, also Katib 2003, Carmen 1960, 155 to 173, 244 to 253. This cartographer representation of Palestine by the French would also find strong echoes in the establishment and naming of the autonomous administrative province of Al-Quds, Mutasarrifate of Noble Jerusalem, by the Ottomans 50 years later, in 1872, see pages 259 to 260. The Jacquetin map of Palestine, surveyed during Napoleon's campaign in 1799, was also later published by the Palestine Exploration Fund, Collner 1944. British colonial ambitions in late 19th century Palestine and the lack of detailed British military maps of the area were two of the key factors behind the formation of the British Palestine Exploration Fund and British Ordnance Survey of Western Palestine in the 1870s. As we shall see in Chapter 10, the Israeli toponymic projects in the post-1948 period had their foundations in the de-Arabization activities of James Finn and the biblical explorations in the 1870s by members of the Palestine Exploration Fund, whose work, names, and places in the Old and New Testament and Apocrypha, with their modern identifications, compiled by George Armstrong, revised by Sir Charles W. Wilson and Major C. R. Conder 1889, was central to British colonial toponymic projects in Palestine in the late 19th and first half of the 20th century. The systematic mapping, surveying, and place naming projects, which reached their peak with the British Ordnance Survey of Western Palestine between 1871 and 1877, were largely strategic. The sacredness of Palestine was not a sufficiently convincing reason for the British to organize and finance such surveys. The main motive for mapping the country as a whole was its strategic and geopolitical importance for the British Empire, which was then engaged in international struggles over the Middle East. Gorin 2002, 87 to 110. However, the surveys and mapping of the British Royal Engineering Corporate in the 1870s led subsequently to the growth of proto-Jewish Zionism. The British Palestine Exploration Fund was founded in 1865 by a group of biblical scholars, scriptural geographers, military and intelligence officers and Protestant clergymen, most notably the Dean of Westminster Abbey, Arthur P. Stanley. Its scientific exploration was coordinated very closely with the British politico-military establishment and intelligence community anxious to penetrate Ottoman Palestine, a country ruled by the Muslim sick man of Europe. With offices in central London, the PEF today is an active organization which publishes an academic journal, the Palestine Exploration Quarterly. In addition, the PEF presents public lectures and funds research projects in the Near East. According to its website, between 1867 and 1870 Captain Warren carried out the explorations in Palestine which form the basis for our knowledge of the topography of ancient Jerusalem and the archaeology of the Temple Mount/Haram al-Sharif. In addition to his explorations on, under, and around the Temple Mount/Al-Haram al-Sharif, Warren surveyed the plain of Philistia and carried out a very important military reconnaissance of central Jordan. 7 Captain, later General Sir Charles Warren, 1840 to 1927, of the British Royal Engineers, one of the key officers of the PEF, who was sent to map the scriptural topography of Jerusalem and investigate the site of the temple, noted, British King Consul James Finn rules supreme, not over the natives of the city, but over strangers, but yet these strangers for the most part are the rightful owners, the natives, for the most part, are usurpers. Shepherd 1987, 127 to 128. Both Warren and the, above mentioned, long-serving and famous British consul, Finn, who was a restorationist Christian Zionist involved with the mission to the Jews, Shepherd 1987, 110, apparently literally burrowed beneath the Muslim shrines in Jerusalem to chart the original dimensions of the Temple Mount. The biblical archaeology and toponymic projects of Warren and the Royal Engineers have remained basic data for many Israeli archaeologists, geographers, and strategic planners of today. Shepard 1987, 195, Benvenisti 2002, 11-27. Following in the footsteps of the PEF, the British Mandatory Authorities in Palestine set out to gather toponymic information from the local Palestinian population. The British drive to present European colonialism as a continuation of an ancient Jewish ownership of the land meant that place names in Palestine became a site of fierce contest between the European Zionist settler colonizers and the indigenous Palestinians. Palestinian Arab names were, and continued to be, unnamed and Hebraicized by the Zionists using a colonizing strategy based on Old Testament names. Local Palestinian place names were deemed redeemed and liberated when they were rendered from Arabic into Hebrew, Slyamovics 1998, 2002. The genealogy of British colonial name commissions and the Zionist Hebrew renaming project, which began in the 19th century, lingered under the British colonial system in Palestine, Al-Sheikh 2010, and were accelerated dramatically after the Nakba and the expansion of biblical and archaeological departments at Israeli universities.